To be fair, the streamer has a big nose. Yeah, his hands are big too, and his feet are big. I love men who are big everywhere. The streamer should have gone into singing, not become a ride-hailing driver. A few scattered comments floated by. At this moment, Zhang Yang's handsome face was filled with shock. I've actually been transported to another world, and I've joined a full-career superstar reality show. Absorbing the merged memories flooding into his mind, Zhang Yang quickly grasped the situation. However, as a contestant on Full Career Superstar, his primary profession was a ride-hailing driver career with relatively low popularity. In contrast, professions like singer, dancer, or gamer were extremely popular, attracting many contestants, including some already well-known internet celebrities. After all, the championship prize was a staggering 100 million yuan. The temptation was simply too great. Who wouldn't want fame and fortune? Thus, these individuals naturally became the top contenders. Of course, besides their primary profession, contestants could also choose multiple side jobs. For example, he could perfectly well drive a ride-hailing car while singing. Unfortunately, this world overlapped too much with his previous life. Most of the hit songs already existed here. Otherwise, if he could introduce a few hits, he might have become famous overnight, right? What about my transmigration cheat code? Just as he was thinking this, a clear, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System detected suitable host. Binding full career system, please wait. Full career system successfully bound. Newbie welcome package sent. Please check your inventory. Talk about thinking it, and it happens. All right, since it's a full career system, how about a God tier singer card? Let's go. Zhang Yang excitedly checked his system welcome package. Proficiency card X1. Random profession generation in progress. Profession, locksmith mastered. Instantly, the structure of every lock in the world became crystal clear in his mind, as if he possessed the experience of a master locksmith with 100 years of practice. What? Locksmith? What the heck? Why didn't I get a God-tier singer card? Zhang Yang inwardly protested, but quickly rallied his spirits. Right? The welcome package. Let's check the other rewards. However, the next second, staring at the empty welcome package, Zhang Yang's expression changed. Gone. This is called a welcome package? Where exactly is the welcome part? System, are you being polite? After confirming there were no other rewards, Zhang Yang was left speechless. Fortunately, the system allowed lottery draws using streaming popularity. As long as he earned enough popularity points, he'd get lottery chances. Then, drawing a perfect voice or God-tier singing skills card would let him crush the other contestants in no time. Hif. Since that's the case, I'll work hard to earn more popularity. Besides, rankings also depend on fanbase anyway. Zhang Yang grew increasingly excited. This was a win-win situation. Although contestant rankings were based on a comprehensive score, including popularity, fan count, and revenue. Popularity was a concentrated reflection of multiple data points. As long as his popularity was high, his reputation score wouldn't be far behind. Friends, the streamer is starting work now, Zhang Yang said, opening his phone to start accepting orders. The next second, beep beep, the system assigned him a real-time order. Departure time, depart now. Distance to you, 0.8 kilometers. Fixed price, 11.6 yuan. Pickup location, heating company main gate. Drop-off location, east gate of Happiness Garden. Total distance, 7.8 kilometers. First assigned, order received. Now heading to the heating company. Zhang Yang explained as he started the car and drove straight to the pickup point. 1 minute later, the car arrived. Zhang Yang immediately spotted a man of average height, around 30 years old, wearing a dark green short-sleeved t-shirt. The man waved. Zhang Yang pulled over. Driver, could you please hurry? I'm in a rush to get home. The man said after getting in, his voice slightly choked. Is your phone number ending in 4388? Yes. Please hurry, thank you. What's wrong? Is your backyard on fire? Zhang Yang joked. Hearing this, the man burst into tears. It's not on fire, it's flooded. Huh? Why are you crying? Did you forget to turn off the faucet at home? I'll drive faster. Don't worry, don't worry. My wife is cheating on me. Wah. This statement instantly energized the live stream audience. Whoa, picked up a passenger going home to catch a cheater. I really don't want to laugh, but the streamer's faucet not turned off line is just too much. Ha. So painful. But the streamer's faucet not turned off is indeed very vivid. So, always remember to turn off the faucet before leaving home. So the question is, how do you properly turn off a faucet? Just find a faucet that doesn't easily loosen, right? Otherwise, no matter how tight you turn it, it'll still leak eventually. With this green-shirted guy on board, the live stream's viewership surged. Zhang Yang felt sympathy. A man dressed so fittingly for the occasion truly heartbreaking. How do you know your wife didn't turn off the faucet? I mean, your wife is cheating? Maybe it's a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, hearing is just hearsay. Ha, ha ha ha. Streamer, you're amazing. You're so good at talking. Say more. The man sighed deeply. She sent me a photo, saying she was checking the renovation at her new house. But in the reflection of the tiles in the photo, I saw a naked man. Doesn't that say it all? Could it be the weather is too hot, and the renovation worker took off his clothes to cool down? Ha ha ha. I can't hold it anymore. How does the streamer manage to spout nonsense so seriously without cracking up? It's not impossible. Last time I went home, I saw my wife and my friend naked on the bed. My wife said they were looking for lice, so they took off all their clothes. I once caught a handsome guy at home pulling down my partner's pants, saying he was scratching an itch. I ended up scratching for her for half an hour, and she was still unhappy. Brother upstairs, does your wife still have lice? I want to catch some. I want to scratch that itch. I'm really good at it. The viewers erupted in laughter. The man, however, had a dark expression. Driver, thank you. I know you mean well, but your comfort is so forced, it's making me want to cry. Really? Zhang Yang said indifferently. I just think the world is vast and full of oddities. Don't jump to conclusions. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yang smoothly arrived at the east gate of Happiness Garden. Driver, could you take me inside? Our building is quite far. I'm afraid I won't make it in time. Technically, the fixed price doesn't cover going inside, but today I'll help you out. Let's race against time and make sure he doesn't have time to pull up his pants. Which building? How do I get there? Zhang Yang drove straight in. Turn left. Keep going. The man directed. Soon, the car stopped under building 20, unit 3. The man fumbled in his pockets, his face suddenly turning pale. Oh no, oh no. Driver, could you take me back? What's wrong? The man, frantic, said, I forgot my keys. Chapter 2. Unlocking in a second. Could you find a more lenient excuse? Forgetting the key would suffice. Wouldn't that make this transaction feasible? Zhang Yang immediately assessed. If you return and come back, it will take at least 20 minutes, plus the 10 minutes that just elapsed. That amounts to half an hour. Do you honestly believe that man would wait for you that long? To be frank, I would wait at most 5 minutes. I could manage 10 minutes. No exaggeration, I could wait 30 minutes. The viewers began to deliberate on the matter of time. The man, upon hearing this, found some merit in their reasoning. Take himself as an example. 10 minutes was sufficient, and he considered that a rather generous estimate. Many would only wait 3 to 5 minutes, so by the time he made the round trip, the other party might have already departed, leaving him with nothing to show for his efforts. What to do? Surely they couldn't resort to smashing the door. Wouldn't that merely alert the culprit? Zhang Yang interjected. Hold on. I am a professional in various fields. My primary occupation is a taxi driver, but I also possess skills as a locksmith. I could assist you in unlocking the door. The fee for a standard lock is 200 yuan. However, I must caution you that we are under surveillance, and proceeding could expose the situation. Please think it over. The host can also pick locks. Impressive, quite the talent. A full-service operation. Who would have guessed the host had such capabilities? The viewers were astonished. The man shared their surprise, particularly regarding the host's identity, but upon reflection, he found it quite advantageous. No matter, he intended to expose the illicit affair between the couple. He wanted the online community to witness their sordid deeds and ensure she left with nothing. Haha, well said. Initially seeking a glimpse into the life of a rideshare driver, and now I might witness something scandalous. I support you. Hurry, hurry, let's see. The viewers were in a frenzy. The two ascended in the elevator to the 14th floor. Room 1402. Can this lock be opened? The man inquired softly. Zhang Yang nodded. It can be opened, but is this property yours? The deed bears my name. You can proceed without worry. Just as he finished speaking, a woman's sharp voice erupted from inside, sounding as if she were engaged in some sort of performance. However, upon hearing this, the man was filled with rage, his eyes blazing with fury. Stay calm. It sounds like she's merely warming up to sing, Zhang Yang remarked, tearing off a corner of a paper with a character for blessing on it. Just as the onlookers were puzzled, Zhang Yang folded the paper neatly and inserted it into the lock. Click. The door swung open. What? That is possible. Unlocking in a second? I've seen cards used to disengage locks, but never have I witnessed someone inserting a paper into the keyhole. I've been a locksmith for 15 years, and this technique is nothing short of miraculous. I'm in awe, truly a master of the craft. Who would have thought? The host is indeed a locksmith virtuoso. I suspect you must have some sort of record with the police, right? Are you inquiring about a record or a criminal history? The viewers were left astonished. The man present was equally taken aback. Before he could even unlock his phone, the door had been opened. However, The high-pitched voice from within quickly snapped him back to reality. In a swift motion, the man dashed inside, with Zhang Yang close behind. On the bright floor, garments lay scattered, resembling furniture yet to be arranged. Two individuals followed the sound into the southern bedroom, where they beheld a man and a woman. Seemingly shocked as if they had experienced a jolt of electricity, the audience erupted in excitement. But in an instant, the scene was obscured, and the thread of human civilization was abruptly interrupted. In a fit of anger, the man stormed in, unable to bear the sight of his bicycle being used by another. A sudden shout startled both individuals, causing them to recoil in fear. "What are you doing here?" The woman stammered, her composure shattered. The man, in a fit of rage, kicked the tattooed individual from the bed. "How could I not come when I knew you two were making a mess in my new home? I ought to teach you a lesson. Listen to me, it's not what you think." The woman shouted desperately. "Seriously?" The man retorted, incredulous. "In a situation like this, you still dare to argue? Go ahead, convince me." The woman swallowed hard, her voice trembling. "He was here to assemble furniture. It was too hot. And I was just wiping his sweat." "Really?" The man turned to Zhang Yang, who shrugged. "Well, he thinks that excuse is rather flimsy. Perhaps you should come up with a softer one, like lice?" The live audience erupted in laughter, their amusement palpable. The woman, glancing between Zhang Yang and the man, insisted, "You may not believe me, but there really are lice here. Even if you had a tiger, I would be the one to confront it," the man declared, slapping her with force, sending her sprawling to the ground. Once, he had cherished her so dearly that he wouldn't allow her to lift a finger, but today, his heart had turned to stone. If she was willing to let another man ride his bicycle, then he felt no obligation to protect her delicate sensibilities. She fell to the ground with a cry. "Zhao Xiaolong, how could you hit me?" she wailed, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Xiaolong, momentarily taken aback, retorted, "Shouldn't I have? You vowed to cherish me for a lifetime. Is this your promise? Less than a year into our marriage, and you're already involved with someone else." The audience was astounded, witnessing the transformation from passive to assertive, turning the tide of the situation. The woman's audacity was breathtaking. She deflected blame for her infidelity while claiming victimhood from a mere slap. "I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness," the viewers remarked, their eyes widened in disbelief. Zhao Xiaolong stood there, bewildered, questioning what he had truly married. "So, your infidelity is justified? I'm recording this, just so you know. You're spouting nonsense. How is it infidelity to change clothes? It's sweltering, and he was merely helping me scratch an itch. What is the big deal? Is it necessary for a man like you to act this way? Can't you be a bit more magnanimous?" The woman scolded in anger. Zhao Xiaolong's face darkened with fury. "What a novelty. Is this really how you scratch an itch? Is this what your mother taught you?" Upon hearing this, the woman exclaimed, "Zhao Xiaolong, do you have any decency left? Is this how you speak of your elders? Truly a disgraceful man." Zhao Xiaolong let out a cold laugh. "Indeed, I am disgraceful. You, however, possess such refinement and are an enigma, skilled in social graces. Let us end this marriage. You may leave at once." "By what right? I have a stake in this house as well. You can't just demand I leave," she retorted. "This house has nothing to do with you. We purchased it before we were married. Now you've committed adultery and still expect to claim it? Dream on. I demand you leave empty-handed, just as you are now." Unfazed, the woman began to dress with a calm demeanor. In that moment, she resembled a warrior returning from battle, her gaze sharpened and unabashed. Chapter 3. Profound Understanding. Reverse comfort adultery, you say? Based on a few photos and videos? I could accuse you of slander just as easily. You think a mere face swap proves my infidelity? Do you have no shame? Let me make this clear. If you wish to divorce, the house and car belong to me. Otherwise, abandon all hope and accept your reality. Know your place, for others surpass you. She crossed her arms defiantly, exuding an air of invincibility. Zhao Xiaolong scoffed. "Pray tell, in what way does he surpass me?" "In every conceivable way. He can go uninterrupted for 20 minutes, while you can barely manage 3. Am I to blame for your shortcomings? Is it my fault I am unable to be a true woman? How selfish you are," she accused scornfully. At that moment, the tattooed man, holding his face, rose to his feet. "Honestly, as a man, shouldn't you strive to satisfy your partner? We could coexist harmoniously. You handle the emotions, I handle the physical. As long as she is happy, it matters not. A man should learn to be generous, to embrace love. Many in large cities live this way. If her heart is yours, what else matters? Life is short. Enjoy it without being bound by convention." What nonsense. Such shattered values. I'm from a big city too. Why don't I have friends like that? I'm from the capital, and I've never heard of such a thing. Are we not in the same world? This guy's schemes are known even abroad. Is this how humans speak? It's downright beastly. After the tattooed man finished speaking, he turned to Zhang Yang. Is this your friend? He looks quite dashing, though I wonder about his talents. Truly, believe me, be more magnanimous. Let us transform this conflict into a gathering of four, opening our hearts to one another. You will discover a whole new world. Before Zhao Xiaolong could respond, Zhang Yang immediately interjected. If that's your stance, then 4 people would be impossible. We need at least 100. Wait, what do you mean by that? I find myself at a loss for words. Here I am, live streaming with over 100 viewers. By your logic, should I not invite everyone present? Zhang Yang remarked. What a splendid notion of sharing with those who witness. The host is indeed treating us well. Who would have thought such fortune would come our way? Whether 1 or 100, the sentiment remains. But it is no longer just over 100. We are now exceeding 300. Can she handle this? In the live broadcast, the tattooed man appeared bewildered. The woman beside him mirrored his confusion. Excuse me, what are you saying? You are live streaming? Indeed. I am a professional esports player. I initially came here to unlock something, but was taken aback by your warm hospitality. Over 300 are now watching. What should we do? Shall I invite them all? Zhang Yang glanced at his phone, noting an audience of 395. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man was rendered speechless and hurriedly covered his face, exclaiming, Why didn't you say so earlier? You never inquired, Zhang Yang replied, feigning innocence. Without uttering another word, the tattooed man hastily departed. In his absence, the woman appeared increasingly isolated. Her face twisted in rage, she spat, Zhao Xiaolong. I never imagined you would stoop to this level. Have I not contributed to this family? Is it so wrong for me to lend a hand to others? Must you bring someone in to malign my character? You seek to ruin my life. How cruel and malicious you are. I misjudged you. We shall see. You will reap what you sow. Ah, to cheat and yet play the victim? Who is truly toxic here? Who misjudged whom? How can one who strays cast blame upon the victim? This logic is utterly astounding. It seems they have no shame whatsoever. Caught in the act of infidelity, and yet still so brazen. What audacity! The viewers were equally astonished. In such a vast forest, one encounters all kinds of foul. The woman exited, leaving Zhao Xiaolong to collapse onto the ground. His family lay in ruins, as though he had awakened from a nightmare. How he wished to escape this reality. Why must this happen to me? Where have I faltered? She swore she loved me, he lamented. Seeing his distress, Zhang Yang sought to console him. She professed her love, but did she claim to love only you? Therefore, do not dwell in sorrow. What a remarkable insight. Are you here to comfort him, or to twist the knife deeper? There is no fault in that observation. She seems to embrace love for many. Brothers, next time, be sure to clarify your girlfriend's sentiments. Zhao Xiaolong suddenly looked at Zhang Yang, rendered speechless. Why do my tears flow even more fiercely? As a man, if he could not withstand this minor tempest, how could he brace for the storms to come? Ha ha ha. Host, will you let him live? Being caught in the act is but a gentle breeze. What could a true storm entail? Perhaps 100 people confronting him would indeed be a tempest. This reverse consolation is utterly devastating. Zhao Xiaolong gazed at Zhang Yang in a state of renewed disbelief, then wiped his tears. Brother, I implore you to cease. I recognize your intentions to comfort me. Must I endure this sorrow? Indeed, it is true. Weeping is a sign of weakness. If you feel deceived by life today, will it not deceive you tomorrow as well? Alas, Zhao Xiaolong, clutching a roll of tissue, began to weep once more. The chat room erupted with fervor. How heart-wrenching. Even I feel like crying. The host knows how to console. Brother Xiaolong, it's not that we want to laugh. We simply cannot contain ourselves. Ha ha ha. I'm finished. I laughed so hard in the conference room that I made pig-like sounds, and the chairman shot me a murderous glance. I'm in trouble too. I'm attending my grandfather's funeral, and I inadvertently burst into laughter like a pig. What should I do? Everyone is staring at me, and I'm anxiously waiting online. Brother upstairs, perhaps you should join your grandfather in his resting place. The viewers could hardly contain their laughter. The popularity of the live stream soared to unprecedented heights, with online numbers surpassing 500, and a few complimentary gifts began to circulate. However, Zhang Yang was more concerned about his system reputation, as it directly influenced his ability to acquire new skills. Opening the system page, he noted his reputation points, 111, 111. Observing the steadily increasing reputation, Zhang Yang felt quite pleased. Nevertheless, He was somewhat speechless in the face of the weeping Zhao Xiaolong. More tears. Could we not pause for a moment to settle the payment? Zhao Xiaolong sniffled and proceeded to make the payment. Very well. Continue your weeping. I shall take my leave. Zhang Yang glanced at the tearful Zhao Xiaolong, then uttered a remark that left him feeling queasy. Chapter 4. Insults without profanity. Talent without compromise. Do refrain from using that tissue. It appears to have been used before. Boom. It felt as though a thunderclap had struck. Zhao Xiaolong, disgusted, hurriedly discarded the tissue. Oh, ha ha ha, what a disaster. I'm dying of laughter. Poor brother Xiaolong. Didn't he notice any scent while wiping his nose? When you're crying so hard, how can you detect a scent? Yet it is truly revolting. Perhaps it would have been better left unsaid. As Zhang Yang departed, he had earned quite a bit. 116 for the fare, 200 for the unlocking service, along with a bizarre and absurd little theatrical episode. Once back in the car, Zhang Yang did not immediately accept new orders. Instead, he opened the 59 City app. Although the unlocking skill was not his desired pursuit, he could not let it go to waste. He must maximize its potential. Please bear with me for a moment while I post an unlocking service advertisement. This can be considered my side venture. If anyone requires unlocking services, feel free to reach out. Standard locks are 200, while advanced locks will be priced according to the situation. Host, can you unlock a heart? My heart is locked by you. That was excessive upstairs. I expected a beauty, but upon clicking, I found a foot-picking brute. Isn't that revolting? Ha ha ha. Did you click in hopes of unlocking him? By the way, there's a stone lock on our back mountain. Can the host come and assist me in unlocking it? Are you sure you're not attempting to rob a tomb? The viewers continued to flood the chat with comments. Zhang Yang smiled slightly and declared, now, let us resume taking orders. Ding. A real-time order was dispatched. Departure time, now. Distance, 1 kilometer. Flat rate, 74. Pickup location, South Gate of Happiness Garden. Drop-off location, Friendship Hotel. Total distance, 31. This order is quite favorable. No unnecessary detours. The journey is from Happiness Garden to Friendship Hotel, and now we are heading to the South Gate. Zhang Yang remarked as he started the vehicle. Upon arrival, he spotted a familiar woman waving by the roadside, accompanied by a tattooed man, none other than Zhao Xiaolong's partner. It must be said, dressed as she was, he barely recognized her. At this moment, through the lens of the car and Zhang Yang's perspective, the viewers also identified the two individuals. Wow, what a coincidence. Running into these two. A bad review is inevitable. The host is in a tough spot. Fate has conspired against him. What is going on? Wasn't it enjoyable earlier? Off to the hotel again. It seems the tattooed man has some pull. Zhang Yang did not anticipate encountering them, but he proceeded nonetheless. The car halted. The woman reached for the door, but failed to open it, stumbling slightly. Damn it, open the door. She cursed. At that moment, Zhang Yang lowered the passenger window and said, I'm sorry, this vehicle only carries passengers. You should call another ride. Haha, only carries passengers. What a line. What does that mean? What are you all laughing about? I don't get it. Only carries passengers, implying they are not human, right? The host is brilliant, insulting without using foul language. The woman recognized Zhang Yang immediately. Oh, it's you, you scoundrel. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang canceled the order, floored the accelerator, and spun the car around, dousing the two in a cloud of black smoke. Cough. You scoundrel. Was he just implying we're not human? Give him a bad review. Give him a bad review. In truth, a driver who voluntarily cancels an order incurs a deduction in service points. However, Zhang Yang was indifferent. He would not sully his vehicle with such individuals. Bad luck. Onward to the next order. Beep. Another real-time request. Departure time, now. Distance, 5 kilometers. Flat rate, 125. Pickup location, South Gate of Four Seasons Spring Garden. Drop-off location, Dongjiang City Eastern Driving School. Total distance, 68. Off to Four Seasons Spring Garden. Zhang Yang skillfully maneuvered the car to the South Gate of Four Seasons Spring Garden. However, this time there was no one at the entrance. Zhang Yang scanned the area. It appeared the passenger had yet to emerge, a common occurrence. I'll make a call. Beep, beep. Hello? Who is this? A woman's impatient voice echoed through the phone. Is this your ride? I'm at the South Gate. Oh, come inside. I'm in Building 7. Just putting on my makeup. Zhang Yang was rendered speechless. Although his merged memories indicated this was typical, he refused to indulge such behavior. I'm sorry. Your pickup location is the Community's South Gate, not Building 7. Please hurry over. What? A filthy ride-hailing driver actually thinks he has someone important? If I say come in, you should come in without arguing. Now, get here immediately, or I will give you a bad review. Zhang Yang had the phone on speaker. Upon hearing this, the viewers erupted. Damn, what kind of attitude is that? The quality of character must have been devoured by a dog. Simply hearing it is infuriating. With such a demeanor, even dogs would refuse her. Who does she think she is? Am I not a ride-hailing driver? I have encountered similar situations where, despite a fixed price order and a designated pickup point at the community entrance, passengers insist that I fetch them from downstairs, leaving me waiting for ages under the threat of a poor rating. It is utterly exasperating. I have faced similar indignities, being subjected to various insults, only to receive a negative review in the end, driving me to the brink of frustration. Those who have never been ride-hailing drivers are irate. Those who have experienced it are even more incensed. Zhang Yang replied coldly, "If you allow me in, I will enter. You have no authority over my choices." Laughter erupted. What a bold proclamation. The audacity of the insults captured the admiration of the audience. Haha, the car hasn't even moved. How did the speed suddenly escalate? Zhang Yang, you are truly a man of substance. A woman, taken aback, questioned, "Are you insulting me?" To which Zhang Yang retorted, "What have I said to insult you? You can insult me at will, but you will wait for me. I will not wait any longer. I genuinely refuse to wait. You may seek someone else who will comply." Zhang Yang ended the call abruptly. "Haha, I am not waiting. You are making me laugh uncontrollably." The woman wanted him to wait for a beating, yet he retorted, "I truly refuse to wait," which likely infuriated her further. "If you are not going in, shall I? I have a long vehicle. I should earn a good rating. Length alone is insufficient. One must also have power. Allow me to take the lead. Do not cut in line. Let us maintain order." Observing the barrage of comments, Zhang Yang slightly nodded. "You all are indeed benevolent and generous in your spirit. What an admirable spirit of generosity. The host is indeed cultured. I too wish to be generous. Wait for me." The audience was electrified. What began as a mere glimpse into the life of a ride-hailing driver unexpectedly turned into a lesson in idioms, watching the viewers eagerly vying to exhibit their generosity. Zhang Yang earnestly stated, "As you have all heard, it is not that I am unwilling to accept this order. Rather, this passenger is making unreasonable demands. It is already unacceptable that she will not come to the designated pickup point, but to demand that I enter the premises? Am I that sort of person? I am a driver, not an emotional negotiator. Every penny I earn is hard-won and legitimate. Yet, I never anticipated her to be of such caliber." Laughter erupted once more. I can attest that she has indeed crossed the line. The host only sells his art, not his integrity. Indeed, this woman is outrageous. She is pushing one to the brink. What a compelling assertion. It truly highlights the talent present in the comments section. Zhang Yang, resigned, clicked to cancel the order, citing that the passenger had not arrived at the designated pickup point. In truth, even if he did so, he would still incur a deduction of service points from the system. Yet he had long since relinquished concern, letting things unfold as they may. Just as he finished canceling, a phone call came through. Chapter 5. This lock cannot be opened. I was swiftly proven wrong. Initially assuming it was a call from ride-hailing customer service, he discovered it was a local unknown number. "Hello, good day." Zhang Yang pressed the speakerphone button. "Hello, may I ask if this is Master Zhang, the locksmith?" A youthful voice on the other end, quite pleasant to hear. "Yes, it is I. Do you require locksmith services?" Upon realizing there was business to be had, Zhang Yang's spirits lifted. "Can you open any lock?" The woman inquired. "Rest assured, my dear, I possess the ability to unlock any lock that exists in this world." No sooner had I spoken than the woman suddenly began to weep softly. Why is she crying? What could possibly be the matter? Zhang Yang was utterly perplexed. Could it be that she was referring to a lock related to her heart? "Oh, I wish to inquire," she sobbed. "I am locked together with my dog. Can you help?" "What?" Zhang Yang furrowed his brow in confusion. "Are you trapped inside a dog cage?" "No, I was merely playing with my little dog. And then we became locked together." "What?" Zhang Yang's expression was one of bewilderment. He was at a loss. "What kind of lock is this? A small one? Or a large one?" The woman cried, "It's my dog's lock." Oh. Zhang Yang wiped the sweat from his brow. "Are you referring to the type of chain used to secure dogs?" "Yes, precisely," she replied, her distress palpable. Zhang Yang sensed her overwhelming despair, and he too felt a sense of frustration. As a master locksmith, it was somewhat embarrassing that he could not discern what type of lock she was referring to. "My dear, please do not cry. Rest assured, I can unlock any lock. Now, could you kindly inform me of your location? I am at home. Could you provide me with more specific details? In the bedroom. I mean, what is your exact address? Oh, it's room 711 at the Wanho apartment. Very well. I shall be there shortly. I will arrive in 10 minutes. Through her tears, the woman asked, Are you certain you can unlock it? Zhang Yang reassured her, Fear not. I am a seasoned expert. If you are still concerned, I can add you on WeChat. You can send me a photo for me to assess. I cannot take a picture. Then I shall come directly. I will unlock it in a matter of moments. With that, Zhang Yang pressed the accelerator. Do not hang up. Please hurry. I am anxious. Woof woof. Came the sound of barking from the other end. As Zhang Yang sped towards the rescue, the livestream chat erupted in chaos. Dear host, heed my advice. Such a lock should not be tampered with. Indeed, you cannot unlock that. You risk being bitten by the dog. The host is truly brave to take on such a task. This will certainly be thrilling. Let's hope there is no blackout. I often feel out of place for not being sufficiently eccentric, in contrast to all of you. In what was supposed to be a 10-minute drive, Zhang Yang managed to arrive in just 8 minutes, driven by a sense of urgency. Upon entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the 7th floor. I have reached the 7th floor. Which way is room 711? To the right after exiting the elevator. Zhang Yang quickened his pace and soon found room 711, where he could faintly hear the sound of barking. The front door is locked. Shall I proceed to unlock it? Yes. No sooner had the words left his lips than, with a click, the door swung open. The apartment was modest in size, a one-bedroom layout. Upon entering, he beheld the woman and her dog. There they were, both entangled in the dog door of the bedroom. The woman's head was facing outward while the little poodle's head was facing inward. With the dog's tail wagging incessantly, the woman's hair was disheveled, presenting a rather comical sight. Had it not been for her tears, Zhang Yang might have burst into laughter. At this moment, the livestream chat exploded with comments. What on earth is happening? This is not the scenario I envisioned. Haha, are you now acknowledging the truth? You oddballs. I initially believed the streamer to be quite naive. It turns out I was the one with a rather mischievous mind. The girl's expression could use some refinement. She could have simply stated, the dog is stuck in the hole. Honestly, it left me quite agitated. For those who think otherwise, quickly reflect upon your thoughts. As Zhang Yang approached, he indeed found the entrance locked. Above the dog hole, there was a small door that could be opened and closed, but at that moment, it was securely locked. What have you done? He inquired. The girl, feeling embarrassed, explained. I was playing with it, watching it dart in and out of the dog hole. Suddenly, I decided to see if a person could fit through. And just as I was experimenting, it rushed in, causing the lock on the small door to automatically engage. Now we're trapped. This spring lock doesn't require much to open. It's just that your movements are restricted, Zhang Yang remarked as he unlocked it. The little teddy dog was the first to dash out. Once it was free, the girl felt relieved and hurriedly crawled out. Thank you, sir. How much do I owe you? She asked, fixing her hair. 200. Considering it was just one door that was opened, he replied, after she paid via WeChat. He nodded at the flustered girl and said, Payment received. Contact me if you need any more locks opened. Leaving the Wanhao apartment, Zhang Yang continued to accept orders. Beep. A new real-time order arrived. The pickup location was at the State Grid, on Fuhai Road south of CG Chun Garden. 3 minutes later, outside the gates of the State Grid, Zhang Yang glanced around, noticing no one at the entrance. Just as he was about to make a call, a woman holding a sun umbrella and dressed in a black dress emerged from the lobby. His intuition told him that she was the passenger he was to pick up. Sure enough, she approached him in her small heels. Click. The rear door opened, and the woman shifted her body to sit inside. Hello. Is your license plate ending in 6699? She asked. The woman nodded. Yes, I noticed your car is modified, right? It runs on gas. Do you know about cars? Zhang Yang replied, even though his vehicle was not modified. A little. I just bought a new energy vehicle and came to inquire about installing a charging station. How far can your car go on a full tank? Zhang Yang responded, when I'm angry, it doesn't run at all. Haha, when you're angry, it doesn't run? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Indeed, but the streamer is right. When he is angry, it truly doesn't move. The audience burst into laughter. The woman also chuckled, you're quite humorous. Zhang Yang smiled slightly, you're not bad yourself. A girl who loves to laugh always has more crow's feet than others. Huh, you want to make me laugh to death. I thought you were going to say that a girl who laughs won't have bad luck. The audience responded with amusement. The woman laughed heartily, but then, upon realizing the implications of having more crow's feet, She supported her eyes with both hands, creating a comical scene. Just then, her phone rang. "Hello, Mom," she answered with a smile. However, in the next moment, her expression froze. "What? Kong Kong got into the safe? The password is incorrect? The locksmith can't open it? What is going on? Why are you telling me this now? I am on my way back now, searching for a few locksmiths." Chapter 6. Stand back. For I am about to showcase my skills. What has happened? Is the child locked inside a safe? At that moment, the woman's face turned pale, her eyes glistening with tears. "Could you please hurry? Rest assured, I will certainly get you home as swiftly as possible. But the question remains, will you be able to open the safe upon your return?" The woman shook her head. "My mother-in-law said the password was reset when Kong Kong was playing with it, and now Kong Kong doesn't even know what the password is. I have called 2 locksmiths, but they couldn't open it. Kong Kong has been unresponsive inside, and I don't know what to do. Do not panic. Worrying won't help. To be frank, I am also a locksmith. Can you open the safe?" The woman asked eagerly. "Let us go upstairs to take a look. Having more hands brings more hope." "Yes, thank you, she replied with gratitude. Zhang Yang spoke humbly, though he was quite confident, merely shaken by the previous encounter with the dog lover. However, time was of the essence. The child had been silent for a while, likely suffering from a lack of oxygen. Thus, every second counted. Zhang Yang urged, "Considering the child may be lacking oxygen, please call 120 immediately to dispatch a doctor. We must work together to save the child." The woman nodded repeatedly. "All right, I will call now. You can call me Liang Yang." Liang Yang dialed 120. Zhang Yang also made a call to 122. A female voice answered. "Hello, this is 122. Hello, I am Zhang Yang, a rideshare driver with the license plate Dong 610. I currently have a passenger whose son is locked inside a safe at home and in critical condition. I need to get her home as quickly as possible, so I may need to exceed speed limits or run red lights. I am reporting this now." "Understood. What is your current location?" "State grid, heading west, destination Shengshi Huafu." "Acknowledged. Our team will reach you promptly and provide an escort. Regardless of any speed or traffic violations, ensure the safety of other vehicles on the road. Do you understand?" "Understood." The call ended. Zhang Yang activated the hazard lights. Finally, it was his turn to take action. With a resounding roar, the vehicle surged forward, the immense power propelling Liang Ying back into her seat. "Ah!" Liang Ying exclaimed, a delightful sound escaping her lips. However, this outburst caused quite a stir among the viewers. "What was that sound? I'm in the living room, surrounded by relatives. There's no way I can clear my name now. I'm worse off. I'm in a classroom studying, and the goddess blushed, calling me a rogue. Haha, this is hilarious. You guys watching without headphones, you really are on a ride to kindergarten." Laughing aside, one must admit that the series of actions by the host just now was nothing short of textbook-level professionalism. At this moment, with the coordination of the 122 Command Center, the nearest officer swiftly drove towards Zhang Yang. Moments later, the target vehicle has yet to appear. Is it delayed? The officer responsible for clearing the road gazes perplexedly at the passing cars. He has already sped ahead of you. What? So swiftly? Is he flying? At the 122 Dispatch Center, the large screen displays real-time footage from various intersections. Zhang Yang is moving at an astonishing pace, and Oldly has failed to keep up. Send Xiaochen. He is on North Lake Road. No. Zhang Yang has already taken to Taiyang Road. What is going on? Has this fellow flown a plane before? If all else fails, let Old Yin take over. It seems we have no other choice. Moments later, a shrill siren pierces the air. Old Yin successfully rendezvous with Zhang Yang and begins to clear the way. After 500 meters, the police car enters the Shengshi Huafu estate. Inside, Officer Yin, feeling quite awkward, remarks, "Goodness, just 500 meters, and it has me all fired up." His partner responds, 500 meters, this is our final stand." The vehicle halts at the entrance of Building 3, Unit 2. What should have taken 16 minutes has been accomplished by Zhang Yang in merely 9. The group disembarks, with Liang Ying leading the way. They hastily ascend to the 16th floor. At this moment, the door of room 1601 stands ajar, and a man dressed in blue work attire is on the phone at the doorstep. "Can anyone open these 4 old safes? My child is locked inside, and neither Lao Zhao nor Lao Li can manage it. Is there truly no one who can?" The man, frustrated, stomps his feet. Hearing this, Liang Ying, unable to contain herself any longer, bursts into tears and rushes into the room. Kong Kong, mommy is back." Zhang Yang follows closely behind. Inside the room, an elderly woman sits on the floor, wiping her tears. In the center of the living room looms an antiquated safe, resembling a cabinet, with a lock hole, a dial, and a handle. 3 men surround it, one of whom intermittently probes the lock hole with tweezers and iron wire, while at times turning the adjacent dial. It's no use. It won't open. The man shakes his head, withdrawing the wire. Master, I beg you, think of another way. My son is inside. A middle-aged man in a white shirt kneels before the locksmith. The locksmith hastily helps him up. It's not that I don't want to open it. I simply can't. I recommend calling the fire department to assist with a breach. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yang pushes past him, leaning against the safe while crying out, Kong Kong, it's Mommy. Can you hear me? Kong Kong, please speak. Seeing the absence of any response, Zhang Yang steps forward, saying, Let me take a look. No need to check. No one can open this lock. Master Zhao shakes his head. Meanwhile, another middle-aged locksmith named Li observes Zhang Yang with disdain, saying, Are you here to pick locks as well? Indeed, is that a problem? Zhang Yang retorts, Huh. You haven't even matured yet. How dare you claim you can pick locks? Don't waste time here. Do you even know what kind of lock this is? Master Li snaps back. A 4-dial lock. You know, yet you still act pretentious? Zhang Yang counters. Elderly sir, when did it become your place to speak? Zhang Yang does not back down. And what of your maturity? What a farce. Proficient in nothing, yet the champion of provocation. Master Li rolled his eyes in exasperation. Zhang Yang glared back and declared, Step aside, for I shall commence my display of bravado. Huh. The atmosphere was so oppressive, yet you managed to bring laughter. Can the streamer truly handle this? Even a 3-disc lock poses a challenge, let alone this 4-disc lock. It's no wonder so many locksmiths have failed. Don't end up with egg on your face. Youngster, I may indulge in theatrics, but you should refrain. The viewers were concerned about Zhang Yang's impending failure. Observing his audacious stance, Liang Ying hastily moved aside. Regardless of whether Zhang was merely posturing, it was worth a shot, even if it seemed desperate. Just when skepticism was at its peak, Zhang turned to Liang and inquired, Do you have anything that vibrates at a high frequency? High-frequency vibrating objects? Liang's mind raced. Yet her thoughts were consumed with her son, leaving her momentarily at a loss. If all else fails, perhaps a massager could suffice. Chapter 7. Unbelievable Fantasies of the Master. What? Is that even possible? Are we referring to the same object? Streamer, are you serious? Can that thing really unlock a lock? I find it hard to believe. I'm flabbergasted. Just when I thought I had clarified everything, you dropped that line. And my relatives are urging me to find a girlfriend. Same here. The campus belle is chasing me down. I'm in tears. The viewers were utterly bewildered. The crowd on site shared their confusion, especially Liang Ying, who gazed at Zhang Yang with shock and disbelief. Seizing the moment, Master Li scolded, You brat. Do you still think this is the time for such antics? Old chap, you seem to know quite a bit, Zhang retorted. Saving lives is the priority. If you have it, bring it forth. After a brief pause, Liang Ying turned and retreated to her bedroom. When she returned, she held a fascia gun in her hands. No way. I thought it was something else. Are you joking? The stream froze, and my phone was confiscated by the teacher. Will I be misunderstood? The viewers were left in a daze. Without further ado, Zhang snatched the device, found the switch, and activated it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The power was quite impressive. Feeling the vibrations in his hands, Zhang promptly placed the fascia gun against the safe S dial. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The machine set the dial vibrating. Master Li scoffed. What kind of nonsense is this? How could that possibly work? It's not a woman. Just then, a click echoed, and the safe's door swung open. What the heck? No way. What just happened? The safe opened? Absurdity has reached its peak. This is beyond belief. Can this contraption really unlock a safe? Even one with a 4-disc, 4-group combination? Today has truly been eye-opening. The viewers were astounded. Everyone present was in shock, especially the seasoned locksmiths, who had exerted all their skill yet failed to unlock it, while Zhang Yang managed to do so with a mere fascia gun. Inside the safe lay a child, pale and unconscious, clutching a key. Zhang Yang cautiously cradled the boy in his arms, asking, Where is the ambulance? Has it arrived? No sooner had he spoken than 3 doctors clad in white coats entered the room. They've arrived. What is the situation? One inquired. Place the child on the ground. Zhang Yang replied, his voice heavy with concern. The situation is not good. He is unconscious. As he gently laid the boy down, the trio immediately commenced their examination. One of the doctors remarked, There is hope. Oxygen must be administered at once. With a flurry of medical intervention, moments later, the The boy slowly opened his eyes. "Where am I?" he asked. "Kong, you're awake. This is wonderful," Liang Ying exclaimed, rushing to him. The boy, his tear-streaked face tilted upward, cried out, "Mom, you're back. I accidentally locked myself in the cabinet. It was so stuffy in there, and I was so scared. I cried, and then I fell asleep." Liang Ying, her heart aching, embraced her son, both laughing and crying. "It's all right now. Everything is fine. You're awake, and that is what matters." Meanwhile, her husband, amidst his joy, inquired of the doctor, "Doctor, has the child been deprived of oxygen for too long? Is he all right?" "The child was rescued in a timely manner, and your call was prompt. Had you waited just 1 or 2 more minutes, the outcome could have been dire. Brain death might have been a possibility. However, he is fine now," the doctor reassured them, relief washing over him. Having witnessed numerous tragedies, such fortunate outcomes bring immense solace to medical professionals. As these words left his lips, Liang Ying pulled Kong and, with a thud, knelt before Zhang Yang. Her husband followed suit, and Kong's grandmother hastily joined them on the floor. "Oh, please get up. What are you doing?" Zhang Yang urged, rushing to assist the elderly woman. Liang Ying insisted, "If it hadn't been for you urging me to call for the ambulance in advance, or for your timely unlocking of the cabinet, Kong might not be here today. You are like a second parent to him. You are our family's savior. Please rise. Let us not get overly sentimental. Unlocking a safe doesn't cost much." Zhang Yang replied, a hint of humor in his tone. As the child was safe and sound, the viewers began to fill the chat with lively banter. The child has been saved. Everyone is rejoicing. Yet, one individual appeared puzzled, Master Li, who had been caught off guard. He glanced between the fascia gun on the floor and the safe, muttering, "How is this possible? Could it be that this safe is maternal?" Laughter erupted among the viewers, tears streaming down their faces. The situation had been resolved. Zhang Yang, eager to return to his work, stated, "For a regular lock, the fee is 200. For this type of safe, I must charge you 500, considering I used your equipment." The viewers chuckled, such a principled host. Who would have thought that a fascia gun could unlock a safe and save a life? It has sparked a bold idea in me. Do share your thoughts. I have a daring idea as well. I'll go fetch the money for you. Not long after, Liang Ying emerged with a red envelope. Zhang Yang felt its thickness. It contained at least 5,000 yuan. "This is more than enough," he remarked, extracting 5 bills and declaring, "I'll only take what I am entitled to. Thank you." After departing from Liang Ying's home, Zhang Yang resumed taking orders. However, his heroic deed had been transformed into a short video by netizens and uploaded online, titled, "The Ride-Hailing Guy's Ingenious Lock-Picking Method You Could Never Imagine." The video, lasting just over a minute, showcased the skepticism of an experienced locksmith, followed by Zhang Yang utilizing a fascia gun to unlock a door, leaving the veteran questioning his own life choices. Upon its release, the video caused a tremendous stir. The most sensational aspect was undoubtedly Zhang Yang's unconventional method of rescue. Comments flooded in. "No way? Is this for real? I've learned something new. I must give this a try." Locksmiths will surely have to keep a fascia gun in their toolkit from now on. This gadget is bound to sell out. And the most surprising part is, the buyers are locksmiths. Just imagine, a young woman calls a locksmith, and he pulls out his tools, one of which is a fascia gun. Wouldn't you think he is a masseuse? In reality, he is there to unlock your door. It's evident that this handsome young man is quite the expert. I want him to unlock my door. To the lady upstairs. "Let me inquire for you. How legitimate is your lock?" This one appears to be a contestant from All Profession Stars. I know him. His name is Zhang Yang. As his identity was revealed, a wave of viewers flocked to Zhang Yang's live stream. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. The online presence surged to 3,000. "I came here out of curiosity. I want the host to unlock a door." "Me too. That's my profile picture. Can you unlock it, host?" "I am a fascia gun manufacturer. I wish to invite the host as a spokesperson. Name your price." "I came from a neighboring contestant stream. I didn't expect such a talented individual exists. I followed." "Same here. The host is absolutely fascinating. I'm not going anywhere. I'll just watch you." With the arrival of the viewers, the popularity soared. The viewer count climbed to over 30,000, generating an income of 7,249 yuan. In terms of ranking across various metrics, he stood at 73rd place. However, with the good came the bad, for fame can often attract envy. Chapter 8, Provocation. The society boss in Mink during summer. At a certain reservoir, A middle-aged man clad in a sun-protective outfit and wearing a baseball cap was fishing by the shore. He was Su Chong, currently ranked 52nd in all profession stars. In truth, prior to his participation in the show, he had already gained some recognition in the fishing community, even clinching 2 provincial championships. In terms of popularity and skill, his ranking should have been much higher. Yet, at this moment, this capable contestant furrowed his brow. For the viewer count in his live stream was plummeting. I heard a contestant uses a massage stick to pick locks. I must check it out. Zhang Yang. That kid is quite talented, young, handsome, and comforting. I watched for a while and didn't want to leave. I'm going to see. Zhang Yang. Picking locks with a massage stick? Resorting to such gimmicks to steal viewers? This could lead to ruin. Su Chong gritted his teeth, a fleeting glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes. As an angler, one must withstand temptation and endure solitude. One cannot simply flee at the slightest rustle of leaves. Moreover, with such a crass gimmick as a massage wand, likely not even properly registered, I presume you are not considering reporting it, are you? Ha ha. Master Su is wildly entertaining. Well said, but that is a fascia gun. Did the host misunderstand? Hee, this stick is not that stick. I too initially misinterpreted it. It appears that Su is quite experienced in the ways of life. Enough chatter, let us report it first. I don't care what kind of stick it is. Even the golden cudgel wouldn't suffice. Observing the barrage of comments from the viewers, Su Chong paused, perplexed. What is happening? A fascia gun? What are you all saying about a massage wand? Though he had initially misunderstood, Su Chong maintained an air of composure and remarked, All right, I have said nothing. Let us not instigate conflict and ruin our good mood for fishing. Ah, the line is biting. This is a splendid catch. At that moment, in Zhang Yang's live streaming room, he welcomed a surge of newcomers. Without haste to accept orders, he greeted, Welcome, new friends. I see many inquiries about the unlocking mechanism of the fascia gun. Allow me to briefly explain. It functions through impact unlocking. Do not think that a 4-dial combination lock is a challenge. Even a 5-dial lock can be effortlessly opened, as I possess an intimate understanding of their internal structures. Locks, to you, may represent a form of security, but to one skilled in locksmithing, they are merely an open door. These words astonished the audience in the live stream. Wow? Do not say it like that. It sounds as if I sleep with my door wide open at night. Not to mention, with the security door you have. Any locksmith passing by would find it an open invitation. Oh dear, there is a locksmith living above us. From tonight onward, I shall sleep fully clothed. I must admit, the host is truly impressive. This revelation has indeed elevated his status. Indeed, he is exceptional. Have you not noticed that ordinary locksmiths carry a toolbox, while the host utilizes whatever is at hand? They are not even in the same league. Regardless, Zhang Yang's exceptional locksmithing skills had certainly left a lasting impression. Well, we have spent enough time on this. Let us continue with the orders, he declared as he clicked to accept a request. Soon, 2 beeps alerted him to a new live order. Departure time, immediate. Distance, 5 kilometers. Flat rate, 201. Pickup location, North Gate of Xinhua Community. Drop-off location, Dongjiang Barbecue City. Total distance, 118. Zhang Yang promptly drove toward the North Gate of Xinhua Community. Upon arrival, he spotted a man exuding an air of affluence, dressed in extravagant floral shorts and a half-sleeve black mink coat. As he observed, the man waved his hand. Is it really this fellow? Zhang Yang was taken aback. This was indeed a distinguished guest. Not just him, the audience was equally astonished. Wearing mink in the middle of summer? What a fool. That big-headed individual does not seem particularly sharp. Is this brother really wearing his entire fortune? Adorned with golden chains and a small watch, indulging in barbecues thrice daily while draped in fur, how impressive. Caution, dear streamer, in this society. My fur brother is fierce and speaks little. Zhang Yang glanced at the barrage of comments and then parked the car. The man with a buzz cut opened the passenger door, but didn't he immediately enter? Instead, he adjusted his gold chains and watch before flamboyantly throwing on his fur coat and taking a seat. What are you staring at? Is it forbidden to wear fur in summer? Let me tell you, if I feel joyful, I might just don a full set of fur pants. Wealth allows such whims. Is this fellow a comedian? Why not wear fur underwear for an even bolder statement? If one is to go all out, why not add a fur hat, scarf, and socks to complete the ensemble? Are you all preparing for his burial? The viewers erupted in laughter. Zhang Yang noted the absurdity of the situation and smiled. Doesn't that outfit chafe? The man scowled but retorted, I can handle it. Impressive, I must admit. Zhang Yang raised his thumb. Is your phone number ending in 3838? Indeed. If it weren't for the low chassis of my sports car scraping the manhole cover, I wouldn't be using a ride-hailing service. We are of different worlds, and your encounter with me is a stroke of luck. Zhang Yang nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. In your world, taxes are absent. Otherwise, we would share the same realm. Taxes? How can one avoid them? Is boasting now taxable? The streamer, daring as ever, made the audience chuckle. One must be cautious, for brother might retaliate. The atmosphere was filled with laughter. For brother, slightly embarrassed, questioned, on what basis do you claim I'm bragging? Based on intuition, I believe true wealth remains understated, just like myself. You're wealthy? Yet you're driving for a ride-hailing service? Zhang Yang clarified. Not just wealthy, but exceedingly so. Consider my two prime assets, each starting at 160. When have I ever flaunted them? You're serious about this? I find it hard to believe unless you show them. Yes, please reveal them. Let us see if they're worth 160. My goodness, I might die laughing here. The viewers were in stitches. For brother laughed heartily. Who knew you had such a humorous side? You're not lacking either. Otherwise, you wouldn't embody the essence of all seasons. Are we perhaps the legendary pairing of a dragon and a phoenix? Zhang Yang nodded. Where there is a dragon, a phoenix is surely nearby. Such earnest humor. How amusing. Fur brother has something special about him, dressed for all seasons. Are you two performing a comedy skit? The streamer is quite entertaining. I must follow. Laughter echoed throughout. The viewers were doubled over in mirth. After a moment, Fur brother sighed. Actually, my former style of dress was quite different, all due to a certain incident. Chapter 9. No door? Why not just buy one? It seems that Diao Gu is indeed a person with a story worth sharing. So let him amuse me for a moment. Haha, that's quite harsh. Don't just laugh alone. Let's all enjoy it together. The viewers became serious one by one. Diao Gu gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle. I once had a partner with whom I shared a wonderful relationship, but alas, that bliss was short-lived. Just as we were preparing for marriage, she deemed me too poor and cast me aside. Since then, I have felt the need to flaunt my status whenever I step outside. I want her to witness my capabilities and regret her decision to leave me. Zhang Yang couldn't help but recall a saying from Earth. Today you disregard me, but tomorrow I shall rise beyond your reach. Yes, that is precisely the sentiment. However, I believe that if she were to see you wearing a mink in the summer, she would likely not regret her choice, but rather feel fortunate. Haha, undoubtedly. Diao Gu is heartbroken. This is his last shred of dignity. This is clearly his final act of defiance. Observing Diao Ji's melancholic expression, Zhang Yang remarked, in truth, breakups are quite common, especially in this materialistic society where individuals tend to be selfish. Take my previous relationship as an example. Although my ex was stunning, her family's poverty led me to end things. What? You, the host, are such a person? What does her family's financial status have to do with you? Just work hard and support your family, right? Do you want to live off her? She never looked down on your poverty, yet you dismissed her for hers. I never imagined you would be this kind of person. The viewers were astonished and disappointed, feeling they had misjudged Zhang Yang. Diao Gu was equally surprised. You ended it simply because her family was poor? Are you suggesting you would marry into her family just to alleviate their hardships? While her family may be impoverished, I doubt they are truly destitute. So why did you break up with her? Are you some grand figure as a ride-hailing driver? Have you lost your sense of masculinity? Diao Gu was quite angry. Support Diao Gu. Diao Gu has sound values. I would like to date you. The host has inflated his ego, just because he drives a ride-hailing service. He looks down on others' poverty. Zhang Yang glanced at the barrage of comments and continued. You don't understand. The main issue was that her family was so poor they didn't even have a door. No door? Are they from the countryside? A large courtyard? In my hometown, there are places without doors. If it bothers you, why not just install one for her? Diao Gu suggested. Zhang Yang replied. I initially thought so too. But when I went to buy one, the seller not only refused to sell to me, but also ridiculed me. In my frustration, I decided against it and ended the relationship. Is there really such a vendor? What did you say? I simply mentioned wanting to buy a door. The seller asked what kind of door I needed, and I explained that I was proposing to my girlfriend, but she said they didn't even have a door, so I was looking to buy one as a gift for her. Huh, can I marry you? They don't even have a door. I can't stop laughing. Top tier understanding. Do you intend to make me laugh to tears? Brother, I just had a cesarean section, and your humor is making my stitches burst. Could you tone it down? Could it be that you misunderstood? Your girlfriend seems to imply that there are no barriers. and you may come and go as you please. It appears that upstairs, you possess quite the talent. As a profound understanding has seemingly manifested in a manner akin to contagion. The viewers erupted in laughter, utterly taken aback by the unexpected twist. They were on the verge of losing control from laughter. Yet, amidst the hilarity, Brother Jiao earnestly inquired, what happened next? What did the boss say? Oh, the most amusing part lies here, someone chimed in. Indeed, the renowned talents have proven their worth. Brother Jiao's serious demeanor was hilariously entertaining, maximizing the show's comedic effect. Speaking of which, what dialect expresses the notion of no door? Is it incomprehensible to Brother Jiao from his hometown? The viewers were in stitches, surprised by the show's comedic value. Zhang Yang responded, the boss didn't say much. He just laughed continuously. When I asked him what was so funny, he told me they don't have such doors. Upon hearing that, I became quite displeased. There are so many doors there. How could he claim there are none? After much debate, in a fit of frustration, I simply left. Did you not inquire with other establishments? I did, but they either laughed or were taken away by an ambulance. Haha, I too feel as if I might be taken away by an ambulance. One day, I shall surely die of laughter in this live stream. I implore you all to observe the comments. Allow me to elucidate the meaning of no door. In truth, the door represents the broadcaster's last vestige of stubbornness. Brother Jiao furrowed his brow. These individuals are indeed inconsiderate. If there are customs, they should just state them plainly. By the way, where is your girlfriend from? Why not directly ask her what type of door she desires? A sliding door, a security door, a roller shutter, or perhaps a grand iron gate? Once clarified, simply procure it. It would surely hold prestige, and her parents would be pleased, leaving them grinning ear to ear. I inquired, yet she merely insisted there was no door. And in a fit of anger, I ended our relationship. When you mentioned breaking up, did she not attempt to reconcile? I didn't even grant her the chance. I blocked her immediately. How willful. Brother Jiao gave a thumbs up. Zhang Yang smiled faintly, then slowed to pull over, as we engaged in conversation. We have arrived at the destination. Brother Jiao, take care, and I shan't see you off. No need for farewells. We seem to share a unique connection. I shall ride with you again next time. Still, I believe you ought to give your sister-in-law a chance. After all, while she lacks a door, we have doors. And we shouldn't let a mere door sever a potential bond. Very well, Brother Jiao. I shall ponder this. Playful. Brother Jiao alighted from the vehicle, giving his fur coat a final shake. As Zhang Yang observed his retreating figure, he glanced down to find the passenger seat strewn with fur. Goodness, why is all this fur curled? After some tidying up, Zhang Yang glanced at the live stream. The viewership had surged beyond 50,000, with 4,500 online and the comments scrolling frantically. The broadcaster is reading the comments. Quickly, observe what no door signifies. No door means there is no door. No door simply translates to no door at all. As he watched everyone struggle to explain, Zhang Yang could hardly contain his amusement. However, it is evident that the world is rather devoid of clever quips and humorous anecdotes, yet the emotional engagement they evoke from the audience is exceptionally high. This suggests that even while multitasking, one could easily ascend into the top 50 rankings. Indeed, quite remarkable. As a seasoned veteran immersed in the realm of Paipeisha, the essence lies in its sheer amusement. Recollecting his thoughts, Zhang Yang glanced at the barrage of comments and remarked, after much deliberation, "It seems I still need to purchase a door. Alas, it's all in the past. Those who wish to buy may do so. As for me, I shall refrain and continue accepting orders." Ding! A real-time order with a fixed price suddenly appeared. Shortly thereafter, an unfamiliar call rang in. Zhang Yang assumed it was a passenger and promptly answered, only to have his expression shift dramatically the next moment. Chapter 10. This is a scam, a grave misunderstanding. Hello. I am Officer Zhou Xiao from the Public Security Bureau of Dongjiang City. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang decisively hung up the phone. Why did the host hang up the call? Daring to hang up on a police call? Observing the comments, Zhang Yang smiled slightly. Do you know why I hung up? Because I encountered a scam. A scam? Is that true? Isn't it the police? How could it possibly be a scam? How can I be so skeptical? Just one line is enough to discern that the other party is a fraud. A brief glance at the comments, Zhang Yang shook his finger and said, "You are all too naive. I dare say, if you received such a call, 95% of you would fall victim to the scam. Your awareness of fraud prevention is woefully inadequate. But fortunately, you have encountered me today. I shall now reveal how impersonations of public security officials operate in scams. Initially, they will assert their identity, just as in the previous instance, claiming that you are implicated in money laundering and that someone has used your identity to unlawfully procure a passport for illegal exit, among other criminal activities. At this point, what would your reaction be? Of course, I would be agitated because I have done nothing wrong. I would be frightened, concerned about my information being misused. Observing the responses of his audience, Zhang Yang continued, "Indeed, you would feel a rush of anxiety, eager to clear your name. Congratulations. You have already fallen into their next trap." What? That is how one falls into a trap? Isn't that a natural reaction? How can it be a trap? What is the next trap? Zhang Yang continued. Next, they will request your cooperation in an investigation to clear your name. Naturally, in your eagerness to dissociate yourself, you will comply. However, there may linger a hint of doubt within you. Fear not. They will add you on WeChat and engage in a video call, during which you will see an officer clad in uniform, situated in a police station, bearing a serious countenance. At that moment, will you believe him? To be honest, I would. I would too. Just seeing that uniform would instill fear. Indeed, with the uniform and the police station, how could one not believe? By the way, has scamming become this sophisticated? If the host hadn't mentioned it, I would have truly believed it. Seeing that most people believed him, Zhang Yang said with a serious expression, after establishing trust, the most crucial step follows. They will ask you to temporarily transfer funds to a designated secure account for verification. Once the funds arrive, they will swiftly transfer them away, and even if you react immediately, the chance of recovering your money is less than 1. How terrifying. In our village, there was a young girl who fell victim to a phone scam, but the methods were not as sophisticated. Tragically, she took her own life out of despair. These scammers deserve severe punishment. Catch one and execute them. By the way, the host seems well versed in their operations. Has he been involved in this before? Having concluded his explanation of the scam tactics, Zhang Yang continued. Therefore, when you receive such calls, the best course of action is to hang up promptly. The more you listen, the more anxious you become. That's why I hang up immediately. Now the question arises, how can we discern if the caller is a scammer? There are 2 key points. First, whether it's the police department or the local precinct. They usually call from a landline rather than a mobile phone, yet I received a call from an unfamiliar mobile number. Second, if there were indeed criminal charges against us. A mere phone call would not suffice. We would likely be confronted by 2 or more officers accompanied by a police vehicle. Based on these 2 observations, I conclude that she is a fraudulent officer, well-reasoned and compelling. The host's intellect is impressive, filled with intricate details. How many times must one be deceived to arrive at such insights? But I must admit, I have never encountered such a scam before. Is it a new scheme? Truly, it is difficult to guard against. Indeed, if I were to face such a scam, I would surely be left with nothing. I feel the same. Thank you, host. I will share this on my social media to warn others. The viewers applauded in agreement. Zhang Yang remarked, earning money is no easy task. We must safeguard our finances. Let us continue with our next order, which is from the Cultural Hotel to the Marine Engineering Institute. I will first head to the Cultural Hotel. 3 minutes later. At the Cultural Hotel, Zhang Yang glanced at the roadside and prepared to call the passenger. Just then, a stylishly dressed middle-aged woman in a knee-length skirt emerged from the hotel. At first sight, Zhang Yang withdrew his hand, believing that this elegant woman with long hair was indeed his passenger. As expected, she tilted her head to glance at the license plate and approached him. Wow, what a beautiful woman. She has an amazing figure. This is what they call a mature woman. She has aged well and possesses a fine demeanor. I like that. I appreciate her dressing style, though she is a bit older. Observing the viewers' comments, Zhang Yang smiled. You are all still too young. In your youth, you may not recognize the allure of mature women, mistaking young girls for treasures. If I could turn back time, 3 generations would not have to worry. In youth, one fails to appreciate the charms of a mature woman, mistaking youth for value. In youth, one does not realize the worth of a wealthy woman, squandering precious time in vain. Life is precious, but love is even more valuable. If a wealthy woman were to offer her companionship, one could forsake both. Wow, how thrilling. How thrilling indeed. The host is undoubtedly someone with life experience, and their insights are truly remarkable. Alas, it pierces the heart. I am that person who squandered youth while shedding tears, once too young and ignorant, now filled with regret. Speaking of which, a married woman, how delightful. As the conversation unfolds, a woman opens the passenger door of the car. In an instant, A subtle fragrance of perfume wafts in with the breeze. Just as she prepares to step in with her long legs, she abruptly halts, casting a disdainful glance at the seat. What is this? Why is there so much fur? Oh, it's nothing, just mink fur. What? Mink fur? Is that acceptable? Acting so indecent at such a young age? The laughter erupts. This is too funny. Mink fur. Indeed, this car could be driven into the Yellow River and still remain uncleaned. Oh dear, the host is bound to receive yet another complaint, this time about the seat being covered in fur. It is evident that one must speak comprehensively, otherwise they may be accused of impropriety. The viewers are in stitches. Zhang Yang is at a loss for words, having inadvertently caused a misunderstanding with his hasty remarks. Miss, please listen, it's not as you think. It's the fur from a mink coat. A passenger just wore a mink coat, and her coat shed some fur. I have tidied up, but a few strands remain. Perhaps you might prefer to sit in the back. Upon hearing this, the woman becomes even angrier. Chapter 11. Caught by the older brother. A script no drama could dare portray. Do you take me for a fool? Wearing a mink coat in the sweltering summer? Insanity. Let me tell you. You are in trouble. The rideshare driver is behaving inappropriately, and the seat is covered in fur. You're going to go viral. As she speaks, she begins recording with her phone. Everyone, look at what's on this seat. This rideshare driver, while appearing clean and handsome, is, in reality, lewd and disgraceful. The host is in a terrible predicament. Haha, the host is about to become a sensation. I can confirm, Mink Brother is fully responsible for this. It's all the fault of the mink coat. Why wear such a thing in the summer? If it sheds, it's one thing. But shedding in such a manner, who would believe it? Haha, this time the host could jump into sulfuric acid and still not be cleared of suspicion. Zhang Yang does not blame the woman, as the situation is indeed absurd. Go ahead, record. This is genuinely my fault for not cleaning properly. But it is indeed mink fur. As for wearing mink in the summer, well, one cannot resist what they love. The woman, gritting her teeth, retorts, fine. Not only are you behaving inappropriately, but you also insult my intelligence. I will not only file a complaint, but I will also call the police. Just wait. Is calling the police really necessary? Isn't that wasting time? I still have passengers to pick up. Huh? Picking up passengers? Don't count on it. You should have thought of the consequences when you engaged in such disgraceful behavior. What disgraceful behavior? It's truly mink fur. Why can't you believe me? Zhang Yang is also bewildered. What is even happening? Had he known, he would have cleaned the fur thoroughly. Wait, I can prove my innocence. What? How will you do that? The woman's hand, poised to dial, pauses. Do you see the sticker in the car? Zhang Yang pointed to the sticker on the front door, which bore the 5 bold characters. All-profession superstar. To be candid, I am indeed a player among the all-profession superstars. My name is Zhang Yang, and the viewers in the live stream can attest to that. Just moments ago, a passenger clad in fur entered the vehicle. If you doubt it, you may witness it in the live stream. The woman scoffed coldly. Hello? There's a ride-hailing driver claiming to be an all-profession superstar named Zhang Yang. He is behaving inappropriately, and the car seat is covered in curls. You must send someone to apprehend him at the cultural hotel. Well, the broadcaster has unwittingly confessed. This woman is quite obstinate. Can't she just check the live stream? She might think we are all indecent. The viewers were left speechless. Yet, at this juncture, Zhang Yang felt no urgency. There was little point in being anxious. It would likely take some time for the police to arrive. Shall we wait in the car? It's cooler here, suggested the woman. That seems reasonable. Thus, the two proceeded to the hotel. However, just as they entered, a long, piercing screech of brakes echoed behind them. The sound was so sharp that they instinctively turned to look. A white sedan was parked haphazardly at the entrance of the hotel. Then, a middle-aged man wearing glasses emerged from the vehicle. Xiao Jilly, he barked. Why have you betrayed me? Have I not treated you well? The man, filled with rage, stormed into the hotel, his gaze slicing through Zhang Yang like a knife. Realizing the man was approaching him, Zhang Yang quickly turned to the woman beside him. Is that your husband? She did not respond, but hastily moved forward. What are you saying? It's not what you think. I don't know him. The man, with reddened eyes, retorted, still making excuses? You come to a hotel with him, and I saw you get out of his car. The chat exploded with excitement. Wow! This plot is more dramatic than any television show. Ha ha ha, this is truly exhilarating. The broadcaster is indeed unfortunate. First misunderstood by a woman, now misjudged by her man. What a double whammy. While it's truly hindering earnings, this is all great fodder for conversation. Any snippet could easily trend. As Zhang Yang found himself cast as the homewrecker, He implored, "Brother, there has been a misunderstanding. You may not believe it, but I am actually a ride-hailing driver." "A ride-hailing driver? Do you take me for a fool? What sort of driver accompanies a passenger to a hotel? Not only have you cuckolded me, but you also insult my intelligence. This is too much." I'm trying not to laugh. Truly, I cannot contain myself. Ha ha. This man is just as obstinate as the woman. Indeed, like attracts like. My goodness, I can't breathe from laughter. They are both extraordinary individuals. Although it was rather unkind to find humor in the situation, the viewers were already in stitches, unable to stop their laughter. Observing the enraged man, the woman, Xiao Jelly, retorted, "Look at you. We are waiting for the police, all right? Waiting for the police?" Yes, we are waiting for the police." Zhang Yang nodded vigorously. "Come with me, and you will understand everything." Huh. The man steadied himself and followed Zhang Yang out of the hotel. Upon reaching the car, Zhang Yang opened the front passenger door and remarked, "You can tell by the seat." The man's gaze abruptly sharpened, and he struck his chest in exasperation, exclaiming, "Ah, you were already engaged in such deeds in the car? You have me witness this heinous act. Goodness, this fellow possesses remarkable comprehension. Now it's clear. It's no longer about the fur coat. Why did you choose to show him this? Who could bear it? I suspect the host is doing this deliberately, seeking revenge on women, haha." Zhang Yang hastily interjected, "No, my friend, where are you letting your imagination wander? Allow me to clarify. I offer you the chance to understand. Whether you believe it or not, here's how it transpired. I picked up a passenger clad in a fur coat, and it shed some fur. Later, my sister, your partner, arrived, and upon seeing the fur, accused me of being a rogue and insisted on calling the police. We thought it was too hot and decided to wait at the hotel, which led to your arrival. That's the essence of the matter." The man scoffed. "Youngster, could you not employ a modicum of thought when you concoct your excuses? Wearing a fur coat in the sweltering summer? Shedding fur? Is it curly too? Are you deliberately humiliating or disgusting me? I appeared early when you were in the lobby, and I arrived late when you were in the room. But do you know why I didn't wait for you to enter the room before catching you in the act? Everyone ages. Everyone has their moments of weakness. Do not rely on youth as your sole asset. While I may share the road with you at 20, I may not do so at 40. Well said, old man. No, I mean brother. Oh, host, look at how you vexed the brother. So tragically noble. In truth, the brother intended to forgive you on the spot. Yet your audacity left him no choice, haha. Is it easy for a 40-year-old brother? Bearing humiliation and burden. The viewers expressed their profound respect for the man. Chapter 12. Isn't the sisters simply exchanging fur, only to be slapped in the face again? Zhang Yang sincerely raised his thumb in admiration. No need for further words. In terms of magnanimity, demeanor, and vision, the brother stands unrivaled, and I, the younger, willingly bow in submission. What does that mean? Is the host conceding? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have believed it. Haha, the host is surely doing this on purpose. The pressure has now shifted to the woman. The viewers continued to enjoy the spectacle. In the live broadcast, the man chuckled ruefully. Which man desires such a predicament? It is not of my choosing, but rather forced upon me. At 40, one seeks companionship, yet you must bear some responsibility. For I stand in the limelight while you remain in the shadows. Wenxing, you scoundrel, who is in the limelight and who in the shadows? Xiao Jilly stormed over, phone in hand, vociferously berating him. He is merely a rideshare driver and a participant in All Professional Stars, streaming as Zhang Yang in the Douyin channel. Don't believe me? Go see for yourself. What? A live broadcast? Wenxing gazed incredulously at Zhang Yang. Indeed, I am the illustrious all-profession superstar, Zhang Yang. My primary occupation is that of a ride-hailing driver, so everything I just stated is veritably true, supported by the testimony of over 4,000 viewers in my livestream. As for your observation of me gazing at a woman, since you have entered my livestream, you ought to trust my words, correct? Without awaiting the woman's response, Wenxing leapt up in elation. So, you haven't betrayed me? You are not a mistress? How refreshing. I told you, yet you chose not to believe. Zhang Yang remarked. Wenxing, looking quite embarrassed, replied, You asked me to look at the hair on the seat, and upon seeing it, I was utterly bewildered. You were bewildered? I was also taken aback. When I asked you to look at the hair, it was to indicate that there was so much. It could not possibly belong to a human. The lady isn't changing her fur. Ha, changing fur. You've made me laugh to the point of tears. Look, the lady's face has turned green. Ha ha, I'm about to burst. I told you the host was being deliberate, digging quite the deep pit. Xiao Jili rolled her eyes. What are you saying? I see you are merely seeking revenge. Meanwhile, Shi Wenxing frowned. Hold on. You two have no relationship. So why did you come to the hotel? Xiao Jili stammered. Witnessing her reaction, Shi Wenxing pounded his chest and lamented, Little brother. I have indeed been betrayed, but the one who betrayed me is not you. Woe is me. I say, are you feeling unwell today? Why would you think I betrayed you? Are you some sort of pervert? What do you mean by I think? Then why did you come to the hotel? I came to invest. Invest? Xiao Jili scoffed. I could explain it to you, but you wouldn't understand. Just wait to collect your money. Upon hearing her tone, Zhang Yang could not help but inquire. Investing requires a hotel visit? You haven't fallen victim to a scam, have you? What a joke. How could I be scammed? Xiao Jili dismissed him with disdain. The more she reacted this way, the more Zhang Yang was convinced. I dare say you have been scammed. How much did you invest? 300,000. What? 300,000? Oh my goodness. My life. Shi Wenxing immediately jumped up. Xiao Jili shot him a fierce glare. Can you not rise to the occasion? You only know how to earn a meager salary. Who among the wealthy doesn't invest these days? Zhang Yang, utterly speechless, replied. Investment is one thing, but fraud is another. If at all possible, you should withdraw your funds immediately, though I suspect that may not be feasible now. Perhaps you should report it to the police. You might still recover something. Xiao Jili regarded Zhang Yang as if he were a frog at the bottom of a well. Let me reiterate, this is not a scam. My previous investments were profitable, and I have withdrawn money before. I'm not that foolish. Those were likely small amounts, right? Would you have fallen for it without a little sweetness? Zhang Yang retorted. If you can withdraw now, I will have my older brother do a handstand while washing his hair. Why not you do a handstand while washing your hair? Is this really a scam? 300,000 is no small sum. Certainly not a trifling amount. One can tell from the older brother's reaction that it is likely all his savings. Poor older brother, facing a wave of midlife crises. The viewers expressed their sympathy for the older brother. In the live stream, Xiao Jili outright rejected Zhang Yang's suggestion. Withdrawing now would affect the returns, and besides, you claim it is a scam just because you say so? You have yet to provide any validation. And I am participating in a digital competition which the nation is fervently promoting. It is certainly not a fraud. You are quite stubborn. Perhaps you should alert the authorities. You might even recover some losses. No sooner had the words left my mouth than a police car, its lights flashing, sped onto the scene. Just in time, Zhang Yang shifted the camera towards them. Two uniformed officers, a man and a woman, alighted from the vehicle. I must say, their attire was quite impressive, exuding an air of elegance. Are you Zhang Yang? The short-haired female officer approached directly. Upon seeing this strikingly composed and attractive policewoman, Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Yes. But the misunderstanding with this lady has been resolved. I am not a rogue. However, it seems our own misunderstanding remains. What misunderstanding do we have? Zhang Yang was taken aback. Could it be that they knew each other? There was no recollection in his memory. At that moment, the female officer produced her identification, saying, Hello, I am Zhou Xiaoxiao from the Dongjiang Public Security Bureau's Security Division. Zhou Xiaoxiao, you were the one who called earlier? Zhang Yang's expression darkened with realization. Instantly, the live stream erupted with excitement. Haha, the slap to the face is so loud. I can hear it all the way in America. I'm dying of laughter. The host's frantic maneuvering is like a tiger, yet upon closer inspection, remains rooted in place. At least the host got one thing right. When you find yourself in trouble, 2 officers and a police car will come looking for you. I'm attending the funeral of Second Master. Must you make me laugh? Goodness, I can hardly contain myself. Zhang Yang glanced at the identification, remarking, Zhou Xiaoxiao, you don't appear to be inexperienced. What are you saying? I mentioned that she has been defrauded. You should address this matter promptly. Zhang Yang turned to Xiao Jili. I haven't been defrauded. I am an investor. They simply do not believe me. Xiao Jili briefly explained the situation. After listening, Zhou Xiaoxiao was nearly convinced it was a scam. In that case, try to withdraw funds and see if you can retrieve them. All right then, I will attempt to withdraw 10,000. You should aim for 300,000. You cannot withdraw at all. Such an opportunity is rare to seize. As Xiao Jili spoke, she opened the application and clicked to withdraw 10,000. Was it successful? Zhou Xiaoxiao leaned in for a closer look, and the screen displayed a message indicating the withdrawal had failed. Is it truly impossible? You have been scammed. It is not a scam. The funds transferred today seem to require a waiting period until after 9 tomorrow morning to submit a withdrawal request. How about this? If I cannot withdraw it tomorrow, may I report it then? Chapter 13. The scam tactics are too advanced? Once again, it went viral upon hearing this. The viewers were incensed. At this point, recovering any funds is uncertain, and she is still contemplating reporting it tomorrow? My goodness, what a character. The police have already declared it a scam, yet she remains in disbelief. Where is her common sense? I must say, if this woman were in charge, the house would collapse around her. Is she foolish? Yet she speaks of the digital economy. Is she not foolish? The police arrive, and she still chooses to trust herself. Even a man betrayed would not be this distraught. She remains composed, steady as a mountain. Honestly, I truly wish to witness the moment she is smacked back to reality. It is infuriating. In the midst of a live broadcast, another male officer remarked, "You must think this through. By tomorrow, your 300,000 will be reduced to nothing. Even if you report it, we will be powerless." Upon hearing this, Shi Wenxing jumped higher in distress, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! How did I end up with such a wife? Officer, please disregard her and take action swiftly. That money represents our hard-earned savings." Zhou Xiaoxiao reassured him. "It is not that we are unwilling to act. It requires her cooperation to provide specific transaction details. How about this? Let us go back to the station first." All right. Shi Wenxing nodded fervently, turning to Qiao Jieli. "My dear wife, I implore you to share the transaction information with the police, or our family will be doomed." "Look at your lack of ambition. You deserve to never prosper," she retorted. Unwilling to engage further with such a stubborn woman, Zhang Yang interjected. "Here's a piece of advice. Sometimes, if you don't hold on, you won't even comprehend despair. I await the moment you grasp that feeling. Enough. You're all so astute and clever. I should have kept quiet," Qiao Jieli said as she opened her phone and retrieved the transaction information. Once the information was obtained, Zhou Xiaoxiao promptly called the anti-fraud center. "Freeze these accounts immediately." After hanging up, she stated, "Let us head back to the station. I suppose I don't need to go, right?" "It's not like I have any involvement," Zhang Yang remarked. "What do you mean you have no involvement? Why do you think I sought you out?" Zhou Xiaoxiao replied, "Let us go, Master Zhang." Zhang Yang understood then. It surely pertained to the unlocking matter. At the Dongjiang Public Security Bureau, Qiao Jieli and the others were escorted to the anti-fraud center, while Zhang Yang was taken by Zhou Xiaoxiao to the Public Security Department. "Would you like some tea?" Zhou Xiaoxiao inquired. "Perhaps I'll pass," he replied. "Oh, come on, let us have some tea while we're here." The others chimed in. "We must enjoy it. No tea, no leaving." The audience joined in laughter. Zhang Yang then asked, "I'm still live streaming. Should I turn it off?" Zhou Xiaoxiao responded, "No need to close it. We are transparent in our enforcement, and it provides a good opportunity for public education. Let us get to the matter at hand, shall we?" She continued, "We received a report that you were unlocking without proper registration. I checked, and indeed, you are unregistered, correct?" Zhou Xiaoxiao queried. "Who on earth reported me?" Zhang Yang asked incredulously. Could it be that adulterous couple? After all, they were caught in the act. The audience was stirred with excitement. However, Zhang Yang remained composed. "Yes, I have registered and unlocked 2 locks. What kind of penalty does that entail? Given that this is your first offense and you saved a child, we will issue you a verbal warning. You must not unlock without registration in the future. Do you understand? Is that all?" Zhang Yang responded, amused. "Kudos to the beautiful officer. This warning feels rather gentle. It's as if you're soothing a child. Being handsome makes a difference. If it were me, I'd probably draw my weapon," another added. "You, up there, are not merely ugly. You're a potential criminal," came a retort. Zhang Yang nodded. "I will keep this in mind. All right, I will ensure you are registered shortly, and from then on, you can unlock with confidence, of course. As long as it remains within legal bounds. That is only natural. We shall not engage in illegal activities. Is there anything else? If not, I shall attend to my clients. No, I mean, to my patrons. There is one more matter I wish to inquire about. The subject of fraud. Fraud? You have already deceived me. How can you still ask about it? You are the specialists in this regard." Zhou Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. "Though your judgment may be flawed, your theoretical understanding is impeccable. The error lies in my decision to contact you via mobile. Furthermore, how did you come to know about this scam involving impersonation of law enforcement? You are unaware?" Zhou Xiaoxiao remarked. "At present, there have been no similar reports in the country." "What?" Zhang Yang was taken aback, then comprehended that these fraudulent tactics were remnants from a past era. Evidently, this place had yet to reach such a stage, and the sophistication of the scams had captured their attention. Goodness, Why do I feel that the host is in trouble? Surely, the host has no criminal record? If there were a record, he wouldn't be sitting here discussing it. He would be under scrutiny. Perhaps he has turned over a new leaf? The viewers speculated in various directions. Zhang Yang, however, maintained a serene demeanor. Such fraudulent schemes are rampant abroad and warrant our vigilance. Zhou Xiaoxiao added, indeed. Hence the higher authorities take this very seriously and hope you can promote anti-fraud knowledge in your live stream, collaboratively building a firewall against deception. No problem. However, the impersonation of law enforcement indicates a lack of understanding of the legal process among the public. Otherwise, they would not fall prey so easily. Therefore, I believe it is essential for you to explain this process to everyone. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly. You are absolutely correct. Let me summarize a few key points. First, as you mentioned, police inquiry calls are typically made from landlines. If you receive a call purportedly from law enforcement, first check the caller ID, and after the call, promptly dial 110 to verify the specifics. Second, police do not conduct investigations through various online social networking platforms. Third, law enforcement will not issue warrants or identification via websites or present documents bearing law enforcement insignia. Fourth, police do not set up secure accounts or transfer review accounts. Zhou Xiaoxiao elaborated on 7 points in total. I have learned something. Thank you, host, and thank you, Officer Zhou. This must be shared to ensure more people see it and steer clear of fraud. This embodies positive energy. Let us give the host a thumbs up, brothers. Let us follow and send a small gift to help the host rise. Exactly. How can such a host not be popular? Charge ahead. In no time, small gifts flooded the screen, occasionally accompanied by a flashy sports car zooming by. Though it could not compare to Huazi, the audience's enthusiasm soared, particularly in terms of popularity. It doubled, reaching 60,000. The online viewer count also hit a new high, surging to 7,000. The real-time ranking leaped from 73rd to 63rd place. Naturally, Zhang Yang's most pressing concern, his reputation, was also experiencing a meteoric rise. Reputation value, 1111111. However, with Zhang Yang's burgeoning fame, some individuals were becoming restless. Chapter 14. The northern Myanmar bosses were stunned, a true man in a moment. Somewhere in northern Myanmar, outside a newly renovated building, on the blue faade, two large white characters read public security. Inside the building, police officers clad in uniforms sat at their computer desks, meticulously organizing materials. Each officer had several mobile phones before them, and upon closer inspection, one could see that they were shackled by iron chains. Having come to the northern region of Myanmar with aspirations of wealth, only to find themselves reduced to mere pawns in a fraudulent scheme aimed at deceiving their compatriots. This newly upgraded Khan would surely annihilate all opposition. A man with a menacing demeanor laughed maniacally at the unfolding scene. He was Lu Ayong, the overseer of this enclave. At that moment, a burly underling, armed and breathless, rushed in. Boss. Boss. Something's gone awry. Our new scam has been leaked. What? Lu Ayong furrowed his brow. Look. The underling handed him a phone. On the screen was a clipped video. The first segment featured Zhang Yang exposing the impersonation tactics used by con artists posing as law enforcement, while the latter half offered insights into the procedural workings of the judiciary. As Lu Ayong watched, the veins in his forehead throbbed with fury. Who the hell is this? How does he know about our freshly upgraded scam? The underling cautiously replied. He seems to be a contestant from a talent show named Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang. That damn scoundrel. We just spent hundreds of thousands on renovating our setup. Now it's all for naught? Lu Ayong seethed, his ambitions of conquest thwarted by this premature exposure. Are we to believe that the great Eastern nation has suddenly become wise? Are there traitors among us? The underling urged. Calm down, boss. It just got exposed. Not many know yet. I believe we can still give it a try. After all, those fools are easily deceived. Once they hear it's the police, they'll be terrified and willingly hand over their money. Lu Ayong nodded. Let us make a call and test it out. The underling approached an individual, gun slung over his shoulder. You. Make the call. Yes. The person picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, who is this? This is Su Da, an officer from the Dongguan City Public Security Bureau. Before he could finish, the voice on the other end chuckled mockingly. Kid, I just watched Zhang Yang's anti-fraud video. You think you can fool me? Get lost, goodbye. The line went dead. Damn it. The underling wiped his brow. Try again. Beep, beep. Hello? Hello, this is the Changle City Public Security Bureau. I'm with the Military Commission. Come find me at the military district if you have business. You call this scamming? Just leftover scraps from Brother Yang. Smack. The call was terminated again. Seeing this, Lu Ayong grew frantic. Switched to plan B. Beep. Hello. Who is this? A young woman's voice resonated from the phone. Lu Ayong sensed an opportunity. Women are generally more gullible. Hello, I am from the Social Security Bureau. Your Social Security card has been involved in unauthorized reimbursements of 350,000 yuan at the First People's Hospital in Xinghai City, which is a criminal offense. Oh, are you a scammer? Next, you're going to ask for my information and connect me to the police, right? Had you contacted me half an hour earlier, I might have believed you. Alas, I recently watched a video about scams impersonating law enforcement, and your methods are wanting. Perhaps you should enhance your tactics before approaching me again. Click. The call ended abruptly. Ah, the frustration. Lu Ayong was distraught. The freshly upgraded scam techniques had been ridiculed. Enhance them again? Upgrading costs nothing, yet this could amount to hundreds of thousands in renovation expenses. All because of one individual's folly? Zhang Yang. That scoundrel. Fetch me all his information. At the Dongjiang Public Security Bureau, Zhou Xiaoxiao, after elucidating the case handling process, began to share several notable scam cases. Zhang Yang, with nothing pressing, sat nearby, sipping tea and listening attentively. 20 minutes later, Zhou Xiaoxiao concluded, I must remind everyone to remain vigilant when receiving unfamiliar calls and safeguard their finances. Is that all? Zhang Yang inquired. Indeed. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhou Xiaoxiao extended her hand. Civilian and police collaboration is essential, Zhang Yang remarked, gently clasping her slender fingers. At that moment, a male officer entered, accompanied by a young man with bleached hair, whose wrists were shackled. Hey Xiaoxiao, where's Oldly? I haven't seen him. What is going on? This fellow can be released, but the handcuffs belong to Oldly. We need to find him for the key. Unlocking, you say? No need to seek Oldly for that, Zhou Xiaoxiao replied, glancing at Zhang Yang. This is the master locksmith, Zhang Yang. There is no lock he cannot open. Modesty aside, I can generally unlock anything, Zhang Yang added. Can you open this? Will it cost anything? The officer asked. The standard fee is 200. However, as a friend of Officer Zhou, I can offer it for 50. What do you think? Goodness. He is conducting business right at the police station. Haha, if it were me, I would open it for free. Why should it be free? Not charging 200 is generous enough. As the online viewers debated whether a fee should be charged, the officer decided, never mind, I'll go find Oldly 50. A friendly price, you won't regret it. A second to unlock, honest service, Zhang Yang called out. The officer, having almost left, paused upon hearing a second. What a joke. While handcuffs are simple, they cannot be opened that quickly. Speed is our forte. But what if it takes longer than a second? I'll give you 200, Zhang Yang declared, producing 200 yuan notes and placing them on the table. Very well, let us see it. If you truly unlock it, I'll also give you 200. The officer retrieved 200 from his pocket. Let us make a deal. Zhang Yang chuckled as he approached the young man. Observing the young man's empty hands, the male officer chuckled lightly. Do you require any tools? Perhaps a crowbar? Before he could finish, there was a sharp click, and the handcuffs were already in Zhang Yang's possession. What? You opened it just like that? Unlocked by hand in a second? Impressive. Is it too much to show the handcuffs a modicum of respect? The handcuffs seemed to express their humiliation. He opened me with bare hands, and in merely a second. I feel profoundly insulted. The viewers were left in astonishment, as were those present, particularly the male officer. He had encountered locksmiths before, but never one so extraordinary. Truly, it was a matter of a single second. 3 individuals stood with their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Zhou Xiaoxiao craned her neck. Is it starting now? What is the rush? Do you find me too hasty? Zhang Yang retorted. Is haste a flaw? A true man in a second. The tone hardly seemed complimentary. Zhang Yang pocketed the male officer's payment. Thank you for the 200 yuan. I shall offer you a discount next time. The male officer's expression darkened. Had he known, he would have sought Oldly. What good was 200 yuan? Watching a 1-second unlocking video. No, 50 had turned into 200. Had he fallen for Zhang Yang's trick? Nearby, Huang Mao exclaimed, Hey, brother, how did you do it? Can you teach me? I'll pay for my lessons. Teach you? What are you planning? Want to join in, do you? The irritable male officer glared immediately. Back in the car, he glanced at the time, 11:05 in the morning. After a busy morning, he had only completed 3 rides, earning 45 yuan. Thankfully, he had a side job. Nonetheless, Zhang Yang had come to terms with it. Relying solely on this for income was merely subsisting, and a side job was essential. Returning to focus, he addressed his colleagues. Gentlemen, let us tidy up the mink fur and continue accepting orders. Haha, don't tidy up. I want to see the next passenger's reaction. That's just cruel. But I'm curious too. Once the cleaning was complete, Zhang Yang opened the order acceptance app. Ding! A real-time request from the police station to CG Yunding appeared. Just as he prepared to drive to the entrance, a sudden loud knock resounded on the car door. Chapter 15. Stubbornness is futile. One must be resilient in life. The knocker was a woman in her 30s, adorned with elaborate, yet somewhat garish makeup. Leaning against the window, her long hair cascaded down, giving her an unkempt appearance reminiscent of a ghost. What the hell? You startled me, came a startled reply from one netizen. Me too. I thought I saw a ghost in broad daylight, another chimed in. I thought I had seen my deceased great-grandmother, yet another added. The collective online audience shuddered, some even imagining phantoms. In truth, Zhang Yang was equally startled. The woman's appearance was indeed alarming, and her approach with such force while his vehicle was in motion posed a significant danger. Are you out of your mind? He exclaimed, rolling down the window. I haven't even scolded you yet. Can't you see a tall person standing here? Open the door, the woman demanded. Are you the passenger with the phone ending in 1414? Isn't that obvious? If I weren't looking for you, why would I be here? And you, why did you run off as soon as I arrived? You indicated the pickup point was at the police station. I thought it reasonable to meet you at the main entrance, Zhang Yang replied while pressing the unlock button. I saw your car here, so I came over. Is there a problem? Besides, don't you drivers ever look at the passengers? How could you miss such a large person? The woman climbed into the car, fussing with her hair while grumbling. First, you didn't T-signal. Second, you weren't wearing a name tag. Lastly, I'm not a fortune teller. How was I to know you were the passenger I was meant to pick up? Enough already, let us go. It's true what they say. The less capable a man is, the greater his temper. Zhang Yang retorted, indeed. It seems to hold true. The less capable a woman is, the more she nags. The banter was quite amusing. Alas, another negative review is inevitable. The host is truly courageous, and their words resonate deeply. My partner incessantly nags. One wonders what sins I committed in a past life. Do not even mention it. My partner is the same, constantly comparing me to the neighbor, ceaselessly nagging, as if they never tire. The gentleman upstairs should be wary of the neighbor, as your wife surely knows his merits well. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's retort, the viewers were invigorated and found great resonance, yet they were also deeply concerned. As anticipated, the woman scoffed and remarked, You, a grown man, quibbling with a woman, your heart must be rather narrow. If you were truly magnanimous, would you behave thus? Zhang Yang glanced at the rearview mirror. Noticing his gaze, the woman glared and scolded, What are you staring at? Are you being lewd? You ended up at the police station for being lewd, didn't you? Men are truly despicable. Hey, if you're going to throw punches, do so without flailing wildly. This woman is truly terrifying. She accuses him of being narrow-minded, yet she finds his confidence unacceptable. To speak frankly, he is indeed quite bold. The viewers responded in a flurry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang grew displeased. I called you bold. How does that equate to being lewd? You can say what you wish, but why do you concern yourself with my gaze? And you claim I am not being lewd? Miss, when did I ever gaze at your figure? Who are you calling miss? Do you dare to challenge me further? The woman replied coldly. You did not gaze at me, so what did you tilt your head to look at? It is just the two of us in this vehicle. Zhang Yang was almost amused by the absurdity. Madam, I was merely checking the rearview mirror. Huh, what a misfortune for the host. Being accused of lewdness for merely checking the rearview mirror. This is hilarious. The woman is exceedingly self-absorbed, is she not? Once, when I was giving a female colleague a ride, I reached for the gear shift, and she hastily moved her legs to the door side. Truly dramatizing the situation, who would be interested? I experienced something similar, while driving a sports car and offering a ride to a female colleague. As I reached for the gear shift, she grasped my hand. Goodness, I almost crashed the car. The viewers in the live stream expressed their myriad sentiments. However, the woman remained unfazed. You are driving forward, not backward. What need is there to check the rearview mirror? Men just love to conceal the truth. You are impressive. Yet you are the type who never checks the rearview mirror while driving. How about you sit on the roof instead? Zhang Yang retorted. The woman chuckled derisively. So, you did look. All right, continue driving. I see clearly now that not only is your vision poor, but your words are also stubborn. Fine. If that is how you wish to frame it, then let me inform you. Stubbornness is futile. One must have a strong will to navigate life, Zhang Yang declared. And with that, he pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward as if propelled by a rocket booster. Hey, what are you doing? Slow down, the woman shrieked in fright. Zhang Yang haughtily scoffed. What nonsense is this? Slowing down will lead to meeting the king of hell, won't it? The woman was utterly startled and said, No. Handsome, can we talk this over calmly? I haven't said anything too harsh, have I? Please don't be so impulsive. I admit I spoke a bit too passionately earlier. Could you slow down for a moment? Not only was the woman frightened, but the audience in the live stream was also taken aback. What is going on? Is this for real? Host, please don't act rashly. Judging by his expression, he seems quite resolute. Surely, the host isn't contemplating something drastic? Regardless of the truth, let us not bully the honest ones. Sometimes, those you look down upon may be the ones who truly carry you away. Zhang Yang paid no heed to the barrage of comments or the woman's inquiries. He coldly stated, at this speed, colliding with anything would result in utter destruction. Think carefully. Do you have any final words? Upon hearing this, the woman felt completely numb. No, handsome, it can't be this way, can it? I've been heartbroken before, but never resorted to such extremes. I merely expressed my displeasure. I apologize. I was a bit harsh. Zhang Yang continued to gaze ahead, pressing the accelerator while sighing in melancholy. As the car recklessly overtook others, the risk of catastrophe loomed large, causing the woman to uncontrollably scream, Brother, my dear brother, I beg you, please slow down. Zhang Yang coldly replied, Waking up early and working hard just to earn a meager income while enduring your frustrations, why should I? If I cannot find peace, then neither shall anyone else. The woman quickly inquired, What frustrations are you enduring? I've apologized. What more is there to ponder? Don't you have anyone who cares for you? If you were to leave, how heartbroken would your parents be, right? Please, listen to me, slow down. I'm sorry, but I'm an orphan. If we're on this road together, we can keep each other company. But I'm already 30. You are so young and handsome. You deserve much better. I am not worthy to accompany you. You should take care of yourself. I can introduce you to someone better. I have a friend who is stunningly beautiful and young. How about that? The woman endeavored to win Zhang Yang over with her charm. To her dismay, Zhang Yang remained indifferent, muttering to himself, earning so little in a month. I can hardly afford good food, just enduring frustrations. It's truly disheartening. Let it all come to an end. Chapter 16. Live long and prosper? What a lofty compliment. The woman felt a chill run down her spine. No, 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 please don't talk of destruction. Didn't you say you wanted something good to eat? I will treat you. How about that? What do you feel like eating? Zhang Yang replied earnestly. I've been craving barbecue for 2 months, but haven't been able to indulge. Every day is just work and dealing with your frustrations. The woman sensed an opportunity and exclaimed, Let us go. I'll treat you right now, shall we? And then we can have some drinks? How about Wuliangya? There is nothing that a good barbecue cannot resolve. If there is, then it takes 3. White liquor is too strong. I prefer something more refined, like a beverage that costs around $10 a bottle. All right, that is fine. I'll drink anything. You choose the place, and I'll cover the bill. Shall we go now? Yes, let us hurry. But wait, be cautious of the traffic. We have time. Should I call your friend? Yes, please do. It would be great for you two to meet. I'll call her right now. Haha, impressive, impressive. Scored a barbecue treat. Laughing out loud. Are you afraid that if you drink, you won't be able to drive in the afternoon? Drink and drive not, drive and drink not. The host's words have revealed much. I was startled. The performance was so convincing that I genuinely thought she was in despair. Longtime fans have already begun to chuckle, as it is evident that it is all an act. Would a woman truly admit her mistakes? Could there be barbecue involved? What a mischievous woman. She must be terrified. Having betrayed her friend, haha. I am eager to see her friend, he. The viewers were nearly in stitches. The woman, visibly anxious, called her friend. Where are you? At the office? What's the matter? How are things with Xiaohui? What else? We broke up. Let's not discuss him. Let us go out for barbecue at noon. I'll introduce you to a handsome guy. Why the sudden desire to introduce me to a handsome guy? The woman glanced at Zhang Yang. Primarily because he is incredibly handsome, grounded and dependable, mature and composed, with a positive outlook on life, optimistic and destined for longevity. Haha. Longevity has been mentioned. I can hardly contain my laughter. This is utterly absurd. The survival instinct is too strong. It appears to be a compliment to the host, though in truth, it is meant to comfort her. Ha ha, longevity truly is a tall order. This woman is quite amusing. I am nearly laughing like a fool. The friend on the other end was utterly perplexed. What? Longevity? Yes, this way you can grow old together, with him beside you in a rocking chair, slowly aging. The woman was nearly in tears as she struggled to continue her narrative. Let us chat slowly. Isn't it nice to converse until old age? Primarily. If he is destined for longevity, I should not be short-lived either. Upon hearing this, the viewers erupted in laughter. Oh my. I laughed so hard I sounded like a pig. Help. Is it necessary to be this funny? My bladder hurts from laughing. What a talent. Goodness. I just received a beating from my father, and now it's the second round, because I laughed during the live broadcast and made a honking sound. What on earth? Do not lose heart over a man. He is not worth it. I am fine, truly. I have no time at noon, but I will accompany you in the evening. The woman turned to Zhang Yang. So, is that a yes or a no? The friend assumed she was asking her and replied, Didn't I say? I have no time at noon. Let's wait until evening. Is that all right? I'm fine with it. It's just that the handsome guy Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. Not genuinely interested in pursuing a relationship with the friend, but rather harboring his own little thoughts. Is the handsome guy not good enough? The friend inquired. The woman hurriedly replied, The handsome guy is perfect, absolutely perfect. I must hang up now. After ending the call, the woman expressed her concerns. You heard her. She has no time. Should we wait until evening? Let us stick to noon. Just your presence is enough for me. As long as you don't mind. I will ensure you have a delightful meal and help you rediscover the beauty of life. 10 minutes later, at Little Sheep Barbecue, as the car came to a halt, the woman felt a sense of rebirth the moment she stepped out. It's not too late to change your mind. After all, you have already alighted, Zhang Yang remarked. The woman smiled gently. Let us dine together. Consider it my apology. I was in a rather foul mood back then and uttered some regrettable words. However, you are quite an admirable person, handsome and skilled behind the wheel. That flattery feels a bit forced. Let us enjoy some barbecue instead. The two entered the establishment. At noon, there were not many patrons for barbecue. Only 2 tables, creating a serene atmosphere. Good day. What would you like to order? What beverages do you have for 10 or so yuan? I'll have one of each, please, the woman declared with a grand gesture, exuding confidence. We have large bottles of cola and Sprite. Upon hearing this, she shook her head. These are too basic. Do you have something more upscale? Something expensive? The kind one usually refrains from indulging in? At this moment, Zhang Yang interjected, No need, Sprite will suffice, appreciating the quiet ambience. Soon, an array of skewers arrived at their table. As they dined, Zhang Yang inquired, Your friend mentioned that you broke up with your boyfriend? That scoundrel. A complete cad. I do not wish to speak of him. It was evident that he had caused her considerable pain. No wonder you perceive every man as a rogue. Perhaps sharing your experience might help. I might be able to assist you. Assist me how? By taking him away? I would gladly welcome that. The woman chuckled bitterly. But wouldn't that make you an accomplice? She sighed. I was merely expressing my frustration. It feels as if my youth has been squandered. I cannot comprehend how a man's heart can change so abruptly. We met in a university club and struggled together in this city for 9 years, weathering life's storms. Just as we finally established a foothold, he struck me with betrayal. He cheated on me behind my back. As she spoke, pain reflected in her eyes. 9 years of youth exchanged for deceit and treachery. All my dreams of marriage and a bright future shattered overnight. I wonder, can't men be a bit more devoted to love? Can they not refrain from infidelity? Cough. A man's fidelity is merely a lasting affection for a woman of 18. Zhang Yang quipped. This elicited a chorus of dissent from the audience. I must disagree. I prefer the allure of 17-year-olds, one chimed in. I too contest this. I admire the beauty of a 30-year-old's maturity, another added. I fancy the elegance of an 80-year-old. Age has gifted me a sports car, yet another remarked. Your 80-year-old is not maturity. It's merely a ripe fruit falling from the tree, someone retorted. The woman shook her head in disbelief. You men are truly beyond redemption. In my opinion, you should retaliate. Do not let him have it easy. You must find a way to make him uncomfortable. How do I do that? Zhang Yang smirked, a plan forming in his mind. Chapter 17. What men fear most from women. Do you know what men fear most when women give something? The woman frowned. A funeral gift? You could simply send him off, but rather, it's a green hat. Zhang Yang replied. If he can cheat, so can you. However, you must pretend to do so before he does, and then he will choke on his own guilt, waking in the middle of the night from nightmares. Exclaiming, How could she have cheated? Uffed. The woman chuckled. You truly have a knack for sarcasm. However, Where am I to find a man? Perhaps you could take on the role? Me? The woman nodded earnestly. You've already indulged in the barbecue. Don't say you can't do it. I seem to have dug myself a pit here, so just tell me. Can you do it or not? Could a man ever say no? Zhang Yang downed a cup of Sprite in one gulp. The woman smiled gently. My name is Xian Yinxue. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Yang, he replied. They took a moment to reacquaint themselves as they continued to eat and strategize. Before long, the clock struck midnight. The production team of the program All Profession Superstars released the interim rankings. First, Hua Xingyu, profession, singer, popularity, 1058, fans, 521, earnings, 123 second, shooting, profession, singer, popularity, 956, fans, 463, earnings, 98 third, Tang Xiao, profession, singer, popularity, 924, fans, 457, earnings, 83 61st, Zhang Yang, profession, ride-hailing driver, popularity, 91, fans, 11, earnings, 1365 yuan. As the list was unveiled, netizens fervently cheered for their favorite contestants. I love Hua Xingyu. The first place is well-deserved. Go shooting. You're the best. You are the most beautiful champion in my heart. Zhang Yang scrolled through the comments, only to find none cheering for him. He decided to leave a message. Zhang Yang, you are the coolest. He clicked to post. 666. Host, you are the most flamboyant. Ha. It's just Wang Pa selling melons and boasting. Don't be disheartened, host. I did leave a comment. It just got drowned out. I did too, to be honest. You're the one I enjoy watching the most among these contestants. Observing the barrage of comments, Zhang Yang smiled faintly. In truth, he wasn't overly concerned. It was merely a form of self-affirmation. Although his current ranking was less than stellar, the competition was not a matter of a day or two. The day of victory still lay ahead, and as the competition progressed, growth would become increasingly vital. Those prominent internet celebrities who arrived with their fans would gradually lose their innate advantages, rendering the final outcome uncertain. After all, he was a man with a system. One day, should he acquire a divine singing voice, he could easily surpass them all. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Zhang Yang stated, before we set off, I must clarify one thing. I won't be taking any appearance fee, but the fare cannot be overlooked. Rest assured, from this moment on, your vehicle is on me. Xian Yinxue assured him. Then that is settled. When do we depart? This moment is perfect. Let us go. 20 minutes later at the south gate of Chuizhu Yuan. Shall I call now? Zhang Yang inquired, looking at Xian Yinxue. Go ahead, she replied, providing her boyfriend's number, 189. Beep, beep. Hello? A man's voice came through the line. Sounding somewhat weary, Zhang Yang lowered his voice. Hello? You have a package that has arrived. May I leave it at the Jiajia supermarket? Sure, thank you. The call ended. Does this count as a phone scam? From now on, one must be wary of package calls. It could very well lead to a green hat. The spectators, keenly observing, took notes. Are you certain he will come immediately and not wait until he has the time? Zhang Yang asked. Xian Yinxue reassured, rest assured. Based on my understanding of him, he would never delay the delivery, not even for a second. Let us go, he is arriving soon. Commence your performance. Zhang Yang spoke as he exited the vehicle. Although Xian Yinxue was a few years Zhang Yang's senior, at this vibrant age, the distinction in their ages was hardly perceptible. They stood in front of a cake shop beside the supermarket. The sight of the handsome man and beautiful woman was truly delightful. A minute later, Xian Yinxue glanced toward the community's exit. Here he comes. The man on the electric bike. Zhang Yang discreetly observed. The man appeared neither particularly robust nor exceptionally handsome, rating around a 6 or 7, adorned with black-framed glasses. His expression somewhat dazed. As they watched, Xian Yinxue affectionately grasped Zhang Yang's arm and said sweetly, Darling, this is the cake shop. The tiramisu I brought you last month is from here. Oh, I adore their desserts. Just like I adore you, they are the best in taste. Indeed. They continued their charming conversation. Xian Yinshue's boyfriend, Yang Hui, came to a halt. He was a year younger than Xian Yinxue, yet his demeanor bore a certain weariness. Their eyes locked for a few seconds, a palpable tension lingering in the air. Zhang Yang could discern the struggle reflected in their gazes. Xian Yinxue broke the silence. Feigning awkwardness, what a coincidence. Yang Hui responded with a bitter smile. You live in the East City. I reside in the West City. You traversed half the city to come here. This is called coincidence? What else would you call it? Xian Yinxue retorted with a huff. If it weren't for my boyfriend's fondness for their tiramisu, I wouldn't have come at all. P.S. Your boyfriend? Yang Hui turned to Zhang Yang, whose striking appearance made it difficult for him to maintain eye contact, yet a hint of hostility flickered in his eyes. Yes, what of it? Is it so surprising that I have found a boyfriend so quickly? Xi and Yinshu, and nearly laughed in disbelief. How novel. You're allowed to stray. But I'm not permitted to find a companion? I must inform you that we have actually known each other for nearly 6 months. 6 months? Could it be? Indeed, I too have strayed, and even before you, so we are even now. As Zhang Yang had predicted, the moment the words left her lips, Yang Hui's face turned a shade of green. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Xi and Yinshu smiled slightly. In fact, I should thank you. Had it not been for your infidelity, I wouldn't have had the courage to reveal this relationship. But now, it feels so liberating. Moreover, women ought to have multiple boyfriends. Without comparison, there is no pain. I suggest you consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Otherwise, your current girlfriend might also stray. The live stream erupted with excitement. Yang Hui, nearly choking on his words, exclaimed, "You, what about me? I merely stated the truth. You can choose to listen or not. But I am not the victim here, am I?" Xi and Yinshu gazed adoringly at Zhang Yang, her face radiating happiness. Zhang Yang smiled mischievously. "You are my victim, enduring over an hour of relentless torment each time." Xi and Yinshu blushed and replied, "I prefer marathons over sprints." Chapter 18. To the brink of frustration. Awkwardness reaches new heights listening to the fierce exchange between the two. Yang Hui nearly choked on his irritation. "You are quite something. I must commend your audacity," he retorted before storming off in indignation. Xi and Yinshu chuckled with satisfaction. "Your tactic truly works." He is seething with rage. Ha! To express her gratitude for Zhang Yang's assistance, Xi and Yinshu purchased a box of tiramisu. As they returned to the car, Zhang Yang savored the dessert while pondering aloud. Honestly, why do I feel his reaction is somewhat off? Off in what way? Xi and Yinshu inquired. Logically speaking, a person who has strayed would lack the confidence to directly accuse their partner of infidelity. After all, they are equally culpable. They should be silently lamenting their pain in the dead of night. Yet he appears untroubled. What do you mean? I feel he doesn't seem like someone who has betrayed. Don't get it twisted. What does it matter if he seems that way? He confessed to his infidelity. And fearing I wouldn't believe him, he even urged me to check his hotel records. Would you look at that? 8 times in a month while I was away. His betrayal is as clear as day. He asked you to check his hotel records? What kind of absurdity is that? He's trying to drive me away so that woman can move in, Xi and Yinshu explained. Have you seen this woman? Never. Then how do you know he is unfaithful? I saw his chat history with her. It was rather explicit. The more Zhang Yang thought about it, the more he sensed something amiss. If that is the case, all the evidence comes from him. Look at his haggard appearance. He harbors both love and resentment towards you. Could it be that he is ill and intentionally pushing you away? Surely not. If it were you, would you? I would. Xi and Yinshu answered without hesitation. Given your understanding of him, do you think he would? Xi and Yinshu nodded solemnly. He would. Thus, I believe you must clarify this matter. Do not let regret settle in when it's too late to rectify your mistakes. Upon hearing this, Xi and Yinshu became uncertain. I will go right now. You must accompany me. Fine. In case there is a misunderstanding, I'll need to explain my presence. Day in and day out. I seem to be digging my own grave, Zhang Yang remarked as he followed her. What on earth is happening? Is the plot about to twist? In light of this, it does seem somewhat plausible. What plausibility? The man is merely exhausted from indulgence. After all, with a new mistress, he must exert himself today. Yes, indeed. A new vehicle demands ample exploration time. A group of online friends shared their diverse thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang accompanied Xi and Yinshu to building number 7. On the way, they encountered 2 women who appeared to be gathering intelligence, their eyes fixated on Zhang Yang. Upon reaching Unit 701 of building number 7, the elevator doors slid open. Confronted with the familiar scene, Xi and Yinshu felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, imagining how splendid it would be if Zhang Yang's words were true. Yet, she did not wish for Yang Hui to suffer from a terminal illness. Perhaps it was merely my overactive imagination. Nothing will change. With a sense of trepidation, Xi and Yinshu arrived at the threshold of room 701. She intended to knock on the door, yet hesitated, retracting her hand. Gazing at the fingerprint lock, she pondered whether he had indeed erased her fingerprint. With that thought, she pressed her right index finger against the sensor. Beep. The lock clicked open. He hadn't deleted my fingerprint after all. Just as that thought crossed her mind, a woman's voice resonated from within the room. Ah, oh no, it's too deep. You've hit my throat. Oomph, you're so wicked. If you continue like this, I won't let you in. What the hell? Driving like that? Well, this is just perfect. I told you he was a scoundrel. This is just a reaction to the stimulation. He is taking it out on the woman now. Don't just stand there. Go inside and see. It's boring just listening. Exactly. Just a glance will help you resign yourself to the reality. The audience in the live stream grew anxious. Zhang Yang wore a look of disbelief. Who would have thought it would come to this? It seems she had indeed overthought the situation. At this moment, Xi and Yinxue felt utterly despondent. The woman's indignant voice pierced her heart like a sharp arrow. Yet, she did not leave immediately. She merely wished to deepen her sorrow. Bang! Xi and Yinxue forcefully pushed the door open. Yang Hui, you scoundrel! However, in the next instant, the scene within the room froze. A man and a woman were in the living room. The woman's mouth was agape, and the man was holding a long swab. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the live stream audience was equally astonished. I've removed my pants, and this is what you show me? Ha ha ha, is this it? I was all worked up, thinking it would be something else. This is ridiculous. You all should consider whether an adult can handle such things. In the live broadcast, the man was startled by Xi and Yinshua's exclamation. The unfortunate one was the woman. Ah, you've hit my throat again. I want to let you in. The woman, on the verge of tears from the pain, looked at the man, who appeared innocent, and quickly reassured her. I'm sorry, darling, it wasn't intentional. Who knew two people would suddenly show up? The man cast an irritated glance at Xi and Yinxue and Zhang Yang. Who are you two? Why are you in my home? Your home? Who are you? Isn't this Yang Hui's place? Xi and Yinxue replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. She never anticipated such a scene, but despite the awkwardness, she felt a flicker of joy. It was not what she had feared. Realizing the situation, the man understood. Yang Hui moved out, didn't he? You must be his friends. He left some belongings behind. You can take them with you at the door. Why did he move out? How should I know? The man replied curtly. Is there anything else? If not, please leave. Xi and Yinxue was taken aback by Yang Hui's departure. She assumed he had moved in with that woman. Among the items left behind were a few books and some miscellaneous papers, which Xi and Yinxue gathered. Just as she was about to discard them, a hospital examination report caught her eye. When had he gone to the hospital for a checkup? Could it be some terminal illness? Xi and Yinxue anxiously pulled out the examination report, revealing an immunology test result. It stated, examination item, result, positive. What is this? The flu virus? Xi and Yinxue glanced at Zhang Yang, who wore a grim expression. Is there any chance it could be HIV? The moment those words escaped his lips, Xi and Yinxue felt as though struck by lightning, her vision darkening as she staggered back. Zhang Yang quickly steadied her. Are you all right? You scoundrel. You worthless man. You let things get out of hand. Take me to the hospital immediately. I need to get checked too. Initially, Zhang Yang thought nothing of it. But upon hearing Xi and Yinshue's words, unease crept into his heart. He was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to assist or let her be. Sister, my hands are a bit numb. Could you possibly walk on your own? Chapter 19. You all seem to be having quite the fun. Aren't you impressive? Is that numbness really nothing? I feel embarrassed to even mention it. Actually, it's not that serious. There are only 3 modes of transmission. It's not as terrifying as it seems. Who said that? Once, when I was traveling, I saw a sign in a small town warning that drinking random herbal tea could lead to HIV. Since then, I've never dared to drink tea outside. It's just too dangerous. Is it possible that herbal tea isn't actually tea? Regardless of whether it's tea, milk, or coffee, the fact remains that transmission is quite easy. At that moment, Zhang Yang found himself in a predicament, never having anticipated that matters would escalate in this manner. He had predicted the beginning, but not the conclusion. Truly, it reflects the saying, one departs in good spirits, but cannot return. The two of them trudged heavily toward the elevator hall. Ding! The elevator door slid open. Just as they were about to enter, a figure emerged. It was none other than Yang Hui. Yang Hui's smile faded instantly upon seeing Zhang Yang and Xi and Yinxue. What are you doing here? You scoundrel! Are you out of your mind? Cheating, and now you're infected. Xi and Yinxue erupted in a tirade of insults. Yang Hui chuckled. You still dare to laugh? Are you even human? 9 years, and this is how you repay me? Damn! Xi and Yinxue cursed vehemently. Her composure shattered as she faced an uncertain fate. Observing her distress, Yang Hui casually remarked, let me be honest with you. The hospital made a mistake with the information. I don't have HIV. I'm perfectly fine. They just called to inform me. Really? Of course. If you're still worried, you can check for yourselves. It won't cost much. Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted with chaos. What? They could make such a mistake? What is the hospital doing? This is how it is now. A friend of mine from university was misdiagnosed with HIV 2 years ago, and out of spite, she went on a reckless spree for a year. Later, the doctor told her it was a misdiagnosis. And now her city is filled with her warriors. I hear she is afraid to stay there anymore. When out and about, no matter how busy, don't forget your family. And in a panic, don't forget to bring an umbrella. Oh dear, it's no big deal. The chances of winning are slim, why worry about it? It's merely a blister, after all. Next time, I won't even bother with medication. With that, Xinyinshua sighed in relief, having dispelled her fears of AIDS. At that moment, Zhang Yang remarked, "So, your breakup with her was due to your illness, right? In truth, you never cheated?" These details had become inconsequential. What truly mattered was that this incident had brought hidden truths to light. Yang Hui glared at Zhang Yang, harboring a deep-seated resentment. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. "You two are quite the pair. You might not believe it, but while we were driving this morning, I nearly sent her off myself." Yang Hui scoffed coldly. "You seem to be having quite a bit of fun." Indeed, it was exhilarating. You should have seen the way she was then, wailing and begging for mercy. Zhang Yang recalled the scene, unable to suppress a laugh. However, to Yang Hui, that laughter felt mocking. "For an hour, you're a marathon runner. Aren't you impressive?" Huh. Zhang Yang was perplexed. Are we getting off track here? At that moment, Xinyinshua stepped forward, fixing her gaze on Yang Hui. "Let me ask you once more. Did you cheat? Does it even matter? You've already crossed that line." "What line have I crossed?" "He merely drives faster." "Yes, he drives fast and has great stamina. He is a marathon runner." Ahem, allow me to interject. Is it possible she was referring to actual driving? "Because I am a ride-hailing driver," Zhang Yang stated awkwardly. "What? You're a ride-hailing driver?" "Yes, this morning your girlfriend hailed my car," and Zhang Yang briefly recounted the events. Upon hearing this bizarre tale, Yang Hui looked toward Xinyinshua as if reborn. Is everything he said true? Does it even matter? I want to know why you went for a checkup if you were fine. Have you done something wrong? How could that be? Remember the incident I told you about on the bus when I got pricked? Ever since then, I've been haunted by it, so I went for a checkup. The results were a thunderbolt. I realized my fate was sealed. You're still young. You deserve a better life. I didn't want you to live in constant fear and anxiety, which is why I concocted this affair. I thought hatred would fade with time, but concern would linger. As Xinyinshua looked at him, tears streamed down her face. You fool. She threw herself into Yang Hui's embrace, and they held each other tightly. It's not easy. How did it come to this? The main issue was the host's meticulousness. Otherwise, they might have truly parted ways. Speaking of which, one must be cautious while using taxis. I was pricked in a cab 2 years ago, leaving me in a daze for several days. Last year, I was pricked by a needle while riding a shared bike. Some individuals are simply deranged. As the viewers exchanged their thoughts, Zhang Yang, witnessing the resolution of the situation, prepared to leave. Well then, you two carry on. I have no part in this, so I shall take my leave. Wait, Xinyinshua interjected. He has returned the house. It's perfect for me to move in. I just rented it. Could you kindly take us there? I'll pay you. No problem. That's precisely what we are here for. The three of them descended the stairs together. The elderly ladies engaged in another round of hushed whispers. Half an hour later, at the base of Building 5 in the Four Seasons cloud top, Xinyinshua expressed her immense gratitude, saying, "Thank you. If it weren't for you today, our fateful encounter might have come to an end." Yang Hui nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Indeed, when we get married, you must come." Zhang Yang smiled softly. "It is precisely because your fates are not yet fulfilled that I have appeared. In the future, if there are matters to discuss, be transparent between lovers. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with open communication. If there is, it means one ought to consider traditional remedies." Upon hearing this, Yang Hui's expression grew somewhat awkward. As the car started, they waved continuously from behind. "Let us continue to accept orders." Zhang Yang tapped the screen, glancing at Xinyinsua's current fare, which totaled 157 yuan. Just as he was observing, a notification popped up in the background. A passenger thank you red envelope notification, amounting to 1000 yuan. Sent by someone with the last 4 digits 1414, none other than Xinyinshua. Ah, splendid. What a delightful surprise, Zhang Yang thought to himself, pleased. as income was one of the assessment criteria, albeit only accounting for 10. Beep. A new real-time order appeared. Departure time. Depart now. Distance. 3 kilometers. Flat rate. 327. Pickup location. South gate of Fanhuali. Drop-off location. East gate of Dongjiang City Crematorium. Total distance. 178. A crematorium? Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Chapter 20. No more attempts to save? Are you being polite? At Fanhuali, an old, dilapidated neighborhood, lacking any charm. As the car arrived, a tall woman with long hair emerged from the complex, glancing around, leading Zhang Yang to conclude she was the passenger. Beep. He gently pressed the horn. Indeed. Upon seeing the license plate, the woman quickly approached. Hello, is your phone ending in 3668? Zhang Yang inquired as she settled into the car. Yes, she replied vaguely. What's the matter? I have a toothache. It's unbearable. Please drive faster and take me to the crematorium, she exclaimed, clutching her jaw. Zhang Yang inhaled sharply. Are modern women truly this bold? But, miss, to burn oneself over a toothache seems rather excessive, doesn't it? The woman chuckled. Handsome. Do you wish for me to laugh my teeth away? I attended my friend's mother's funeral this morning and left my phone behind. I'm just going back to retrieve it. Oh, Zhang Yang wiped the sweat from his brow. So you intend to return? Are you seriously hoping I'd be cremated there? Not at all. I was merely considering the round-trip fare, wanting to save you some money, Zhang Yang explained. The woman broke into a cold sweat. You may save on the fare, but that would only mean spending more on the cremation itself. That can be quite costly, you know. Are you in cahoots with the crematorium, trying to drag clients in? Absolutely not. We are legitimate drivers. Whether you are legitimate or not, it certainly sounds rather ominous. Reputation 111. Haha, this absurd understanding. The streamer's top-tier comprehension, absolutely correct. Saving small amounts only to incur larger expenses, how utterly comfortable. I am uncertain about the seriousness of the situation, but it is undoubtedly flawed. The crematorium is located in the eastern suburbs of the city. Initially situated in a remote area, it has, due to urban expansion, now come to lie merely 13 or 14 kilometers from the edge of the eastern district. Consequently, the city government has decided to relocate the crematorium to the northwestern suburbs, with construction expected to commence by the end of the year. In truth, there exists another reason for this decision: the easterly winds of spring. Many residents in the new urban district have reported the unsettling scent of burnt flesh wafting through the air at night, with some even claiming to hear cries of pain echoing in the darkness. The vehicle sped along, and half an hour later, they arrived at the final destination, a spacious courtyard with a row of low buildings. Contrary to expectations, there were no towering smokestacks, yet the atmosphere surrounding the crematorium felt shrouded in an eerie haze, casting a somber pall over the sky. Here we are, you can go ahead. I'll wait for you here, Zhang Yang said as he parked the car. The woman, however, hesitated to exit, playfully asking, Handsome, would you mind accompanying me inside? I'm a bit frightened. What is there to fear in broad daylight? He retorted. More importantly, my throat isn't well, and the fog outside could trigger a throat infection. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang declined her request. The woman, realizing her tactic was ineffective, switched her approach. Are you afraid? Indeed, Zhang Yang replied emphatically. Wow. The woman was taken aback, having hoped to provoke him into action, but he simply admitted his fear. We are not related. Why should I accompany you inside? I can give you a ride, but I am not obliged to walk in with you. Just go inside. It's only to grab a phone, and it won't take long. How about this? Accompany me in, and I'll send you a thank you red envelope of 50 yuan afterward. Zhang Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Excuse me, miss, what do you take me for? Am I the kind of person who can be swayed by money? If I weren't concerned about you being a lone woman, I wouldn't even consider it for 500 yuan. Now please go. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained, laughing and making light of the situation. Both exited the vehicle, and the woman, familiar with the place from a previous visit, led the way to the front desk. However, upon arrival, they found it devoid of staff. Where is everyone? Zhang Yang inquired, surveying the empty hall with a sense of unease. The woman looked equally perplexed. I don't know. Perhaps they've all gone to the farewell hall? When I came this morning, there were many staff members assisting there. Where's that? We can't just wait here indefinitely, Zhang Yang suggested. The woman nodded in agreement, and together they proceeded toward the farewell hall. At that moment, netizens, who had never visited the crematorium, began to discuss its interior. The decor is quite nice. albeit with an indescribable sense of eeriness. I heard that working here can earn you tens of thousands a month. Is that true? Are there any employees who can share their experiences? It's true, and the benefits are extensive, along with various allowances, as long as one possesses courage. A comfortable life can be attained. What did your unit distribute during the new year? Construction site, a shovel. Chicken farm, a chick. Textile factory, a ball of yarn. Factory, a hammer. Crematorium, a ghost. As the two individuals navigated the winding corridors, they arrived at the farewell hall. There they beheld several mobile carts, each bearing a coffin. A gasp escaped Zhang Yang's lips. Was this a group farewell? Perhaps the send-off had already taken place. Who could say? Spotting an individual in the corner, he approached to inquire. A man clad in a uniform was crouched on the floor, engrossed in his phone. However, while Zhang Yang was distracted by the uniformed man, he inadvertently collided with one of the carts. The cart rolled forward, crashing into another, causing a cascade of movement among all the coffins. In a panic, Zhang Yang rushed to steady one of the carts, but in the process, he accidentally pulled away the white cloth draping it, revealing the body within, a young man, strikingly handsome, yet tragically lost to the grasp of death. My sincerest apologies. Please forgive the disturbance, Zhang Yang exclaimed, hastily covering the young man with the cloth once more. Meanwhile, the onlookers, having glimpsed the youthful visage, began to flood the screen with comments. Forgive the disturbance, may he rest in peace. Yet, amidst the flurry of messages, an unusual voice emerged. Wait, why does the young man's complexion seem off? He's deceased. What difference does it make? What I mean is, it doesn't look like he's truly dead. Isn't he lying in a coffin? Are you out of your mind? It must be the lighting. By the way, I think I saw his chest rise. Is that for real? Don't spout nonsense. In the live stream, the woman asked, Excuse me, sir, are you a staff member here? The man looked up at the two. No, others were here earlier, but they've all left. You might want to check at the front desk. The woman nodded appreciatively. Thank you, and my condolences. The man's brow furrowed. No, I'm here to fix the cart. I have no need for condolences. The woman's embarrassment was palpable. She had intended a polite gesture, only to have it backfire. Huh, a man who can converse. Is that polite? Did you not see he wears a work uniform? Coming in with condolences is hilarious. Let's set that aside and check on the young man in the coffin to confirm whether he is truly dead. Indeed, the host should pay attention to the comments. Chapter 21. Did he depart too soon? Wang Xiang was a video editor specializing in short clips. Ever since he discovered Zhang Yang's live streams, he had become utterly captivated, both by the humor and the wealth of material. By editing Zhang Yang's broadcasts, he had gained over 1,000 followers in just one morning. At that moment, as he scanned the barrage of comments, Wang Xiang immediately pulled up the live footage for real-time recording. Upon locating the segment featuring the young man, he meticulously examined it frame by frame. 1 minute later, he leaped from his chair in astonishment. The young man's chest was indeed rising and falling. Had he been sent here while not entirely lifeless? Confirming this startling revelation, Wang Xiang hastened to the live chat to share his discovery. I have just meticulously examined frame by frame, and indeed, there is a subtle rise and fall in the chest. What on earth is happening? Is this a grave medical mishap or a serious safety incident? It seems that perhaps he was in a state of suspended animation, and for some unknown reason, has begun to exhibit faint signs of life, yet remains in a state of partial consciousness. If he were to be taken away now, he might truly perish, even in his faux death. We must alert the authorities. The hospital is utterly negligent. This is a matter of life and death. What is this? In our nursing home, we have even witnessed the living elderly being placed into body bags. Amidst the fervent discussions among netizens, Zhang Yang and the young lady returned to the lobby. There, a male staff member was busy organizing documents at the front desk. Overjoyed, the young lady hurried to the front. Hello, I am here to retrieve my mobile phone. Oh, hello, please call your phone, and then just fill out this registration form. The man replied, handing her a registration sheet. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, feeling somewhat bored, glanced around and noticed a staff highlight display on the wall, prompting him to approach. His intent was not merely to admire the staff, but rather to see if there were any female employees at the crematorium. As he perused the display, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He recognized a familiar face, the very young man who lay in the coffin. Just then, the young lady, having successfully retrieved her phone, approached him. What are you looking at? This individual. Zhang Yang pointed to the young man in the photograph, who was exuberantly playing basketball. Do you know him? We had a brief encounter just moments ago in the farewell hall. What? The young lady was instantly covered in goosebumps. There was only a repairman in the farewell hall. Where did you find this staff member? Are you joking? Please, do not frighten me. There are no staff members in the farewell hall. Seeing her face turn pale, Zhang Yang clarified. You misunderstood. This person is deceased. He is lying in the coffin. So of course, you did not see him. Oh, that makes sense. I thought you were seeing ghosts. She sighed in relief. But if he has departed, why is his photograph still displayed here? Perhaps he left in such a hurry that they haven't had the chance to change the photo. That could be true. Their conversation flowed back and forth, while the front desk staff listened with increasing trepidation. Who are you speaking of? The one playing basketball. May I ask how he passed away? He looks quite young. Please do not misinterpret. I am a taxi driver, and I merely wish to avoid pitfalls. Zhang Yang responded. You must be referring to Xiaolong. He is very much alive and well. You must have mistaken him for someone else, as we are all doing fine. There's no need for haste in such matters, the man chuckled. Zhang Yang glanced back. No, that is definitely him. I remember distinctly. He has a mole beside his nose. It can't be a mere coincidence. What? The man approached from behind the front desk. You said you saw him in the farewell hall, lying in a coffin? Yes. This individual? The man pointed to the photograph. Yes, that is him. Suddenly, the man's expression shifted dramatically. This is troubling. As he spoke, the man dashed away. What is going on? Zhang Yang curiously followed. The young lady trailed closely behind. What is happening? Zhang Yang inquired as he caught up. The individual you mentioned is known as Xiaolong. He previously confided in me that he intended to lie within a paper coffin to frighten the newcomer, Xiaoli. I suspect he merely dozed off once he settled inside. Is this truly permissible? Zhang Yang was astonished. The man replied, these past few days have been overwhelming with clients. They are utterly exhausted. Not only can they not lie down, but some can even fall asleep while standing. Upon hearing this, the audience expressed their disbelief. Goodness, we were all mistaken. He essentially sent himself off. What utter nonsense. Lying in a coffin to scare others, only to fall asleep himself. How audacious. When one is utterly fatigued, sleep can seize them unexpectedly. I recall once driving while exhausted. I began by slapping my own face to stay awake, yet the moment I closed my eyes, I fell asleep and awoke in a hospital bed. Now I navigate a wheelchair quite well. I once dozed off while standing at my workstation, and paid dearly with an arm. Those who intend harm often harm themselves. If he has indeed been taken away, the consequence is dire. I believe he should be fine, right? Isn't there a confirmation of identity before they are taken away? Amidst the murmurs, the three proceeded to the farewell hall, only to find it eerily empty. Oh no, they've taken him away to the crematorium. Hurry! The man shouted as he ran. Stop! Everyone halt! Xiaolong is in the paper coffin. His voice echoed through the corridor, yet there was no reply. Upon arriving at the crematorium, he discovered it filled with small carts, yet none bore the disposable paper coffins. Ah, Brother Ma, what brings you here? And who are your companions? Family members are not permitted inside. You must wait outside. A young cremation worker approached them. Quickly! Stop everything. All the furnaces must cease operations. Brother Ma rushed forward to press the emergency stop button. What is happening? Another cremation worker inquired. The clients are already in the furnace. Upon hearing this, Brother Ma collapsed onto the floor, exclaiming, It's over, it's all over. Didn't you press the emergency stop? Zhang Yang asked. Brother Ma murmured, as long as they haven't entered the furnace, there's still hope. Once they're in, even Iron Man would be stripped bare. The preheating temperature exceeds 400 degrees Celsius, and not even deities could intervene. What on earth transpired? The young cremation worker questioned. Tell me, where is Xiaolong? I haven't seen Brother Long. I have no idea where he went, Brother Ma replied. You've sent him into the furnace. Sent him where? To the furnace. How is that possible? I just saw Xiaolong lying in the paper coffin in the farewell hall. I presumed he was attempting to frighten you, and ended up dozing off. Now, all the clients from the farewell hall have been brought here. Were you not diligent in your checks when you brought them in? I did check, but not thoroughly. I only verified the name and number. What now? Cremation worker Xiao Li was also flustered. We've burned a living person. This is grave. The other middle-aged cremation worker remained silent, but his face had turned pale. He was partnered with Xiao Li, sharing equal responsibility, if not more, as Xiao Li was a newcomer under his guidance. However, since the clients had already confirmed their identities in the farewell hall, the checks were not as meticulous thereafter. Who could have foreseen that Xiaolong would exploit this oversight? Now, it seems he has unwittingly ventured straight into the realm of the deceased. As the weight of despair settled heavily upon the hearts of the few, a sudden crackling sound emanated from one of the furnaces, reminiscent of someone forcefully striking a door. Chapter 22. Haunting in Broad Daylight. Experiencing the Joys of Manhood. The young woman, startled, leapt directly onto Zhang Yang. Surprisingly, it was not the noise from the incinerator that startled Zhang Yang, but rather the sudden fright from the young woman. Fortunately, he was firmly grounded in his stance. However, it must be said that the young woman's sense of safety was excessively heightened. She carried a weapon even when stepping out. Darkness clouded Zhang Yang's vision as he was struck by two hefty sandbags, though fortunately, they were soft and not particularly harmful. Peering through the observation window of the incinerator, he beheld a crimson glow within, where a shadowy figure appeared to be struggling. My goodness, is there truly a figure? Did they burn someone alive? What can be done? Once inside the furnace, even deities cannot intervene. One can only say it was their own folly. At that temperature, skin would dissolve instantly. Internal organs would be cooked. How could one possibly save them? There is no rescue. What about the emergency stop button? Isn't that a trap? Let me clarify. The emergency stop button was never intended for rescue. It was designed to address mechanical failures. A collective sigh of lament echoed among the viewers. No one anticipated that watching a rideshare livestream would lead to witnessing a cremation. Even more horrifying, a cremation of a living person. It was utterly terrifying, exceedingly cruel. Just as everyone found themselves enveloped in profound dread, the door of the incineration chamber swung open, and a bloodied man staggered in. It was Shaoli. It hurt so much. My death is so tragic. A ghost. Shaoli collapsed in fright. Zhang Yang too felt a chill rise from his feet to the crown of his head. For the newcomer was none other than the very person who had been burned alive, Xiaolong. What on earth? Is it haunted? Did he just die and become a vengeful spirit? Can the transformation occur so swiftly? To come seeking vengeance in broad daylight? The weight of that resentment must be immense. Oh my, I have seen a ghost. The audience was left utterly dumbfounded. The atmosphere, thick with an eerie terror, enveloped everyone present. Kneeling in supplication, Shaoli begged for forgiveness. Brother Long, I am so sorry. I had no idea you were inside. Please forgive me. It was not my intention. Boo-hoo, it's so hot inside. I'm in so much pain. Why didn't I check before entering the furnace? I was careless. I deserve this. Shaoli struck himself twice in remorse. Will I dare to do this again? No, I won't dare. The depth of his regret was palpable. Yet, in the next moment, the spirit of Xiao Long erupted into laughter. Ha! Shaoli, did I make you pee your pants? Shaoli furrowed his brow. Brother Long, you're not dead? You actually wish for my demise? Xiao Long wiped the crimson paint from his face, adding, but today was indeed a close call. I lay in the paper coffin intending to scare you, but ended up dozing off. Had this young man not jolted me awake just as I fell asleep, I would have slept like a dead dog, and then truly turned to ash. But I didn't dare make a sound, fearing I would frighten this young man. With that, Xiao Long approached Zhang Yang, dropped to his knees, and exclaimed, Handsome sir, thank you. Had it not been for you, I might have truly been burned alive today. Zhang Yang exhaled deeply, then gently set down the girl he had been cradling like a sloth, asking, Is this an act of gratitude, or perhaps revenge? Look at how frightened she is. Xiao Long, blushing with embarrassment, replied, I apologize. I honestly did not expect to find you both here. My initial plan was to devise another scheme if the first failed. However, upon bursting in and seeing you all, I understood the situation. I merely played along to impart a profound lesson to Shaoli, who carelessly ushered clients in without proper checks. Please don't hold it against me. Heh. Zhang Yang inquired. The pressing matter is, if you are unharmed, then who is the person in the furnace? And what was that sound of banging earlier? Xiao Ma explained. That was merely the result of a body undergoing intense combustion in the high-temperature furnace. Such occurrences are commonplace. The earlier scene just led us to overthink. Meanwhile, Shaoli wiped away his tears and snot. Though disheveled, he felt a sense of rebirth, his body now imbued with a newfound lightness. It is true what they say, as long as one is alive, everything else is a minor inconvenience. Brother Long, I found myself in trouble earlier. And now you've landed in it too. You nearly scared me to death. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Shaoli lunged forward. Damn it, don't run. This roller coaster of events is unbearable for those with weak hearts. Even those with strong hearts are struggling. The pranks have gone too far, scaring people to death. This crematorium needs a thorough overhaul. Otherwise, it will inevitably face problems. If not for the streamer, that guy might have been in serious trouble, trying again after the first plan failed. The key issue is, this fellow shows no understanding. The streamer saves him, and he merely bows his head. There is no substance to his gratitude. Although it was a false alarm, netizens did not spare Xiao Long harsh criticism for his actions. As matters settled, Zhang Yang drove away with the girl, astonished that a simple phone call had spiraled into such chaos. However, there was a subtle shift. Whereas the girl had initially sat in the back seat, she now took the passenger seat willingly. "I never realized you were such a lucky charm," she said, tilting her head and gazing at Zhang Yang's profile with admiration. "Do not be infatuated with me. I am merely a legend," he replied, puffing up with pride. The girl smiled softly. "My aunt has left." Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. "When did she leave?" "Yesterday." She nodded slightly, her cheeks flushing. Zhang Yang's expression turned solemn as he said, "My condolences." "What?" She stared at him, bewildered. "I meant your aunt," Zhang Yang replied, his face a portrait of confusion as he regarded her. "Aunt? Big aunt? I don't care which aunt. Is it inappropriate to express my condolences?" Zhang Yang awkwardly nodded. Is your aunt's husband all right?" "Uft." The girl burst out laughing. "Brother, do you really not understand? I'm a bit confused by you." Zhang Yang scratched his head, realizing that no matter how he responded, it seemed wrong. She replied, "You are truly adorable. I was referring to the monthly visitor every woman experiences." You could have just said menstruation. I have just emerged from the crematorium. Still in a daze." Zhang Yang wore an awkward expression. He was familiar with the term Aunt Flo, yet failed to grasp its implication initially. Wait a moment. What does it mean for a girl to say that Aunt Flo has left? Could it possibly be a subtle insinuation? Goodness. Is happiness arriving so unexpectedly? Are young women nowadays truly this easygoing? Lost in thought, the girl softly remarked, "My heart is still in a flutter. Could you accompany me upstairs for a moment?" That seems inappropriate, as I still need to drive." "What difference does it make where I drive? Allow me to introduce you to the joys of manhood." The girl winked, brimming with energy. Chapter 23. An even more thrilling experience. 1 against 3. Goodness. Is she for real? Even if Zhang Yang were as dense as a block of wood, he would have understood the implication by now, for the hint was unmistakably clear. Although both scenarios involved driving, Zhang Yang preferred vehicles that did not consume fuel, primarily because their headlights were larger, their horns sounded melodious, and they allowed for seamless voice communication. Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement. Noticing his silence, the girl assumed he was hesitating. "If one isn't enough for you, I can call 2 more friends. Their skills are absolutely top-notch." 1 against 3? Zhang Yang felt his pulse quicken. Scenes from movies he had previously watched flashed through his mind, but this time, he was the protagonist. Gulp. Zhang Yang swallowed hard in disbelief. Would they actually agree? "We haven't even met." The girl confidently replied. What could possibly prevent their agreement? "Rest assured, if I like them, they will have no objections. It's just a matter of whether you can handle it, considering there are 3 of us." 3 of us? Her sultry voice, combined with the tantalizing imagery of 3 individuals, made Zhang Yang's blood rush with excitement. "All right, a true man never backs down." The girl blushed slightly. "I adore your confidence. I have other delightful surprises waiting for you. I guarantee it will elevate your spirits beyond measure." What could be so extraordinary? Goodness. Zhang Yang felt as though he were on the verge of taking flight. With that remark, "I am filled with anticipation." Zhang Yang pressed the accelerator deeply into the floor. Amidst the hustle and bustle, although the community was somewhat dilapidated, the girl's home was beautifully decorated and quite spacious. "Make yourself comfortable, as if you were at home. My friends will be here shortly. There's fruit in the fridge. Would you like to take a shower first? I'll go change." As she spoke, the girl entered the bedroom, leaving the door ajar. Through the slight crack, her silhouette danced, accompanied by the soft rustling of fabric. Yes, Zhang Yang felt a surge of exhilaration. He kicked off his shoes and quietly turned off the live stream. What? Why did the live stream turn off? I was just getting into it. I even had tissues ready, and now you cut it off? Incredible, incredible. The host is quite fortunate. Such an opportunity. 1 against 3. How exhilarating. The current young women are indeed warm and hospitable, yet I find myself lamentably unattractive. Why must an individual like me be born in an era where handsome men can indulge in their desires without restraint? It is simply unjust. Indeed, it is an injustice. The host revels in delight while we are confined to a metaphorical darkroom. This is a situation that can no longer be tolerated. Confronted with a blank screen, the viewers are driven to frustration. A 1 versus 3 scenario. Who wouldn't want to witness such thrilling action? Yet, Zhang Yang refuses to provide the spectacle. However, for a certain individual, this presents an opportune moment, perhaps allowing him to become a model citizen. Truly a win-win situation. A 1 versus 3, delightful, isn't it? I shall ensure your joy is short-lived. The individual retrieves their phone. Hello, is this the Dongjiang City Police? I wish to report that there are individuals engaging in public debauchery in the bustling area, possibly involving drugs. Which building? What unit? Do you know? Unit 1201, Building 9. Received. Thank you for your report. We will dispatch officers immediately. Please hurry. It may all be over before you arrive. 10 minutes later. 8 police cars silently arrived at the bustling area. They comprised a joint task force from the Municipal Drug Enforcement Unit and the Dongqing Public Security Bureau's Vice Squad. As armed narcotics officers disembarked, accompanied by 2 police dogs clad in tactical vests, the nearby residents grew anxious. What is happening? What significant event has occurred? So many officers and police dogs. Could a murderer have infiltrated our community? Upon noticing the gathering crowd, the operations leader, Kai Changming, promptly issued the command. Proceed according to plan. Yes, sir. With that command, 2 drones swiftly ascended into the air. Kai Changming led his team into the building, leaving 2 officers to maintain vigilance. Drones. Report the situation inside the room. Report, leader. Both front and back windows are covered with curtains. Visibility is nil. We will find an angle to capture footage. Understood. Analyzing shadows, it appears 3 individuals are huddled together. Received. In Kai Changming's mind, a vivid scenario began to unfold. 1 minute later, outside Unit 1201, dozens of armed narcotics officers stood at the door, while those from the Vice Squad, lacking firearms, were relegated to the rear, holding canisters of police-grade tear gas. At that moment, muffled sounds emanated from within the room. Wow, handsome, is this going to last so long? Ha ha ha, this ice is exhilarating. I've never experienced anything like it before. No wonder so many stars take risks to indulge in it. Feel free to come by any time. I have plenty of ice. I even have a factory, well, more of a small workshop, in the suburbs. The ice served in bars and nightclubs is all supplied by me. Impressive, isn't it? You're something else. The raw materials cost hardly anything, and your profit margins are substantial. If you want to join me, you can enjoy the good life. Enough chatter. Stay focused. Are you still able to perform? I'm growing impatient. Don't rush. It'll be ready soon. You'll be begging for mercy in no time. The conversation contained both male and female voices, indicating at least 3 individuals present. Furthermore, based on the dialogue's content, it is evident that they are undoubtedly involved in drug-related activities, including the production and distribution of narcotics, constituting an entire supply chain. Kai Changming, visibly exhilarated, exclaimed, I never anticipated we would catch such a significant fish. The drug production lead we have pursued for so long is right here. Fantastic. Utterly thrilling. The drone provided no visuals, rendering the situation somewhat unclear. Everyone must exercise caution upon entry and swiftly apprehend any individuals encountered. Understood, responded the filming crew. Ensuring clarity from behind. Acknowledged. The breach team is ready to force the door. No sooner had he spoken than, click. The door of room 1202 swung open, revealing a corridor filled with officers, causing a young man to panic. Observing this, the anti-vice police swiftly subdued him. Wait, officer, I merely took a delivery meal. Is this really necessary? Meanwhile, the operation continued. With a resounding bang, the door was breached. Armed narcotics officers and anti-vice police stormed into the room. Police, don't move. In the next instant, the scene froze, and everyone was left in a state of shock. Just a moment before, the live stream of Zhang Yang resumed, and viewers, still bewildered by the sudden appearance of armed officers and the menacing gun barrels, trembled in fear. I wanted to see a 1-on-3 scenario, and this is what you show me? What do you mean by that? I was just doing a slow-motion move with one hand. Is this really necessary? You've scared me. You should take responsibility. Wait, why are there so many police? Are they here to arrest the streamer? Chapter 24. Everyone was dumbfounded. Did you perhaps knock on the wrong door? Inside the room, Zhang Yang and the young women were gathered around a gaming table, each with a foot-soaking bucket beside them. At that moment, Zhang Yang's feet were immersed in one. Faced with a group of armed officers, they appeared utterly bewildered. Officers, have you perhaps come to the wrong door? Observing the scene, Kai Changming also felt as though he had made an erroneous turn. Prior to opening the door, he envisioned countless scenarios, yet upon entry, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A gaming table, 4-foot baths. What on earth was this? Everyone stood there, perplexed. Was this what they termed collective debauchery? Kai Changming awkwardly lingered, wondering which fool had made the report. Could they not be more credible? Collective debauchery, it certainly was not. But what about drug use? After all, they had mentioned something about ice. Perhaps everything before him was merely a fade? With this thought, Kai Changming's expression turned grave. We received a report alleging that drug use is suspected here. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang realized the gravity of the accusation. Who could be so malicious? Officer, this is a serious defamation. We do not engage in illegal activities. You all witnessed it. We were merely playing a game of Ludo. Surely that is not against the law. Playing Ludo is indeed lawful, yet I overheard your conversation at the door, discussing something about enduring, and mentioning that ice is exhilarating and enjoyable. No wonder so many celebrities risk it all to partake. Also, what about the ice factory? The raw materials cost a mere pittance, yet the profits are substantial. This misunderstanding is beyond immense. Zhang Yang felt a wave of dread wash over him. Fortunately, this is not in the United States. Otherwise, the sudden commotion at the door would result in a most unjust demise. Officers, as you can see, we were merely engaged in a game of Ludo. As for the endurance challenge, the loser must place their feet in a bucket filled with ice cubes and see who can withstand the cold the longest. The ice factory mentioned is run by a young lady who delivers ice to several bars and nightclubs in the outskirts. Water is quite affordable, merely a few dollars per ton, so the profit margins are undoubtedly substantial. When I mentioned that many celebrities partake in adventurous activities, I was referring to the Ice Bucket Challenge. After all, isn't it true that various stars and entrepreneurs have participated? Some even caught colds, and their fans were deeply sympathetic, declaring their bravery and adventurous spirit. If you doubt my words, feel free to search for it. I see you even have a police dog with you. Do not let this trip be in vain. Let it take a whiff. Kai Changming and the officers behind him. Netizens, are you referring to ice cubes? Kai Changming inquired. What else would it be? Kai Changming responded. Netizens. Ha ha, the girl previously mentioned something good, and I was puzzled. It turns out to be ice cubes. Please do not phrase it that way next time. It easily leads to misinterpretation. I never thought of it that way. I only thought of ice cubes. But I envisioned a contrast of ice and fire. How did it transform into an ice bucket challenge? Indeed, wasn't it supposed to be a 1 versus 3? How did it morph into Ludo? This is not what I wanted to see. Is this what you call a man's joy? I am not amused. Why did you mention that playing this game signifies Aunt Flo's departure? You got me all excited for nothing. They are playing with ice water. During a woman's monthly cycle, she should not encounter cold substances, let alone enter an ice bucket. It can only be said that your thoughts are rather impure. Haha. The water friends were rendered speechless. In truth, Zhang Yang was even more at a loss. He believed he had reached the pinnacle of his life. However, as soon as he entered the bathroom, a girl clad in sportswear entered, carrying a bag of jujubes, and asked him why he hadn't washed them. What he thought was a bathing session turned out to be a request to wash the jujubes, leaving him embarrassed to the point of nearly causing a major faux pas. He could only feign testing the water temperature for the jujubes. Yet, this was not the most awkward moment. The most embarrassing part was when the girl's friend arrived. What was supposed to be a 1 versus 3 quickly turned into something else entirely. He almost unzipped his pants, only for the girl to bring out a game table. Thus, the four of them began to play Ludo. Although it differed from his initial expectations of a 1 versus 3, placing his feet in the ice bucket on a hot summer day was indeed exhilarating, especially at the moment when his feet were fully submerged. The refreshing chill was invigorating, almost transcendent. Little did he expect that just as they were enjoying themselves, a swarm of police officers would show up. Had he known, he would have live-streamed the event. Perhaps such inconveniences could have been avoided. He was simply caught up in the thrill of the game, momentarily forgetting everything else. Realizing it was a colossal misunderstanding, Kai Changming steeled himself and suggested, why not let the dog sniff around? After all, someone has reported this. Let it sniff. If it doesn't we want be at ease. Yes, let it sniff. Pure gold fears no fire, and ice cubes fear no dog. The girl chimed in. Sniff me first. What is its name? It won't bite, will it? Another girl waved her hand. Kai Changming, with a furrowed brow, remarked, this one is called Huzi, and that one is Nyonyo. Huzi, come here, let me have a whiff. Do you need to take off your clothes? The barrage of comments was remarkably unanimous. Absolutely. Of course. It is imperative, otherwise how can one smell? Yet, Kai Changming shook his head repeatedly. No, actually. It doesn't need to come close to you to detect whether you carry any toxins. It can even sense if you have recently ingested drugs. How impressive. I wish I possessed such a keen sense of smell, exclaimed a young lady. What do you intend to do? Engage in drug enforcement? Not at all. I would simply be able to identify who left the dog mess in our neighborhood. If they neglect to clean it up next time, I will just toss it back at their doorstep. A hush fell over the crowd. The detection dog circled around, finding nothing amiss. Everything was remarkably clean. Thank you for your cooperation. We can disband now, Kai Changming announced. At that moment, the team leader from the anti-vice unit approached. While there may be no drugs present, it does not rule out the possibility of criminal activity, especially with 1 male and 3 females in the same room, engaging in water play. Once their clothes are wet, they will have to change, and that could lead to complications. It is essential to give the young people a precautionary warning. This may be fine now, but what if we return later? Zhang Yang appeared momentarily puzzled. What do you mean? I wish to caution you not to become so engrossed in your revelry that you disregard everything else. You 4 are in the same room, at a vibrant age. A lapse in judgment could easily lead to trouble. Should anything occur, with so many involved, it could also be illegal. A single misstep could result in imprisonment for less than 5 years, or even detention or supervision. Zhang Yang nodded. Perhaps you should return later? All right, let us disband. Additionally, we will compensate for your door, Kai Changming replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang eagerly volunteered. Next time you need to break a door, come to me. I can unlock it without a trace, available at your beck and call, and we can arrange long-term cooperation with a discount. Thank you for your offer. Kai Changming glanced at the damaged door, his heart heavy with reluctance as he departed. Chapter 25. A day at sea, threats from the northern Myanmar boss. Quietly they arrived. Quietly they departed, leaving a bewildered crowd of onlookers. What happened? Who did they take away? It seems to be a young man. He looked utterly terrified. His pant legs soaked. Clearly, he was in serious trouble. Otherwise, such a show of police force would not have been warranted. Ultimately, it was the young man who had pilfered takeout who bore the brunt of it all. Meanwhile, in room 1201, although the police had left, the remaining guests no longer felt inclined to continue their festivities. Sometimes, it is as if the atmosphere, once disrupted, can never be regained. However, one thing surprised Zhang Yang. The protagonists in novels who indulge in harems must surely have committed the crime of public indecency. It seems such matters must be approached one at a time. Shall we reschedule for another day? Zhang Yang inquired, looking toward the young lady. She nodded and smiled mysteriously. Next time, I'll take you out to sea. Surely, there will be no scrutiny. Out to sea? That sounds quite labor-intensive. Zhang Yang recalled having seen videos of beautiful women embarking on sea voyages, many slender, alluring, and full of vitality as they boarded the boats. Upon returning, they appeared utterly exhausted, some even trembling as they walked. It was unclear what they had endured, yet it was evident that their experience had not been an easy one. In hindsight, it seemed they had merely engaged in a water gun battle. Well then, next time we shall venture out to the sea for target practice. And you 3 will be begging for mercy. Zhang Yang chuckled heartily. The young lady laughed, her eyes sparkling mischievously. That will depend on whether you possess the capability. I fear not a 1-on-3 challenge, nor even a 1-on-4. Let us not entertain the thought of a 1-on-4 just yet. First, you must conquer us. Remember to recharge your energies before our next encounter. She narrowed her enchanting eyes, exuding an irresistible allure. Zhang Yang laughed. A true man need not conserve his strength. He is always ready for battle. We shall see how you perform. After exchanging contact information, Zhang Yang took his leave, observing their next outing to sea. The online viewers became quite animated. Going out to sea. It seems the next adventure will be serious. Indeed, gather your strength. This was merely a test. The next will plunge into the lion's den. Streamer, take me along on your next maritime venture. I can assist you with the boat. I truly envy the streamer. Driving a ride-sharing vehicle can lead to such romantic encounters. Being handsome like Zhang certainly makes a difference. Back in the car, Zhang Yang glanced at the live stream chat and furrowed his brow upon reading the comments. Is that truly the implication? Am I overthinking this? He shook his head, refusing to indulge in further fanciful thoughts, as he had narrowly avoided embarrassment this time. It was currently 5:13 p.m. He decided to accept another order for dinner. Feeling a pang of hunger after the excitement of the day, Just as he tapped the order button, a phone call came in from northern Myanmar. Northern Myanmar? Am I being targeted by scammers? Zhang Yang quipped before answering. Hello, son. Need more money again? Dad's work is not easy. You should spend wisely. Who is your son? You start by calling me son? A frantic voice of a middle-aged man erupted from the other end. Laughable. The streamer is truly impressive. His viewers chimed in. Is this fool's brain buzzing? They laughed. Zhang Yang, stifling his laughter, inquired. Who are you? I am Lu Ayong, the owner of the industrial park in northern Myanmar. Do you have any idea how much your anti-fraud video has cost me? What is going on? Lu Ayong. The boss of the scam syndicate is here to demand accountability? How intriguing. This was beyond Zhang Yang's expectations, as well as those of his online friends. Incredible. One anti-fraud video has stirred the boss of the northern Myanmar industrial park, Lu Ayong, the notorious boss known for his ruthless dealings. I've heard he is not to be trifled with. Is this true? It seems the streamer's video has struck a nerve. In the realm of anti-fraud, the streamer is undeniably formidable. Realizing the identity of his caller, Zhang Yang continued. Can you even refer to that as a loss? It is merely a lack of integrity. You ought to thank me. The young man, rather audacious in his demeanor, possessed a modicum of intellect. However, this did not grant him the leverage to challenge me. Listen closely, for two paths lie before you. The first is a route to survival, which entails joining our ranks. The second is a path leading to demise, which involves rejecting our offer. Do not doubt my capabilities. Extinguishing your life would be but a trivial task. Reflect on this. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang promptly responded. There is no need for contemplation. I shall undoubtedly choose the path of survival. At least you possess some sense. Lu Ayong retorted. However, your recent anti-fraud video has caused significant losses to the company. The newly renovated police station we established has become utterly futile. How do you intend to compensate the company? Zhang Yang, with unwavering confidence, replied, Is that all? I do not mean to boast, but the impersonation scams involving law enforcement are remarkably primitive. If such a scheme can disrupt your fraudulent operations, it speaks volumes about your level of sophistication. Nevertheless, I possess more advanced scamming techniques, such as Law Enforcement Scam 20 and Law Enforcement Scam 30. By employing my superior tactics, your renovated police station will not only avoid redundancy, but thrive, allowing you to profit immensely. Upon hearing this, Lu Ayong's face lit up with delight. I knew I was right about you. You do possess some talent. Now, enlighten me with the methods of 20 and 30. Not so fast. Zhang Yang interjected. Why not? Lu Ayong inquired. I am currently in Huaxia. If I divulge this information, what if the Huaxia police apprehend me? I need to travel to northern Myanmar, and with your protection, I would feel secure. Lu Ayong was even more pleased at the prospect. As long as Zhang Yang reached northern Myanmar, he could do as he pleased. No problem. Come here, and we shall prosper together. When do you plan to depart? Honestly, I am eager to leave at once. But I am facing a minor issue. I lack the funds to travel. Perhaps I should wait until the end of the month. The airfare requires a bit more money. I can transfer it to you. Not just the airfare, but also various other expenses. Besides, once I leave, I do not intend to return. I need to earn enough to settle my father. Well, we cannot simply wait for you. How much do you need? I will send it to you. Given the circumstances, I shall request an advance on my commission. Once I arrive, upgrading to the 20 version of the scam will swiftly earn you millions. Lu Ayong responded with a grunt. How much do you require? Just name a figure. Not much, 50,000. Otherwise, I might as well postpone my trip. Consider it a holiday for everyone. Once I arrive, we will conquer all. 50,000. I will transfer it to you right now. What is your account number? Construction Bank, 6227. Moments later, a notification pinged on Zhang Yang's phone, indicating the deposit of 50,000. Wait, you actually sent it? Desperate for talent, are we? Zhang Yang chuckled, devising another scheme. Chapter 26, Upgrading the Scam. The boss arrives to raid the fraud scene. After a short while, Lu Ayong inquired, Did you receive the money? You transferred it? I have not received anything yet. Perhaps there is a delay. Zhang Yang responded with utmost seriousness. That is impossible. Transfers are instantaneous. There should be no delay. Check again. Oh no, this is bad, boss. The bank might have swallowed the money. My account seems to be overdrawn by 60,000. Why did you not mention this before? I had just remembered this. What should we do now? Perhaps you could initiate the process again? This time, use the agricultural bank. There is an ATM right beside me. Rest assured, this insignificant sum will yield you returns 100-fold or even 1,000-fold once I arrive. Zhang Yang assuredly patted his chest. Very well. What is the card number for the agricultural bank? Zhang Yang retrieved his bank card and relayed the information. In no time, 50,000 was credited. Boss, the money has been received. I will withdraw it immediately. You can trust me. As soon as I disembark, that bunch of foolish individuals from Huaxia will become our cash dispensers. Please act swiftly. Wait a moment, boss. What is it now? It seems this amount can only be withdrawn 1,000 per day unless upgraded. If you prefer, you could wait an additional 5 days. Losing a few million is hardly a concern. Upon hearing the prospect of losing a few million, Lu Aiyong felt a pang of regret. He did not wish to wait even a minute longer. Couldn't you simply upgrade? Upgrading requires at least 200,000 in the account. Only then will it automatically upgrade. How about this? Transfer me another 150,000, and I will withdraw 50,000. I will return the remaining 150,000 to you. This way, I can set off tonight. After some contemplation, Lu Aiyong deemed this a perfect solution. Agreed. Buzz. 150,000 was credited again. Thus, a total of 250,000 was secured. Observing this, a multitude of viewers in the live stream exclaimed in astonishment. What in the world? Is this even possible? The leader of the Myanmar North scam sends money to the streamer. This is a story that can be told for a lifetime. Are the 20, 30 versions of public security scams real? What was the streamer's past occupation? This rhetoric, this strategy, luring with bait, feigning disinterest, and advancing step by step. I refuse to believe this isn't professional. However, the game did not conclude there. Zhang Yang continued. I have withdrawn the funds, and I shall return the remaining 150,000 to you, as originally planned. Very well. Wait a moment. What is the matter? My display indicates that I do not have overseas services activated. I can only receive payments, not send them. Then go activate it. The bank is closed now. How about transferring me another 150,000? With 300,000, it will automatically activate. You need not worry. Once activated, I will promptly return the funds to you. It will not affect you in the least. Are you playing me for a fool? What do you mean? How am I trying to deceive you? I am doing everything I can to transfer the remaining funds to you. Have I done something wrong? Then do not transfer it. That is not my intention. It's just that your responses are inconsistent. What can I do? The regulations are strict, and this is my first time handling such a transaction. If you do not wish to proceed, I shall hang up. Please, please. I will transfer you 150,000 immediately. Buzz. 150,000 was credited. Has it arrived? Boss, it has arrived. I will execute the transfer now. With that, Zhang Yang set his phone aside and lowered his voice. Stay still, police. Raise your hands. Officer, I haven't committed any crime. You are suspected of fraud. Please accompany us. That is not true. I am innocent. Boss, save me. There are people here to rob the courtroom. Slap. The call ended. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. What a complete act. Laughter erupted, as if the scene were a farcical play. The streamer was humorously likened to a cow ringing a doorbell, truly astonishing. I have learned so much that I eagerly await the next scam call. Me too. Who will scam me? I want to practice, they jested. The audience was in stitches, and even Zhang Yang could no longer contain his laughter. Amidst the hilarity, he dialed Zhou Xiaoxiao. Master Zhang. What is it? Well, a man claiming to be Lu Aiyong, the owner of a factory in northern Myanmar, just transferred me 40,000. What should I do with this sum? Lu Aiyong from northern Myanmar? Isn't he the head of a scam syndicate over there? I'm not sure of the details. He said he wanted to hire me as a fraud technical consultant and then transferred me 40,000. If you have time, please come to the police station. Zhou Xiaoxiao advised. All right. Zhang Yang ended the call and drove to the police station. In northern Myanmar's industrial park, chaos ensued. What is the situation? Has that kid been apprehended by the police? Lu Aiyong fumed, realizing the money was sent, but the person was gone. At that moment, a subordinate approached with a phone in hand. Boss, it seems we've been duped. What? Lu Aiyong snatched the phone, revealing a short video titled, Shocking. Northern Myanmar scam leader spends a fortune on 20 versions of judicial fraud techniques, only to be scammed in return. The video featured clips of Zhang Yang conversing with him, followed by footage of Zhang reporting the incident to the police. After watching the video, Lu Aiyong was utterly incensed. Damn it. Immediately issue a wanted notice. Offer a reward of 500,000. I want him skinned alive. Understood. However, this did not quell Lu Aiyong's fury, and he called Zhang Yang again. Just as Zhang Yang arrived at the police station, his phone buzzed. Noticing the caller ID from northern Myanmar, He answered in a lowered voice. This is Zhang Yang from the Dongjiang City Police Department. You're seeking death. Realizing the situation, Zhang Yang responded. How did you know I was looking for you? Did you see the big word death written on your face? Transfer the money back immediately, or you'll be in grave danger. You're scaring me. How about this? Record a message for me, and I'll send you $100. Just say, support anti-fraud. Brother Yang is the most handsome. And may all scammers from northern Myanmar perish. $100 per message. Can you refuse? Lu Ion gritted his teeth. Fine, you've got some nerve. Aren't you afraid I'll shoot you? Oh, threatening me? You little rascal, let me give you some advice. Even with a gun. You can't reach me through the internet. Instead, learn about anti-fraud with me. I can make you furious from afar. You. Lu Ion was infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Wait for your demise. I'll see you dead. Remember today, it's your birthday. And you'll wait for death. Know this. Those who offend Hua Xiao will face retribution, no matter how far they are. Retribution, retribution, retribution. With that, he hung up. Ha. The streamer is amazing. What the streamer said is so satisfying. Those who offend Hua Xiao will face retribution, no matter how far. I want to learn anti-fraud from the streamer. Primarily to infuriate those scammers from behind a screen. That guy in northern Myanmar will surely be furious. Chapter 27. Wanted. Where have you hidden your gun, streamer? At the anti-fraud center, Zhang Yang encountered two familiar faces, Sister Huan Mao and her husband, Shi Wenxing. What are you still doing here? Shi Wenxing sighed. With 300,000 at stake, where else could we be? My life feels utterly ruined. Sister Huan Mao replied, look at you. It's not over yet. Tomorrow hasn't come. You are truly beyond redemption, Shi Wenxing exclaimed in frustration. It was evident that he yearned to slap her, but ultimately, reason prevailed over impulse. By the way, what brings you here? Have you been deceived as well? My situation is rather unique. I scammed a big shot from northern Myanmar out of 400,000. What? Shi Wenxing's eyes widened in disbelief. While others are being swindled, you managed to con a con artist. Impressive. Even the officers present were astonished. Is this for real? Zhou Xiaoxiao briefly recounted the situation. The next moment, the entire anti-fraud center stood in awe, gazing at Zhang Yang as if he were a deity. After years of battling fraudsters, this was the first time they encountered someone who had actually profited. Zhang Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Calm down. Calm down. How shall we handle this money? I still need to continue my operations. All right. I will take care of it. It will be done shortly. An officer responded. Moments later, a policeman adorned with floral insignia entered, guided by Zhou Xiaoxiao to stand before Zhang Yang. This is him, Zhang Yang. This gentleman is Officer Li Yunjing, the Deputy Director of our Municipal Public Security Bureau and the head of the Anti-Fraud Center. Li Yunjing smiled warmly. I am well aware of your situation. Truly, a hero emerges from youth. You have repaid the con artist in kind, and it appears you are the one to do so. Quite a coincidence, Zhang Yang chuckled. You're remarkably humble. There are few young talents like you who are both discreet and capable, Li Yunjing remarked. In this era of social media, and given your status as a professional superstar, you possess a certain influence. Thus, I would like to appoint you as an anti-fraud ambassador for Dongjiang City. What do you think? An anti-fraud ambassador? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Does that require me to come to work? I still need to attract clients. No need for a fixed schedule. During your live broadcasts or while you are working, simply promote our anti-fraud initiatives, Li Yunjing clarified. Zhang Yang sighed with relief. That's perfectly fine. Combating fraud is a collective responsibility. On behalf of the people of Dongjiang City, I thank you. We will present you with an appointment certificate shortly. Please hold on. Is it really that formal? Zhang Yang felt a sense of reverence. What he initially thought to be a mundane role now seemed quite sacred. A few minutes later, an officer arrived holding a freshly minted red certificate. Li Yunjing accepted it and presented it to Zhang Yang with both hands. Here is your appointment certificate. I will strive diligently and honor this mission, Zhang Yang declared, receiving it with excitement. This is an anti-fraud bonus. A reward for your outstanding efforts against fraud, the officer added. Wow, this is quite substantial. Receiving the thick envelope, Zhang Yang was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't anticipated a bonus of this magnitude. Today's earnings had multiplied significantly. Thank you. I will continue to work hard. Oh, yet another letter of appointment accompanied by a bonus. Life is reaching its zenith. It is no trivial matter, for that sum amounts to 400,000. In our anti-fraud efforts, the rewards range from 30 to 50,000, yet the streamer earns a staggering 40,000. 3,000 is hardly excessive. The streamer's audacious maneuver has indeed been remarkable, garnering popularity and generating revenue. Do you believe this money comes easily? The big shots from northern Myanmar have issued a bounty, offering 500,000 for the capture of the streamer. Is that true? Does that mean the streamer is essentially a walking bounty of 500,000? I must investigate. As the comments flooded in, viewers, filled with envy, uncovered information about Zhang Yang being wanted. Exiting the police station, Zhou Xiaoxiao escorted someone to their car. I heard you had quite the lively time this afternoon. Did you almost get caught in a raid? Zhang Yang replied, visibly embarrassed. Had I known I would be with you, I surely would have avoided such a fate. Zhou Xiaoxiao shot him a glance, saying, that depends on what you were playing. If it was illegal, I would have had to arrest you. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yang grinned. I suppose playing role-play could be quite thrilling. Zhou Xiaoxiao's face flushed. Get lost. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. What is this about? How does a simple role-play lead to anger? You are the police, and I am the armed robber. Wouldn't it be exhilarating for you to apprehend me? At this point, the audience erupted in laughter. How can the streamer drive without getting into the car? As an armed robber, pray tell, where do you conceal your weapon? Shall I assist you in polishing it? Be careful, it might discharge and hit you. The brother upstairs seems confused. It is clear the young lady is eager to be shot at. Returning to the car, Zhang Yang did not immediately accept the new order, but instead glanced at the live stream. Popularity, 154. Online viewers, 12. Reputation points, 111. Quite impressive. Steadily on the rise. Zhang Yang felt a surge of happiness, but at that moment, he noticed the viewers' comments regarding the bounty. Wanted? Am I being pursued by Lu Ayong? What is going on? Zhang Yang searched the internet. To his astonishment, he discovered an actual wanted notice bearing his photograph. The bounty notice was succinct. This individual, Zhang Yang, hails from Dongjiang City. He is currently in Dongjiang City. Should anyone deliver him to our company, winning the world in the northern Myanmar Industrial Park, a reward of 500,000 RMB will be granted. This message is authentic and valid. Remarkable, it appears to be quite efficient. Zhang Yang chuckled, realizing he had become a living bounty of 500,000. Who are you trying to scare with a wanted notice? This is Huaxia. Come if you dare. Regardless, streamer. Exercise caution. Do not fall victim to those blinded by greed. Protecting the streamer is everyone's responsibility. If anything were to happen to him, I would level northern Myanmar. Those who offend Huaxia, even from afar, shall be punished. Reading the viewers' comments, Zhang Yang felt genuinely touched. Thank you. I am fine. Let us continue to accept orders. Ding. A real-time order popped up. The pickup location was at the Andes Home Services Center, situated north of the police station, a mere 1 kilometer away. Walking there, he planned to complete this order before dining. Zhang Yang pressed the accelerator and exited the police station. Zhang Yang had just parked the car when a woman, clad in work attire and possessing a voluptuous figure, emerged. She appeared to be in her early 30s, her form curvaceous, with long hair elegantly styled in a bun, exuding an air of competence and grace. The woman approached directly, opened the car door, and settled into the passenger seat. Hello, is your license plate ending in 7228? She inquired. Indeed. Please fasten your seatbelt. We shall be departing shortly. After confirming her information, Zhang Yang started the vehicle, merging into the evening rush hour traffic. Chapter 28. Astonishment. A beauty on a ride-hailing service exhausts 3 cards. 15 minutes later, they arrived at Building 5 of the Tomorrow Garden. Hello, your service has concluded. Please remember to take your belongings before alighting, he announced. How do I pay? Can I use my card? The woman asked. For ride-hailing services, you can pay directly through your mobile phone, Zhang Yang replied. The issue is that I have no funds on my phone. Neither Alipay nor WeChat has a balance. How can I pay without a card? She responded. What? You mean you don't even have 9 yuan and 50 cents? Zhang Yang questioned, puzzled. Gazing at the woman's beauty, how could she possibly lack even 10 yuan? Surely, she could ask any admirer to transfer a trivial amount. The woman, appearing quite embarrassed, replied, If I had it, I would pay. I truly do not have anything. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. What? I've never seen anything like this. Such a stunning beauty is unable to spare 9 yuan and 50 cents? Exactly. She's dressed in work attire. How could someone employed lack even this small sum? If it were a man, I might believe it. But a beautiful woman lacking such funds? Even if she were unemployed, that seems implausible. Surely, within 1,000 yuan, to them, It wouldn't be considered money? Who would argue otherwise? Just ask any man on WeChat. And he would gladly transfer 200 without hesitation. Zhang Yang, sensing she was not jesting, confirmed once more, 9 yuan and 50 cents. Can you pay by card? The woman nodded, retrieving a bank card. Go ahead and swipe it. Zhang Yang, feeling exasperated, thought, swiping for 9 yuan and 50 cents? What kind of predicament is this? Fortunately, the production team had provided a card reader. Without further ado, Zhang Yang accepted the card and swiped it. The card was set for small, password-free transactions, so no PIN was required. However, to his utter disbelief, the card displayed an insufficient balance. What is going on? Zhang Yang exclaimed, his eyes wide. Madam, your balance is insufficient. The woman, seemingly unfazed, calmly replied, swipe for 4 yuan and 1 cent. Zhang Yang performed the transaction again, successfully deducting the 4 yuan and 1 cent. 4 yuan and 1 cent? That still isn't enough, he stated, returning the bank card to her. The woman rummaged through her bag and produced another bank card. Use this for the remainder. Zhang Yang, utterly astonished, accepted the card, not anticipating that the fare of 9 yuan and 50 cents would require 2 swipes. Madam, is it truly this challenging? He thought, suppressing his questions as he continued to swipe the card. However, in the next instant, he was left speechless. Madam, this card does not even have 5 yuan and 40 cents. Swipe for 1 yuan and 90 cents. Zhang Yang let out a wry smile, unsure of what to say next. Ultimately, it is a reflection of my limited understanding. I had thought that using 2 cards was quite peculiar. Goodness. To swipe 3 cards directly? To take a ride and exhaust 2 cards? No. Perhaps it was intentional to spend the small change that could not be withdrawn from the cards. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, why not simply allow me to use the 3rd card? Returning the cards to the woman, Zhang Yang calculated mentally. 9 yuan and 5 cents minus 4 yuan and 1 cent minus 1 yuan and 90 cents, which equals 6 yuan, leaving 3 yuan and 50 cents. I will swipe for 3 yuan and 50 cents. The next moment, Zhang Yang swallowed hard. Miss, do you have so many useless cards? This one isn't sufficient. This one swipes for 1 yuan and 80 cents. All right. After completing the transaction, Zhang Yang handed the card back to the woman. Now there shouldn't be any small change left, right? It's time to give me the main card. The woman was taken aback. What main card? I assumed these cards were meant for cancellation. You spent the small change before canceling, and now that it's all gone, you have to swipe the salary card? The woman shook her head. No, this is my salary card. What? Zhang Yang was once again stunned. Then this isn't enough. If it's not enough, then that's all there is, the woman replied. Upon hearing this, the audience was both amused and bewildered. Ha ha ha, the host miscalculated. Goodness. I've even thought of a headline for the evening news. Incredible. A woman exhausts 3 cards while taking a ride. The one above understands the traffic, by the way. What is up with this woman? Is she in such dire straits? 9 yuan and 5 cents causes such a dilemma? Looking at her age, she should be married. Could it be that her husband is overly strict? I've only heard of wives being strict, never of husbands being so severe. Observing the woman's earnest expression, Zhang Yang felt a mix of heartache and amusement, with a hint of speechlessness. Dear lady, must it be this difficult? You used 3 cards for a ride. One might think I'm bullying you, yet I am losing 1 yuan and 70 cents. The woman sighed. That is how it is when one has no money. But you could take the bus if you don't have money. Why take a taxi? You can't swipe cards on the bus. Perfect. Flawless logic. Zhang Yang was utterly defeated by the woman's reasoning. It seems I am indeed the great fool. Ha ha ha. Even the host has moments of speechlessness. This woman has a unique perspective. The host was swiftly bested. Great fool. If not you, then who? Just a deficit of 1 yuan and 70 cents. Let it go. Someone should send a gift to the host to compensate. You've done the noble deed. Your character is commendable. The audience was equally amused. In the 21st century, there are still beautiful women who can't afford a taxi. Since she truly has no money, there isn't much to be done. After all, it's only a matter of 1 yuan and 70 cents. It hardly seems worth it. Zhang Yang came to terms with reality and nodded. All right. Let us leave it at that. However, I find it perplexing. You seem to dress quite well, yet how can you be in such difficulty? Mortgage, car loan, daily expenses. And that is how it is. A car loan? If you have a car, why don't you drive yourself? Zhang Yang frowned. The woman remarked. The car belongs to my husband. If it weren't for the mortgage payment today, I wouldn't be in such an awkward position. How about this? Come upstairs with me, and I will get you some money. I can't let you suffer a loss. Is there money at home? Zhang Yang inquired. There's still a couple of coins. Let's go? Initially, Zhang Yang had no intention of accepting, but her words piqued his curiosity. He genuinely wanted to see what kind of dwelling could make a beautiful woman struggle so, and what sort of man could inspire such unwavering loyalty in a striking woman to endure such hardships. With these questions in mind, Zhang Yang followed the woman upstairs. Room 701. She opened the door. Come in, no need to change your shoes. Upon entering, Zhang Yang observed that the apartment was quite well decorated. There was a green plant stand by the door, and the home exuded a vibrant, lived-in atmosphere, suggesting that they were not impoverished. Just a moment. I'll find some money for you, the woman said, pulling open a drawer above the shoe cabinet. 1 dime, 2 dimes, 3 dimes. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. You've returned home, yet it's still this difficult? At that moment, Zhang Yang noticed a small money tree on the plant stand, thriving despite its size. How about you give me this money tree? I can place it in my car to attract good fortune. How much did you pay for it? I'll compensate you for the difference. What do you think? As he spoke, he grasped the trunk, only to discover that the pot remained firmly in place, and he was merely lifting a small tray. What? Why is it just a tray? Is there really that little soil in this pot? Zhang Yang bent down to inspect it, and to his astonishment, he uncovered a hidden truth. The pot was filled with cash. Chapter 29. Discovering hidden funds and being caught in the act, unable to explain. Isn't all this money? The woman asked. It's in the pot. There must be at least a few $100s here, Zhang Yang replied, handing the pot back to her. Staring at the assorted bills inside, the woman's expression turned bewildered. I didn't put this money here. If it wasn't you, then it must be your partner's. It's quite discreetly hidden. Could it possibly be secret savings? That shouldn't be the case. Things are already so tight at home. Why would he hide money? Perhaps he wanted to surprise you? Imagine, during your most challenging times, he suddenly reveals a stash of cash. Wouldn't that be a delightful surprise? The woman let out a bitter laugh. With just this little amount. What kind of surprise could it be? If it were secret savings, it wouldn't be confined to just this one spot. It must be hidden in various corners, shoes, drawer compartments, beneath pillows, under the bed, and so forth. If there's 5 or 600 in one location, multiply that by 10, and it totals to several thousand. Is that really possible? The woman questioned, half convinced. You can check and see for yourself. For instance, shoes that your partner doesn't frequently, or might have money hidden beneath the insoles. Without wasting any time, the woman retrieved a pair of men's shoes. However, as she pulled out the insole, several crisp bills were revealed. My goodness, there really is, she exclaimed, excitedly counting. It totaled $700. Where else could there be money? She asked, rummaging through the other shoes. In regard to the matters I previously mentioned, could you please take a look? Furthermore, now that you have funds, have you settled the transportation fare? Here's a suggestion. You give me 300, and I will transfer 300 to you via WeChat. This way, you can pay directly through the platform, and once you have money in WeChat, hailing a taxi becomes effortless. As for the expenses you incurred previously with your card, I shall reimburse you. Does that sound agreeable? Sure, everything is acceptable. But there is one condition. You must assist me in locating the hidden funds. I want to ask for your help without compensation. I shall offer you a commission. How much would you propose? Would 1% suffice? It's a deal. I particularly enjoy finding concealed money. Zhang Yang took out his phone, instructing, first, settle the order. Then leave me a good review. All right, I'll get you the money. I'm not after the money hidden in the soles of shoes. I want what's in the flower pot. Ha ha ha, the scent from the soles is too strong, right? The host is quite the character. Even taking on a job to find hidden funds, albeit the commission is a bit meager. That's sufficient, considering the hardships others face. It's inappropriate to take too much. Indeed, yet the host is rather ruthless. The husband's hard-earned secret stash is being exposed, and the man will surely be distraught upon his return. Whether he cries or not is uncertain, but one thing is clear. This man is lacking. His wife struggles to afford transportation, yet he hoards such a substantial amount of hidden funds? You're right. Let us uncover all his secret money, be it within books, behind clocks, or beneath keyboards. The audience was abuzz with comments, discussing the husband's hidden funds and speculating on where money could be concealed. It turned out that men understand men best. With the incentive of a 1% commission, Zhang Yang diligently retrieved each stash of hidden money. A total of 2,400 was found atop the flower pot stand. 825 was extracted from the crevice of a shoebox. 1,900 was uncovered beneath the television cabinet's drawer. 2001 was found behind the clock and picture frames. 4005 was discovered atop the wardrobe. Minutes passed swiftly as the two ventured into the bedroom from outside. Observing their surroundings, Zhang Yang's gaze fell upon the pillow. Let us check inside the pillowcase. Oh, the woman climbed onto the bed, panting. After a prolonged search for hidden money, she felt utterly exhausted. Zhang Yang shared her sentiment. Standing with his hands on his hips at the edge of the bed, observing her search while contemplating further. In that moment of distraction, a soft click resonated as the front door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with thinning hair. However, the next instant, an unsightly scene unfolded before their eyes. His woman knelt on the bed while a stranger stood behind her, hands on hips. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of fury enveloped him. What the hell? You two shameless scoundrels. The shock was akin to thunder on a clear day, startling Zhang Yang. The woman hurriedly scrambled off the bed, her flushed face and breathless demeanor leaving no room for doubt about their innocence. At this sight, the audience was left in utter astonishment. What? Is this a case of infidelity caught in the act? I find myself in a fit of laughter, despite my reluctance. As the situation you have conjured is undeniably absurd, anyone witnessing it would undoubtedly feel a surge of anxiety. Indeed, the scene of a solitary man and woman in a room, with the woman kneeling on the bed, is bound to provoke unwarranted thoughts. This scenario has remarkably transformed into that of a mistress, and it seems we are in for quite a spectacle. The host ought to exercise caution, lest he be struck. Though such an act would likely be in vain, this misunderstanding transcends the ordinary. Zhang Yang harbors concerns that the man, in a moment of impulsive rage, might lash out at him. Having previously assisted passengers in catching a cheating partner, he is acutely aware of the intensity of such fury. Yet he never anticipated finding himself in the position of being caught in a similar predicament. The man, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Do you take me for a fool? Of course, you would be dressed after the act. Had I arrived a moment later, you would have fled. You must listen to my defense. We were merely searching for your hidden stash of money," Zhang Yang implored. The man scoffed. "What a tale. You claim to be searching for secret funds while panting and out of breath. Did you run laps on the bed in your search?" In response to the man's derogatory remarks, the woman, seething with anger, retorted, "You scoundrel. Our household is barely scraping by, yet you hoard such wealth. Do you have any idea of the daily grievances I endure?" Tears streamed down her face, and the man's heart softened. For he alone was aware of the sacrifices she had made for him and their home. In the next moment, he rushed forward and embraced her tightly. At that instant, the woman's phone, resting on the bed, illuminated with a notification of a transfer made 18 minutes prior, amounting to 300 yuan. From an account named Joyful Driver. "Is your WeChat named Joyful Driver?" The man directed his gaze at Zhang Yang. Momentarily taken aback, Zhang Yang replied, "Yes, how did you know?" The man, however, did not respond, instead breaking down in tears while holding the woman. Forgive me. I am inept and have failed to care for you. I never realized the extent of your suffering for our family. From this day forth, I vow never to allow you to endure such humiliation again." Upon concluding his heartfelt pledge, he turned to Zhang Yang, demanding, "You, get out. What are you still doing here after everything?" Zhang Yang stammered, I am finished." But he hesitated, uncertain whether to claim his commission. In a moment of indecision, the man hurled a pillow in his direction, exclaiming, "Isn't the humiliation you've inflicted upon us sufficient? You paid for the service. Why linger here to demean me further? I command you to leave at once." Puzzled, Zhang Yang questioned, "What is happening? Is there some misunderstanding? I am not the mistress." The man, now agitated, replied, "I know you are not the mistress. I have seen the money you transferred to her. I understand perfectly. After enjoying the service, why do you remain here to belittle me?" With these words, he cast a sorrowful glance at the woman. "You are truly foolish. Why treat yourself this way?" Observing this, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. What on earth is happening? The man surely does not believe that the host is a client, does he? It appears so. Did the host not transfer 300 before? It seems he witnessed that, which only amplifies this misunderstanding. The price of 300 indeed aligns, prompting me to wonder why this man is so agitated. The host now finds herself in an irreparable situation. The transfer, the bed, and the two of them panting. It's all too incriminating. At this moment, Zhang Yang also came to a realization. No wonder he knew his WeChat name. He must have seen the transfer records. This situation is quite absurd. Zhang Yang felt quite speechless. In truth, it was not just him. The woman was even more bewildered. What are you talking about, Hanxingfa? Come on, brother. You've got it all wrong. I'm not a client. I'm merely a driver, Zhang Yang began to clarify. Yes, you are an experienced driver, a joyous one at that. I saw the 300 you transferred, the man replied, casting a look of immense guilt towards the woman. Honestly, I don't blame you for doing this. I only lament my inability to protect you, forcing you to maintain our household in such a manner. The woman, upon hearing this, grew furious. She kicked the man off the bed. Have you lost your mind? How on earth have I maintained this household? Speak clearly. The man sat on the floor, looking aggrieved. What more is there to clarify? Isn't it obvious? He pays, you provide your company. What do you mean by that? I see you're deluded. That 300 was transferred to me. I returned it to him. The man was utterly perplexed. He gave 300, you returned 300. What is this? A mere exchange of courtesies? What do you gain without a profit? Just his charm and the pleasure of his company? Seeing him nearly lose his mind, Zhang Yang hastily began to explain from the beginning. Allow me to clarify. I am indeed a driver, an online rideshare driver. Zhang Yang recounted the entire ordeal. From the woman lacking funds for the fare to discovering her secret savings, then negotiating a commission, and finally the man's return. After absorbing this bizarre and convoluted tale, the man chuckled wryly. I understand. I truly do. This story is quite well crafted. It allows everyone to retain some dignity. Zhang Yang was at a loss for words. Why was it so difficult to convey the truth? I am speaking nothing but the truth. Why do you find it hard to believe? I believe. I truly do. Now leave. The man insisted. You clearly do not believe. But I have another means to prove our innocence. Zhang Yang declared. Take out your phone. For what purpose? Just do as I say. Reluctantly, the man pulled out his phone, opened Douyin, and searched for all vocations superstar Zhang Yang. Huh? The man furrowed his brow, but complied nonetheless. Upon entering the live stream and seeing himself on camera, everything became clear to him. I'll have it out with you. Not only did you seduce my wife, but you also broadcasted it. How are we supposed to live? I will kill you. The man leapt up, just as he lunged forward. Zhang Yang forcefully pushed him back onto the bed. Are you out of your mind? If I were live streaming such a thing, the channel would have been shut down long ago. All Vocations Superstar is a reality show, didn't he, you know? Zhang Yang exploded in frustration, having never encountered such stubbornness before. He felt as though he might burst from exasperation. The audience in the live broadcast room was in fits of laughter. Haha, I can't breathe from laughing. This guy must have a screw loose. It's hilarious. Does he really think Douyin is an adult site? Clearly, he maximized the entertainment value of the show. Why do I feel like he could accept his wife selling herself, but not the idea of her not doing so? The man was taken aback, as was the woman. Are you implying you are a respectable person? He asked, reaching for his phone again. How novel. Should I tell you how disreputable I truly am? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Go take a look at the comments. Everyone can vouch for me. I'm genuinely here to find hidden money. The man glanced at the barrage of comments. However, a group of internet users began to have some fun. I can confirm, your wife is indeed beautiful. I can also affirm, they are fine. It's just that the mole on your wife's back is quite lovely. Seeing the chaos unfold, Zhang Yang did not hold back. Is there any moderation? Could someone please silence those few trolls? We can have our fun. But let us not spread nonsense in the live room. Upon hearing this, the viewers restrained their comments. Bro, your wife is truly wonderful. Cherish such a woman. And next time, don't hide your money. Look at how difficult things have become for her. Exactly. Enduring hardship for a while is fine. But don't let her suffer for a lifetime. Such a good woman deserves to be cherished. This is what a true partner looks like, if it comes to that. Just transfer her to me, and I promise to treat her well. I'm not judging you, but with home life this tough, why hide so much money? Anyone can suffer, but why should your beautiful wife have to suffer alongside you? Looking around, the comments were unanimously praising the woman. The man, moved to tears, finally understood. Rest assured, I will work hard to improve our home life. Moreover, starting tomorrow, I will drive my wife to and from work. He gazed tenderly at her. I'm sorry. My love, I haven't taken good care of you. But please believe me, I will ensure you live a good life. The hidden money was meant to save up for a little car for you. With tears in her eyes, the woman replied, I believe in you. Let us work hard together. The two embraced tightly. At that moment, Zhang Yang quietly exited the room. Although he had helped the woman find over 10,000 in hidden money, he no longer desired a commission. Back in his car, Zhang Yang let out a sigh of relief. I advise everyone, never help a married woman search for items at home, as you may very well be caught in a compromising situation. If you must help, maintain your distance and document the evidence. Haha, all this is experiential wisdom. Host, come help me find something at home, and while you're at it, clear my drain. My husband is away on business and won't return for a month. Hey, I have 20 years of experience clearing drains. Let me do it. Finally, I found a professional. Our school restroom is completely clogged. Could you come and fix it? Chapter 31. Encountering a human trafficker in a god-level new profession, having completed only a few tasks, yet busy for an entire afternoon. Zhang Yang drove out of the community and sought a nearby noodle shop for a meal. As he savored his noodles, he monitored his live streaming data. Popularity at 228 and 15 viewers online. Zhang Yang felt reasonably content with these figures. How much reputation had he accrued? Upon checking the system, he discovered his reputation value stood at 1111, nearing 100,000. Just as he contemplated this, the system emitted a light chime. Congratulations, host. You have received a lottery opportunity for reaching 100,000 reputation points. A surge of joy filled Zhang Yang's heart. A lottery. With a mere thought, his reputation was deducted by 100,000, followed by another notification sound. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a god-level profession card. God-level? Zhang Yang was elated. He recalled that the novice gift package contained a profession mastery, which already elevated his skills to an extraordinary level. Now, with this god-level status, his professional prowess was destined to transcend the ordinary. Fantastic. I shall rise to greatness. This time, I must draw a singer. With a single song, I will outshine those top 10 contestants. Filled with immense excitement, Zhang Yang projected his intent. Generating profession randomly. Profession, driver, god level. What? A driver? At the god level? What use is this to me? I am merely a ride-hailing driver, not a racing driver. Couldn't I have received a singer profession instead? Zhang Yang found himself at a loss. However, the system was indifferent to his dismay. In an instant, a wealth of motorcycle characteristics, performance details, and various driving techniques flooded his mind. Furthermore, he experienced subtle physical transformations, quicker reflexes, and a sharper control over speed, direction, time, and balance. Remarkable. Truly, this is the god level. How delightful. Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled. Even though it wasn't the profession he desired, having an abundance of skills is never a burden. What is the streamer thinking? Eyes sparkling. With summer approaching and clothing becoming scant, it's the season for wild imaginations. Streamer, if you come to my house, I would be without clothes. Hey, can I come to your house? Let us ponder life together. You should go, but it seems the person above is a rather rough fellow. You might end up in quite a predicament. Haha, perhaps they are going to unclog the toilet. Let me advise you to respect the balance of yin and yang. Life is a cycle. The more vitality you expend in this life, the more exquisite and beautiful you will become in your next. Conversely, if women absorb more vitality, they might transform into remarkably gifted and handsome gentlemen in their next life. Zhang Yang withdrew his thoughts, glancing at the lively comments. His gaze lingered momentarily on the cycle of life. If I were to tease you while administering sensitive substances to drain your vitality, would you emerge in your next life as an exceptionally alluring individual? Wow, the streamer's imagination exceeds my expectations. 15 minutes later, Zhang Yang settled his bill and prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to enter his vehicle to solicit passengers, he noticed a young boy, seemingly around 5 or 6 years old, sitting on the roadside curb. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached the boy, exuding an air that suggested he was no benevolent figure. Zhang Yang muttered to himself and walked over. Do you remember me, little friend? The man inquired, pulling a lollipop from his pocket. The boy looked up, gently shaking his head. I am your Uncle Wang, your father's colleague. Don't you recall? We had dinner together last time. Your father had business, and I was supposed to take you home. Come now. The boy accepted the lollipop. Just as the man grasped the boy's small hand to lead him away, Zhang Yang swiftly intervened. What do you mean by this? I saw him first, you know. Do you understand the rules? The man paused, taken aback by Zhang Yang's accusatory stance. Are you also in this line of work? Do you comprehend the regulations? I arrived first. It's first come, first served. The man snorted, his gaze filled with menace as he scrutinized Zhang Yang. The audience in the live stream quickly grasped the unfolding situation. Wait, is he a trafficker? It truly seems that way, claiming first come, first served? Does he consider the host an accomplice? Haha, the host is quick on his feet, transforming into a trafficker in an instant. This guy must be bewildered. Encountering a fellow competitor. Let us not just spectate. Call the police. The viewers grew increasingly agitated. In the live broadcast, Zhang Yang coldly stated, "I've been watching for quite some time. There's no way I will allow you to take the child away. By the rules of the streets, we shall engage in a brawl." A brawl? Whose rules are those? In a brawl, no one gets to take anyone away. The man gazed at Zhang Yang in astonishment. Zhang Yang, with a look of disdain, retorted, "When I say a brawl, it's a brawl. This is street slang. Do you not understand? Where are you from?" "I'm from Tongha," the man replied. "Look at you, so naive. A brawl means gathering both sides and determining who has more people. Whoever has the greater number wins." "Got it." The man nodded slowly. "There's no need for a fight," he said. "Of course. Bring all your people here. The side with more wins." "Hurry up," Zhang Yang declared, surveying the surroundings, feigning experience. The man nodded. "We have 4 people. How many do you have?" Zhang Yang shot the man a glare. "That's easy to say. We have 5. Hand over the child. Do you agree? Gather your people. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand." The man pulled out his phone and made a call. "Everyone come here. I've encountered a fellow competitor." Zhang Yang wasted no time and called Zhou Xiao. "I've encountered a competitor. He got here before me. We're counting heads now. Everyone should come." "The host is brilliant. He is preparing to gather the opponent's people for a complete takedown," one viewer remarked. "Haha, counting heads? It's clever of you to think of that. Now the other side knows our numbers, and soon everyone will be on camera. Even if they escape, it'll be easier to catch them," another added. "Why do I feel like the host is even more professional than the trafficker? Was the host once involved in trafficking? I empathize. That trafficker seems utterly foolish compared to the host." The audience erupted in laughter. However, they were all aware that once the other party arrived, the danger would escalate exponentially, as Zhang Yang was alone at that moment. Soon, a silver van approached, coming to a gradual halt. 2 young, robust men disembarked alongside a woman who appeared to be in her mid-30s, exuding a warm and approachable demeanor. Were it not for her known identity, one could hardly envision such a woman being a trafficker. The crowd glanced at the men, then turned their attention back to Zhang Yang. "Colleagues?" the woman inquired. Zhang Yang nodded. "What is the matter? Have you never seen such a handsome fellow colleague before?" Chapter 32. A knife in the back, the dashing uncle. The woman smiled faintly. "With your looks, shouldn't you refrain from competing for heads? It's rather unbecoming. Beauty doesn't translate into sustenance." Zhang Yang sighed, then proceeded to tally the heads, primarily to ensure a few individuals were captured on camera. At that moment, Zhou Xiao, who had just received Zhang Yang's call, was utterly bewildered. He hung up. "Colleagues? Driver? Did he dial the wrong number? Or is he in some sort of peril?" Contemplating the warrant for Zhang Yang in northern Myanmar, her mind raced. She intended to call back, but, recalling his abrupt disconnection, opted instead to open Douyin and search for Zhang Yang's livestream. Upon discovering he was still broadcasting, she clicked in. Good heavens! The comments section was in an uproar. "The host is incredible. The footage is crystal clear. These 4 traffickers won to escape. Be careful, host. I've already alerted the police. Stay calm. If it gets dire, just run. Prioritize your safety. Traffickers?" Zhou Xiao's focus sharpened, and she immediately mobilized assistance. At that moment, the 4 individuals positioned themselves, exuding an intimidating presence that overshadowed Zhang Yang. "Where are your people? Is it just you?" the middle-aged man queried. "Can you handle this alone?" Zhang Yang replied. "My people will arrive shortly. What is the rush? Can't you see we're anxious to return the child home?" The woman retorted. "If you're alone, we'll be leaving, and that's the rule you mentioned. But you didn't say the rule required waiting for others. That's unacceptable. If you attempt to take the child today, I won't let this go." Zhang Yang suddenly recalled a line, his expression and gestures perfectly embodying the essence of the moment, steeped in a sense of the martial world. The woman gritted her teeth. "Fine, you have guts. Give him the child." "Pardon?" The middle-aged man appeared taken aback. "Why should we hand him over? You're alone. Do as I say," the woman commanded. "What is happening? Has she backed down? Has she realized something is amiss and is preparing to flee? It's hard to believe. This woman is actually the leader. This is rather favorable. At least the host and the child will be safe, leaving the rest to the police." The audience breathed a sigh of relief. Reluctantly, the middle-aged man pushed the young boy towards Zhang Yang. The woman stated, "The child is yours now." "Precisely. Your unwarranted interference was already against the rules. Returning the child is only just." Zhang Yang wore a facade of pride and ease, yet within, he felt a tempest of unease. He could not fathom why the woman had suddenly relented. Regardless, his priority was to extricate the young boy from the perilous situation. Mimicking the mannerisms of a trafficker, he enfolded the child in his arms and swiftly ushered him into the vehicle. With a roar of the engine and a deft turn, he departed with a flourish. Thanks to his exceptional driving prowess, the entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. The middle-aged man coughed as he was engulfed in the noxious fumes. "How could you let him take the child alone?" he questioned, incredulously. The woman replied with a dismissive snort, "If we had taken him, he would not have let it go so easily. We would be the ones in trouble. Now that he has taken the child, the misfortune falls upon him." "What do you mean?" the man inquired. The woman explained, "Call the police and report a kidnapping. The license plate is Dong 610. The man's eyes lit up with understanding. "Ah, I see. If we cannot have him, neither shall he. And by eliminating our competitor, we gain an advantage." "Huh, brilliant." At the Dongjiang City Tianguan Road Police Station, chaos ensued. "What? A child has been kidnapped? License plate Dong 610? Excellent. We will investigate immediately." The station chief was alarmed. Such an incident in their jurisdiction was egregious. "Comrades, we have just received a report of a heinous kidnapping involving a 5- or 6-year-old boy. The situation is critical. I demand we swiftly identify the suspect vehicle and endeavor to rescue the hostage." "Understood." The officers chorused in unison. Meanwhile, in the vehicle, Zhang Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. "Little one, what is your name?" he asked. "I am called Xiaoji." The boy replied. "Do you realize you were almost taken by a bad person? Are you talking about those uncles?" The child queried, tilting his innocent face up. "Those are not uncles. They are villains. If it weren't for my dashing looks and my bravery and cleverness, you would have been trapped in a den of evil." "Wow. Can you not be modest in front of the child?" Viewers commented in the chat. "What role did your looks play?" Another chimed in. "Did your handsomeness dazzle them into submission?" "Ha ha, keep boasting. As long as you don't embarrass me, I won't either. By the way, why are you here alone? Where are your parents? Which neighborhood do you live in?" Zhang Yang inquired. "I live in Calixiangdu. This morning, I took 20 yuan from home, intending to visit my grandmother and brother, but I got on the wrong bus and got lost," the boy explained. Zhang Yang was taken aback. "So, you have been wandering alone all day?" "Yes." "Goodness, that means you've been missing for a day. Your parents must be frantic. Do you know their phone number? Let us call them to let them know you're safe, and I'll take you home. All right?" The young boy nodded eagerly. "My mother's number is 188. Following the digits provided by Xiaoji, Zhang Yang dialed the number. "Hello?" A woman's voice, tinged with tears, answered. "Is your son missing?" Zhang Yang asked. Yes. Yes. Who are you? Have you seen my son?" Zhang Yang, apprehensive about making a mistake, continued to inquire. "Is your son named Xiaoji?" Yes. Yes. My son is indeed named Xiaoji. Where is he?" "Your son is with me. You may inform your mother." Zhang Yang handed the phone to Xiaoji. Xiaoji took the phone, exclaiming, "Mom, I was just kidnapped." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yang drove over a speed bump. The sudden jolt caused Xiaoji to lose his grip, inadvertently disconnecting the call. Unbeknownst to him, he continued speaking into the phone, "But a really handsome uncle saved me. I'm safe now. This uncle is taking me home, but I'm out of money." "Uncle," the phone seemed silent. At this moment, Zhang Yang's mind was consumed with thoughts of the handsome uncle, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. "Oh, did you accidentally hang up? I'll call back." Redialing, Zhang Yang stated, "I can return the child right now, but you need to provide me with money." "Of course, as long as the child is safe. We'll pay any amount you ask." Zhang Yang felt a surge of joy. At last, he was dealing with someone grateful. Unlike others who, despite receiving significant help, failed to express gratitude and criticized his efforts. "Rest assured, I am not one to demand exorbitant fees. I will only ask for a fair amount." "How much should that be?" "Approximately 30. "All right, we will prepare it immediately." The urban residents certainly differed. Even 30 yuan was deemed a prompt arrangement, utilizing such sophisticated language. "Very well, prepare it. I shall hang up now." Chapter 33. The kidnappers demand ransom. Passengers terrified at the East City Police Station, a group surrounded a woman. Her face haggard and eyes swollen. She was Xiaoji's mother, accompanied by his father, grandparents, and both sets of great-grandparents. The entire family was present. Xiaoji had been missing for a day, and each heart was ablaze with anxiety. Finally, news had arrived, yet it was still distressing. 300,000. The kidnappers demand 300,000. "I have 100,000 in my account. I have 150,000 in pension funds." The grandparents chimed in. Xiaoji's father added, that should be sufficient. I have over 100,000 as well. Meanwhile, the surrounding police officers wore grave expressions, particularly Yang Huifeng, the head of the Criminal Investigation Department. He had initially thought the child was merely lost, not kidnapped. Rest assured, we will rescue Xiaoji safely, Yang Huifeng declared resolutely. Xiao Chun immediately tracked the suspect's phone signal. Yes, Lao Zhao, take your team to set up a net at Calixiang. Understood. Just as they were organizing, a message arrived. Captain Yang, the Tianguan Road Police Station has just received a report of a witnessed kidnapping. The license plate number is Dong 610. And the abductee is a boy around 5 or 6 years old, wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt. That's my son. He is wearing a blue top. The woman cried out, overwhelmed with emotion. Yang Huifeng clenched his fist. Excellent. Immediately lock onto the suspect vehicle. Yes. 3 minutes later. The location of the phone number coincided with that of the suspect vehicle. Target locked. In an instant, police cars roared into action. At that very moment, Zhang Yang was driving normally along Huangbei Avenue. At that moment, a man was seen frantically waving at passing vehicles, accompanied by a car with its hazard lights flashing. It was evident that he was in dire need of assistance. However, everyone chose to avert their gaze. Not one soul stopped. Xiaoji, it appears that a gentleman ahead is facing difficulties. Shall we pull over and inquire? Xiaoji nodded repeatedly. Sure. The teacher says that helping others is a virtue. Indeed. Very well said. Zhang Yang decelerated, preparing to pull to the side when, with a sudden thud, the man fell to his knees. Goodness. He's kneeling down. It seems he has encountered a serious problem. Certainly, he must be in a rush for something important, only to find his vehicle has broken down. The host is truly handsome and kind-hearted, radiating positivity. The audience began to murmur. Brother, what is the matter? Zhang Yang asked as he exited the vehicle. My car broke down. My mother is foraging for wild vegetables on the mountain and has suffered from heat stroke. She has a weak heart, and I was hurrying to deliver her medicine when my car failed. Now she isn't answering her phone. Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, realized the gravity of the situation. Quickly get in. I will drive you there. Thank you. Thank you so much. I bow to you. No need for that now. We can save it for later. Zhang Yang urged him to enter the car. Once inside, Zhang Yang glanced at Xiao Ji in the passenger seat. Xiao Ji, move to the back and sit with the uncle. We're off to rescue a grandmother, and my speed will be quite rapid. It's safer in the back. Oh. Xiao Ji climbed to the rear seat. Buckle up. Yes. The man fastened Xiao Ji's seatbelt. In the next moment, with a roar of the engine, the car shot forward like a cannonball. Wow. The man, startled by the terrifying acceleration, hurriedly secured his seatbelt. Is your grandmother on the North Mountain? Yes. On the ring road. Hold on tight. We're off. Zhang Yang's gaze was laser-focused ahead, absorbing all vehicle information into his mind. Havel 6, width 1860, length 4645, speed 64. Volkswagen Bora, width 1793, length 4562, speed 66. As Zhang Yang processed the information, he accelerated on the bustling highway. 80, 100, 120. Like a phantom vehicle. Under Zhang Yang's expert control, the car weaved through traffic at a speed of 120 miles per hour. Be careful. The man shouted as he sensed they were about to brush against an SUV. Yet, to his astonishment, the car narrowly slipped past. Wow. The man exhaled in relief. However, a more perilous scene unfolded. As Zhang Yang made a sharp turn, the tires screeched in protest, and the man's body slammed against the car door. Moments later, as the car drifted out of the turn, he was thrown back into his seat. Wow. The man nearly lost control of himself. Hey, what is the matter? Please drive safely. Your son is still in the car. Zhang Yang glanced in the rearview mirror and replied, that is not my son. A fleeting glance at Zhang Yang's eyes filled the man with a sense of unease, akin to the disquieting notion of a child not being biologically his own, as he prepared to embark on a journey of rebirth alongside the child. Simultaneously, the audience in the live stream expressed their astonishment. Is this for real? Over 100 in drift? This skill is truly remarkable. I can't help but feel he surpasses even professional race car drivers. Be confident. Strip away the doubt. I am a current race car driver. The ability to execute such drifting maneuvers with this vehicle hinges entirely on technique. I dare assert he is undeniably the king of the road. Should he wish to prove it, he could effortlessly claim a world championship. The host is indeed multifaceted. Surely, he was never a race car driver before? Zhang Yang declared. I'm about to call 122 for a record. I'm going to run a red light. What? The man gazed wide-eyed at the bustling intersection ahead, his mind racing. No, brother, don't be reckless. It matters not if the child is not biologically yours. We can always have another. Uft. What is going through this guy's mind? Ha ha ha. He thinks Xiao Ji is the host's son, and not even his biological son? That's quite the leap in logic. Terrifying, isn't it? I'm frightened too. With the red light ahead, the cars on either side are passing in an orderly fashion. How could he possibly run a red light? That's tantamount to courting death. Endangering oneself and others is unacceptable. The only condition to run a red light is if it does not disrupt the flow of traffic. With such a reckless maneuver, disaster is inevitable. Break now. Just last month, an ambulance ran a red light and collided with a vehicle that was proceeding normally, resulting in 3 fatalities and 1 injury. The audience flooded the screen with frenzied comments. Each individual understood that the conditions did not permit running a red light. In truth, had Zhang Yang not been endowed with the prowess of a godlike driver, he would have undoubtedly chosen to brake and wait, without a moment's hesitation. For the circumstances were simply not right for such a risk. Yet, at this very moment, within his vision and computations, there existed an exquisitely perfect opportunity. Chapter 34. The Carousel of Life, a cinematic experience of eagle sauce. First lane, 75, length 4690, with 1865, speed 45. Male driver, smoking. The following vehicle, Xingrui, length 4785. Width 1869, speed 42. Female driver, engaged in a phone call, with a distance of 55 meters between the two. Second lane, length 4865, with 1870, speed 46. The trailing vehicle, the legendary Wuling Hongguang, length 4420, with 1685, speed 40. Middle-aged male owner, with a distance of 48 meters between the two. The front of the second-lane vehicle aligns level with the rear of vehicle 75. In 3 seconds, vehicle 75 will traverse the intersection. The average reaction time for a typical person ranges from 0 to 3 seconds. Through calculations, if our speed reaches 119, we can perfectly navigate the red light and provide the trailing vehicle ample reaction time. As Zhang Yang spoke, he meticulously adjusted the vehicle's speed. Reputation points, 11. 111 reputation points. 111, is this for real? The host is that incredible? He can calculate speed and passage time with a mere glance. Is he just making this up? The scene unfolded with a realism that seemed almost surreal. Do you really believe you are a machine? One might ponder. Even a machine would hardly exhibit such precision. I conjectured that the host would certainly slam the brakes within 3 seconds, as he could only maintain his bravado for that brief duration. However, the data regarding the vehicle was indeed accurate. The question lingered. Was the speed genuinely correct? The truth would soon reveal itself. Should the vehicle fail to halt, survival would affirm reality, while demise would indicate the contrary. The audience felt their hearts clench in anticipation, though a significant portion dismissed Zhang Yang as merely boastful. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time had elapsed. Speed, 118. Hold on tight. Close your eyes. In a flash, the car surged like a beam of light through the intersection, barely grazing the rear of a vehicle as it traversed the first lane and smoothly transitioned into the second lane, exiting the intersection in an instant. What had just zipped by? The female driver of the Xingrui paused in disbelief. Huh, what did you say? Came the voice of a man on the phone. I think I just saw a shooting star. Is that real? It's not even dark yet. Who said you can only see shooting stars at night? When a meteor falls, the beauty of love emerges, and life begins to weep. Those who are wounded often prefer to hide in the shadows, allowing their bodies to feel desolate, as if the world were consumed by discussions of love. In that moment, solitude felt more cherished. The woman recited a passage with an air of madness. What did you say? I won't allow your spirit to wither. Our union is a conflagration. No. It is the harmony of water and fire. Inside the Wuling Hongguang in the second lane, the driver rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Did a car just go by? He turned his head, but the lane was devoid of vehicles. Any present were far in the distance. Was it merely a reflection? With doubt in his mind, the driver scanned his surroundings while driving, searching for the source of any reflection. To them, it seemed as though nothing had occurred, yet for those who witnessed it clearly, it was a profound shock to the soul. Wow, that was an impeccable pass. Oh my goodness, this maneuver is utterly insane. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a feat was possible. The host is incredible. Being proven wrong by you is an honor. I bow to your skill. In the vehicle, Xiaoji closed his eyes, akin to completing a level in a game, awaiting the moment he would open them and find everything resolved. Meanwhile, the man who kept his eyes open was nearly paralyzed with fear. At the instant they crossed the intersection, it was as if a montage of his life flashed before him, with memories racing by until he saw his late grandmother standing at the corner, waving. Oh my, wah, brother, I need to use the restroom. The man squeezed his legs together, feeling that while his mother might be fine, he was in dire straits. Hold it in, or you'll be paying 500 for a cleanup, Zhang Yang advised. Brother, dear brother, we really don't need to rush. I fear I might be sending a white-haired person to mourn a black-haired one. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. Fear not. My skills will ensure you do not perish in my vehicle. The speed at which I am traveling assures me that I shall not perish within the confines of this vehicle. I shall be flung out into the open air instead. Alas, I shall call 122 and request that the traffic police clear a path, as I ought to arrive at Beishan alive. The man dared not hesitate for even a moment, promptly dialing 122 to report the situation. Attention all units. A vehicle with the license plate Dong 610 is en route to Beishan to urgently assist an elderly individual suffering from heatstroke. Qianyang Road. Proceed immediately to clear the way. Qianyang Road received. Echoed the response. With a piercing wail of sirens, a police car sped away. However, it was not the only one. Officers from the Tianguan Road precinct and the Dongqing branch were also present, though their intent was not to facilitate passage but rather to apprehend Zhang Yang. Amidst the cacophony of sirens, Zhang Yang smiled confidently. They've arrived rather swiftly, but it is unnecessary. I shall ensure they cannot even catch a glimpse of my taillights. Virum, virum. Though the vehicle appeared rather ordinary, in Zhang Yang's adept hands, it transformed into a magnificent race car, gliding through the traffic like a fish through water, interspersed with various drifting maneuvers. The entire city morphed into his arena. Zhongchang, a Douyin streamer and drone enthusiast, was currently maneuvering his drone to capture the evening rush hour traffic above Dongjiang City. What is happening? He wondered, upon hearing a distant chorus of sirens. He swiftly directed his drone toward the source of the commotion. Below, dozens of police cars surged toward the north from both east and west. Brothers, something significant is unfolding. Zhongchang exclaimed with palpable excitement. The more police cars, the greater the situation. It seems they are encircling someone. Streamer, ascend higher and see if there are any suspicious vehicles ahead. In accordance with the request of his viewers, Zhongchang elevated the drone, and in that moment, Zhang Yang's car streaked across the frame like a bolt of lightning. Did I just see a flash? I saw it too. It resembled a lightning strike. Indeed, Zhongchang had witnessed the anomaly and without hesitation, directed his drone closer. As Zhang Yang's vehicle re-entered the drone's view, astonishment rippled through the audience. What the hell? Is that a car? What sort of vehicle is that? Why are all the other cars stationary? They're not stationary. That car is simply too fast. My goodness. It feels like a scene from an action film. Reload your magazines. You'll need to catch up first to reload. Chapter 35. Defeating Magic with Magic. You truly are impressive. In the Dongqing Branch Command Center, as the incident escalated, Director Kong Qingming arrived. Upon viewing the various roadway surveillance feeds, his expression darkened considerably. Minimum speed of 117. Maximum speed of 138. Damn it. A lunatic. Kong Qingming cursed vehemently. There is a speed limit of 120 on the highway. This individual is driving at 130 in urban areas. What does that signify? He is akin to a high-speed projectile. Regardless of the impact, it would be utterly disastrous. Especially during this evening rush hour. Should an incident occur, Dongjiang City would likely make it to the national news broadcast. Infuriating. Such reckless abandon. Fortunately, the driver, seemingly aided by some divine force, navigated through perilous situations, whether speeding around a bend on the highway, weaving through narrow roads, or running red lights amid heavy traffic, without even a minor scrape or bump. However, the absence of mishaps now does not guarantee that calamity will not strike in the future. In this state of madness, it is conceivable that disaster could ensue, resulting in destruction and loss of life. The criminal's demise would be inconsequential, but Xiaoji remains in the vehicle. After a moment of anger and lamentation, Kong Qingming exclaimed, "Is this lunatic out of his mind? Approaching 140 on city streets and running red lights? He must be entangled in other cases. Otherwise, such recklessness is unfathomable. And what about that police car? Did it just speed up with sirens blaring? It appears to be from the traffic police squad. Yang Huifeng responded. Kong Chengming narrowed his gaze. Investigate who is behind the wheel. This individual has no intention of heading to Calixiang. The issue may lie within our ranks. Understood. I will promptly contact the traffic police for verification. Additionally, notify all ground personnel to intercept the suspect vehicle at all costs. We cannot allow this madness to continue. Affirmative. Yang Huifeng nodded solemnly. Soon, all ground patrol vehicles receive the interception notice. Attention all units. A white sedan with the license plate Dong 610 is fleeing northwards along Taiying Road, with a kidnapped boy inside. All units are requested to intercept the vehicle swiftly and ensure the safe rescue of the abducted child. Received, Taiying Road. Received, Beiyan Road. Received, Huangshe Road. In an instant, patrol cars ahead of Zhang Yang sprang into action, sirens blaring from all directions. Listening to the cacophony outside, Zhang Yang chuckled wryly. Goodness, are there police cars everywhere? They needn't come to clear the way. Just take care of the tickets for me. The man in the back seat interjected, you might want to slow down. Your speed is quite alarming. Saving lives is a race against time. The quicker we are, the better, as long as safety is ensured, Zhang Yang replied. Pressing the accelerator further, the man leaned back, glancing apprehensively at the speedometer, his heart sinking. 155. Brother, please be cautious. I still wish to reunite with my grandmother, he said, his voice tinged with desperation. Ha ha, sounds like he is crying. Who can withstand this? I believe the streamer just wants to earn that $500 by scaring him to death. I call this a suicidal rescue. Everyone expressed sympathy for the man. It was simply too thrilling. At the Dongqing Branch Command Center, Kong said, We've got a response. The traffic police reported that they called in, claiming they were heading to Beishan to rescue someone. That police car is providing an escort. An escort? Kong Chengming's eyes widened. We're in pursuit, and they're providing an escort? Quite the audacity. This fellow is indeed cunning, managing to use the police against the police. It seems he is more astute than we initially presumed, Yang Huifeng remarked. Now he is a victim of his own cleverness. Let us ensnare him like a turtle in a jar. But let us not celebrate too soon. We must ensure we can contain him first. Kong Chengming, with a look of concern, gazed at the large screen. Despite the chaotic traffic, Zhang Yang's vehicle showed no signs of slowing down. It seemed as though it had eyes, perfectly maneuvering through traffic with every lane change. Yang Huifeng watched in trepidation, fearing that disaster could strike at any moment. It must be said, this criminal was exceptionally reckless, posing a formidable challenge. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic traffic casualties. Director Kong, I believe we should clear the traffic, he suggested. Are you implying we should let him go before apprehending him? Kong Chengming inquired. Precisely. It is rush hour, and should a rear-end collision occur at his speed, the consequences would be dire. Kong Chengming nodded, acknowledging the concern. Indeed, that is a significant worry. Therefore, we should allow him to exit the city before setting up a blockade in the suburbs. Let us proceed as you suggest, encircle but not capture, leaving him an escape route. Notify the units immediately. Understood. Yang Huifeng quickly issued the orders. The blaring of police sirens filled the air, yet the northern sirens faded into silence. Zhang Yang remained unfazed, entirely focused on driving, as the volume of information to process on the road was immense. Particularly during such a busy period, his safety was paramount. 130, 135, 125, 140. Zhang Yang sped along, swiftly exiting the city limits. At that moment, Kong Chengming and Yang Huifeng sighed in relief. They had finally exited the urban area safely. Now came the moment to ensnare their target. Kong Chengming nodded in agreement. The mountain road is the only route out of Dongjiang City. As long as we pursue him relentlessly and corner him at the checkpoint, no matter how skilled he is, he shall find no escape. Director Kong, your wisdom is unparalleled. As the sirens wailed behind him, Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Why are they still following? Once out of the city, they need not clear the way for us. Besides, who opens the road from behind? The man glanced back at the flickering police lights with sympathy, responding, they wish to take the lead, but you offer them no opportunity. I did provide an opportunity. I haven't even hit 200 yet, Zhang Yang said earnestly. Upon hearing this, the live-streaming audience erupted in excitement. 200? That speed is akin to courting death. It's really not that outrageous. I've driven at 220 on the highway, while others crawled along. I once reached 240. The vehicle still had more to give, but I prefer to maintain a low profile. Enough said. Those who understand know that the average speed on Douyin is 210. The man, feeling a mix of disbelief and amusement, thought that if he truly reached 200, he might as well seek his grandmother. Brother, we're almost there. Just about a kilometer ahead is a small road leading up the mountain. My mother rode her bicycle up there, and it should be parked by the roadside. Visible to us. Zhang Yang acknowledged with a nod. Xiaoji, will you wait in the car for us, or will you come with us up the mountain? I want to go with you to save Grandma. Xiaoji replied without hesitation. All right, you can hold on to him. Zhang Yang responded. The man glanced at Xiaoji and then nodded. Okay, leave it to me. With a screech of brakes, the vehicle came to a steady halt by the roadside, revealing an old bicycle abandoned nearby. That was my mother's bicycle. The man exclaimed as he hoisted Xiaoji onto his shoulder, and the two ascended the mountain, one following the other. This scene was fortuitously captured by a police drone that had been tracking them. Chapter 36. He is but a child. Whatever the matter, let it come to me. At the command center of the East City branch, doubts began to creep in. Are they really heading up the mountain? Could they truly be attempting a rescue? Yang Huifeng pondered. Kong Chengming replied. Have you ever seen anyone carrying a child up a mountain to save someone? That was a valid point. They must have received word that we were stationed ahead, blocking their path. Are you suggesting that there is a mole among us? As for who it is, we shall uncover that once we apprehend the kidnappers. For now, we must immediately pursue them into the mountains and seal off all major routes down. We cannot allow them to escape. Understood. With the order to capture given, the elite police swiftly commenced their operation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and his companions were scouring the mountainside. Fortunately, with the aid of mobile phone location services, the three soon located the elderly person. They found her lying beneath a large tree, surrounded by scattered wild vegetables, in a state of unconsciousness. Mother! Mother! The man called out, producing a fast-acting cardiac remedy. Zhang Yang, meanwhile, hastened to apply a cooling compress to the elderly woman, while Xiaoji fanned her to alleviate the heat. As the three worked diligently to provide aid, the audience watched with bated breath. Reputation points. 1111 quickly, wake up. Grandmother. Whoa, you startled me. I thought you were saying your wife should wake up. Now is not the time for jokes. The situation is dire with heat stroke and a heart condition. Whether she survives depends on our promptness. No wonder the broadcaster was so frantic. Had they driven normally, she would surely be lost. Indeed, even this may not suffice to save her, but the broadcaster is doing their utmost. At that moment, everyone was praying for the elder's recovery. 20 seconds, 40 seconds, 1 minute. The grandmother's hand stirred. Mother! Xiaoji suddenly exclaimed. Mother! The man called out immediately. The elderly woman slowly opened her eyes. Exhaustion etched on her face as she gazed at the man, saying, I think I just saw my mother. To be honest, I saw my grandmother on the way here as well. Zhang Yang embraced Xiaoji beside him, saying, Well done, young lad. Splendid work. In the next moment, a group of heavily armed special police officers surrounded them. Do not move. Raise your hands. You are surrounded. Out of the tranquil mountain woods emerged a dozen armed officers, startling everyone, even the viewers beyond the screen. What is happening? You scared me. Me too. I nearly lost control. Surely they haven't stumbled into a military base? Amidst the confusion, dark gun barrels were aimed at Zhang Yang and his companions. Comrades, we are not spies. We are law-abiding citizens of Dongjiang City, Zhang Yang hastily explained, believing he had inadvertently wandered into a military zone. At that moment, one of the special police officers declared, Put the child down and refrain from any tricks. Zhang Yang, taken aback, thought to himself, what is happening? Could these be imposters posing as police officers? And what are the firearms they wield? Are they genuine or not? He could not ponder too deeply. Zhang Yang swiftly pulled Xiaoji behind him and boldly stepped forward, stating, He is merely a child. Direct any issues towards me. Release the child and the elderly person. Confront me instead. The man stood resolutely in front of the elderly woman. The special police officers were left bewildered. What is going on? We are the protagonists here, are we not? Why does it appear as though we are the kidnappers? In the command center of the East City Bureau, observing the live footage relayed by the special police, Yang Huifeng was perplexed. Director Kong, surely we have not made a mistake? Kong Qingming, deep in thought, gazed at the child hidden behind Zhang Yang and the frail old lady. Doubts crept into his mind. Had there truly been a misunderstanding? The earlier leads were indeed perplexing. Clarify the situation before taking action. he instructed. Yes, yes, Yang replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The atmosphere was tense. The special police officer asserted, we are the special police team from the East City Bureau. East City Bureau? Zhang Yang questioned. Does this imply you are not kidnappers masquerading as police? How could we be kidnappers? We are here under orders to apprehend you. Zhang Yang, still bewildered, replied, apprehend us? I merely ran a red light. Is it necessary to brandish firearms at us? Moreover, we have already reported our whereabouts. You are being apprehended for the abduction of a child. Abduction? What nonsense is this? Zhang Yang exclaimed as he pulled Xiao Ji into view, addressing the officers. Who am I? Xiao Ji chimed in. He is my cool uncle. He rescued me from the bad guys. He is a good person and is taking me home. Taking you home? Is your home nearby? We came to rescue the grandmother. I was fanning her, and she woke up, Xiao Ji replied. Zhang Yang added, I intended to return Xiao Ji home, but we encountered this gentleman whose vehicle broke down. He claimed his mother had fainted from heat stroke on the mountain. So we rushed to assist. We provided this information during our report. There should be no issue, right? I was puzzled why so many police vehicles were pursuing us. I thought you were clearing the way for me, only to discover you were trying to apprehend me. Amusement erupted. Haha. Don't blame me. I truly could not contain myself. I suspected something was amiss. How could so many police vehicles be in pursuit? Turns out they mistook the broadcaster for a trafficker. What a blunder. Which part went awry? This requires a thorough investigation. Indeed, if it were the eagle-eyed officers, they would have emptied their magazines by now. Clearly, a holiday had already commenced. The situation was both comical and alarming. At that moment, confronted by Zhang Yang's inquiries, the special police officers wore expressions of embarrassment. In truth, Zhang Yang's actions had been entirely appropriate. Yet, how could such an unproblematic situation spiral into such a problematic one? From behind the screen, Yang Huifeng felt as though Zhang Yang was questioning him, for the fault lay within his realm, stemming from a flurry of calls from family members and a concerned citizen's report. It is precisely due to these 2 points that Zhang Yang has been deemed a kidnapper. This has consequently led to a series of subsequent misjudgments, including the reports from the traffic police and attempts to rescue. However, Yang Huifeng feels quite aggrieved, as he believes his judgment is sound. You inform him that the rationale behind identifying him as a kidnapper is twofold. First, we received a tip-off alleging that he had kidnapped a child, complete with a specific license plate number. Second, the 2 calls he made to Xiao Ji's mother clearly indicated a demand for ransom. How could we not perceive him as the abductor? Upon receiving this information, the special police relayed these words. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, responding, I am unaware of the tip-off, but my calls to Xiao Ji's mother were entirely normal. What is the issue? How did it transform into a ransom demand? Play the recording for him, Yang Huifeng insisted. Thus, a recording began to play on-site, featuring the call Zhang Yang made to Xiao Ji's mother. Is your son missing? Yes. Yes. Who are you? Have you seen my son? Is your son named Xiao Ji? Yes. Yes. My son is Xiao Ji. Where is he? Your son is with me. Tell your mother. Mom, I was just kidnapped. The first call concluded, followed immediately by the second call. I can return the child now, but you must give me money. All right. As long as the child is safe. Whatever amount you need is fine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang exclaimed, Wait, that's not right. There's more to the first call. Why have you cut that part out? The child praised me as a handsome uncle. Such an honest child is rare. I remember it well. How could that be missing? Handsome uncle? What handsome uncle? Yang Huifeng felt he was losing his mind, as it seemed they were not on the same wavelength. Chapter 37. Honor is priceless, adorning your home, bringing glory to your ancestors. The truth has been revealed. No longer pretending. I have a recording too. Zhang Yang promptly called the production team. During the live broadcast, each contestant's content is recorded for reference, enabling any disputes to be traced back at any time. Soon, the complete call recording was released. The beginning was consistent until Xiao Ji finished his first sentence. Mom, I was just kidnapped. However, a handsome uncle saved me, and I am safe now. The handsome uncle is going to take me home. But I have no money on me. Uncle, it seems the call has gone silent. Did you accidentally disconnect? I will call back. I can return the child now, but you must give me money. After listening to the recording, Yang Huifeng wore an incredulous expression. Is this what he referred to as a handsome uncle? No. What is the point of this? Wait, why does he have that part, and we do not? Suddenly, Yang Huifeng had an epiphany. When Xiao Ji finished his first sentence, he inadvertently hung up, and the subsequent remarks were merely his musings, something he was unaware of. Missing a single phrase had led to a complete misunderstanding. Now, the truth was unveiled. Yang Huifeng, feeling embarrassed, admitted, "We were wrong. It was all a mistake. The call had long been disconnected. We missed a critical phrase." The special police officers subsequently holstered their weapons, casting apologetic glances toward Zhang Yang and the others. "My apologies for the misunderstanding. I hope we did not frighten you too much." Zhang Yang replied, "We are fine, but you might want to compensate this gentleman for a pair of trousers." The crowd turned to the man who had saved his mother, noticing his pants were soaked, akin to having just crossed a river. The man chuckled awkwardly. "At least I didn't urinate in your vehicle. Otherwise, I would owe you $500. Now, it's a win-win situation." Laughter erupted among the group. "You certainly have a knack for humor," one remarked. "You nearly made me laugh myself into a puddle." But on a serious note, he held it all the way, only to be startled into a flood. Compensating him for a pair of trousers seems reasonable. How about a pair of special police trousers? That way, he won't be scared into wetting himself again. The merriment continued until the police officers who had been trailing behind finally caught up, surrounding the scene. They were met with the sight of a group of special police officers seemingly colluding with a trafficker, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a distribution of spoils. Had it not been for the command relayed through the radio to regroup, many would have drawn their weapons. As they descended the mountain, the man expressed his gratitude by transferring 500 yuan to Zhang Yang. Before parting ways, Zhang Yang approached a traffic officer with a hint of concern. "Please don't forget to clear my red light violation." The officer nodded, "Rest assured, but in the future, let us avoid running red lights. If it must be done, let us keep the speed in check. After all, we are not driving an aircraft." Zhang Yang replied, "So, we should drive at the speed of an aircraft. That way, we wouldn't be in the same dimension as those cars, and thus, it would be safe, right?" The officer nearly choked on his laughter as he got into his vehicle. Zhang Yang continued on his mission to escort Xiaozhi home. Just as he set off, a call came from Zhou Xiaoxiao. "I heard you almost got arrested? How dare you speak? Didn't you watch my live stream? You have no idea what happened. I nearly took a volley of bullets. You are wholly responsible." "Responsible for what? For me?" "Yes, you are responsible for me." "All right, I take responsibility. I'll treat you to a meal another day. But honestly, it's not my fault." After receiving your call, I tuned into the live stream and then went to apprehend the traffickers. I had no knowledge of what transpired afterward. I just heard from a colleague that all the police from East City rushed to Beishan and ended up catching a handsome man. Reputation points, 11,111 haha. Officer Zhou is also here for the laughs, isn't she? You are going to make me die laughing. The entire police force of East City converged just to catch a glimpse of that handsome fellow. Is that astonishing, or what? Zhang Yang, amused, retorted. But did you manage to capture anyone? Not going to Beishan to see the handsome man already feels like a massive loss. If I fail to apprehend those 4 traffickers, then heaven must be particularly cruel to me. Moreover, I must inform you that we rescued a young girl from their clutches. Well done. This is all thanks to your efforts. I will report this to the bureau and recommend you for commendation." Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Zhang Yang's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. "You know, I am currently participating in a program, and income is a crucial aspect of the evaluation. Therefore, I was pondering whether I could convert the banner and certificate into cash." "What?" Zhou Zhao's voice rose in pitch. "Honor is priceless. It should be displayed at home to bring glory to one's ancestors." Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. Perhaps I shall refrain from cashing it in." "Precisely. At that time, I shall simply sell it to you. Let us not speak of its priceless nature, but rather a friendly price of 1,000 for each, allowing you to bask in ancestral glory." Laughter erupted. What a twist. The host's thought process is truly unique. Indeed, such items should be sold to those who appreciate their worth. The host has found the right buyer. Do not doubt it, host. I saw in the news that such items can be worth over 30 million in foreign currency. The audience was in fits of laughter, while Zhou Xiao was left fuming in silence. 40 minutes later, Zhang Yang arrived at Calixiangdu, the sky now shrouded in a grayish hue. Xiaozhi's family had been eagerly awaiting his arrival at the community entrance, with Xiaozhi's father proudly holding a sign that read, "Grateful to Hero Zhang Yang for returning, my son Xiaozhi." Upon seeing the sign, Zhang Yang's brow furrowed. Who penned this? Such talent. Xiaozhi exited the vehicle, and the family embraced and showered him with affection, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Thank you so much. You are our savior," exclaimed an elderly man, his hair white as snow. "I must bow to you today." He began to kneel before Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang quickly supported the elder. No, no, that is unnecessary. I merely did my part, and I detest human traffickers who shatter the happiness of families. I cannot bear to let such things transpire before my eyes, or I would find it impossible to sleep at night. A true hero, a benevolent soul. You are a reincarnation of a living Buddha. Fortune shall forever accompany you. The elderly man gave a thumbs up, showering Zhang Yang with praise. That is enough for now, Zhang Yang interjected, shifting the topic. I wish to know who wrote that sign. I did. A bespectacled man raised his hand. I am Xiaoji's father, Zhuda. It is well written, is it not? I primarily wanted to express my gratitude to you. Truly, thank you so much. Words cannot convey my appreciation. Zhang Yang nodded. Yes, it is well written, but please refrain from writing again. Also, I have returned your son. Kindly do not pursue me any further. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in laughter once more. Haha. The host has moments of fear as well. Indeed, return my son Xiaoji sounds quite unsettling. The underlying tone expresses gratitude to the host's ancestors. Without the first line, one might think the host is a criminal. Those glasses are a mere facade. They likely suffered from late-night reading during school. Chapter 38. Can beauties also make a scene? You are still quite naive. Zhuda scratched his head, glancing at the sign he had written. He felt relieved it was not written on plain paper, for that would have been even more disconcerting. All right, the person has been handed over to you. Have you brought the money? Zhang Yang asked with a smile. Here it is, though it is not 300,000. Zhuda took a red envelope from his pocket, amounting to 10,000. Brother Zhang, please do not think it too little. You must accept it. Zhang Yang received the thick envelope. I still find one thing puzzling. I distinctly mentioned 30. How did it transform into a ransom of 300,000 when it reached you? Zhuda replied awkwardly. Isn't it common to say it this way nowadays? Instead of specifying the amount, we simply mention the number. When you said 30, we naturally assumed it meant 300,000. Furthermore, 30 yuan hardly befits your status. Who demands merely 30 yuan in a kidnapping? Your logic is truly impeccable. Zhang Yang remarked as he opened the envelope and extracted a bill. This is excessive. Let me take one bill for my fare. After all, I am but a driver. That won't do. Zhuda immediately pushed it back. This is the heartfelt intention of our family. Please, you must accept it. I have stated that it should be an appropriate amount. This is too much, truly unnecessary. Observing Zhang Yang's persistent refusals, the elder immediately stepped forward, exclaiming, It seems I must bow down to you a few times. Zhang Yang swiftly interjected, No. How about this? Let the audience decide. Whatever they say, I shall take. All right. Zhuda promptly took out his phone and sent a message. However, his comment was quickly drowned out by the flood of responses. 5,000, 2,000, 8,000, 9,999, 30. The live chat was filled with various amounts. Everyone, please refrain from random suggestions. Too much appears lacking in grace. Too little lacks sincerity. I propose we split it down the middle. The host risks his life to save others. Truthfully, even 10,000 is justified. But taking half showcases our generosity and avoids backlash from critics. I support taking half. Let us take half. Not too much, not too little, just right. As the consensus for taking half emerged, the comments began to frenzy with 5,000. Seeing the overwhelming support for 5,000, Zhang Yang ceased his refusals. Since everyone suggests so, I will accept 5,000. Very well. As he departed from Qi Li Xiang, darkness had fully descended. After a long day of endeavors, he not only rescued Xiaoji, but also an elderly person, earning 5,500 in total. Now it was 8:05 in the evening. Let us continue to take orders. Ding. The pickup point was at the east gate of Qingjiang Shanshui community, with the destination being the Jining Fitness Club. From the destination alone, one could discern the forthcoming activities of the client. Evidently, this individual was headed for a workout, a fitness enthusiast. As the vehicle halted at the east gate of the community, Zhang Yang noticed a tall young lady in a snug sports outfit approaching the entrance. This must be her, he thought, admiring her figure, which was indeed the subject of online admiration. As anticipated, the beauty strode directly towards him. Hello. Is the last four digits 5,889? Is it you, Zhang Yang? I just watched your live stream. The young lady beamed as she entered the car. A fan. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Please fasten your seatbelt. I am such a huge fan of yours. You are truly remarkable, did you know? Especially your driving skills. The beauty blushed and added, but I have my own impressive talents as well. Oh, in what areas do you excel? In bed I excel. What? Zhang Yang, whose body jolted. Excelling in bed? Is it that straightforward? Is this an offer? With such a physique and beauty, perhaps it is. Zhang Yang's mind raced with vivid imaginings. At that moment, the enchanting woman, wearing a mysterious expression, inquired, "Do you know how remarkable I am in bed?" "How would I know? We have no connection." Observing this, the online audience erupted in excitement. "Oh my, that figure is life-threatening. Is she really this bold? Just head to a hotel. I want to see just how impressive you are." "I want to see too. I missed the last 1-on-3, so I'm eager for a 1-on-1 this time." Just as everyone's hormones surged with excitement, the beauty continued, "I can lie in bed without eating or drinking for an entire day. Impressive, right? Is that it? Are you here to make us laugh? What a letdown. You can't just leave us hanging like that." Fraud. The audience expressed their feelings of being deceived. Zhang Yang's heart sank. Indeed, women are the best at teasing. That is quite impressive, but I am even more so. I can lie down until my limbs atrophy. The beauty giggled, casting a flirtatious glance. "There aren't many men as remarkable as you." "Really? How remarkable? I've never seen it. Do you want to see?" Can I?" "Of course. I just worry I might frighten you." "I'm not scared. If you dare to show me, I will dare to look." As she spoke, her gaze drifted downward. Zhang Yang's hand slipped from the steering wheel. In the next moment, his right hand rested on the gear shift, and his feet expertly coordinated between the clutch and accelerator. With a roar, the car surged forward. "Ah!" The beauty gasped, her face paling in shock. Zhang Yang beside her asked, "Impressive, right?" "Incredible. But slow down, I'm frightened," she begged. "Oh, trying to challenge me?" With a sigh of relief, the beauty adjusted her hair, stating, "You remind me of an anime about daily life, Initial D. I haven't heard of it. But it's clear you're quite interested in everyday life anime." "I'm just average. I watch a few occasionally." "Do you know Tsang Jingkong?" "No," she replied emphatically. "What about Bodo Yuji?" "No." "Kozawa Rya?" "No." "Then what about Lee Min-ho?" "You must know him." The beauty paused. "He's involved in that too?" Ha. Getting caught in your own act, aren't you?" The host really dug a deep pit. "I didn't even realize it at first." "What is that thing? Can you elaborate?" "My curiosity is piqued. I'm also a keen learner. Why not showcase a bit, beauty?" The audience was in fits of laughter. Zhang Yang, stifling his laughter, asked, "What did he film?" "I don't know. I'm not familiar with everyday life culture." She chuckled, unable to contain her laughter. 10 minutes later, the beauty arrived at her destination. "Let us add each other on WeChat. I'll let you drive my car someday," she suggested. "What do you mean?" "I have a nice car that I want you to break in. As for what kind, you'll find out later." She winked. "All right." Zhang Yang refrained from further inquiries. Regardless of the vehicle, his skills could adeptly handle any. He waved goodbye to the enchanting lady on WeChat, known as MOMO. A new order arrived. The pickup point remained the Golden Eagle Club, yet the drop-off location was rather peculiar and unsettling. Chapter 39. A heart-wrenching tale, the boss on the brink of tears. A sheep-shearing scheme. Just as he pondered this, the car door swung open, and a man, appearing somewhat disheveled and lost, took a seat. Zhang Yang quickly assessed the situation. The man seemed to be in his 30s, his collar slightly torn, dust clinging to him as though he had taken a tumble, presenting a rather disarrayed appearance. "Excuse me, is the last 4 digits 1235? He inquired. "Indeed. Are you headed to the Tianshou Cemetery?" Zhang Yang confirmed, glancing at the destination once more. "Yes." The man's response was succinct, devoid of superfluous words. "What on earth? Heading to a cemetery at this hour?" No wonder the streamer hesitated earlier. "If it were me, I would have canceled right away. It's just a cemetery. What could possibly be there? Merely a pile of ashes. I used to think there was nothing to it. But once, while delivering a wreath at night, upon arrival, guess what? The onboard computer displayed an entire crowd surrounding the area. But who would be out at such a late hour? It frightened me to the brink of crashing." The audience expressed their dismay. Yet Zhang Yang remained silent. Although he was reluctant to visit such a place, if the passenger desired to go, he had accepted the ride and would fulfill his duty. After all, he wouldn't be entering the cemetery. Moreover, it was located on the outskirts, a considerable distance from the city, promising a decent fare. What was there to fear? If one were impoverished, could one truly fear ghosts? As the vehicle traversed a stretch of road, the man suddenly sighed. "Heaven is exceedingly unfair to me." "Oh." Zhang Yang tilted his head, intrigued. It appeared that the boss had a story to tell. Perhaps it would be beneficial to share it and provide some comfort. "Ha ha. Are you seeking amusement? I almost let something slip. You nearly made me laugh to tears. Come now, you have your tails, and I have my large teeth. Should you make me laugh so hard that my teeth fall out, I would be as tragic as you. The audience found great amusement in this exchange. With a deep sigh, the man lamented, "After 10 years of entrepreneurship, I've lost everything. I am truly the embodiment of misfortune. I ventured into mobile phones, and the business collapsed. I opened a restaurant, and it too failed. I tried selling fruits, and that fell through. I even attempted greenhouses, all to no avail. All my friends have succeeded, while I remain stagnant. Would you not agree that this is unjust? How should one interpret this? Perhaps fate has devised a different plan for you," Zhang Yang offered in consolation. "What plan? It seems destiny is bent on thwarting my efforts. However, I shall not concede. I refuse to be swayed by ill fortune. Once I acquire the necessary capital, I shall embark on a grand venture." Their essay saying, "Though I wonder if it should be spoken," the man gestured dramatically. Zhang Yang replied, "I believe not everyone is suited for business. You have toiled for many years, surely. If you possessed even a modicum of talent, success would have graced you by now. Alas, that struck a chord. The boss is on the verge of tears. As a seasoned individual, I must candidly assert that repeated failures should discourage further attempts. It is essential to introspect and identify personal shortcomings rather than attribute blame to external circumstances, lest one remains ensnared in failure. Indeed, the employer ought to engage in self-reflection, for certain matters are far more intricate than they appear. However, I wonder if the host is not apprehensive about being reported for such forthright remarks." The audience responded enthusiastically. The man, taken aback by the young individual's incisive commentary, scoffed in disbelief, remarking that the disparity in their experiences rendered his perspective incomprehensible. He confessed a tinge of envy towards those who lead ordinary lives, earning meager wages, yet finding joy and contentment in their daily toil. He proclaimed that diligent effort, regardless of the occupation, could lead to prosperity. With a chuckle, the man dismissed the notion of wealth, questioning the financial gains of a driver who toils relentlessly for a month. Zhang Yang countered, asserting the unpredictability of daily earnings. When pressed about his earnings for the day, he calculated approximately 37 or 38,000. What? The man, previously slouched in his seat, sprang upright in astonishment. "You must be referring to pickled vegetable currency." "What pickled vegetable currency? I'm not in the land of pickled vegetables. It's the huaxia currency," Zhang Yang replied with a smile. "Huaxia currency? Earning over 30,000 in a day? Over 1 million in a month? Impossible. Even with relentless driving, one cannot earn such sums. You must be exaggerating. It is said that drivers tend to boast, but I had no idea you could embellish to this extent." Young man, while boasting lacks the necessity of evidence. Moderation is crucial. If I'm not exaggerating and truly earned over 30,000, you can inquire with my audience in the live stream. Live stream? You are the renowned professional player Zhang Yang, the one who outsmarted the scammer for 400,000? No wonder you look familiar. If that's the case, your earnings exceed 30,000. You've made over 400,000, haha. Zhang Yang smiled faintly before shifting the topic. "May I pose a question? Albeit uncertain if it is appropriate? If it's inappropriate, then perhaps you should refrain." "Just kidding, please proceed. What brings you to the cemetery at this late hour?" "Alas, yet another failure. I'm here to chat with my father." You appear quite youthful. Your father must have passed away rather early." "Passed away? Not at all. My father is working the night shift at the cemetery." Such a revelation caused a stir in the live stream. "Uffed. Haha, what a twist. Almost sent the old man off. That was quite alarming. Who would have thought? My first instinct was to envision a heart-to-heart at a grave." Zhang Yang felt a wave of embarrassment. This was truly unexpected. "My apologies, that was a misunderstanding. No harm done. It's not a significant matter. The priority now is to make money." Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. "I have a method for making money. Are you interested?" "What method?" "Fraud. It's a fast way to earn." Upon hearing this, the man shook his head vigorously. "I refuse to engage in illegal activities. What if it involves scamming those fraudsters from northern Myanmar? After defrauding the state, the bonus would be shared equally." The man's eyes brightened. This could work, but didn't you already deceive him once? How could we possibly trick him again? Let us give it a try. After all, we have nothing but time. I'll follow your lead. Let us make some money. The man's eyes glinted like a wolf's, filled with greed. Zhang Yang was quite pleased with the man's expression at that moment. "Let me outline my plan." He issued a wanted notice, didn't he? "Once you've heard the plan." The man gave a thumbs up. The audience in the live stream also expressed their approval. 666. Host, you're addicted to harvesting. Aren't you? Haha, let us implement it quickly. I wonder if they are watching the live stream. No worries, we need to coordinate. As long as they aren't watching right now, we have a chance. The vehicle soon arrived at the outskirts, marking the commencement of a grand performance. Chapter 40. Boss, I've captured the person you wanted. The bidding begins. In the office of the World Industrial Park in northern Myanmar, Lu Ayong was about to leave when a call came through, displaying a number from Huaxia. Who could it be? Lu Ayong frowned. In truth, he held little regard for anyone, for this was northern Myanmar. Hello, is this the World in northern Myanmar? I want to inquire if I truly can receive 500,000 if I deliver Zhang Yang. Of course, Lu Ayong replied without hesitation. How did you acquire my phone number? I just kidnapped Zhang Yang. I found your number on his phone. You really kidnapped him? If you don't believe me, we can video call. The screen flickered, revealing a dim outdoor scene. A small car was parked by the roadside, and the loathed Zhang Yang lay on the ground, bound hand and foot, tape over his mouth. Beside him stood a disheveled, middle-aged man with an insatiable hunger for money, Du Haiji, the very one headed to the cemetery. Can you see? It's him, right? Du Haiji aimed the phone at Zhang Yang. It's him. I would recognize him even in ashes. Just bring him here, and you'll receive the 500,000 immediately. I've failed in business and am now buried in debt. Otherwise, I wouldn't resort to such desperation. But I'm aware of the situation in northern Myanmar and fear that I might not return if I go. I could end up losing both my life and my money, boss. What do you propose? How about this? We conduct the transaction at the border. Cash for the person. That is fine. However, I need some form of deposit. How much do you want? Not much, just enough to give me peace of mind. 10 to 50,000. How does that sound? Just as Lu Ayong hesitated, Zhang Yang struggled to free himself from the tape over his mouth. Brother, big brother, I have money. I can pay you directly. Huaxiao people don't deceive their own. Du Haiji scoffed. How much do you have? They're offering 500,000. I can also give you 500,000, as long as you don't turn me over to them. Otherwise, I'm finished. I beg you, give me a chance. That way, you won't have to go through the trouble of delivering me. Zhang Yang looked up, his face a mix of fear and hope. Really? Huaxiao people don't deceive their own. Do you trust me or a liar? Let me reiterate, if you send me over, they might apprehend you as well. Not only would you spend nothing, but you would also gain a kidney for free. If it were you, would you take that chance? Du Haiji hesitated. Zhang Yang, noticing his indecision, continued, trust me, release me now, and I shall transfer the funds immediately. You transfer the money first, and then I will release you. Very well. As long as I am not sent over, and as long as they do not harvest my kidney, I shall agree. Just as the two reached an agreement, Lu Ayong interjected, do not listen to him. I will give you 600,000. Wait. His offer is merely a promissory note. I can transfer the money right now. Zhang Yang exclaimed urgently. Who says I cannot transfer the money now? Just bring him to me, and I will pay half of it immediately. Provide me with your card number, and I shall transfer the funds at once. Upon hearing this, Du Haiji slowly rose and said, I'm sorry, but I still find 600,000 far more appealing, as I owe over 600,000. I can also offer you 600,000. Give it to me now. Provide me with your card number. Zhang Yang insisted. I will offer 700,000. I will also offer 700,000. I will raise it to 800,000. I too will raise it to 800,000. 1 million. Zhang Yang hesitated. Witnessing his uncertainty, Lu Ayong laughed heartily. He does not have that much money. Hand him over to me, and I will give you 500,000 right now. Very well. I will give him to you. As Du Haiji spoke, he sealed Zhang Yang's mouth again and sent the card number to Lu Ayong. The latter swiftly initiated the transfer. The money has been sent. Check it. The remaining balance will be paid in full once you deliver the person. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yang managed to free himself from the tape. Brother, do not listen to him. Listen to me instead. Didn't he offer you 500,000? If you release me, I will give you another 500,000. Wouldn't that mean you have a total of 1 million? Du Haiji shook his head. One must keep their word. Besides, if I break my promise, I shall certainly be the next one on the wanted list. Zhang Yang countered. That is not how accounts are settled. If you deliver me, the entire nation will seek you out. However, if you let me go, not only will I refrain from reporting you, but I will also present you as a hero combating fraud. They would not dare approach you, and you would safely acquire 1 million. What is there to fear? That does sound quite appealing. Seeing Du Haiji wavering, Lu Ayong grew anxious. Do not listen to him. An open attack can be dodged. But a hidden arrow is much harder to defend against. If you proceed with his plan, you will regret it for the rest of your life. However, if you bring him to me, I shall add another 500,000, and we can prosper together. Du Haiji's eyes lit up. I am a man of my word. But I am not foolish. Do not just paint pretty pictures for me. I require something tangible. After all, I am engaging in a dangerous endeavor that demands monetary courage. I will transfer you 250,000. Very well. Once you complete the transfer, I will set off immediately. I have already planned the route. Lu Aiyong wasted no time, eager to see Zhang Yang, to whip him, to shock him with a stun gun, and ultimately to harvest his kidney. Recording the entire affair to share with all of China, showcasing the consequences of opposing him. The money has been transferred. You may set out now. Du Haiji nodded. 40,000, 30,000, 75,000. How many thousands? Boss, could you transfer an additional 50,000? What do you mean? There is no other intent. Just a bit of humor. You sent it. I sent it. Look, you've already transferred 750,000. What's an additional 50,000, right? I'll get the person into the car now, and as soon as the funds are in, I'll hit the gas and set off. Lu Aiyong furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, he felt he had acted impulsively. However, since 750,000 had already been sent, what was the harm in an additional 50,000? All right, it's been sent. Let's hurry and depart. Received. Thank you, boss. Du Haiji turned the camera towards Zhang Yang, who sat in the driver's seat. Beaming as he waved, this is how it should be. 800,000 in total, with a 6,000 bonus. We each get 3,000. How should we divide that 750,000? It's hard to split. Thanks. Seeing Zhang Yang's grin made Lu Aiyong's head spin. How dare you? You tricked me out of my money. What do you mean I tricked you? This is your bounty. He merely had an epiphany and turned over a new leaf, right? Du Haiji nodded repeatedly. Yes, my apologies, boss. I wasn't very resolute. It felt too risky. Any illicit gains will be reported to the authorities. If there are issues, take it up with the embassy, all right? You wait, you will regret this. Reputation value, 1111. Haha, this works. I thought Lu Aiyong would catch on. He must have been blinded by anger upon seeing the streamer. Now he has shot himself in the foot. Offering a bounty of 500,000 and ending up spending 800,000 for mockery. This is hilarious, adding 5,000 just to make it easier to split. Doesn't this guy watch Douyin? He should just give the streamer a follow for peace of mind. Haha, he can't access domestic Douyin abroad. He can only use the international version unless he gets a Huaxia phone card. Chapter 41. Kid, I am indeed the fool you speak of. Let us draw again. When the world. Boss, a chubby subordinate, pushed the door open. What now? Lu Aiyong barked in frustration. Boss, I have something particularly amusing to tell you. That Zhang Yang is up to his tricks again. He found a passenger and claimed he was planning a kidnapping to gain your favor while attempting to swindle the bounty. Haha, do you think his brain was kicked by a donkey? Planning a fake kidnapping in a live stream. Does he think we are blind? Even if we didn't see it, we're not fools. A bounty is not just given away. Do you think we're philanthropists? Ridiculous, haha. Look at this video. He looks so foolish, it's too funny. The subordinate handed his phone to Lu Aiyong. Without a word, Lu Aiyong took it and smashed it to the ground. I am the fool you speak of. 800,000. A full 800,000. Oh, that bastard. The subordinate trembled in fear nearby. What is happening? Am I late? Has the boss been scammed again? This is not what I meant, boss. Zhang Yang is exceedingly cunning. He has exploited our inability to access the Huaxiao version of Douyin. He has deceived us, and we demand double the repayment. Lu Aiyong gritted his teeth. Download the Huaxiao version of Douyin for me as well. And investigate that individual's background. Issue a wanted notice. Understood. The subordinate hurriedly picked up the shattered phone and departed hastily. Under the veil of night, Zhang Yang shared a knowing smile with Du Haiji. Shall we still visit the cemetery? Zhang Yang inquired. Or should we head to the police station first? Du Haiji chuckled. Let us agree beforehand. The travel expenses are on you. Haha, of course. You've allowed me to earn so much. I shall treat you to a meal another day. I envy you. My monthly salary is 4,000. I also wish to ride in the streamer's car to earn money. I earn 3,000 a month, which is equivalent to my annual salary. Streamer, I yearn to join you in your schemes. Indeed, they have swindled us, and we shall swindle them back, driving them to bankruptcy in Myanmar. Reverse scamming is the most lethal, using magic to defeat magic. Observing the audience's barrage of comments, Zhang Yang continued to educate. As we just enacted, what we perceive may not reflect reality. With the widespread application of technology, advanced scams will undoubtedly emerge, such as voice and face-swapping fraud. You may believe you are conversing with your mother, but it could actually be a nefarious individual utilizing technology. Therefore, whenever money is involved, even with your own parents, it is essential to make several verification calls and not to transfer funds blindly. Additionally, beware of recurrent scams. For instance, if you are scammed today and report it to the police, you may receive a call the following day regarding the progress of the investigation and the recovery of funds. This should raise your suspicions, as it is likely a second wave of scams targeting you. In such cases, do not transfer money. Simply hang up and visit the police station directly. My goodness, they even employ a layered scheme. It truly is difficult to guard against. Is technology really that advanced now? Can videos even swap faces directly? This is unacceptable. I will establish a code with my parents. Whenever money is involved, we will first use the code. I have learned much. Thank you, streamer. I shall also devise a secret phrase. At the Dongjiang Public Security Bureau's Anti-Fraud Center, upon Zhang Yang's arrival, the duty officer rose and applauded. Are you all aware? Zhang Yang asked, somewhat surprised. Not only do we know, but we also watched your live stream. Previously, it was our first encounter with incoming funds. This time, it is our first experience with repeated inflows. Anti-fraud truly relies on you. Officer Chunbo laughed heartily. Who could resist such a plump target? We must continue to reap the rewards. Laughter erupted among the group. The operation was executed splendidly, allowing them to vent their frustrations. 800,000 was seized, and 60,000 in bonuses were distributed. Zhang Yang and Du Haiji each received 30,000, though it paled in comparison to the original sum. This was government reward money, free to spend. After leaving the police station, Zhang Yang first escorted Du Haiji home. After all the commotion, it was already 9:30. However, feeling no fatigue, Zhang Yang continued to accept orders until 10:30 in the evening. It was about time to call it a day, so he decided to return home for some rest. Zhang Yang closed the order-taking software, yet he had no intention of heading back home. The reasons were twofold. First, his current location was quite distant from his rented accommodation. Second, there was no air conditioning in his room. After a long day, he was not keen on enduring the oppressive heat. Hence, he sought out a nearby chain hotel to stay the night. Gazing at the plush bed, the audience was stirred with excitement. What is your room number, host? I'm a girl, and through the long night, I wish to engage in heartfelt conversation with you. To the girl above, I hesitate to break it to you, but aren't you just looking to mooch off the air conditioning? I am sincere. Let us explore driving techniques together. Girl, I just peeked at your homepage. Don't think I'm oblivious. You clearly want to leech off the internet to play Need for Speed. Zhang Yang was left speechless, wondering what sort of people these were. No one seemed normal. Why were they wasting the night with such frivolities? Just as he pondered this, the system sent a notification. 100,000 reputation points. Congratulations to the host for earning a chance to draw a lottery. Oh, another chance to draw. Surely, this time it would align with my desires, right? Zhang Yang excitedly opened the system. Heavenly spirits, great Taishang Laojun, grant me your favor. I draw. With a thought, the reputation points were automatically deducted by 100,000, followed by a notification sound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a professional entry card 1. Congratulations to the host for receiving a physical ability card, Strength 3. New rewards. A wave of warmth surged through his body as Zhang Yang clenched his fist, the joints cracking, overwhelming joy flooding him. He had initially thought only a professional card would be awarded, yet now he could develop comprehensively. What a good omen. If only he could also obtain a divine singing voice, it would be utterly perfect. He continued to draw. Zhang Yang prayed fervently while issuing commands. Generating profession randomly. Profession, fisherman, entry level. What is this? A fisherman? What use is this to me? I wanted a perfect singing voice. A perfect singing voice, do you understand? Are you deliberately going against me? Do you believe I would smash you if I knew how? Zhang Yang was on the brink of despair. Truly, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Although he did not desire it, the system had forcefully bestowed it upon him, and various fishing techniques surged into his mind, instantly transforming him into a master angler of a divine level. I am quite impressive. Are there any bonus effects? For instance, will the fish come chasing after my hook? Zhang Yang grinned, eager to give it a try. Chapter 42. Girl, am I not fun? The competitors took a break. Yet the internet never rests. Zhang Yang's recent activities quickly spread online, especially the bounty he had deceived Lu Ayong with, sending the media into a frenzy. Here he comes again. Zhang Yang strikes again, leaving the northern Myanmar tycoon in shock. To avoid being deceived, rumors suggest the northern Myanmar tycoon hurriedly obtained a Huaxia card and followed Zhang Yang's account. In the realm of deceit, face-swapping scams, and Zhang Yang's revelations of additional frauds, the notorious figure from northern Myanmar has fled, leaving many exclaiming that life has become unbearable. Moreover, there is the account of Zhang Yang heroically rescuing a young boy, driving at breakneck speeds to save him. What? Driving at 140 in the city? Navigating through traffic as if it were a breeze? Is he piloting a soul-charged vehicle? The audacity of today's media knows no bounds. Hong Dali scoffed. For as a seasoned motorsport manager who has orchestrated numerous international events, he understands the limitations of urban roads all too well. No matter how skilled a driver one may be, it is impossible to reach such speeds in congested city streets without incurring consequences. To claim one has achieved such velocity in traffic is absurd, perhaps on a racetrack, but the faster one goes, the more precarious the situation becomes. Yet, fully aware of the exaggeration, Hong Dali could not resist clicking on the video, as he desperately sought a talented racer. However, upon finishing the video, he found himself quite unsettled. No way. Absolutely impossible. The video must have been sped up. But soon, he was confronted with the reality. Upon inspection, there were no signs of any acceleration or editing. My goodness. Such reflexes. Such skill. Such speed. Is this not the very individual I have been searching for? Filled with excitement, Hong Dali promptly dialed a number. Hello. I have found someone capable of surpassing Takeda Yuichi. This time, it is our turn to bring down the Japanese. At midnight, the production team released the first-day ranking list. First, Hua Xingyu, profession, singer, popularity, 8,098, fans, 1,014, income, 1021 second, shooting, profession, singer, popularity, 5,764, fans, 929, income, 845 third, Tang Xiao, profession, singer, popularity, 5,027, fans, 883, income, 701 43rd, Zhang Yang, profession, ride-hailing driver, popularity, 408, fans, 57, income, 67. The top 10 positions seemed unshakable, mirroring the list released at noon. However, the subsequent rankings underwent considerable changes, with nearly every contestant's position shifting, particularly Zhang Yang's, who remarkably ascended from 61st to 43rd. Upon the announcement of the rankings, fans of the contestants flooded the comments section, many expressing their support for Zhang Yang. The most positive force is undoubtedly Zhang Yang. Anti-fraud, saving lives. Brother Zhang, you are the best. I also admire Zhang Yang. Locksmithing, racing, he is truly multifaceted. I will continue to follow him. I believe the most promising contestant here is Brother Zhang. He might just clinch the championship. The champion must be my Brother Zhang. I stand by that. Everyone showed their support. However, such expressions of admiration incited displeasure among some, particularly the fans of those ranked higher. What do you think you are? Do you even deserve it? My brother Hua is the true dragon. Such arrogance. So what if he thwarted a scam and saved someone? Who knows if it was staged? My sister Shooting is the real powerhouse. Her abilities are evident and tangible. A contestant in the 40s has the audacity to be so boastful? Where does that courage come from? From Liang Jingru? Truly a spectacle to behold. As the crowd converged, a comment unexpectedly broke through the chaos. When we say Yang is impressive, do not misunderstand. We are not targeting anyone. We are merely stating that all present are rather mediocre. This statement sparked a tumultuous reaction. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the land of China, cities came alive with energy. Zhang Yang, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, reached for his phone to check the time, only to find various news alerts. One particular headline jolted him awake. Fraud prevention expert Zhang Yang criticizes all contestants. Declares them trash. What is happening? Did I actually say that? Zhang Yang quickly clicked to investigate. Upon learning the context, he was at a loss for words. While it appeared he had disparaged other contestants, it was merely a verbal spat among the audience, and the report was clearly inciting animosity towards him. After a night's rest, he had inadvertently offended all the contestants. What an achievement. Zhang Yang chuckled at himself and began a live stream. Good morning, everyone. Look who's awake. A viewer gifted the host a pair of sunglasses. Someone sent a kiss to the host, wishing to take a dive into the sewers. Various greetings and small gifts flowed in. Zhang Yang relished this atmosphere. Good morning, everyone. It's a new day. Is your dream further away? Ah, you just threw out my back. I thought you were going to say it's closer. That hit hard. I can't believe I actually agree with the host. Alas, me too. I'm on a diet with a goal of 50 kilograms. Yesterday, I was at 528, and today it's 537. I can't go on. The hotel offered complimentary breakfast, and after a quick meal, Zhang Yang prepared for a day of rides. Ding! The first order arrived. The pickup point was at a chain hotel. Zhang Yang glanced over and noticed a not-so-happy girl. She had her hair styled in 2 ponytails, exuding a blend of cuteness and a hint of allure, particularly due to her prominent bust. Could it be her? Zhang Yang averted his gaze, assuming she had not had a good night's sleep, given her fierce demeanor. Click! The car door swung open. The girl angrily slid into the seat. Hello, is the last 4 digits 3,367? Yes, she replied with a feisty tone. Please fasten your seatbelt. We're off. As soon as he spoke, she turned to Zhang Yang and asked, Am I pretty? You're quite pretty, he replied honestly, even if she weren't. This was not the time for such candor. Would you let me sleep with you? She inquired. What is going on? Is a good day supposed to start with a nap? Zhang Yang contemplated shutting off the live stream to catch some more sleep. Sorry, but I just woke up. I don't want to sleep again. What about tonight? Are you sleeping? Zhang Yang was taken aback. Are girls this forward nowadays? She must have been yearning for quite some time. Tonight? I usually drive late. Everyone sleeps at night. I sleep. You sleep. We all sleep. What do you mean? Why are you stammering? Am I not fun? The girl gazed at Zhang Yang with her innocent, wide eyes. Ah, whatever will be, will be. He decided to take the plunge. As a man, how could one possibly bring sorrow to such a charming young lady? Chapter 43. The Master of Toxic Chicken Soup. One's vision must be as expansive as one's heart. You're amusing, Zhang Yang began, but before he could finish his thought, the young lady sighed. Is the game truly more enjoyable than my company? My boyfriend spent the entire night engrossed in his game while I wore his favorite black stockings. Yet he didn't even acknowledge my presence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang remarked, Isn't that rather inconsiderate? If your boyfriend neglects you, why seek validation from me? Your perspective lacks depth. The viewers erupted with laughter. Did the streamer just suppress the wordplay? This girl is quite cheeky. It feels like she's teasing the streamer. Exactly. I've already taken off my pants, and now you want me to put them back on? The audience was in stitches, while the young lady frowned. Zhang Yang continued. One's vision must indeed be as grand as one's heart. She glanced down at her chest, intrigued. What do you mean? If he doesn't even spare you a glance, then simply find someone who will. Isn't that straightforward? That does seem reasonable, she reflected, gazing at Zhang Yang with a glimmer in her eyes. Master, do you believe in love? Zhang Yang, with a wry smile, replied, Miss. Let us not delve into matters of the heart. Just give me the 10 yuan for the fare, shall we? She chuckled in response. All right, master, I stand corrected. 10 yuan it is. Seeing her spirits lifted, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile as well. The morning had been quite prosperous, from 8 until around 11 or noon. He had completed 11 rides, earning 246 yuan. In the absence of additional income, such earnings felt rather meager. Fortunately, Zhang Yang was quite the conversationalist, adeptly weaving in various pieces of toxic wisdom from his past life, which added a vibrant flair to the otherwise dull world, making the live stream far more entertaining. This very charm even attracted newcomers eager to experience it. As he wrapped up his last ride of the morning, he headed off for a meal. Approaching the pickup location, he noticed a bespectacled young man waving at him. Zhang Yang drove over, and the young man excitedly climbed into the car. Brother Yang, I finally managed to hail your ride. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Oh, you sought me out? Indeed. I found your words of toxic wisdom far more enlightening than traditional advice, which is why I came hoping for your insights. Before we discuss enlightenment, your zipper is down. My friend. The young man looked down, realizing his fly was fully open. Oh dear, I forgot to zip up after using the restroom. He awkwardly pulled up his zipper. Now, tell me about your situation. What do you wish to seek enlightenment on? Well, I've been harboring a crush on a colleague for 3 years, but I've never mustered the courage to confess. What should I do? Zhang Yang responded thoughtfully. Is it a man or a woman? Of course it's a woman. No, I misspoke. It's a woman, I assure you. I'm a straight man, a bona fide straight man. The audience erupted in laughter. I'm rolling on the floor. My mother would declare I've been poisoned. A bold questioner and an audacious responder, unexpectedly proclaiming the male gender, left me in fits of laughter. The streamer's train of thought is quite intriguing. I had not considered that angle before. It seems this young man possesses considerable potential, worthy of further exploration. To the gentleman above, it would suffice to express your desire directly. The audience erupted into laughter once more. Zhang Yang, maintaining his composure, continued to inquire. Having hesitated to confess for 3 years, fearing rejection in the past, do you now feel a sense of urgency? Indeed, he replied. I previously believed myself to be insufficiently remarkable, thus refraining from confessing. However, I have been striving to improve myself, albeit I worry that if I take too long, someone else might seize her away. Zhang Yang responded sagely. You must understand that some things cannot be altered merely through effort. A 50 yuan note, no matter how beautifully designed, will never be as desirable as a 100 yuan note. Beautiful. Classic. Why does it feel a tad heart-wrenching? I suddenly realize that I am engaged in the very same endeavor. No matter how hard I try, the roots of the problem remain unchanged. The audience sighed in sympathy. The bespectacled man mirrored their sentiment. In truth, he had diligently pursued higher education, enrolled in various training programs, learned calligraphy, and practiced martial arts. Yet, after several years, while he had indeed become more accomplished, the goddess's attitude toward him seemed unchanged. Am I out of luck then? I am not her. How can I know? He lamented. In fact, we communicate quite often, and I occasionally present her with small gifts. Yet, I can sense a distance between us. The bespectacled man spoke with a hint of sorrow, tormented by the anguish of unrequited love and the pain of being out of reach. Zhang Yang encouraged him. Thus, in matters of love, one must avoid internal strife. If you admire someone, muster the courage to confess. Perhaps you will discover your standing in her affections, and learn just how many competitors you face. Upon hearing this, the live stream was set ablaze with excitement. Huh, how piercing. Your words are like arrows. Why can't I laugh? I too feel the chasm between myself and the goddess, and it feels insurmountable. What number am I in the hierarchy of backups? Could I be a double-digit backup? Woe is me. How profound are the streamer's words. They resonate with wisdom, seemingly derived from experiences of heartache and hard-earned lessons. Surely, the streamer was not once a hopeless romantic. Only now do I realize that backups are ranked by seniority. Once I dreamed of rising from backup to primary, but now I merely aspire to be within the top 3 backups. At this juncture, the bespectacled man's heart felt shattered. Previously, he had believed himself unworthy, hence the distance from the goddess. Today, he discovered that this distance stemmed not from his inadequacies, but from the numerous backups ahead of him. Oh, how foolish I have been. He chastised himself, striking his chest in frustration. Seeing his anguish, Zhang Yang consoled him. If you truly cherish her, set a goal for yourself from this moment forth. For instance, determine a savings target for the next 5 years and strive toward it. This way, when she eventually marries, you will have a more substantial gift to offer. Huh, how much of a sycophant must one be? Haha, I once thought I could marry her, but instead, you just gave her money. What a clever tactic. Just imagine, a stranger giving the bride a substantial sum at the wedding. What would the groom think? What would his family think? They would surely assume you are the ex-boyfriend, and perhaps a month later, the couple would divorce, thus presenting you with an opportunity. Wow, brilliant. You're amazing, host. Tomorrow, when my goddess gets married, I shall employ this strategy. The bespectacled man awkwardly remarked. I had tried something similar before, but the results were not quite satisfactory. That won't do. You must strive for it. For instance, I have set a goal. By the age of 25, I aim to have saved a modest sum in my account, own a villa, and possess a supercar worth over 10 million. Currently, I have already achieved a substantial portion of this goal. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. Chapter 44. The Wealthy Cloud Storage, Severe Speeding. All of you are detained. What is going on? Could it be that the host is a hidden tycoon? Wait a minute. If you have a modest sum in your account, a villa, and a luxury car, that implies you have 50 million in your account, a spacious apartment, and $1 million luxury vehicle. How extravagant. But if you are already wealthy, why drive for a ride-hailing service? This is what they call the joy of the affluent, which you may not comprehend. We even have security guards with billions in savings. No wonder the host refuses rides when upset. Truly a wealthy and willful disposition. Where does this money come from? I suggest a thorough investigation. Not only can he unlock doors, but he also combats fraud and possesses such wealth. Could he truly be a walking $500,000? To the person above, you may be envious, but do not be blind. Do I need to elucidate what kind of person the host is? Everyone can see for themselves. I must say, such wealth is undeniably enticing. Looking across the nation, how many can achieve this in a lifetime? Yet, Zhang Yang has done so effortlessly, which inevitably breeds jealousy. How can one be so handsome and so wealthy? Pray tell, which window did God open for you? Gulp. The bespectacled man swallowed hard. He truly did not expect to sit beside a millionaire. One day, a multi-millionaire would be driving him. My friend, no, I should say my boss, how did you accomplish this? It's quite simple, I just went with the flow. I suppose you could say I have won by lying down, Zhang Yang replied. I see. The host must have inherited family wealth. Given the host's striking looks, could it be that a wealthy elder gifted him this fortune on their 80th birthday? You all are filled with envy and resentment. I believe the host earned it through hard work. After all, as he said, why stand when one can earn while lying down, right? You have quite a sharp perspective. But such wealth must come with considerable effort. The audience began to wildly speculate once more. In truth, the bespectacled man's first reaction was similar. So, you inherited family wealth? What family inheritance? I'm just an ordinary person. There's no inheritance to speak of. You're overthinking it. In truth, the bespectacled gentleman harbored a desire for Zhang Yang to inherit the fortune, as it would bring him some solace. However, Zhang claimed to be an ordinary person. Could an ordinary individual amass such wealth? What did that make him? Wasn't that a form of insult? You are certainly not an ordinary person. You are a successful individual. He exclaimed. What success? Lacking in looks and wealth. Brother, you are crossing the line. The bespectacled man could no longer contain himself. First, regarding your appearance. Your looks could easily overshadow the young stars of the entertainment industry. Secondly, with savings exceeding 50 million, luxury cars, and opulent residences, how can you claim to be lacking in wealth? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Did you give me over 50 million? Wasn't it you who stated that you had achieved a significant portion of your goals? Zhang nodded. Indeed, I am 25 this year. Isn't it natural to have accomplished a substantial part of my ambitions? The bespectacled man asked uncertainly. You aren't implying that age is your achievement, are you? Precisely. What else could it be? Observing Zhang Yang's innocent eyes, the audience erupted in laughter. Is it really you, Xiao? Ha ha ha. Is this even possible? You truly are a talent, making me feel utterly envious. I can't breathe from laughing. You mean the age is what you have achieved? You should have mentioned it earlier. And I wouldn't have caught the green-eyed monster. If that's the case, I too have a goal that is half accomplished, to surpass Jack Ma's wealth by the age of 30, and I just turned 30 this year. I also have an aspiration. By 35, I envision myself surrounded by wealth and affection. Now that I am 35, I have my son on one side and my daughter on the other. The audience was in stitches, completely taken aback by the unexpected twist. The bespectacled man felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his emotions soaring and plummeting like a roller coaster, truly exhilarating. Brother, you are serious about your humor, and I am impressed. Yet, Zhang Yang maintained a solemn demeanor. In fact, I am indeed quite affluent, though not in material terms. The bespectacled man chuckled. I understand. You mean in terms of spiritual wealth? Zhang shook his head. Not quite that either. What I possess is a wealth of cloud storage. Wow. I too am quite well off in that regard. My cloud storage and hard drives are full. Since you are so exceptional, could you share a link? The website I used to learn Japanese is no longer accessible. Oh no, I just spat water all over my wife while drinking. What should I do now? I need urgent advice. Don't worry, as someone with experience, I suggest waiting until tonight to let your wife spray you again. Wait, this isn't the kindergarten bus. I want to get off. Severe speeding. Please accompany us for a little chat. The bespectacled man stared at Zhang Yang with a bemused expression, realizing the complexity beneath his seemingly harmless demeanor. Brother, I never would have guessed you had such resources. But logically, someone as handsome as you shouldn't need to watch those little films, right? Is it really necessary? Zhang Yang frowned slightly. What are you implying? Do you want some? I can share. Sure, let me take a look at your resources. The bespectacled man grinned widely, exuding an air of mischief. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang accessed the cloud storage. What do you want to see? I can share it with you. The bespectacled man leaned in closer. A series of titles appeared on the screen. Postpartum care for sows. How to address milk production issues in sows. The past and present of garlic and coffee. What on earth? This is not at all what I expected. The bespectacled man looked bewildered, and countless viewers shared his confusion. They anticipated words that would uplift the human spirit, yet were met with this assortment of topics. What is this? This doesn't resemble my cloud resources at all. Mine are filled with titles like how to attract beautiful women and various sensational stories. Excuse me, can we have a word? Just as the bespectacled man wore a look of disappointment, a thought struck him. Wait a moment, I get it. They must have changed the titles. Such a tactic is incredibly cunning. The bespectacled man smiled slightly. May I take a look first? Of course, feel free to browse. But keep it down. You know how it is, Zhang Yang replied with a knowing glance. I understand. I understand. The bespectacled man grinned. At that moment, the audience was completely focused, eagerly awaiting the broadcast. The bespectacled man selected a title that appeared rich in content. How to solve milk production issues in sows. Such a title surely promises explosive content. He clicked play. Chapter 45. Species cannot cross boundaries. And surprisingly, the sister's mouth became unyielding. The video began with an incredibly dynamic introduction, followed by a piercing scream, not from a human, but from a pig. The scene revealed a pig pen, with piglets lying listlessly on the ground. The mother pig's low milk production led to the piglets suffering from diarrhea. Upon hearing this narration, the bespectacled man immediately recoiled. What is this? Didn't it say something different? Zhang Yang replied, no, whatever is written above is what's inside. Zhang Yang looked puzzled. What else would it be? Should postpartum care for sows be written as postpartum care for cows? Ha ha ha, you've made my day. How do you manage to sound so serious? I feel utterly deceived. I thought it was something else. I rushed back to my room to check, and then my dad unexpectedly walked in. He found me watching a pig video with my pants down and solemnly advised me that humans and pigs are two distinct species, separated by an insurmountable chasm, urging me to find a girlfriend soon. This misunderstanding is impossible to clarify. You're going to make me laugh myself to death. I bet your dad is going to install surveillance on the pig pen. Sooner or later, I'll die laughing in this live stream. Huh? The audience erupted in laughter. The bespectacled man felt a wave of embarrassment. You told me to keep it down, and this is what I get? Brother, why do you have such things in your cloud storage? I once considered farming, so I searched for some information. Feel free to share these resources. Forget it, brother. I have no interest in farming. Zhang Yang responded with a hum. What are your current plans? Are you going to confess directly? Is that permissible? Of course it is. Right now? Go ahead. All right. The bespectacled man retrieved a phone number. Zhang Yang's few cynical remarks had entirely liberated him. Beep, beep. Brother Luo Jian? Is there something you need? A young woman's voice echoed from the phone. Xiaomei, I wish to share something with you. What is it? Speak. I have liked you for 3 years. Would you consider being my girlfriend? Huh. Why this sudden declaration? Aren't we doing well as we are? Moreover, I'm currently on the rise in my career. I don't want to engage in a romantic relationship. Upon hearing this, online viewers began to analyze the situation. Haha. After confessing, if the other party says they don't want a relationship right now, just add 2 words. Not with you. Implied meaning. No chance for a formal relationship. Just a backup option. Then ask her what number backup you are. If you rank higher, it might be worth holding on. Observing the barrage of comments, the bespectacled man felt a pang of anguish. Despite anticipating this outcome, there lingered a flicker of hope until he heard those words. Suppressing his inner turmoil, the bespectacled man forced a laugh. I knew you weren't looking to date right now. I was just joking. Don't overthink it. Focus on your work. You startled me. By the way, I've been eyeing a lipstick shade. Could you help me choose the right color for me? I'll send you the link on WeChat. In the past, he would have eagerly assisted, even ordering it promptly. But today, the bespectacled man recognized the harsh reality. He was merely a backup, a tool for purchasing gifts. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps you could seek someone else's assistance. Goodbye. He abruptly hung up, feeling a wave of sorrow wash over him. Observing his distress, Zhang Yang consoled him. You must believe that many things in life will gradually improve with time, much like how some people who were merely overweight eventually become quite plump. Huh. Host, did you install a camera in my home? I've indeed gained some weight recently. I used to be 210 pounds. Now I'm 260. Dear lady above, you might have gained a bit more than that. At first glance, this seems like a comforting remark, but upon reflection, it strangely makes my heart ache. You're not alone. I also feel my heart bleeding. It proves that some unpleasant experiences may linger for a lifetime. The audience each had their interpretations. The bespectacled man had his own understanding as well. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I feel much better. Thank you, Yang Go. If it weren't for you, I would have remained oblivious to the extent of my folly. After bidding farewell to the bespectacled man, Zhang Yang sought a place to dine. Having received a 500 yuan tip from the bespectacled man, he decided to treat himself at a restaurant, ordering 2 dishes. At noon, the production team released the latest rankings. Rank 1. Huaxing Yu, profession, singer, popularity, 3,058, followers, 1219, income, 174. Rank 2. Yi Shooting, profession, singer, popularity, 2,764, followers, 1079, income, 123. Rank 3. Tang Xiao, profession, singer, popularity, 2009, followers, 991, income, 71. Rank 40. Zhang Yang, profession, ride-hailing driver, popularity, 209, followers, 119, income, 17,847 yuan. Both popularity and income represent daily figures, while followers are cumulative data. Every 3 days, a comprehensive ranking based on the past 3 days' performance is released, after which the lowest-ranked contestants will be eliminated, with the production team selecting substitute contestants to fill the vacant spots. These substitutes may include ordinary individuals, internet celebrities, or stars. And this process will continue until the final month of the show, after which all contestants will engage in an ultimate battle. Thus, the competition intensifies as time progresses. Zhang Yang was perusing the rankings when 2 individuals approached from outside the restaurant. With a thud, they fell to their knees. "Is it you?" Zhang Yang looked closer and recognized them as Sister Huan Mao and her husband, Shi Wenxing. "Master Zhang, we implore you to save us," they pleaded. Zhang Yang, bewildered, responded, "What is happening? Get up and speak." As they rose, Shi Wenxing rubbed his hands together and explained, "It's about the investment from yesterday. She was swindled out of 300,000. We went to the police station, but it was too late. The money had already been transferred. Yet she insists she hasn't been deceived. She believes she can withdraw the money after 9 this morning, but now it's noon, and not a single cent is accessible. We even visited the anti-fraud center, but they are powerless to assist us. Our family is ruined." "And then what? Why are you seeking my help?" Zhang Yang was perplexed. This was a matter for the police, not him. With reddened eyes, Shi Wenxing pleaded, "I thought, given your exceptional skills, perhaps you might have a solution. You are our last hope. Please, help us." "What a jest. The money has been transferred. What can I possibly do? Perhaps you could withdraw it by 9 tomorrow morning. After all, we lack evidence to claim it was fraud. Moreover, this investment project aligns with the National Digital Economy Initiative. It cannot possibly be a scam, right, sister?" Zhang Yang cast a sarcastic glance at Sister Huan Mao. Recalling her stubbornness the previous day, he felt an urge to slap her then. Why was she now so deflated? Had she not taken her medicine? Upon hearing this, Sister Huan Mao burst into tears. "I was wrong. I am so foolish. I was bewitched. I believed everything they said. How could I be so naive? I should have trusted you and the police. I am such an idiot." With that, she slapped her own face repeatedly. Observing her swollen cheeks, Zhang Yang remarked, "There might still be a glimmer of hope." Chapter 46. Animals? Sister is going all out today. Is this for real? Can the money be retrieved? You're just boasting. The money has been transferred. What hope is there? It's impossible to recover. Didn't that anti-fraud officer say yesterday that after half an hour, there would be not a single cent left? The host is likely attempting to comfort them. This is what one calls reaping what one sows. I still prefer the resilient demeanor of the elder sister from yesterday. Perhaps you should revert to that? The audience harbors no illusions of hope. They perceive it merely as a form of consolation from Zhang Yang. In truth, Zhang Yang indeed possesses a solution, one he had encountered in the news prior to his journey through time. However, its application here raises uncertainties regarding its success. Hence, he remarked that while hope is not entirely absent, it remains rather slim. "That is wonderful. I knew you would have a way. We are saved," Shi Wenxing exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. The elder sister eagerly nodded. "As long as we can recover the funds, I am willing to do anything. Do not harbor excessively high hopes. I merely mentioned a glimmer of possibility," Zhang Yang cautioned. Shi Wenxing nodded fervently. Having hope is certainly better than having none. The elder sister echoed in agreement. Indeed. Zhang Yang scrutinized the elder sister. "You just mentioned you would do anything?" As he observed the glint in Zhang Yang's eyes, the elder sister hesitated for a moment. This moment of hesitation was a sign of respect towards Shi Wenxing, were he not present. Even a fleeting moment of indecision before a dashing young man like Zhang Yang would feel like a disservice to herself. "I am open to anything. You may do as you wish." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Yang inquired, a perplexed expression crossing his face. Others too. The elder sister exclaimed. This is quite beyond reason. Are we to treat this as an animalistic affair? The elder sister was taken aback. The sacrifice seemed rather vast. Yet for the sake of 300,000, she was willing to take the plunge. Very well, Zhang Yang remarked, his body tensing. You truly are audacious. Cough, cough. Dear sister, you may have misunderstood my intent. It is not about what someone else wishes to do to you, but rather what you are willing to do. Laughing heartily. This misunderstanding has escalated quite a bit. The elder sister is indeed bold to engage. It was evident that for the sake of reclaiming the 300,000, the elder sister was genuinely committed. To be honest, I too had a rather impure thought. I initially assumed it was a dog. Me too. I feel my thoughts have strayed. The audience shared a bitter laugh. However, the elder sister did not experience any relief. In her view, sometimes taking initiative is more shameful than being passive. One can never know what props might be required. Yet, she found herself with no alternative. This was her sole opportunity. What is it that you require of me? I wish for you to revert to the state you were in yesterday. The elder sister was taken aback. Please do not humiliate me. I genuinely recognize my mistakes. Simply follow my instructions. Envision that the counterpart is not a fraud. If you were to receive the returns, what would your emotions be? Certainly, I would feel exhilarated, a 20% return. And afterward, upon seeing such returns, I would increase my investment. Precisely. Zhang Yang remarked that human nature is inherently greedy. One seeks to earn more, just as a swindler aims to deceive for greater gains. At this juncture, you must assume the role of an impetuous investor. Imagine having sold your property, now clutching over 2 million, yet witnessing no returns, your funds inaccessible, thus casting doubt on their authenticity. In such a scenario, the con artist, driven to extract more money, may relinquish a small sum to continue the charade. The moment he deposits money into your account, you must withdraw it immediately. Do you understand? What an expert. The host has a firm grasp on human nature. Impressive. I've learned another tactic. The host is a true professional in anti-fraud. Theoretically sound. As long as the opponent is sufficiently greedy, they will undoubtedly fall for it. Now, it comes down to execution. The audience was filled with anticipation. Ms. Huan Mao was equally exhilarated, convinced of the cleverness of this strategy, and promptly opened the customer service chat. What should I say first? I will be direct. I will state that I have just sold my property and wish to increase my investment. Oh, Ms. Huan Mao, hello. I have just sold my property and currently possess over 2 million. I would like to add to my investment. Customer service. Hello, that's fine. You can directly transfer the funds into your account, and you will see your returns by the next day. Ms. Huan Mao, I have a question. Why can't I withdraw the money I invested earlier? How is it that you operate such a reputable platform? Customer service. I apologize. We were just undergoing an upgrade. But everything is functioning properly now. Please feel assured that we are a legitimate investment platform supported by the government. Ms. Huan Mao. All right, I will check it out first. If there are no issues, I will transfer the funds immediately. This won't affect today's returns, will it? Customer service. No, it will not affect your returns. Please invest with confidence. At that moment, Ms. Huan Mao promptly accessed her account. Should I attempt to withdraw 10,000 as a test? Zhang Yang, seemingly exasperated, responded, What? You truly intend to invest further? Withdraw the principal and interest in full. If an opportunity arises, you have but one chance. Indeed, Ms. Huan Mao clicked to withdraw everything. In the next instant, the platform displayed a notification, Withdrawal successful. It worked. It worked. I have withdrawn it. Ms. Huan Mao exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Zhang Yang maintained a calm demeanor. Wait for the bank notification. As soon as he finished speaking, Ms. Huan Mao's phone chimed with a bank message. Your account has been credited with 360,000. Wow, it really has been credited. Amazing. The host is brilliant. 300,000 principal, 60,000 interest. How exhilarating. The audience was electrified. This maneuver was indeed remarkable. Naturally, the most elated were Ms. Huan Mao and Shi Wenxing. Overjoyed to have regained the 30,000, the pair knelt in gratitude. Thank you, thank you. All right, rise. The money is back, which is what matters. This kind of fortune does not come often. Safeguard the principal, and you may return the interest to the state. For specific inquiries, consult the Anti-Fraud Center. Yes, henceforth, I shall let him manage all the funds. I shall no longer invest. Ms. Huan Mao gazed apologetically at her husband. No sooner had she spoken than her phone chimed again. This time, it was a message from customer service. Customer service. Why did you withdraw all the money? Weren't you planning to increase your investment? Juan mounted, yeah. After some contemplation, I have decided against investing for the time being. Customer service. How can you say that? Are you not deceiving us? Juan mounted, yeah. I am not deceiving anyone. Besides, is it not true that these funds can be withdrawn at any moment? Is it unacceptable for me to choose not to invest? Customer service. If you do not wish to invest, you can withdraw tomorrow. Otherwise, today's earnings of 72,000 will be squandered. How about this? Transfer the funds within 5 minutes, and it will not affect today's profits. Tomorrow, you can withdraw 432,000. Juan mounted, yeah. I'm sorry, but I have already reported this to the authorities. This is fraud. Customer service. Damn it. Are you trying to set me up? Just wait. I will make you regret this. Juan mounted, yeah. Come at me. Let us see who prevails. The scammer is panicking, but it's too late. To be fair, whether physiologically or psychologically, the scammer is bound to be dealt with by the lady. Dear esteemed gentleman upstairs, could you elaborate from a physiological standpoint on how the lady might deal with the scammer? I am also curious. Please share quickly. Chapter 47. The distinction between successful men and women. A top-tier average. Uninstall. Delete. A complete farewell. Juan Maudijia felt an immense sense of relief. The two departed with a sense of melancholy, yet liberated. Zhang Yang soon finished his meal and approached the front desk to settle the bill. How much is it? The proprietress smiled softly and presented an envelope. The couple has already settled your bill and left this envelope for you. Oh, Zhang Yang was somewhat taken aback. How considerate of them. Upon witnessing this, the audience applauded Juan Maudijia. Indeed, very commendable, showing gratitude. An envelope is the most tangible expression of thanks. I was just wondering why they didn't give a red envelope, but it turns out it was waiting here. Judging by its thickness, there must be 10,000 yuan. These days, driving a rideshare can be quite lucrative. Since Juan Maudijia and her company had already departed, Zhang Yang had no opportunity for further engagement and could only accept the gesture. After leaving the restaurant, he returned to his vehicle for a brief respite. He checked the envelope, and indeed, it contained exactly 10,000 yuan. After securing the envelope, he continued to accept orders. However, the afternoon proved to be rather slow. With only 5 orders in 2 hours, earning him 857 yuan. Ding! Another order came in. This one particularly delighted Zhang Yang, as it was a substantial one. The pickup location was Iha Shuefu, with the destination being the Chengxi Reservoir. Before long, Zhang Yang arrived at the pickup point. From a distance, he spotted a woman dressed in a white sun-protective outfit, completely wrapped up like a ghost, approaching him while carrying various fishing gear. Could it be this woman? Is she planning to fish at the reservoir? Zhang Yang rolled down the window. Hello, driver. Could you kindly open the trunk? The woman panted. And although her face was obscured, her voice was sweet and melodious. The last 4 digits are 7,444? Yes, driver. Please hold on. Zhang Yang exited the vehicle and assisted the woman in placing her fishing gear into the trunk. Once everything was organized, they both entered the car. The woman removed her face cover, revealing a fair and charming visage, appearing to be around 23 or 24 years old. Aren't you working? Off to fish. Zhang Yang, filled with curiosity, inquired. Generally speaking, if the journey is brief, he typically refrains from engaging the passengers in conversation. However, during longer trips, an uncomfortable silence may ensue if both parties remain mute. If the passenger is inclined, a few words to pass the time could prove quite delightful. The young woman smiled gently. I don't have to work. I spend my days fishing for leisure. Initially, I intended to take my car for maintenance today, not planning to fish, but out of sheer boredom, I thought I'd come out for a little thrill. Oh, such leisure. Are you perhaps the fabled successful woman? Zhang Yang mused. The young woman tilted her head, regarding him with intrigue. What constitutes a successful woman? A successful woman begins her journey with millions in assets, embraces romance, yet finds herself without a partner. She chuckled softly. I might fall short of that standard. And what of a successful man? The benchmark for a successful man is to find a woman like that. Her laughter erupted anew. The audience in the live stream found the exchange amusing. Ha ha, where can one find such a woman? I aspire to be a successful man. I must say, the host is quite adept at charming the ladies, leaving them all smiles. The one above has a way with words. Surely, he must be the legendary seasoned driver. The young woman then composed herself. You possess quite a sense of humor. And with your handsome looks, I imagine you have many romantic encounters. I've heard the driving profession can be rather chaotic. Indeed, in a vast forest, one finds all manner of birds. It's not just about one particular circle being disordered, they all have their share of chaos. True enough. My best friend claims the fitness industry is even more tumultuous, particularly with those handsome muscle-bound men, she added, flexing her biceps playfully. Zhang Yang, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Why specifically the muscle men?" "Because they are strong. After all, men should be robust." Zhang Yang responded, "Well, these notions are often exaggerated. I've even heard that the bigger the muscle, the lesser the prowess." The young woman appeared bemused. "By the way, you seem somewhat familiar. Are you not the anti-fraud advocate?" "Indeed, I am the all-professional superstar, Zhang Yang. I've watched your videos, quite impressive. However, I must confess, I'm not your fan. I'm a fan of Su Chong, who is also an all-professional superstar and a top angler in the country," she said, her admiration evident. Initially, Zhang Yang had no intention of delving deeper into the conversation. Yet, upon hearing her reference to top, he felt compelled to respond. In this society, everyone claims to be at the top. As soon as he uttered those words, the live stream began to attract dissenting opinions. What does the host imply? Is he suggesting Su Chong is merely a man of empty fame? What qualifications do you, a mere driver, have to critique the fishing king? You wouldn't even be worthy to hold his shoes. The fishing king ranks 35 ahead of you. Are you envious? Some even ventured to stir the pot in Su Chong's live stream. Zhang Yang, oblivious to the brewing controversy, continued, "Speaking of which, I too am a top angler." "Oh." The young woman's eyes sparkled with interest. "You enjoy fishing as well?" "To a degree, though I found it rather solitary. Which is why I turned to driving for ride-sharing." She nodded in agreement. Fishing indeed tends to be a solitary pursuit. Some say the deeper one's love for fishing, the more profound the sense of loneliness. That is not quite my sentiment. "Then what do you mean?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Have you ever heard a particular song?" "What song?" she inquired. Zhang Yang cleared his throat. Although he did not possess a perfect singing voice, he could manage to sing a simple tune. "How lonely it is to be invincible. How hollow it is to be invincible." "Show off. You are the embodiment of invincible loneliness." "Ha ha ha, I must admit. This song is quite melodious. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? If you're so impressive, why haven't I heard of you in the fishing community?" "Forget about boasting. Just tell me if the song sounds good." The audience erupted in laughter, with some even joining in song. The girl chuckled as well, but she merely viewed this as Zhang Yang bragging. "All right, if you're so skilled, do you dare to compete with me once we reach our destination? I still have clients to attend to. I'm all in." "You're in?" "Yes, I'll cover your expenses this afternoon, and you can keep track of my time. Besides, it gets dark, and it's hard to catch a cab from that place. Just accompany me, okay?" Absolutely. This was an opportunity he could hardly resist. Earning money without the need to run around was a significant advantage, especially since he could fish as well. Yet, that was not the most crucial aspect. The highlight was that he had just attained the status of a master angler, making it the perfect time to showcase his skills to the girl. He grinned. "I'll provide the bait, the rod, and the show. Then I shall not hold back." "Great. How shall we compete?" "We'll weigh the catch. Whoever has the heavier fish wins. If the weight difference is less than a kilogram, we'll decide based on the number of fish caught. Whoever has more wins. If I win, you must proclaim that Su Chong is the best in the live stream 50 times. If I lose, I'll become your fan." Is this a little fan defending her idol? He chuckled. "You are truly devoted to your idol." Zhang Yang smiled faintly and directly challenged Su Chong to a contest. Chapter 48, Let the Games Begin. "I'll catch a fish too, though it seems it's not a fish. To compete with you. I fear others might say I am bullying you. It might be better to directly challenge your idol." "What? You want to compete with Sushin? You really don't understand the depths of your own limitations. Do you believe he can easily defeat you?" The girl was astonished. She had witnessed reckless behavior before, but never such a blatant disregard for one's own safety. Zhang Yang smiled confidently. "Who will defeat whom? Only a trial will reveal the truth. Brother, think this through. You're still in a competition. If you get humiliated, it will severely impact your popularity," the girl cautioned. Although she was a fan of Su Chong, she also held a certain fondness for the humorous Zhang Yang. She did not wish for him to make a hasty decision that could lead to an embarrassing conclusion, as she would bear some responsibility for it. Zhang Yang remained unfazed, especially after seeing the barrage of critical comments directed at him. He was determined to let his actions speak for themselves. Thus he replied without hesitation, "I've thought it through. After all, I have nothing to lose. Isn't a match a splendid idea? I just wonder if your Sushin dares to accept." As soon as he uttered these words, The live stream exploded with excitement. Host, think twice. This is not a trivial competition. From what I gather, Su Chang is quite formidable. He is considered a top-tier figure in the industry. And you are truly no match for him, Yang Gu. This is fishing, not wooing. I believe you would certainly win the latter. Haha, you crack me up. Who gave you the courage to challenge Su Shen? A thrilling spectacle is about to unfold, as some individuals seek their own downfall. Meanwhile, Su Chang is at the Tianhe Reservoir, overseeing his business. Initially in high spirits, he becomes irked upon seeing a barrage of comments in the chat questioning his prowess, particularly from Zhang Yang. Eager to seize an opportunity to humiliate Zhang, he notices the chat exploding with messages. Su, Zhang Yang wants to challenge you. Su, that guy is provoking you. Teach him a lesson. A face served on a platter must be smashed. Let him regret it. Defeating him will be a mere child's play for you. Su Chang, smirking internally, thinks, you've come to me. Let me show you the consequences of your audacity. With an outwardly composed demeanor, he inquires, what is going on? Someone wants to fight? Very well, let us connect. In front of the audience, the two successfully link up. Hello, I am Su Chang. I hear you wish to challenge me? Hello, I am Zhang Yang. This person beside me is your fan. I was initially going to engage with her, but it seemed unfair to pick on someone weaker. Instead, I would prefer to face you. What do you think? Su Chang smiles slightly. Sounds good. I was rather bored. How do you propose we compete? Zhang Yang replies. Let us weigh the fish caught within a set time. What do you say? Su Chang responds. Typically, I catch fish but do not keep them. Instead, I sell them back to the owner. How about we see who makes more money in the end? All right. Zhang Yang readily agrees. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to a master angler. We have about 15 minutes of travel. You will need to wait. Not an issue. I shall wait for you. However, we must agree on a punishment for the loser beforehand. What are the usual penalties for losing? Normally, it's simple, push-ups or singing. But today is different. We fight for honor, so I believe the punishment should be unique. For instance, kneeling on the ground with hands on the floor while declaring, I lost. What do you think? Of course, if you find this punishment too severe, we can consider alternatives. Su Chang said casually, yet every word was deliberately chosen. Refusing the punishment would signify an inability to play the game. The outcome of the competition would then be meaningless. However, should you accept well, prepare for the humiliation. I will ensure you can never hold your head high again. As Su Chang sets a trap for Zhang Yang, the audience in the live stream quickly starts advising, Yang, don't accept. He is clearly setting a trap. We're just ride-hailing drivers. We don't need to engage in a fishing duel. Don't be foolish. Just hang up and claim the connection dropped. There is no shame in that. At this moment, a girl nearby interjects. You're making this too formal. Let us just have some fun and keep it lighthearted. Her timely intervention offers an escape. Yet, Zhang Yang refuses to back down. I have no issues. But I wonder if you can handle such a punishment if you lose. Am I going to lose? What a joke. Against a mere brat like you? Su Chang scoffs dismissively. Rest assured, with so many witnesses present, no one would dare to play tricks. Then it's settled, as Zhang Yang boldly accepted the challenge. The audience sighed in dismay. What a fool, so impulsive. After finally finding a favored contestant, why must you court disaster? He has clinched several championships. His skills are beyond reproach. What do you have? This match is utterly predictable. The young lady extended a helping hand. Why not take a step back instead of stubbornly resisting? Let us see how you'll descend from this predicament. At this moment, the young lady was equally taken aback, her heart racing with anxiety as she observed Zhang Yang's unwavering confidence, hesitating several times to speak. Is this fellow out of his mind? Does he genuinely believe he can triumph over Su? What is he thinking? Has he been kicked by a donkey? Enough of this. I cannot be blamed for this. I had clearly offered you a way out. It is you who insisted on stubbornly holding your ground. 15 minutes later, an expansive water source came into view. A gentle breeze blew across the surface of the water, refreshing and delightful. This was the Dongjiang City West Reservoir, a natural reservoir that resolved the water supply issues for the entire populace of Dongjiang City. We have arrived. It is now 2:30. How about a competition from 4:30? A 2-hour window. Perfect. Let the contest commence. Su Chang began to reassess his fishing spot. In truth, Su had already gained an advantage in the choice of water body, as Zhang Yang had opted for the natural reservoir, while he was at an artificially stocked fishery. Comparatively, catching fish in a natural reservoir was significantly more challenging. Without considerable experience, one might very well return empty-handed. However, Zhang Yang remained unperturbed. With the support of his exceptional fishing skill, he could instantly analyze various factors such as seasonality, terrain, water flow, migratory routes, species, habits, feeding patterns, and habitats to deduce the optimal fishing spot. Thus, Zhang Yang led the young lady to a cove. The next steps involved setting up the shelter, preparing the bait, selecting fishing rods and hooks, among other tasks. After a series of operations, Zhang Yang confidently cast his first line. At that very moment, Su Chong had a catch. A 25-pound silver carp was hauled ashore, which Su proudly cradled in his arms for a photograph. With a recovery price of 8 yuan per pound, he earned 200 yuan. As this sum was credited, a throng of viewers flooded into Zhang Yang's live stream to mock him. Yet, to their surprise, Zhang Yang also had a catch. Wow, impressive. A fish so quickly. The host clearly possesses skill. One can tell from the chosen fishing spot. This looks promising. Go for it, host. As the audience reveled in excitement, a splash erupted, and Zhang Yang pulled out a peculiar black object, not a fish, but a woman's lace-trimmed, sheer bra. Chapter 49. The discerning eyes of the crowd see all. Aside from fish, anything can be caught. What the? A bra? And sheer at that, quite romantic. Host, you are amazing. While others catch silver carp, you catch bras. By the way, what is the recovery price for this? Ha! We are rather frightened. What an impressive bra-catching technique. The barrage of comments flowed in. Some were amused, while others seized the opportunity to ridicule. Zhang Yang was utterly astonished. A master-level angler? Not adhering to the conventional path. However, to speak candidly, the bra's size was rather substantial, and its design was exceedingly fashionable. It would undoubtedly look stunning when worn. Indeed, quite ample. Zhang Yang cast a glance at the young woman before tossing the bra onto the shore. What are you staring at me for? She asked, her cheeks flushing. I was wondering if you could wear it. The style is quite appealing, and I considered selling it to you. But it seems futile, Zhang Yang replied, shaking his head in disappointment. What do you mean? Speak clearly. The young woman retorted, her face turning crimson. Isn't it obvious? The eyes of the public are keenly observant. Such a heart-wrenching blow. To be frank, this bra is at least, by my estimation, you couldn't possibly wear it. The audience erupted into laughter. The young woman shot Zhang Yang a fierce glare, but as she lowered her head, one could not deny the stark contrast. The competition continued. Su Chong soon caught another fish, a 15-pound grass carp, fetching a buyback price of 5 yuan, totaling an income of 75 yuan. Zhang Yang remained unfazed, seated on his small stool, patiently awaiting a bite. As he watched the float submerge, Zhang Yang deftly flicked his wrist, lifting the rod to reel in. Isn't this it? Wow, quite heavy, at least over 40 pounds. Zhang Yang retreated with excitement. Observing the curvature of the rod, the audience too became exhilarated. That's big. It must weigh at least 40 or 50 pounds. Explosive catch, explosive catch. In truth, aside from the inherent quality of the fishing rod, most instances of breakage stem from a lack of skill in handling the rod, either from improper force or direction during the lift. However, such a scenario would never manifest with Zhang Yang. He skillfully varied his strength and angle, grappling with the colossal creature beneath the water. Gurgle, gurgle. The surface of the water erupted with splashes. Soon, Zhang Yang reeled again, and a pale shadow emerged faintly from below. Wow, what a massive fish belly, so elongated. A large white carp. This is impressive. It must be over a meter long, likely weighing 60 or 70 pounds. A true monarch of fish. This is promising. One catch to surpass Su Chong. Just as the audience stirred with excitement, a great carp suddenly leapt from the water with a whoosh, vanishing without a trace. Upon inspecting the water again, the pristine belly of the fish had been torn open, and layers of oil floated to the surface. What was happening? Did the large fish consume the small one? In the midst of this astonishment, Zhang Yang tugged, and the ruptured fish surfaced, revealing its entire profile. Its swollen body was marred by a gaping hole in its belly. Its insides were either decayed or devoured by another fish, leaving it entirely hollow. This was not a mere fish. It was a corpse. What the hell? A corpse. Oh my help. Protect me with the comments. What is going on? How did a corpse get caught? Call the police. It seems to have been dead for several days. Ugh, I feel like vomiting. The audience was nearly terrified into submission by this sudden and shocking turn of events. Beside him, a young woman faced an even grimmer fate. Initially believing she had encountered a large white catfish, she had prepared her net, ready to scoop it up. However, as the creature surfaced, It revealed itself to be a waterlogged corpse. Ah, help! Ugh! She shrieked, flinging the net aside and fleeing in a panic, rolling and retching as she went. Zhang Yang, sturdy and composed, experienced a tremor of realization. Indeed, an extraordinary angler, he had ventured off the beaten path. Yet, he could hardly fathom that he had inadvertently hooked a body. No wonder it felt so heavy. The catfish was gone, but he had successfully ignited a sensation in Su Chang's streaming room. My goodness, he has pulled up a corpse. First a bra, now a body? Is he fishing for anything other than the dead? As Zhang Yang truly unveiled the cadaver, Su Chang was equally astonished. However, after the initial shock, he was primarily engulfed by frustration. What on earth was happening? How could a body be caught? This was hardly a fair competition. How could he possibly retaliate? Lost in thought, a voice from the live stream seized his attention. Goodness, he actually caught a corpse. Is there a reward for this? Whether it's an accidental death or murder, it must be tied to a missing person case. Such cases typically offer a reward. Could this fellow be planning to overtake us? Rewards for missing persons often amount to tens of thousands. Once that money is in hand, who needs catfish? Su Chang was immediately overwhelmed by a sense of crisis. If that were the case, he was finished. He regretted his earlier boast about competing. No, I must catch more and more catfish. I cannot afford to lose. In a frenzy, he cast his line again. With news of Zhang Yang's discovery spreading, an increasing number of netizens flocked to verify the truth. However, most who entered quickly turned away in disgust. In truth, Zhang Yang's stomach was also churning. Yet he believed that whether it be a fish or a corpse, once hooked, it was fate. He must ensure this body was brought back to the surface. Thus, he called over to the woman. Have you finished vomiting? If so, call the police. Ugh, she replied, wiping her mouth and retrieving her phone to report the incident. Zhang Yang continued to drag the corpse toward the shore. The deceased's features had become indistinct, yet her long hair remained remarkably intact, flowing in the water like aquatic plants. The scene resembled something from a horror film, where the water spirit, though often portrayed as alluring, was now a grim sight. Even with her impressive figure, a mere glance was hard to bear. Meanwhile, in a villa district of Dongjiang City, a middle-aged man in a suit stood in his living room, lost in thought. His gaze was fixated on a framed photograph, unable to break free from its hold. Inside the frame, a beautiful woman with long hair tenderly leaned against him. Just as he was absorbed in the moment, a knock echoed at the door. A tattooed young man entered. Boss, we have a lead. Where? The man turned sharply. First, take a look at this video. The youth handed over his phone. The video captures a segment of Zhang Yang retrieving a body, and the man immediately notices a mole at the hairline of the corpse. Rush to the scene. Yes. 15 minutes later, several police cars screeched to a halt. Criminal investigators, patrol officers, forensic experts, all who could arrive did so, forming a human wall of over a dozen individuals. You must be Zhang Yang, the anti-fraud advocate. I recognize you. Please explain the situation, approached a patrol officer responsible for taking notes. The situation was straightforward, succinctly articulated in just a few sentences. Just as the patrol officer completed his documentation, 3 luxury cars sped in, raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 50, 500,000. Su Chang was utterly devastated, burying himself in despair. All eyes were drawn to these 3 opulent vehicles. The audience in the live stream expressed their astonishment. What is happening? Could it be someone from a prominent family? The aura is imposing. I can't see a thing. Can't they drive a bit slower, you show off? Honestly, this feels like a scene straight out of a novel. The cars came to a halt, and several men in black emerged. One swiftly approached the rear and opened the back door, revealing a middle-aged man stepping out. Who is this person? Does anyone know him? I know him. He is Hu Haitao, the chairman of Tianyue Construction Group in Dongjiang City. I'm an employee of his subsidiary. As some recognized the man as Hu Haitao, he strode directly towards the police. Hello, I am Hu Haitao from Tianyue Construction Group. I suspect the body is that of my beloved, and I wish to identify it. You may proceed, replied the officer, lifting the police tape. Soon, Hu Haitao stepped beyond the barrier and approached Zhang Yang. You were the one who retrieved the body. Yes. Is there something you need? Zhang Yang nodded. I mentioned that whoever finds a clue would receive a reward of 500,000. As he spoke, a subordinate handed over a bank card. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang felt elated. 500,000. What need was there for fishing? Thank you, boss, he said, accepting the card with a grave demeanor, knowing the gravity of the situation. After all, a life had been lost, and he could not afford to appear overly joyous. What if the man was displeased and withdrew the reward? Meanwhile, Su Chong, who was frantically fishing next door, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The 30-kilogram white mullet he had just caught no longer seemed appealing. 500,000. He would need to catch over 60,000 kilograms of fish. Just let me die, he lamented, utterly distraught. The fans in the live stream were quick to empathize with his plight. What is this? He hasn't caught a single fish, yet he has won. We shouldn't compare earnings. Fishing should be about the weight of the catch. What good is this discussion now? The words have been spoken, like passing gas. So what now? Should we really kneel and beg that fellow for mercy? While chaos reigned on one side, Zhang Yang's supporters cheered in triumph. Brother Yang is incredible. Not a single fish caught, yet 500,000 in hand. Su Chong must be on the verge of a breakdown. Laughter erupted as the host, in a moment of irony, claimed to be heavier than a fish, referencing income, and even pretended to kneel in defeat. This misstep led him to dig a grave for himself, one from which he could not escape. I ventured over to witness the scene, only to be met with an overwhelming chorus of sorrow. It was utterly tragic. At the live broadcast site, a grief-stricken Hu Haitao revealed an even more shocking truth. If Hui Hui is here, then Mimi must certainly be present as well. Zhang Yang, taken aback, gasped at the implication that another person lay beneath the water. Hu Haitao sighed deeply. The deceased was my beloved, and Mimi was her close friend. A fleeting romance sparked between Mimi and me at a gathering. But she vastly underestimated my love for Hui Hui. She believed I would forsake Hui Hui for her, a notion I vehemently rejected. Out of spite, she sent me a message before vanishing, stating she wished to be with Hui Hui forever in a place I could never find. I reported her disappearance, but to no avail. Until today, I had thought they had gone on a trip, only to discover that she had taken Hui Hui with her to end their lives. Zhang Yang comprehended the situation. Hui Hui was the rightful partner, while Mimi was the interloper who, despite being a so-called friend, had harbored feelings for her husband. In a fit of despair after failing to win him over, she tragically chose to end their lives together. Yet, Zhang Yang pondered, would a woman truly take such a drastic step for a man? Perhaps it was worth another attempt, he mused, casting his line once more. Cough, my friend. You are a fisherman, not a body retrieval expert, someone quipped. Are you going to try again? That was merely a stroke of luck. You wield a fishing rod, not a corpse retrieval tool. The audience exchanged incredulous glances, witnessing a level of foolishness they had never seen before. Hu Haitao, sharing their sentiments, turned to his tattooed companion and instructed, contact the recovery team immediately. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yang raised his fishing rod again. The sensation was unmistakable. Something heavy was at the end of the line. The crowd gathered in astonishment as splashes erupted from the water, revealing a pale figure slowly surfacing. As they scrutinized it more closely, the outline became unmistakable, a torso, limbs, unmistakably a body. Good heavens, it truly is a corpse. Someone exclaimed. What is your skill, host? Are you specialized in fishing for bodies? Voices buzzed with disbelief. Once could be a coincidence, but twice? Surely, you're not casting bodies and then fishing them up to exonerate yourself? Another remarked. Have you ever heard of such a method of absolution? That sounds utterly absurd. Regardless of the circumstances, the notion of specifically fishing for corpses defied logic. Shock and awe permeated the air, leaving everyone, including Hu Haitao, utterly astounded. He glanced from the body to Zhang Yang. What was your previous profession? Were you part of the recovery team? Your precision is remarkable. Perhaps it is mere coincidence. Or perhaps they wished to resurface, Zhang Yang explained earnestly. After all, the depths are cold and dark. And there exists a somewhat superstitious belief that those who drown instinctively search for a chance to surface, drawn by the lure of a fishing hook. He continued, in any case, the boundaries of science often blur into the realm of the mystical. The truth remains as elusive as the depths of the water. However, these words frightened the audience. The host expressed gratitude, stating, when you mentioned they saw the fishhook, a chill ran down my spine. From this day forth, I shall never dare to swim in open waters again. In earnest, I recalled an incident from last year when I bathed in a reservoir and felt someone touch the soles of my feet. Subsequently, a body was retrieved from the water. It is advisable to refrain from swimming in places where death has occurred, for they seek substitutes and may drag you down with them. This is indeed true, especially in waters that appear green. One must never venture there casually, as calamity can easily befall one unless the individual possesses white hair or red soles. For the white-haired float upon green waters, and the red palms part the clear waves. Soon, with the collective effort of the crowd, the body was drawn ashore. After identification by Hu Haitao, it was confirmed that the tattoo on the deceased's backside indeed belonged to Mei Mei. Did she truly take her own life for a man? Zhang Yang was taken aback, feeling that a mistress would not be so infatuated. Could he have been mistaken, that even a mistress could harbor genuine emotions? As he pondered, Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened. What was that red mark on her arm? Was it a ligature mark? The young man displayed acute perception. It indeed resembled a mark left by a binding rope, as the forensic expert stated. If it was a ligature mark, then it could not have been suicide. Who would bind themselves before taking their own life, fearing they might change their mind and swim to shore? Zhang Yang's mind raced. Yet if it were a homicide, might the murder weapon still be submerged in the water? Hu Haitao's eyes widened in astonishment. Can one even fish for that? Chapter 51. You may take the unconventional route, but not the malevolent one. Zhang Yang suggested. Why not give it a try? He cast his line. In the next moment, all eyes were fixed upon the bobber. Even the forensic expert halted his work. Time ticked by, the ripples on the water's surface layered upon one another. Yet the bobber remained motionless. Perhaps we should call in the recovery team, Hu Haitao remarked, turning to his companion as the silence lingered. Just as he spoke, the bobber suddenly plunged beneath the water. Here it comes. Zhang Yang swiftly lifted the rod. It felt heavy, approximately 40 to 50 pounds. Hu Haitao gazed at the surface, spotting a long, dark shadow beneath the water. Is it a fish? It seems like a large black fish, his companion suggested. Hu Haitao nodded slightly. I doubt we can catch it. A body would be more plausible, as its size makes it easier to hook. But how could one fish for a rope? That seems impossible. As he spoke, the shadow surfaced. Not a large black fish, but a black silk. Wow, Balenciaga! The audience exclaimed. After the assessment, the host was deemed a competent angler. Aside from fish, it appeared he could catch anything. If the police hadn't been mobilized, I would genuinely suspect someone was beneath the water attaching items to the hook. The viewers were equally astonished. As the black silk was drawn from the water, it became evident that the end was entangled in a clump of aquatic vegetation. Zhang Yang then pulled the entire mass of water plants ashore, at which point the investigating officers approached to collect evidence. They surmised that the black silk was highly likely to belong to the deceased. As they sifted through the vegetation to remove the silk, a section of rope emerged. Rope. There truly is a rope. The investigative officer exclaimed excitedly. What the heck? We actually caught something. This defies logic. The host remarked, you may tread on unconventional paths, but one must never delve into the malevolent. The audience was taken aback. Hu Haitao stood frozen, having encountered countless individuals in his decades of experience, yet never one as peculiar as this. Master, how does one explain this? Is there a rationale? Hu Haitao called out to the master, his gaze towards Zhang Yang now imbued with respect. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. It is said that each region nurtures its own deities. Perhaps this is the work of the water god? While it appears unexpected, it is, in truth, entirely logical. Indeed, one must harbor a sense of reverence. Disbelief is permissible, but disrespect is not. I suddenly ponder whether those inexplicable figures appearing on my navigation might truly exist, albeit invisible to our eyes. During my last hotel stay, I sensed many gazes upon my wife and me. I shall refrain from engaging in intimate activities in hotels henceforth. Aren't there cameras in your room, brother upstairs? I suspect there are indeed numerous onlookers. You might be broadcasting live. Zhang Yang deftly navigated the conversation. The crowd's focus returned to the aquatic vegetation. A police officer cautiously retrieved a rope, which, though short, matched the dimensions of the strangulation marks. As the officer cleared the water plants, a lighter fell out, inscribed with the character dragon. At this sight, a man in the crowd suddenly bolted. Just as he was about to enter his vehicle, Zhang Yang cast his fishing hook, ensnaring the man's pant leg and bringing him crashing to the ground. The man winced in pain, glaring at the hook lodged in his trousers, his fury ignited. Are you insane? Focus on fishing, not on corpses, stockings, or lighters, he exclaimed, distraught. His breakdown, however, revealed his true nature. Hu Haitao stared incredulously at the man, recognizing him as his most trusted driver. Zhou Tianlong, is it you? Why? With no choice left, the man confessed, it's me. You were unaware. But I was involved with Mei Jia. She coerced me into eliminating Hui Jia, threatening to expose me to you. Out of fear, I acquiesced. Yet after killing Hui Jia, I remained terrified, so I then took Mei Jia's life as well. I sent you a message to create the illusion that Mei Jia had taken Hui Jia away. Initially, the plan was flawless, all due to him. The man glared viciously at Zhang Yang. What manner of fisherman are you? Instead of seeking fish, you pursue these absurdities? Are you a policeman, or simply deranged? Zhang Yang feigned innocence. The blame rests solely on you. You chose the most opportune fishing spot. I merely aimed to catch a fish. Look at the mess you've created. Next time, avoid selecting a fishing spot for disposing of bodies. Though it seems you may not have that opportunity again. The man seethed. With a click, handcuffs were fastened, and he was unceremoniously led away. Master, I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Here is my business card. Hu Haitao offered it with utmost reverence. Zhang Yang accepted the card. Very well, take care of yourself. One was a beloved, another a lover, and yet another a trusted driver. Such a blow was indeed significant. Moments later, the police car sped away, and Hu Haitao departed as well, yet one vehicle remained. Why aren't you leaving? Zhang Yang inquired. It seems to be leaking oil, the driver replied, crouching down to inspect the undercarriage. Damn, it's a luxury car. And yet it can't even hold up. What a show-off that turned out to be, Zhang Yang scoffed, turning to walk away. He then remarked to a nearby girl. When it comes to purchasing a vehicle, one must choose a domestic brand. We Chinese do not deceive our own. The girl nodded vigorously, simultaneously feeling both admiration and trepidation towards Zhang Yang. Are we still fishing? If so, we should change locations, Zhang Yang asked the girl. Her face turned pale. I'm feeling a bit apprehensive. What if we reel in a corpse or something? I cannot guarantee that, for I know not what lurks beneath the waters, he replied. In that case, let us refrain from fishing. I am frightened. No fishing is fine. After all, we have 500,000 in hand. By the way, how much have you earned from your live stream? Zhang Yang said, glancing at the broadcast. In an instant, the viewers responded in unison. Ha ha ha, earnings of 478 yuan. I didn't tell you to press someone down and rub them in the dirt. Not a single fish caught, yet you still win. Does that not irritate you? Meanwhile, Su Chong sat despondently on the ground, his earlier confidence utterly shattered. What is going on? Have you given up? There is still an hour left. As a top angler, could he be so easily defeated? Remember, the gap between us is merely over 490,000 yuan. Or rather, you are but one corpse away. Who knows if your next cast might also yield a body? Zhang Yang encouraged him from afar. Su Chong's gaze gradually rekindled with determination. Indeed, I am merely a corpse away. If he can catch a body, why can't I? Perhaps I might even reel in a piece of exquisite porcelain. With this thought, Su Chong sprang to his feet. Observing his newfound vigor, Zhang Yang expressed his satisfaction. That is the spirit. You must exert yourself diligently to truly believe that you are powerless. Chapter 52. Important matters repeated thrice? Still unconvinced. Upon uttering this, Su Chong nearly plunged himself into the water in frustration. You must exert yourself diligently to believe in your own powerlessness. Was he not insinuating that the chasm between him and Zhang Yang was insurmountable? What seemed like encouragement was, in fact, ridicule, inviting him to rise only to crush him further. An act tantamount to psychological torment. Cursed scoundrel. Su Chong cursed inwardly, but as fate would have it, his foot slipped, and with a splash, he fell to his knees on the shore, hands braced against the ground, embodying the very punishment he had envisioned. A fleeting moment of dizziness ensued, followed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I lost. Pardon? Did you say you slipped? Zhang Yang called out. Su Chong gritted his teeth. I said I lost. An important matter stated thrice. I see you have a flair for the dramatic. Zhang Yang grinned widely, saying, how should I put it? Your performance in this match was commendable. I cannot claim it was a narrow victory. Rather, it was a definitive triumph. Wait, perhaps I have misphrased that. I cannot say it was a definitive triumph, but rather a complete victory. Though that seems slightly inaccurate, it conveys a similar sentiment. In any case, I emerged victorious. Haha, it may seem like a slip of the tongue, yet it's a veiled mockery. I was too naive. I genuinely believed the host was encouraging him, only to be met with a sudden twist. Isn't it so? It is indeed encouragement. But only if one is willing to acknowledge the existing disparity. Who would have thought that Su Chong, dubbed the most promising angler, would kneel in defeat? I would like to refer to the host as the new fishing king. The live stream exuded an atmosphere of joy. Conversely, Su Chong was engulfed in despair. Moments later, Su Chong abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp and filled with resentment. I may have lost, but I refuse to accept it. You caught not a single fish. Yet, I did reel in a corpse. Su Chong's lips trembled with fury. So you think I cannot catch a corpse? I demand a rematch. What shall we compete in this time? Will you dare to challenge me in terms of earnings? Zhang Yang inquired. Su Chong hesitated. To refrain from discussing earnings would imply cowardice. In truth, he was indeed fearful. In this round, Zhang Yang had caught both a bra and a pair of stockings and had not managed to catch a single fish. Who knew what he might reel in next if they compared earnings? Cowardice it was. This time, let us compete based on the weight of the fish. As long as I secure this round, I shall see that Zhang Yang kneels before me, and thus, it will be evened out, and my face will be preserved. With this resolve, Su Chong declared, since this is a fishing competition, we shall measure the weight of the fish, regardless of the type. Whoever's catch weighs more shall be the victor. So, you dare not compete on earnings? Zhang Yang retorted. This is a fishing match, after all. It was not a corpse-catching contest. You insisted on discussing earnings, didn't you? So do you dare? Su Chong replied with a hint of bitterness. I do not dare. If you do not dare, then what is there left to compete about? Zhang Yang countered. Su Chong, upon hearing this, became agitated. How can you say that? I said I do not dare to compete on earnings. I never claimed I do not dare to weigh the fish. Besides, you sought me out for this challenge. So how can you refuse me? Unless, of course, you are intimidated. Intimidated? What do I have to fear? You fear losing to me. Zhang Yang laughed. What nonsense. I fear you might leap into the river in despair. Truly, if one cannot achieve something, it is best not to attempt it, lest you end up creating your own misery. Uft, your tongue is indeed sharp, but I find it delightful. Afraid he might take a leap into the river. It's hilarious, yet it is indeed plausible. If he loses again, who knows what he might do? The host could be held liable as well. Indeed, we cannot take that risk. Let us continue to entertain our guests. Ha ha. If he were to leave now, Su Chong would surely be restless at night, thinking, is he out of his mind? It was merely one match. The audience was in stitches. Su Chong trembled with rage. Having endured such humiliation, he found himself at a loss for words, his frustration boiling over. I am responsible for myself. I may have lost, but if I were to perish, it has nothing to do with you. So can we compete? Zhang Yang let out a sigh, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Do not accuse me of denying you an opportunity. Some things are irretrievably lost. If you cannot reclaim them, the only course of action is to prevent further loss. Damn it, you have made a fool of yourself. Are you going to let me leave in such a disheveled state? I suspect it is you who are afraid. What do you mean by irretrievable? As long as I can outweigh the fish, I can strike you down in an instant, forcing you to kneel in defeat. Su Chong possessed this confidence, particularly since Zhang Yang specialized in the peculiar. Stop with the superfluous chatter. Just dare to weigh more than the fish. Zhang Yang refrained from a direct response, instead turning to the young lady. Are you in a hurry to return? If not, shall we engage in another contest? Allow your idol to showcase his prowess once more. Am I in a hurry or not? The young lady retorted, her question stemming from her disappointment in Su Chong's character, leading her to believe that Zhang Yang was far superior. Ahem, you need not rush. Have you made your decision? I have, she replied. Then I shall not rush. You may compete again. The audience chuckled at their exchange. Zhang Yang proposed, let us have another round, this time weighing the fish. What are the stakes for the loser? Kneel in defeat and repeat, I have lost 3 times, Su Chong declared fiercely, insisting that Zhang Yang endure the same humiliation he had faced. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yang countered, if you lose, you must say it 6 times. Su Chong's heart sank at this devastating blow, yet he was resolute in his determination not to lose. Let us limit this to 1 hour, shall we? That works. I will win regardless. Very well, let the contest commence. Without further ado, Su Chong cast his line. Observing Su Chong's intense focus and determination, the audience felt a twinge of concern. The host is being foolish. Your strength lies in the peculiar. And weighing the fish is practically a gift. Indeed, you haven't caught a single fish thus far. How can you compete? It's too late for words. You must start fishing. He has already begun. In contrast, Zhang Yang embodied the adage that the emperor is not in a hurry, yet the eunuchs are. While others began fishing, he remained unhurried, searching for his next fishing spot. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yang discovered a second cove within the reservoir. Where there is a cove, one must choose it. In the absence of a cove, one must fish along the edge. He selected the cove for its lush aquatic vegetation, abundant bait, and ample oxygen, an ideal gathering place for fish. This will do. Zhang Yang set down his equipment, erected his shelter, and selected his fishing gear. After a flurry of preparations, he commenced baiting the area. By this time, 20 minutes of the competition had elapsed. Meanwhile, Su Chong had already caught 4 fish, totaling 89 pounds. Observing Zhang Yang just beginning, Su Chong's previous humiliation faded, replaced by a broad grin. Huh, taking your time, are you? Seeking excuses for your imminent failure? He scoffed. Regardless, a loss is a loss. Prepare to kneel. With that, Zhang Yang cast his first line. As the situation grew dire, the mood among the viewers in the live stream became heavy and intricate. It's over, time is halfway through, and they've already caught a fish weighing 106 pounds. Another one just came in, now it's 122 pounds. There's truly no hope left. Chapter 53. Su Chong was petrified. Are you out of your mind? Are you fishing for crocodiles? Time passed relentlessly, and Su Chong, seemingly aided by some unseen force, swiftly caught another fish, bringing the total weight to 122 pounds. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang's side remained eerily calm, with neither fish nor corpses in sight. The girl beside him grew anxious, frequently checking the time on her phone. Fixated on Su Chong's progress. Why aren't you catching any fish? Is it a barren day? That's just how fishing is. They say fishing can ruin 3 generations, and birdwatching can ruin a lifetime. How can birdwatching ruin a lifetime? I simply enjoy it. Sister, I don't think we're referring to the same kind of bird. Why the sudden acceleration? I'm not even buckled in. Enough already, don't fret. A competent angler cannot be skunked. If one cannot catch fish, how could they possibly attract a partner? Fortune favors the bold. Tonight, we feast. I want to get out. Just as everyone debated the possibility of a barren day, the fishing float began to bob slightly, sinking and rising intermittently. Zhang Yang did not raise his rod, instead fixating on the float, inquiring, "Did you see that? What did you see?" "The fishing float is moving." "How so?" "In and out." Zhang Yang pressed further. "Why?" The girl blushed and replied, "Because there's a fish below nibbling and then spitting it out." "Exactly. Do you know what that signifies?" Zhang Yang turned to the girl. "Why is your face so flushed? Is it? Perhaps it's just the sun." The girl hastily offered an explanation, with tens of thousands watching. She dared not reveal the truth. This scenario suggested that the bait was perhaps too large or too tough for the fish to consume in one go. Zhang Yang nodded. "Indeed, it also indicates that we are on the verge of catching a fish. Fishing requires patience, much like life itself." What does life itself imply? I feel like the host is speeding up. If we don't hurry, we'll lose. They have 160 pounds already, and only 15 minutes remain. To win, we can only hope for a mermaid to surface. Does 160 pounds even constitute a mermaid? Amidst their lively chatter, the fishing float suddenly plunged beneath the water's surface, prompting Zhang Yang to raise his rod. "Wow, this is heavy. It must weigh at least 300 or 400 pounds. Step back." "Huh?" The girl was taken aback. 300 or 400 pounds. Is that an illusion from wanting to catch a fish? The man's relentless competitive spirit shone through, even in defeat. He had ways to make amends. Just as the girl envisioned small fish feeding, the water surged, revealing 2 yellow-brown eyes, resembling brass bells, breaking the surface. "What the heck? What is going on? A crocodile? Oh my gosh, it really is a crocodile. I need to buy leather shoes this year." You can be peculiar, but not obscure. How on earth did you catch a crocodile? Are there crocodiles in the reservoir? As the excitement escalated, it became evident that one could indeed triumph if they managed to reel in the catch. The crocodile, despite its classification as a fish, posed a grave challenge. The streamer urged their audience to rally behind them. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Yang successfully hooked a crocodile, a true testament to his extraordinary angling skills. Gripping the fishing rod tightly, he remained undeterred by the nature of his catch. Whether it was a shark or any other fish, he was determined to bring it ashore. However, the sheer strength of the crocodile demanded utmost caution, for a single misstep could lead to a snapped line or a shattered rod. "Step back," a young woman cried, retreating hurriedly. "What are you doing?" "Run," another exclaimed. "What do you mean run?" "I'm fishing," Zhang Yang replied, constantly adjusting his stance as he reeled in and let out the line. The massive crocodile, estimated to be 5 to 6 meters in length, emerged ominously from the water, its fierce gaze embodying the dominion it held over its aquatic realm. Under the slanting rays of the sun, a slender fishing line connected man and beast. "Hello, 110? Please send help. We've caught a crocodile at the West Reservoir." The young woman, trembling, managed to make the call. Meanwhile, Su Chong was reveling in his own success, having landed several sizable fish. The end is near. I haven't even caught one yet. Let us see how you plan to win, he boasted. But as he glanced down, the barrage of messages on the screen exploded with chaos. What is happening? What occurred? Su Chong, flustered, had muted Zhang Yang's stream, engrossed in his own fishing. But upon a hasty glance, a jolt of shock coursed through him as he witnessed Zhang Yang skillfully maneuvering a crocodile over 5 meters long. Goodness, what on earth? Are you serious? You're fishing for crocodiles? Su Chong exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. What was initially a guaranteed victory for him had taken a bewildering turn. Where could a crocodile possibly come from in the reservoir? He pinched himself to ascertain he wasn't dreaming. Ouch! How infuriating! Su Chong seethed, watching Zhang Yang battle the formidable creature. The tension in the chat escalated, with viewers expressing their sympathy and disbelief. This is tragic. My heart aches for the streamer, one comment read. 1 hour of effort seems futile compared to his single cast. Such is fate, another lamented. Don't worry, he won't be able to reel it in. That crocodile must weigh at least 500 pounds. If he manages to bring it in, I shall crown him the fishing king. The anticipation mounted as countless eyes were fixated on Zhang Yang. Under the slanting sunlight, he deftly controlled the fishing rod, fully aware that, without his extraordinary skills, the line would have surely snapped by now. However, at this moment, his confidence was only growing. In stark contrast, the fearsome crocodile in the water continuously opened and closed its terrifying jaws, even executing a deadly roll. Just a couple more flips, and then take a break. With a belly that size, you ought to lose a bit of weight. Let me weigh you, Zhang Yang remarked while skillfully maneuvering his fishing rod. To his surprise, the crocodile merely rolled once before ferociously climbing up. Brother Yang, run, the girl shouted. After all the effort to catch it, you want me to run? Zhang Yang remained undaunted, retreating while deftly swinging his fishing rod. The thin fishing line wound around the crocodile's menacing jaws in a series of spirals. Success! A thrill surged within him. Despite the crocodile's monstrous biting power, its jaw's tension was surprisingly minimal. Even an elderly man could grasp it with one hand. Now, with the fishing line entangled, the imminent danger from its jaws had dissipated. Just as Zhang Yang prepared to approach and fully subdue the crocodile, 2 modified off-road vehicles roared onto the scene. With a screech of brakes, 2 men leapt from the vehicles, brandishing forks. Chapter 54, An Accidental Flip, Dinner Tonight. Brother, stab it. One of the men hurled a capture fork towards Zhang Yang. He caught it, and, without hesitation, thrust the thick steel prongs into the creature's neck. Simultaneously, the 2 men charged in, one targeting its tail while the other mounted the beast. Thus, the ferocious crocodile was swiftly subdued. Witnessing this, Su Chong's complexion turned ashen. As time dwindled, Zhang Yang called out, "How much do you weigh over there?" Standing on the crocodile, he inquired from a distance. I weigh 178 pounds. Not bad at all, approaching 200 pounds, but regrettably, you encountered me. Let me weigh this crocodile. One of the men chuckled, no need to weigh it. Even its tail alone exceeds 200 pounds. Do you understand now? I am a crocodile farmer. This one escaped from our farm. We had been trying to capture it for several days, and even put up reward posters. Who would have thought you would catch it today? Quite impressive. The man gave a thumbs up. Everyone says so. Zhang Yang grinned at the camera. Did you hear that? If you don't believe me, come over and weigh it yourself. Am I out of my mind? Go weigh it myself? Su Chong knelt in despair. For him, the past hour felt like a dream. The first 50 minutes were spent kissing a stunning beauty, while the last 10 minutes were a rude awakening, as the beauty morphed into a golden retriever, drinking water noisily. As Su Chong was about to kneel, a sudden realization struck him. Wait a minute, is a crocodile a fish? What? Can't handle the heat? You said any fish, right? That was what Su Shin said, but it has to be a fish, right? Since any fish counts, then we are crocodiles. It is well known that crocodiles are not fish, so we win this round. In an instant, both sides' fans engaged in a heated debate regarding this issue. Witnessing the fans rallying in response, Su Chong became excited. Haha, you wanted to show off. You wanted something unique. Now, winning against me is out of the question, isn't it? Catching a crocodile is impressive, isn't it? Heh, the crocodile is not a fish. Even if I do not win, I shall remain undefeated. Ecstatic, Su Chong grasped the fish basket and pulled it ashore. Behold, this is what I call a fish. Huh, where are my fish? Why are they all gone? As he gazed upon the frayed net, Su Chong felt a wave of despair wash over him. Haha, serves you right for being sly. Not a single one left. The fish couldn't bear to watch and fled in droves. Surprised, are you? What happened? How did it all leak out? After finally turning the tables, you ended up in a mess. Su Chong was utterly speechless, his hopes dashed after seizing a fleeting opportunity. Zhang Yang could hardly contain his amusement. You truly failed. Not a single fish to show for it. How then can you claim 178 pounds? True, I have none left, but you are not much better off. A crocodile is not a fish, and you caught not a single one either. We are at a stalemate, Su Chong retorted with a cold snort. Ah, you are mistaken, Zhang Yang replied, shaking his finger. As is well known, a crocodile is not a fish. Barely had Su Chong finished speaking when Zhang Yang extracted a small crucian carp from between the crocodile's teeth, leaving him in utter disbelief. Look, I have caught a fish. It must weigh about 2 taels, Zhang Yang proclaimed, waving the fish before the camera. Haha, that is impressive. Crocodile, surprised? I have a fish in my teeth. Crocodile, terrified. I was afraid this guy was going to gut me. Crocodile, this is the advantage of having wide gaps in my teeth. It saved me in a critical moment. What are you still standing there for? Don't call it a narrow victory. It's a complete triumph. Kneel and concede. At that moment, gazing at the small crucian carp on screen, Su Chong's face turned an ashen green. How could he have been overturned like this? Just a moment ago, he reveled in his invincibility, and now he was being ground beneath the weight of a mere 2-tailed fish from the crocodile's jaws. You are incredible. You are uncanny. I lost. Su Chong knelt helplessly on the ground, struggling against despair. Ah, you see, I told you so. I've been saying this all along. But you didn't believe me. Now you do, don't you? Even with your best efforts, you cannot compare to my casual finesse. If you are dissatisfied, we can compete again. At the mention of another competition, Su Chong quickly waved his hands. No more. No more. Reputation, 11111 haha. This old chap is truly scared. It's evident that he is genuinely impressed. How could he not be? With corpses and man-eating crocodiles, who knows what we might encounter next? It frightens me just to think about it. With 2 victories under his belt, his popularity surged. Even the audience from Su Chong's side rushed over, fervently cheering for the fishing champion. As the screen filled with praises, a girl approached to congratulate him. Congratulations on becoming the strongest fishing champion. Such words are not appropriate. Zhang Yang felt rather uncomfortable with the compliment. The girl instantly understood, her face flushed with embarrassment. As they were conversing, a police car whizzed by. By the time they handled the situation at hand, the sky had already turned a dull gray. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that in gratitude for Zhang Yang catching the crocodile, the 2 individuals rewarded him with a sum of 2,000 yuan. As per their previously posted bounty, elated and fulfilled, Zhang Yang escorted the young lady downstairs. Upon arrival, the total was 409. The young lady cheerfully paid, saying, Brother Yang, I have a small request. Could you help me carry something? Perhaps join me at my home for a while. We could enjoy some chicken tonight. Zhang Yang felt a jolt of excitement, unable to suppress a gulp. Spending an entire afternoon with her had unexpectedly stirred feelings within him. Any man knows that when a girl invites you up after you've escorted her home, it serves as a rather subtle hint. Moreover, the prospect of enjoying chicken tonight was enticing indeed. No problem, service to your doorstep, Zhang Yang responded, picking up the fishing gear and following her upstairs. Witnessing this, the audience erupted with enthusiasm. Oh no, please don't end the live stream. I want to see the chicken feast. The host is truly fortunate. Not only does he earn money from beautiful women, but he also gains their companionship. How much investment is needed to become a rideshare driver? I want to try that. Amidst the collective anticipation, the young lady unlocked the door and stepped inside. Zhang Yang distinctly felt his heart race. Just as he prepared to end the live stream for a moment of relaxation, the kitchen door swung open, revealing a kindly middle-aged woman. You're back. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is ready. As she spoke, a middle-aged man emerged, carrying a large platter of chicken. This is my dad. Let me introduce you to Zhang Yang, the young lady said. What a handsome young man. Don't just stand there. Come join us for dinner. Haha. Eat up. Your father-in-law is calling you. The girl is true to her word. We are indeed having chicken tonight, and it's a feast. Dig in. Don't be shy. I can't stop laughing. Let us be honest. How many of you are thinking inappropriately? You should be asking how many aren't. Chapter 55. What is this madness? A seasoned hand indeed. Faced with such heartfelt hospitality, Zhang Yang realized there was no escape. Although this dinner was not quite what he had envisioned, It must be admitted that the chicken was delectable. However, the young lady's parents bombarded him with incessant questions, making him feel rather uncomfortable, prompting him to focus solely on the meal. After dining, the elder gentleman pulled Zhang Yang into the living room. "How was the chicken tonight?" "Delicious, absolutely delightful. Even better than at a restaurant," Zhang Yang exclaimed repeatedly. "When I first met your aunt, it was also on a dark and stormy night when I went to her home for chicken. I was so excited at the prospect." The elder man smiled gently, seemingly lost in sweet reminiscence. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of apprehension. Was he not living out the very scenario that had unfolded before him? Was it destined that every romantic connection in this family began with a chicken dinner? As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first win over his stomach. Yet, it need not be so. One could capture his attention in other ways. Nowadays, men's appetites have shifted. The elderly gentleman patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and, with an air of mystery, inquired, "My young friend, I hear there's a feast of chicken tonight. Were you not initially filled with excitement?" Zhang Yang coughed lightly and replied, "Uncle, I have always been quite thrilled. To be frank, I have a profound fondness for chicken." The old man chuckled heartily. "A man understands another man. You cannot deceive me. However, I find you rather likable, handsome, and humble. As long as you and she nurture your relationship, all that you desire shall come to you. I speak from experience, believe me. What are you two discussing so secretly?" A woman, the young lady's mother, approached with a plate of freshly washed fruit. "Xiaozhang, have some fruit." "Thank you, auntie." Zhang Yang promptly stood up and accepted it with both hands. The old man grinned mischievously. What could we be talking about? Perhaps the taste of the big plate of chicken or how to catch crocodiles. He has recently become the master angler. "Enough of your nonsense. Stop chatting idly." The woman retorted with a roll of her eyes. Unfazed, the old man continued to smile. "How could we be chatting idly? We were discussing family traditions and culture." "Xiaozhang, don't pay heed to your uncle's ramblings." Zhang Yang merely smiled in silence. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang excused himself, citing the late hour. The young lady shyly accompanied him downstairs. They exchanged phone numbers and WeChat contacts. Her profile picture showcased her graceful figure from behind, with long, beautiful legs. Under the moniker long-legged sister. "Come over often for chicken," she waved. "All right, you head back now. There's no need to see me off." With a swift press of the accelerator, Zhang Yang departed, and in the rear-view mirror, the silhouette of the young lady shimmered under the streetlights, resembling a goddess. Regaining his focus, Zhang Yang glanced at the clock, 9:10 p.m. Having eaten and drunk well, it's time to continue working. Tonight I'll be running until 10. Beep. A new order was successfully dispatched. The pickup point was a kilometer away at a chain hotel, with the destination being the train station. Zhang Yang hastily made his way to collect the passenger. As he arrived, he noticed a middle-aged man wearing glasses smoking at the hotel entrance. Upon spotting Zhang Yang's vehicle, the man waved his hand. Zhang Yang drove over. "I'm sorry, sir, but smoking is not permitted in the car." As the man climbed in, he took a deep drag from his cigarette and discarded the butt. "Is your license plate ending in 5477? "Yes," the man replied, fastening his seatbelt. Zhang Yang chose not to speak further, instead savoring the memory of the evening's hearty chicken dish. At that moment, the man broke the silence. "You drivers are quite remarkable. You know every nook and cranny of the city. It's true for any profession. With time, one becomes adept. When a passenger expresses their destination, I just need to navigate, and I know the way." His words ignited a flurry of responses from seasoned veterans in the live stream. The host is correct. For instance, "I've been a waiter for 10 years, and I can tell what a customer desires with just a question." "Me too. I have been an electrician for 20 years, and I can sense whether a wire has current with just a touch. I've sold pesticides for 15 years. I can determine if they are toxic by tasting a drop. I have been in the industry for 10 years. I can tell if a man is capable with just a trial." You are all impressive. In every field, there are masters. The man chuckled lightly. "Excuse me, can I change my destination?" "Certainly, you may modify it on your phone." The man rubbed his hands together, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "Well, I am not very familiar with this place. I am looking for a hardware softening engineer. You seem to know this city like the back of your hand. Surely you must know where to find one." "A hardware softening engineer?" Zhang Yang was taken aback. "What on earth is that?" The man nodded awkwardly. "I mainly wish to enhance communication between cities and learn advanced softening techniques." "Oh," Zhang Yang began to understand. "I see. I comprehend. However, you certainly strike me as an intellectual. Even your terminology is quite elevated. It reminds me of a phrase, master of material temperature control. Are you aware of what profession that entails? The man frowned slightly. Could it be a chef? Indeed, a molecular material teleportation specialist? Surely it cannot be a bricklayer? One can hardly doubt the wisdom of someone who can articulate softening engineer. You seem to grasp it well. I wonder what your requirements are. Is proficiency sufficient? The man nodded vigorously. Yes, as long as the skills are top-notch. I am here specifically to learn. You have come to the right person. I can assure you the individual I recommend possesses exceptional skills. It appears we share a common understanding. The man chuckled heartily, visibly relaxing. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. To be precise, we are not in the same field. I am aware those individuals possess remarkable skills, though I have not personally experienced them. Understood. I comprehend. Haha. The two engaged in jovial conversation. However, viewers in the live stream were left perplexed. What is a hardware softening engineer? I don't quite understand. If you are confused, perhaps take a moment to ponder. A grown man venturing into an unfamiliar city at night. Who might he seek? Oh, I see. Is it a bar? When people drink, they tend to soften up. A bar? Not at all. They also have another title, emotional and desire release therapist. The vehicle swiftly departed from the bustling city center. Observing the diminishing vibrance outside, the man furrowed his brow. This place seems rather remote. You do not understand, do you? Regulations are stringent now. One cannot operate in the city center. However, their expertise is undeniably superior. You can trust the reputation of Dongjiang City to satisfy your needs. We are nearly there, so do not fret. Thank you. The man exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. What about the pricing? Rest assured, it is clearly stated. Fair for all. However, the specifics depend on the services you require, correct? Indeed. The man felt a burning anticipation, a sense that he was on the brink of an explosive experience. This evening, he vowed to leave a significant mark in the vibrant Dongjiang city. Chapter 56. You want me to come here for softening at this hour? A miraculous twist. The vehicle continued for a few more minutes. The man adjusted his glasses, feeling a pang of urgency. Master, are we nearly there? Almost there. Are you feeling anxious? Zhang Yang inquired. A bit, the man admitted. Worried my wife might check up on me. So, you plan to return? Of course I must. Then you can continue your journey in my vehicle after this. I will be finishing work after dropping you off. That sounds good, but you will have to wait for me outside. It will only take a few minutes. It's no trouble. The man appeared slightly perturbed. Master, one should not judge a book by its cover. I may require a bit more time. How long could it possibly take? It's merely a few minutes inside. Are you so certain? It appears that technology is truly remarkable. The man adjusted his posture, intrigued, and inquired, what skills are so impressive? Personally, I believe the art of glass blowing is quite extraordinary. The man, pleased, found this agreeable. After a few minutes, the vehicle entered a large courtyard. A sign was visible at the entrance, but it was shrouded in darkness and unreadable. Is this place rather rudimentary? The man observed. Peering out of the car window, Zhang Yang replied, what does it matter if it's rudimentary? You don't live here. As long as the technology is proficient, that's what counts. Indeed, your insight is commendable. Moreover, should anyone come to inspect, a swift escape is assured. Ingenious, truly ingenious. The man felt quite satisfied. A change in perspective yields a different outcome. The vehicle came to a halt. Zhang Yang alighted from the car. Come, I shall take you inside. Thank you. The man surveyed the surroundings. He had to admit that situated within a factory, it was indeed well concealed. Do not be deceived. While it may appear unremarkable from the outside, there is much more within. Indeed. The man responded as he hurried to catch up, his heart racing and hands trembling, suddenly feeling the urge to relieve himself. Never mind. I shall endure. Holding it in shall help showcase a man's vigor. The two hastened into the factory, and the moment they stepped inside, a wave of heat enveloped them, leaving the man astonished. The scene before him was indeed extraordinary, yet it bore no resemblance to his expectations. Before him stood a massive furnace ablaze, with several muscular men, drenched in sweat, wielding steel pipes to blow air. At the other end of the pipes, various fireballs were gradually expanding. Witnessing this, the online viewers erupted in excitement. Is this a glass art processing factory? Oh my, look at the man. He's utterly dumbfounded. You're making me laugh to death. Ha ha ha, a hardware softening engineer. While not entirely unrelated, it's almost identical. Indeed, if they can shape glass, it's no small feat. A man on the verge of bursting, Brought here late at night to find a hardware softening expert. Soften what, my friend? Shall we toss him in the furnace? You, dear host, are truly a marvel. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. I can't take it anymore. My mother has told me to go outside and laugh. In the live broadcast, the man gazed at the bewildering scene before him with incredulity and a hint of fear. A hardware softening engineer? Proficient skills? Glassblowing? What on earth is this understanding? Was language arts taught by a physical education teacher? As he stood there, petrified, a robust man approached, bare-chested. Who are you? Oh, this gentleman has come to our Zhang Yang city to learn advanced softening techniques aimed at enhancing inter-city communication. As a flagship enterprise of Zhang Yang city, we can engage in a fruitful exchange. Additionally, if you require any services, this gentleman can customize them accordingly. Welcome, welcome. To learn techniques at such an hour, you are the first. Furthermore, we offer a variety of services, both fully customized and semi-customized, with prices varying according to your specific needs, the man explained earnestly. Observing his serious demeanor, the live audience was in stitches, unable to contain their laughter. In the stillness of the night, a man, caught in an unexpected predicament, found himself at the forefront of a peculiar learning experience. It seemed that his unintentional foray into this late-night endeavor was spurred by the misguided interpretations of another. Observing the scene, the man felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his toes nearly digging into the floor in sheer discomfort. Never before had he encountered such an awkward situation in his years of existence. Casting a glance at Zhang Yang, he was filled with regret, realizing that he had mistakenly believed he had found a seasoned guide, only to discover otherwise. Just as he pondered an escape, his phone rang. Apologies. Please hold on a moment, he said, opening his device, his heart sinking as he recognized it was his wife checking in. Quickly, he composed himself and answered the video call, greeting her with a radiant smile. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the other side. Tan Xiaolin, you scoundrel! You despicable man! Are you seeking companionship at this hour? I am not, he protested. Don't lie. I've long harbored doubts about you. I installed a listening device on your phone, and I overheard you asking the driver to find you a hardware softening engineer, someone skilled and capable. How could you be so shameless? I feel utterly deceived to have married you. What have I done to deserve this? Woe is me. Cold sweat broke out on the man's brow. He had never anticipated that a listening device had been secretly installed on his phone. Yet, a wave of gratitude washed over him as he cast a glance at Zhang Yang. Resolutely, he turned the camera around. My dear, what are you thinking? Look where I am right now. The woman paused, her eyes widening as she beheld a screen filled with robust men, and she inquired, Oh, so this is your preference? Absolutely not. You have misconstrued the situation, he replied, redirecting the camera to reveal a furnace. A glass factory? Were you not going out for other pursuits? With utmost seriousness, he responded, What do you take me for? How could I ever seek such things? Next month marks our 10th wedding anniversary, and I wanted to commission a commemorative piece, something that embodies intangible cultural heritage, which holds great significance. However, my daytime commitments left me with no choice but to come here at night. But you mentioned a hardware softening engineer? She queried. Indeed. The engineers soften the hard glass in the furnace into molten glass. Hence, they are hardware softening engineers. How could you ever associate them with other pursuits? They are not worthy of such a title, he asserted with conviction. Faced with the undeniable truth, the woman softened her demeanor. I am truly sorry, my love. It was my mistake. I was overly sensitive. I should not have imagined you in such a light. You work so hard during the day and still think of our anniversary at night, and here I am, unjustly accusing you. I truly lack understanding. I am so foolish. I will not permit you to speak of yourself that way. I know you care for me, but you must trust me. For trust is the cornerstone of our marital bond. Bravo. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would have believed it was all an act. Truly, a man's words can conquer all. The feeling of a narrow escape is exhilarating, thanks to Yang Ji's remarkable insight. The hardware softening engineer is akin to a glass-blowing artisan. Chapter 57. What constitutes advanced vocabulary? Please refrain from your meddling. Oh, is that what you meant? I was puzzled as to why you appeared displeased upon seeing those esteemed masters. Zhang Yang mused to himself. Who on earth concocted such convoluted terms? Could they not be more straightforward? Such pretentiousness. The man wielded both authority and charm, and the woman, not only compliant, but also beseeching him to erase the eavesdropping software immediately, fearing it might jeopardize the trust and affection between spouses. After ending the video call, the The man promptly deleted the software. Master, you are already aware of my situation. I apologize for troubling you at this late hour. What kind of craft would you suggest is suitable for me? The master chuckled softly. No trouble at all. Are you certain? Perhaps you have come to the wrong place? I am in the right place. I made my intentions clear earlier. Do not heed my spouse's misguided assertions, the man replied with earnest integrity. How about commissioning a figurine representing a couple? Two elephants with their trunks intertwined, symbolizing eternal love and companionship. Very well, let us proceed with that. After paying the deposit, Zhang Yang and the man exited the high-temperature workshop. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing chill. The man halted before his vehicle. Thank you for tonight. For what? The plan has gone awry. What shall we do next? Continue searching for the engineer? Isn't the search complete? Let us return to the hotel. After this incident, the man seemed to have gained clarity. All right, let us drive back. As they approached the chain hotel, just as Zhang Yang was preparing to book a room for the night, the car door suddenly swung open, and a woman clad in seductive stockings entered. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with wine-red, wavy locks cascading down her sides, her gaze slightly dazed, reminiscent of someone who had indulged in libations. Excuse me. Beauty, I have completed my shift. Completed your shift? What do you mean? When do you finish? The woman tilted her head and immediately began driving. You are delaying my pursuit of pleasure. I shall file a complaint against you. Zhang Yang felt exasperated but patiently attempted to clarify. Madam, I assure you I am off duty. Would you kindly reassess the vehicle? You have already summoned me. Are you suggesting I call another ride? Are you mocking me? Is this refusal of service I detect? Dare I say, I will report you for refusing a passenger? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Have you already summoned a ride? Could it be that you are in the wrong vehicle? Have you insulted me? I have not insulted you. You clearly accused me of being blind. Do you think I cannot see such a conspicuous license plate? Am I to blame for this mistake? Preposterous. The woman turned her nostrils toward Zhang Yang, threatening. Speak another word, and I will report you for refusing service and for insulting a patron. Goodness, what kind of person is this? Is this how one behaves after a few drinks? Truly, one encounters all manner of individuals. She is the quintessential example of someone who believes the world is at fault. Never herself. Let South simply drive her away. After all, she can't possibly file a complaint against us. Huh. Indeed, she seems to think she can act with impunity. As if she were at home. Such a person deserves a lesson. The audience in the live stream could no longer bear the scene and collectively demanded that the woman be ejected from the vehicle. However, Zhang Yang did not act in accordance with that. All right, for the sake of my fellow colleagues, I shall oblige. Please fasten your seatbelt, he said, securing his own as well. He was unperturbed by the prospect of complaints. Having liberated himself from such concerns, he had various side jobs to fall back on. Yet, his fellow drivers were apprehensive about complaints, for a single grievance could result in point deductions and monetary losses, potentially jeopardizing their subsequent job opportunities and, on a larger scale, affecting a family's income and the harmony between spouses. He firmly believed that should he refuse to take a woman as a passenger, she would promptly lodge a complaint. In such cases, the platform would be indifferent to the circumstances, leaving his fellow drivers to bear the brunt of the consequences. As Zhang Yang accepted the order, the audience erupted in approval. Let us applaud the host for his vision. What a good person the host is, so positive. I thank the host on behalf of that rideshare driver. However, Zhang Yang was not in a hurry to depart. He intended to wait for the rideshare driver. To his surprise, the woman began to urge him. What is taking so long? Step on it. All right. As he realized that waiting would be futile, Zhang Yang inquired. Where to? Find me a hydraulic engineer. What? Zhang Yang slammed on the brakes. Please clarify, what is a hydraulic engineer? The audience was amused. Here comes another one. What is that? I don't understand. What is a hydraulic engineer? I suspect there's a blockage in the beautiful lady's drainage system that needs clearing. As a city public toilet manager, I'm quite adept at clearing drains, and my fees are reasonable. This remark set the audience ablaze with excitement. The woman huffed. Can you even drive? You seem utterly clueless. Your vocabulary is too advanced for me. I'm worried I might misunderstand and cause delays, Zhang Yang replied. Fine, sister. Let me teach you. Find me a massage parlor, preferably with handsome young men. Got it. I understand, but I truly don't know where such a place is. All I know are the spots with beautiful women. Can you even do this? You can't even find a place when I ask you? Believe me, I'll lodge a complaint right now. No, no, no. I will find it for you immediately, Zhang Yang conceded, albeit he genuinely had no idea where to look. as most massage parlors employed women, and he had never heard of one exclusively featuring young men. The woman, with her head held high and her pointed chin seemingly poised to deliver a sharp retort, declared, "You have 30 minutes to arrive, or I shall report you." All right. I'm afraid of you. I will certainly find it. You need not elevate your chin so high. I fear you might poke me," Zhang Yang replied, mashing the accelerator as he sped away. 10 minutes later, with a swift maneuver, Zhang Yang entered a large courtyard. As the vehicle came to a halt, the woman hurriedly disembarked. "Have we arrived? That was quick." Hey, don't rush. Wait a moment," Zhang Yang called out, but she had already exited. At that moment, 2 uniformed police officers approached them. Indeed, this was the nearest police station. Zhang Yang thought to himself. He was uncertain, yet the officers surely knew, as they routinely conducted surprise inspections of such entertainment venues. Upon seeing the officers, the woman's eyes sparkled, and she swiftly approached them. "Oh, how delightful, there are uniforms." One of the officers stepped back, saying, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't get handsy. Wait, it's not time yet. Let me first inquire," Zhang Yang said as he trotted over, eager to explain. "You see, I am a rideshare driver. I just dropped off a passenger at a hotel, and this lovely lady mistakenly got into my car and refuses to get out. She insists that I find her a massage parlor filled with handsome men, or else she will file a complaint against me. I have no idea where such a place exists, so I thought I would come and ask you all. Do you happen to know where I could find one?" The audience erupted in laughter. "Are you serious, host? Haha, where can I find one? You certainly have a way with words. I thought you were going to take her to a gym, never expected you'd come to the police station for directions. A serious man is truly admirable. Host, you have successfully showcased my expression. I've learned. Next time a passenger asks me such questions, I'll head straight to the police station too." The audience was in stitches. Chapter 58. Where on earth can one find such a place? This station seems decent enough, right? The police officer was momentarily taken aback. "You're asking me? Young man, your thought process is quite unique. I've encountered individuals asking for directions, but you are the first to ask this." Seeing Zhang Yang chatter away, the woman grew increasingly impatient. "What are you doing? Can you hurry up? Why do you men always dawdle? Let me make it clear, I want both of you," she said, attempting to approach them. The officer immediately interjected, "Behave yourself. Do not touch me. If you continue to act inappropriately, I will have to take necessary measures." "What, like binding me?" "I wouldn't mind," she replied mischievously. Another officer glanced at Zhang Yang, bewildered. "How much has she had to drink?" "I have no idea. She was like this when she got in," Zhang Yang shrugged. In truth, he didn't detect a strong odor of alcohol on her. Perhaps she simply had a low tolerance. The two were escorted to the duty room. The woman surveyed the space before staggering onto the couch, casting flirtatious glances and beckoning them with her finger. "What are you two waiting for? Come and keep me company. What do you think you are doing? Don't move around." Just as she seemed poised to remove her clothing, one officer quickly intervened. Another warned, "Don't act recklessly. This is a police station. Can you not sober up? How can you drink so much?" The woman chuckled, "I just enjoy playing out scenarios. Come on, handcuff me." As she spoke, she stretched out her limbs, lying in a starfish position. "Haha, how do you expect to be handcuffed in that position? Clearly a seasoned player. This situation would require 4 handcuffs, just like in the movies. A toad marrying a frog, ugly yet playful. If she sobers up, she'll be mortified." The audience was thoroughly entertained by the woman's antics, feasting their eyes on the spectacle. Noticing her restlessness, one officer resignedly suggested, "Put her in restraints until she sobers up. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble she might stir up." Agreed. They applied the restraints and called for a female officer to supervise. Once everything was settled, Zhang Yang inquired, "Can I leave now?" "Just a moment. Do you have any information about her?" "No, she got into the wrong car. And I don't have any of her details." "Very well, I understand. You may return now. I ought to express my gratitude to you for bringing me here. I was merely seeking directions, yet you have resolved a significant predicament for me. By the way, do you happen to know where I might find a massage parlor frequented by handsome young men? Unfortunately, all the ones we are aware of have closed down. If you have any information, please do share." As Zhang Yang departed from the police station, he drove with great speed. He could have taken a moment to rest, but so many unexpected events had transpired. Upon returning to the hotel, he was searching for a parking space when he noticed 2 men anxiously pacing back and forth at the entrance, seemingly searching for someone. Could it be that they are friends of that woman? He decided to inquire. Though Zhang Yang initially wished to disregard the situation, He felt uneasy about leaving someone in such a state without any family or friends by her side. Moreover, it would be quite troublesome for her to be at the police station without a proper reason, especially since she had yet to compensate him for his services. "Hello. Are you searching for someone?" he asked. "Yes, a woman, around 30 years old, with wine-red curls, wearing stockings." "Have you seen her?" one of the men with a buzz cut asked, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Zhang Yang chuckled. "Not only have I seen her, but she just mistakenly got into the wrong car and insisted I find her a handsome male massage therapist." "Did you take her to a place?" the other man inquired. "Of course. If I hadn't tea, she would have complained about me. As a rideshare driver, I simply could not refuse." "You are her friends, correct?" "Yes, we were together. That is why we're searching for her." Allowing a woman to drink so much alcohol, regardless of who she is, she should be monitored, Zhang Yang remarked. The buzzcut man scratched his head. "She has a low tolerance for alcohol and makes a spectacle after just a little. However, we truly did not take proper care of her. Allowing her to wander out alone was exceedingly dangerous. We are heading to retrieve her now." "Which establishment did you take her to? Could you share the details?" Seeing the urgency on the men's faces, Zhang Yang reassured them. "Do not worry. The place I took her to is entirely safe. I will drive you there directly." "Wonderful. Thank you." The two men quickly got into the car. "However, do not be too quick to express your gratitude. She has yet to pay me, so I hope you can cover that for me. Considering this trip, would 100 suffice?" The buzzcut man produced a 100 yuan note. "This should be enough for your return trip as well. No need for change. Consider it a tip." "Thank you, kind sir." Zhang Yang accepted it with pleasure. The buzzcut man appeared youthful, likely not yet 30, but he was generous. The other young man, sporting a fierce tiger tattoo on his left arm, seemed similarly youthful, perhaps around 28 or 29. Both were quite handsome. Reflecting on the hotel, a bold conjecture emerged in Zhang Yang's mind. As the vehicle sped along, the tattooed man suddenly asked, "My friend hasn't said anything inappropriate, has she?" "How could she not? She has been rambling the entire way, talking about handsome men and bondage. Women can be quite fearsome when intoxicated." Hearing this, the men relaxed visibly. "That is just her way. She enjoys speaking nonsense. Please do not take it to heart." "Not at all." In less than 10 minutes, the car executed a sharp drift, bringing Zhang Yang directly into the precinct's courtyard. The tattooed man was taken aback. "What are you doing at the police station? Surprised, are you? Unexpected, isn't it? This is quite remarkable, isn't it?" Zhang Yang smiled triumphantly. Unexpectedly, the tattooed man cursed and bolted from the car. The crew-cut man similarly scrambled out, cursing as he ran. Witnessing this, the audience was left bewildered. What is happening? Why are these two fleeing? Is something amiss? No kidding, there's definitely something wrong. They just didn't anticipate that the place the broadcaster mentioned was the police station. Haha, broadcaster, what you've given us is not a surprise, but a fright. At the live scene, Zhang Yang's abrupt arrival had already alarmed the security guard. With both men hastily retreating, it was evident that something was amiss. "Stop. Don't move." The security guard rushed forward to apprehend them. Just then, a patrol car returned, effectively blocking their escape. Within moments, both were subdued. At that moment, Zhang Yang approached quickly, and the tattooed man shot him a fierce glance. "How did you know? Did that woman tell you?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Yang responded, utterly confused. "You didn't know we were being apprehended here?" "I didn't capture you. I'm merely a ride-hailing driver. The woman was looking for a male technician, and I came here to ask for directions." "Why did you run? What crime have you committed?" "What?" The tattooed man was taken aback. "Then why did you apprehend us?" "You fled, so we had to pursue." "Damn, that was hasty." The crew-cut man interjected. "If I said we merely got that woman drunk, would you believe us?" Chapter 59. Rest assured, I will intervene. Can you drive? Following an investigation, it was revealed that the two men had met the woman at a bar, where they had spiked her drink when she was unsuspecting. Subsequently, they took her to a hotel, but she managed to escape and got into Zhang Yang's car, leading to the ensuing events. Additionally, the police discovered a packet of hallucinogenic drugs on the two men. Thus, the case was resolved. Thank you. If it weren't for you, these criminals would have succeeded. It's my duty. Combating crime is a shared responsibility, especially when it involves such scum. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. All right, I'll report to the station tomorrow and commend you. Please, make it a tangible reward, like a monetary bonus. Thanks. As Zhang Yang departed, he realized that, inadvertently, he had just solved a case. His small act might have saved a life, which, upon reflection, felt quite noble. However, after a day of turmoil, Zhang Yang was exhausted and checked into a hotel. Just as he was preparing for bed, the system suddenly presented a notification. 100,000 reputation points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a lottery opportunity. Zhang Yang was taken aback, instantly invigorated. A lottery? With a thought, the system automatically deducted 100,000 reputation points, followed by an announcement. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a professional mastery card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a physical strength card, enhancing stamina by 3. Observing the rewards he had drawn, Zhang Yang felt a rush of warmth, instantly replenishing his energy. Not bad at all. Now, onto the professional card. O system, if you possess any sense of fairness, grant me a singer profession. Let us go. Zhang Yang issued his command. Profession generation in progress. Profession, gourmet, master level, a gourmet? Oh, system, your conscience is quite lacking. However, this time, Zhang Yang remained unfazed. At the moment of drawing his profession, he felt an ominous premonition. The more one desires, the more elusive it becomes. Thus, he resolved to employ reverse psychology next time. Alas, being a gourmet is not so bad. Since his wishes could not be fulfilled, he would simply savor the experience. Absorbing various culinary techniques, Zhang Yang swiftly transformed into a master-level gourmet. At midnight, the program team released a new ranking. The top 10 remained monopolized by a few singers, unshaken. The competition further down the list was fierce, as Zhang Yang's rank surged from 40 at noon to 32. Noteworthy was Su Chang's dramatic drop from 35 at noon to 68, rendering it a dismal day for him. As the night deepened, a figure suddenly awoke in bed. Is the crocodile unwell? There's a fish stuck in its teeth? Morning dawned, ushering in a new day. However, the weather was scorching, and the program team promptly issued a high-temperature warning to all contestants. Buzz, buzz. Zhang Yang was roused by the vibrations of his phone. Upon checking, he found numerous news alerts. All profession superstar contestant hooks 2 corpses. Shocking, fishing? You've outdone yourself. The underdog snatches fish from the crocodile's jaws. Don't panic if scammed. Zhang Yang teaches you how to recover all losses in one move. After the beautiful woman got in the car, she revealed astonishing words. The young man unveiled shocking secrets. The array of sensational headlines indeed caused astonishment. Finally, the high-temperature warning from the program team. Fortunately, his primary task was driving, which offered a swift escape from the heat. Zhang Yang rose to wash up. One advantage of staying in a hotel is the absence of breakfast worries. Whatever is available can be consumed. In the restaurant, Zhang Yang was enjoying eggs and drinking soybean milk when a man and a woman approached him. The woman was young and beautiful, with an appealing figure, while the man, in his 30s, had a medium build and was well-dressed, indicating substantial financial means, as he would not be accompanied by such a delicate and lovely young lady otherwise. Good morning, Mr. Zhang, the woman greeted with a smile. And you are? Zhang Yang inquired. We are from the Dongjiang International Racing Company. This is our general manager, Mr. Hongdali, and I am his assistant, Xiaoyu. The man extended his hand warmly, saying, Hello, Mr. Zhang. I have seen your video of saving someone while driving. I greatly admire your driving skills. You are indeed a seasoned driver. Yes, and then? Zhang Yang countered, aware that such a prominent figure seeking him must have a request. Well, Mr. Zhang, we have a racing competition in Dongjiang this weekend. Our biggest rival is Akita Yuichi, who bested us last year and mocked us for lacking talent in Huaxia. This year, I would like to invite you to compete and teach him a lesson with your skills. Akita Yuichi? Zhang Yang replied without hesitation. Rest assured, I will take action. Such confidence exuded a commanding presence. Hong Dali expressed his relief. With your reassurance, I feel at ease. This competition will take place on the west side of the South Suburban Overpass, featuring a natural mixed track approximately 15 kilometers in length, composed of gravel, dirt, and asphalt surfaces. Please let us know what type of vehicle you require and how you wish to modify it. We are here to assist you in every possible way. Absolutely. I will conduct some research and send you the details. Thank you, Hong Dali said, visibly excited. Whether we can redeem ourselves this time hinges upon your performance. Upon hearing this, the audience's emotions were fully stirred, particularly those who had attended last year's competition. I'm eagerly waiting for the host to unleash some serious punishment on the little rascal. I watched last year's competition, and it left me fuming. Just the sight of Tsunoda's smug expression makes me want to slap him a few times. I feel the same way. Whether my frustration from last year can be alleviated depends on the host. The host will surely win, making the little rascal question his very existence. Despite Zhang Yang's evident prowess, some members of the audience voiced their skepticism. The host indeed drives impressively, but isn't racing more about technical skill? Can the host truly handle it? I share that concern. It's not that I doubt the host, but I dread another loss. The host lacks systematic training and typically drives on city roads. Will he be able to adapt? After bidding farewell to Hong Dali and his assistant Xiaoyu, Zhang Yang commenced a new day of work. He opened the order system on his platform and, with the sound of 2 notifications, received a real-time order. Departure time, now. Distance, 5 kilometers. Flat rate, 156. Pickup location, South Gate of Qianshui Bay. Drop-off location, North Gate of Xuanli Driving School. Total, 91. A beautiful day began with his first passenger. Zhang Yang pressed the accelerator and sped toward the South Gate of Qianshui Bay. When the car came to a halt, a middle-aged woman wearing a sun hat and carrying a water bottle approached directly. Is the last 4 digits 8006? Yes. After the woman entered the vehicle, she promptly fastened her seatbelt. You must be a student, as learner drivers tend to have the best safety awareness. Zhang Yang remarked confidently, glancing at the woman. Now, we shall set off. The car began to move. In the next moment, the woman shouted sharply, Stop! Stop! Zhang Yang was taken aback. What's wrong? Unexpectedly, the woman retorted, Do you even know how to drive? Chapter 60. We have someone in the city. I am definitely not a driving instructor. What? Zhang Yang was bewildered. Even without the endorsement of a master driver, he was an experienced driver who could handle any situation. Furthermore, with the support of a master driver, how could anyone question his driving abilities? Excuse me, who are you calling big sister? The woman interrupted Zhang Yang. Should I call you miss then? What are you talking about? Who is a miss? Please clarify your words. Zhang Yang felt a wave of frustration. A dreadful day had begun with this woman. If calling her big sister was unacceptable and miss was also off the table, then he was left with no option but to address her differently. Madam, it seems you are in quite a sour mood this morning. Did you not have enough to eat at home? Huh. Madam, the host is quite amusing. The audience erupted in laughter at the woman's remark, while she wore a stern expression and retorted, Don't give me that nonsense. I simply want to know if you can drive. When a passenger enters the vehicle, aren't you supposed to circle the car? Did you buy your driver's license? The audience chuckled, one saying, I thought it was something serious, but it's just this? Another added, This is hilarious, but is someone learning to drive? I find her point quite valid. Yet another chimed in, No need to laugh. She is right. This is how driving should be. But I can't help it. It's too funny. Despite the laughter, Zhang Yang remained serious, believing that one should treat a serious woman with seriousness. My driver's license was issued directly by the state. We have connections in our city. Is having connections something to boast about? Can one act recklessly just because they know someone? Are you committing a crime? Do you dare reveal who that person is? Why should I be afraid? Zhang Yang replied as he took out his license. This person is from the Dongjiang City Traffic Police Team. Look, they even stamped my license. Impressive, isn't it? The audience laughed. You're just being absurdly serious. Well, I know people in my department too. Someone from the Huaxiao Immigration Bureau. Who doesn't know a few influential figures these days? I also have connections in the Huaxiao Ministry of Justice. The audience began to boast about their own acquaintances. Seeing she was being outplayed, the woman's face hardened. I don't care who you know. Not circling the car before starting is simply wrong. True. The lady has a point. Let me check, Zhang Yang said as he exited the vehicle and circled around it. Upon returning, just as he was about to depart, the woman called out again. You don't even know how to adjust the seat and mirrors before driving? You haven't done these basic steps. Your driving is far from standard. Is this woman lacking common sense? I can understand circling the car, but adjusting the seat and mirrors? I've already set them for my own car. This is akin to a daughter-in-law instructing her mother-in-law on childbirth. Quite absurd. When we encounter such individuals while driving, we often grip the steering wheel with one hand and the passenger's throat with the other. The audience could not help but vent their frustrations. In contrast, Zhang Yang, without a word, adjusted the seat and mirrors. He simply wished to deliver this woman to her driving school promptly so her instructor could continue to drill her. After completing these tasks, Zhang Yang patiently asked, Can we leave now? You are the driver. Why are you asking me? Then let's south hit the road. Zhang Yang started the vehicle, but at that moment, a black sedan suddenly swerved in front of him, accompanied by a loud screeching of brakes. What is going on? How is this happening? How are you driving? Zhang Yang felt his temper flare. In the next instant, a burly man clad in a tank top stormed out of the car. Hey, get out of the car. I've been watching you for a while. What is this all about? Zhang Yang, undeterred, stepped out of the vehicle. Have you mistaken me for someone else? The man let out a cold snort. Am I mistaken? My wife is in your car. How could I possibly be wrong? What's the matter with your wife being in my car? Do you think I am unaware of your sordid affairs? I wondered why you were always coming home late after practicing driving. What exactly are you practicing? He pointed at the woman who had just alighted from the vehicle and scolded her. What on earth is happening? Can someone clarify this for me? This situation is quite complex. It seems the woman has been unfaithful to her instructor, and the streamer has been mistaken for that very instructor. Strictly speaking, if you think about it, leaving early and returning late does imply that she is indeed practicing something. Haha, the affairs between instructors and female students are an open secret. Here, one can sleep through a subject test. Just last year, a coach was beaten in public by a student's husband. Be careful, streamer. You should clarify this misunderstanding first. The audience grew tense, and bystanders quickly gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Sensing the commotion, the woman hurried to clarify. What are you doing? He is not my instructor. Zhang Yang repeatedly explained, I am not an instructor. I am a rideshare driver who merely picked her up. It was a misunderstanding. The man scoffed coldly. Keep pretending. I saw everything. I just don't understand what you see in him. What does he have? Is it just his looks? Can good looks fill your stomach? What matters most to a woman? Strength. Hey, I don't appreciate that. I may not be as handsome as you, but who are you to say I lack strength? Is your so-called strength merely muscle? I have my own unique talents. You know? What talents do you possess? My talents are, well, too numerous to mention and would be lost on you, so never mind. Zhang Yang did not wish to elaborate. Should he list his skills, such as driving, locksmithing, fishing, and gourmet cooking? That would be too lengthy and a waste of breath. However, spoken without intent, the listeners were keenly interested. The onlooking women turned red with embarrassment. The muscular man seemed to be pricked, letting out a yelp. How dare you? I won't let this go. Zhang Yang frowned. What is wrong with you? Why are you acting irrationally? I haven't said anything to provoke you. If I were to speak, you might very well leap into the air and fly across the rooftops. Haha, do share. I want to see you fly across the rooftops. Streamer, are you certain you haven't said anything? Look at the faces of the men around. They're all turning green. And the women? They look utterly captivated. You can't claim you haven't said anything. Streamer, if you continue with these stinging remarks, we won't be able to remain friends. The man was trembling with rage. Fine, if you have the guts, say it here for everyone to hear. And let us see how shameless you truly are. What is so shameful about it? I have talents that I can speak of, and not only can I speak, but I can also demonstrate them live. No sooner had he spoken than a shy girl covered her face with her hands, though her fingers left ample space for her wide eyes to watch intently. Chapter 61. Is this reason justifiable? You claim you are not an instructor? As he spoke, Zhang Yang had his hands in his pockets. The woman present immediately screamed, covering her face. Zhang Yang glanced sideways and smiled slightly. Am I really that handsome? After retrieving the car key and locking the vehicle, Zhang Yang tossed the key to the muscular man and inquired, Is the car locked now? The man, looking bewildered, nodded affirmatively. Watch closely. Zhang Yang approached the car, and, with a simple scratch and press, the door clicked open. Do you see that? This is just one of my many talents. Among others, I excel in racing, fishing, and gastronomy. It's a long list, too lengthy to elaborate on now. The man, realizing the extent of Zhang Yang's prowess, exclaimed, Is that what you mean by too lengthy? What else could it be? The surrounding women, feeling let down, lowered their hands. After all that anticipation, it was just this? Yet, the remarkable lockpicking skill did leave the onlookers in awe, including a locksmith who harbored doubts. Young man, you didn't use any tools. You merely scratched and pressed, and the lock opened? Are you trying to fool us? Your car wasn't even locked. Zhang Yang noticed the locksmith wearing a blue work uniform and carrying a toolbox, reminiscent of the experienced tradesman from earlier. Indeed, I am a locksmith. But I have never witnessed anyone pick a lock in such a manner. Surely, you are not trying to deceive us. There are many things you have yet to see. Just because you lack the skill doesn't mean others do not possess it. Pray tell, what is the principle behind your method? One earns a living through their craft. Why should I disclose that to you? All I can say is that this lock has a life of its own, much like a person. It may appear tightly secured, yet with a simple touch, it yields. Zhang Yang, of course, refrained from revealing that the scratching was merely a ruse, while the pressing was the true key to unlocking. Quite the spectacle. If you possess such skill, why not demonstrate it on a different vehicle? Then I shall be convinced. Change vehicles? Very well. That one parked behind is mine. The locksmith retrieved his remote and unlocked, then locked the vehicle once more. 200 for the unlocking service. Are you interested? Zhang Yang, recognizing the opportunity, would not decline such an offer. Skeptical, the locksmith produced 200 yuan on the spot. Go ahead. Zhang Yang accepted the money and approached the car once more. Watch closely. He scratched and pressed again, and, with a click, the door opened. What in the world? The locksmith stood in shock, questioning his own reality. Did I not lock it just now? How could it be this simple? It defies logic. Perhaps the lock is faulty? As he pondered this, the locksmith opened his toolbox to investigate. Upon unveiling its contents, the surrounding women quickly covered their faces in disdain. Pervert. Unruly old man. Lecher. The crowd murmured, their expressions filled with revulsion, for within the toolbox lay an incongruous vibrating device. Seeing their reactions, the locksmith hastily explained, "It's a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. This is a new kind of locking tool, designed to use high-frequency vibrations to restore internal components to their rightful places. Just a few days ago, an exceptionally skilled master utilized this to unlock a safe, and I am still learning and experimenting with it. Please, do not misinterpret my intentions." Could the master you mentioned be referring to me? Zhang Yang interjected. The locksmith looked up, recognizing the face from videos he had seen, though he had focused solely on the skill, not on the individual. "I don't recall. Let me check for the video," he said, pulling out his phone. "Such nonsense. Just go play. You're merely wasting time here." Zhang Yang glanced at the muscular man and asked, "Is there still an issue? May I take my leave?" "Can you truly leave? You have a significant problem on your hands. With such remarkable unlocking skills. Do you mean to say you could visit my home without carrying a key?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang became flustered. "Stop talking nonsense. I have no desire to visit your home. Then whose home do you wish to visit?" At this remark, the onlookers perked up their ears. "I have no inclination to visit anyone's home. I am a legitimate locksmith, registered with the police. I find it perplexing that you insist I am your wife's instructor." The muscular man retorted coldly. "Firstly, you are undoubtedly her instructor. Secondly, your reluctance to admit it implies that there is something between you two, especially since I have seen your chat records. How can you assert that I am her instructor with such certainty? Provide me with a reasonable explanation. I witnessed it firsthand. You circled the car before entering, and upon getting in, you adjusted the seat and rearview mirror. Tell me, aside from an instructor demonstrating for a student, which seasoned driver would engage in such behavior without reason? This is an unresolvable explanation. Goodness, your reasoning is sound. This is hilarious. I support the muscular man in this round. Host, I must ask, is this reasonable? Please provide a plausible explanation, aside from an instructor's demonstration. Who would do such a thing? And yet you claim you are not an instructor? The audience, well aware of the context, erupted in laughter. However, the bystanders remained clueless, with several seasoned drivers nodding in agreement. Details, it's all in the details. Otherwise, this would have gone unnoticed. Indeed, as a seasoned driver, aside from when learning to drive, who would engage in such trivialities once they own a vehicle, unless they are unwell? Exactly, he is a rideshare driver, operating his vehicle daily. Why would he need to adjust the seat and mirror? This contradiction reveals the truth. He is lying. Zhang Yang, overhearing the discussions, interjected. "You must ask your wife about this. After picking her up, as I was about to start, she asked if I knew how to drive and if I circled the car. After I got out and completed the walk-around, she inquired if I adjusted the seat and rearview mirror, which led to everything you witnessed. Are you fabricating this? Is there really such a foolish woman? Indeed. How naive must she be to instruct a rideshare driver to adjust the seat and mirror? You dare to say that?" A couple of individuals in the crowd began to debate. A woman shot a glance at them. "You fool. Your entire family is foolish. Hey, how do you insult others? Do you want me to hit you? What kind of person are you, accusing someone of theft while berating them?" The woman was seething with rage, bouncing around in frustration. "If you continue to spout nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. Go ahead and try. What are you doing?" The muscular man also joined in, unwilling to let anyone bully them in front of his wife. Thus, both sides began to confront each other, nearly escalating into a physical altercation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang seized the opportunity to tactically retreat, leaning against the car and observing. At that moment, the woman caught in the storm felt utterly overwhelmed. What is happening? Had I known, I would have kept my mouth shut. But what is wrong with circling the car? Is there anything wrong with adjusting the seat? There is nothing wrong with that. But why are you all reacting this way? Is there something wrong with all of you? Just as the arguments between the two sides reached a fever pitch, a phone rang unexpectedly. The burly man bellowed, "Enough of the noise. Dear, it's your phone." In an instant, everyone ceased their commotion and turned to the woman. She retrieved her phone, the caller ID displaying, "Coach." The man glanced back at Zhang Yang, whose expression resembled that of an amused spectator, and promptly instructed, "Answer it," on speaker. Chapter 62. What on earth is this? All for a driving license. Hello? Why haven't you arrived yet? Haven't you figured it out after an entire night? Rest assured, as long as you put in the effort, I guarantee you'll pass the second driving test. Everyone has gone through this. Upon hearing this, the burly man realized his wife was still unperturbed and exchanged a knowing glance. The woman understood immediately, replying, "All right, I'll be there shortly." She hung up the phone, opening WeChat to find a message from the coach detailing the hotel and room number. At that moment, someone in the crowd noticed the nickname. Wang Genhao from Smooth Driving School. My wife is practicing with him too. Is she all right? I believe my sister-in-law is training there. She always looks exhausted when she comes home. Damn it, let us go find him and teach him a lesson. With that, everyone was in agreement. The burly man approached Zhang Yang, saying, "My apologies, young man, I misjudged you." The woman also came over to apologize. "It's all my fault, the coach told me. So I just repeated it. I had no idea you experienced drivers wouldn't do it. This doesn't matter. What is important is that we don't keep the coach waiting. For those without a car, I'm offering rides at a flat rate of 8 yuan. Zhang Yang shouted. In a flurry, the car was packed with people. Thus, 6 or 7 vehicles filled with robust men sped towards the hotel. Not long after they left, a police car screeched to a halt. Where are they? Who called the police? Officers, they've all left for the hotel. You should hurry and check. It could be a matter of life and death, a concerned citizen interjected. What is going on? Which hotel are we talking about? It's hard to explain quickly. You'll know when you get there. I believe it's the Shihua Hotel. As a seasoned driver, Zhang Yang was the first to arrive at the scene. Meanwhile, in room 9107, Coach Wang Genhao had just finished freshening up and was admiring his physique in the mirror. Huh, who wouldn't he be captivated by this? He mused. It used to be like this. Today, I wanted to be like this. Wang Genhao bent slightly and straightened his back before he was interrupted by a loud knock at the door. With a slight smile, he remarked, "That's quite a forceful knock. Truly a wild spirit, but I find that appealing." He tossed aside his bathrobe and hurried to the door. "Coming, my dear." With a click, the door swung open to reveal a dozen furious, muscular men. "What the hell? You're Coach Wang?" The leader of the group advanced with a clenched fist. "What are you doing? Let us talk this over. We live in a society governed by law." With stars in his eyes, Wang Genhao stumbled back into the room, fumbling for his phone to call the police. A crowd swiftly gathered, with a burly man seizing him by his slicked-back hair and hoisting him up without uttering a word, while 2 imposing figures stood ready. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the husband of Ma Fenfang. What do you wish for my wife to do? What do you expect her to sacrifice?" "I was wrong, brother. I never laid a hand on her. Please, spare me. I swear I won't do it again. If you seek retribution, feel free to do whatever you wish." Wang Genhao pleaded. "Have you truly never laid a hand on her, or engaged in anything else?" "And no, I assure you." The burly man exhaled in relief, nearly donning his hat, having already exerted his frustration. However, the men who accompanied him remained unclear about the familial circumstances, their expressions still fierce and accusatory. "By all means. Did Zhao Lanhua ever suffer at your hands?" "No, absolutely not." "And Yilin?" "No, I swear, there was nothing." Wang Genhao's forehead glistened with sweat. He initially believed these men were summoned by Ma Fenfang's husband, only to realize they were all family. What transpired outside? Why the sudden influx of so many people? The crowd pressed on with their inquiries. Wang Genhao vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Observing this, the audience in the live stream shook their heads. This line of questioning is futile. Only a fool would confess. Precisely. To admit guilt would mean a thorough beating. One must never concede. Zhang Yang, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, recognized the flaw in their approach. What do you expect to glean from such questioning? Will he confess, "I have an affair with your wife"? How should you proceed? Through coercive interrogation. "We shall see if he cracks," Zhang Yang replied. "However, engaging in a rendezvous is a mutual affair. Is there not another party involved? Let them speak." "And how do we get the other party to speak?" "That is simple. Are you married?" Zhang Yang inquired, directing his gaze at Wang Genhao. "I am married." "What do you intend to do?" Wang Genhao responded, his trepidation evident. In his eyes, Zhang Yang was an unpredictable variable, and the unknown is often the most terrifying. Open WeChat and send a mass message to all the trainees. No, a text message could contain hidden signals. Send a voice message instead. Just say, "It's over, be cautious. My wife is coming for you with a knife. She knows about us." You must convey a sense of urgency, as if the flames are licking at your heels. Upon hearing this, Wang Gunhao felt as though the sky had collapsed, his entire being crumbling under the weight of despair. Isn't this harassment? I won't send it. But no sooner had he spoken than, slap, a muscular man struck his face. With a fierce expression, he declared, "If you refuse to send it, I shall assume you are placing a green hat upon me. Think carefully. I will send it." Wang Gunhao capitulated, feeling as though his very existence was at stake. Thus, amidst a circle of enraged men, he sent the voice message, his voice trembling. Moments later, WeChat erupted with notifications. Yet, the responses were not as anticipated. Trainee Hu Duyun. Coach, did you send this by mistake? Trainee Dong Yuezhu, what is this? What do we have to do with each other? Are you out of your mind? Trainee Li Xiaoyan, are you insane? Trainee Xing Gaofeng, seriously? How careless. What should I do now? Trainee Gao Shangping, what is going on? Should I hide? Trainee Luo Yihua, don't scare me. I don't want to be castrated by my sister-in-law. As the crowd gazed at one another, their eyes fell upon Wang Gunhao with an air of bewilderment. What is going on here? Why are all the individuals involved men? Surely, you cannot be suggesting that. Wang Gunhao, slightly embarrassed, nodded. I used to play with a group of like-minded individuals, and today I sought to challenge myself. Only for you all to show up. Goodness, this fellow has been mingling with male students? Well, it seems everyone can breathe a sigh of relief now. What a shocking revelation. What on earth is happening here? This scandal is quite pungent. I never would have imagined that these male students were so determined for a driver's license. The audience was astounded, as was Zhang Yang. In truth, the moment he saw the response on WeChat, he had sensed that something was amiss. You all take your time discussing. I shall take my leave. Zhang Yang hastily retreated. But as he reached the doorway, he collided with someone. Chapter 63. What does this mean? No need to try. We are simply not suited. How could it be you? I hope I didn't cause you any harm? Zhang Yang inquired with concern, recognizing the newcomer as Zhou Xiaoxiao. The impact of their encounter had been considerable, thankfully. The airbags had mitigated the potential for injury. Why are you barreling around like this? Why are you everywhere I turn? Not necessarily. Did you see me when I went to the restroom? Zhang Yang retorted. Zhou Xiaoxiao was momentarily at a loss for words, having encountered many a rideshare driver. But none as slippery as him, akin to an eel slipping away. Wait for me a moment. I have something to discuss with you. With that, Zhou Xiaoxiao ushered her companions into the room. At that moment, the hallway was filled with police officers, their formidable presence palpable. It seems I cannot even leave now? Ha. No need for further words. Surrender your weapons. Are you stunned? Just tell me, are you afraid? Host, you truly are in quite the predicament. What grave offense have you committed? The audience began to jest. Before long, the burly men began to emerge one by one, culminating in Wang Gunhao being escorted out in handcuffs. You may enter, came Zhou Xiaoxiao's voice from within the room. Me? Can I go in? Zhang Yang asked. Certainly. Then I shall enter. Zhang Yang pushed the door open and beheld Zhou Xiaoxiao taking photographs for evidence. If I permit you to enter, then do so without hesitation. Why dawdle? Go and draw back the curtains. I was merely concerned about interfering with your investigation, Zhang Yang replied, as he pulled aside the curtains, flooding the room with light. The bed was cluttered with an assortment of props, and one had to admit that Wang Gunhao had been well prepared. He had not noticed this during his earlier visit, but now his eyes were opened wide. However, what puzzled Zhang Yang was the presence of a power drill among the items. What does this signify? Have you finished observing? If so, we shall conclude our inquiry. Ahem. Do not misconstrue. My intent is purely educational. Such knowledge is best learned in moderation. You should make a trip to the station. Your certificates have all been approved, several. In fact, a reward for capturing human traffickers, a reward for anti-fraud efforts, a reward for recovering bodies, and for apprehending 2 rapists last night. Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly turned to face Zhang Yang. You seem to be quite busy these days, busier than we are. Back again to apprehend a lewd instructor? Why not consider becoming a police officer? What a jest. I certainly do not possess that caliber. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. When do you plan to head to the office? Perhaps around noon or in the evening, depending on the time. Zhang Yang waved his hand in departure. Initially pondering what the matter could be, only to realize it was this triviality. Yet, with such an abundance of accolades, the monetary rewards must be substantial as well. Upon returning to his vehicle, Zhang Yang faced the camera and made a decision that contradicted ancestral wisdom from this day forth. Should anyone enter the car and request a circuitous adjustment of the seat and mirrors, I shall unceremoniously expel you from my vehicle. Reputation, 1111. Oh dear, don't do that, streamer. Driving without decorum, the entire village awaits their meal. Driving without decorum, ancestors come to meet. The audience was rife with quips, each one more humorous than the last. Zhang Yang mused. Perhaps it is time for some seriousness? Ding. A new order arrived. Pickup location, North Gate of Shanshui Garden. Drop-off location, Ilo Shopping Plaza. This must be a passenger heading for shopping. Zhang Yang glanced at the order and drove towards Shanshui Garden. 3 minutes later, upon arriving at the desolate North Gate, Zhang Yang pulled the car to the side and called the passenger. Hello, I am the owner of vehicle 610, and I have arrived at the North Gate. The North Gate? We are at the South Gate. Did I perhaps write the wrong location? Could you come over? A woman's voice resonated through the phone. Certainly, Zhang Yang replied without hesitation. Typically, in such situations, the passenger's demeanor tends to be amiable, so there was no need to dwell on which gate. Any entrance would suffice. Upon reaching the South Gate, he spotted 3 women standing beneath a tree, one in a long dress and 2 in shorts and stockings, all possessing striking physiques, exuding an air of quality. Could it be those 3 beauties? Are they attempting to coax me back into the rideshare business? Why was I previously assigned to transport older gentlemen? I share your sentiments. Once, I nearly faced the wrath of an inebriated brute. The audience expressed their envy. Zhang Yang noticed one of the women waving at him and promptly drove closer. My apologies, driver. I mistakenly entered the wrong address. The woman in the long dress said as she entered the vehicle. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. No worries. Any gate will do. It's merely a matter of pressing the accelerator. Indeed, whether it's the front or back, they are all doors. What does it matter, right, handsome? Inquired the beauty in shorts from the back seat. Another chimed in. So, handsome, which gate do you prefer? Goodness, an experienced driver meets another experienced driver? I do adore such passionate and vivacious beauties. Why do I never encounter them? Perhaps it's for the best, when you do meet them. Be cautious lest you awaken to find a kidney missing. Regardless, streamer, ensure you safeguard yourself out there. Leave the troublesome female passengers to me. Your scheming is transparent. I can hear it from the Antarctic. The audience grew increasingly animated. Yet, Zhang Yang remained remarkably composed. It was not about preference. He would follow the order as dictated. At that moment, the woman in the long dress turned back to the others and said, All right, you two. Rein it in a bit. Don't frighten our little handsome driver. How could that possibly be? How can you ascertain that the charming young man is not battle-hardened? Enough with the nonsensical chatter. Let us speak of serious matters. My physical condition has indeed declined. I can now only endure up to 8 centimeters. Zhang Yang's robust figure trembled. Is this what you consider serious? At that moment, a beauty clad in white hot pants from the back seat interjected. I am slightly better. I can endure 10 centimeters. The beauty in blue hot pants chimed in. You both are not impressive. I can now endure 12 centimeters. I increasingly feel that anything shorter lacks sensation. You truly are remarkable. The lady in the long dress remarked with evident envy. After discussing dimensions, the beauty in blue hot pants shifted her gaze to Zhang Yang, captivated by his striking profile, which far surpassed any male she had encountered previously. Handsome, let us speak seriously. Do you have a girlfriend? Not at the moment. Shall we give it a try? What do you think of me? Without a second thought, Zhang Yang shook his head. We are not suited for one another. How can you know that without trying? Did you not just mention your maximum is 12 centimeters? The women burst into laughter, and the audience erupted with mirth. Haha, host, you're going to make me die of laughter. Is it possible they were referring to high heels? Where is your mind wandering, host? The mood has shifted dramatically. Thank you, beautiful. Your words have revealed the host's true nature. I appreciate it. Chapter 64. You scheme against me. I scheme against you. The frenzied beauty in hot pants. Noticing Zhang Yang's thoughts had taken a turn, the beauty in blue hot pants decided to tease him. In truth, 12 centimeters is not my limit. I could surpass that for you. Trust me, you cannot breach that threshold. We are not in the same league, Zhang Yang retorted. The beauty suddenly became intrigued. Is that for real? Name a number. I am quite worldly. 1 foot. What? The beauty's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness. She swallowed hard. I must admit, that seems quite insurmountable. Are you of mixed heritage? Approximately, yes. No wonder. But truth be told, one cannot discern it from your appearance. You seem to have inherited only the crucial genes. Is your father from a foreign land? Oops, I misspoke. Forgive me. Which country is your father from? My father is from Huaxia. Huaxia? The beauty nearly combusted with curiosity. Is your mother a foreigner? How could such a gifted child be born? The lady in the long dress shook her head. I study the humanities. Do not look to me for answers. This hinges on whether traits are dominant or recessive, does it not? However, I recall that the sex of a child is determined by the father. The beauty in white hot pants seemed to have a revelation. Glancing at the two, there is but one explanation. He is not his father's son. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yang interjected. What are you all talking about? My mother is also from Huaxia. I am a cross-provincial mix. No way. Not mixed. Then you are merely boasting. How could there be 1 foot among the domestically born? The beauty in blue hot pants lost interest. She was not fond of boastful men. Why can't you boast about something else? What? Are you enamored with foreign cultures? Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, grew displeased. True masters are all from our homeland. There are even those in our circle who surpass me. There are others who surpass you? Certainly. There are those who measure 2 feet, even 3. In a moment of exasperation, the beautiful woman exclaimed, What kind of circle are you in? The donkey circle? Her shock was palpable. Why are you still hurling insults? She added, laughter escaping her lips. I must admit, the host's circle seems quite unearthly, she continued, conjuring up images from her imagination. 1 foot I have seen in films, 2 feet I have encountered in the village, and 3 feet I have only dreamed of. 1 foot connects to popularity, 2 feet to the earth, and 3 feet to the underworld. Suddenly, a terrifying image filled everyone's minds, just as tensions threatened to escalate. The lady in the flowing dress interjected, Young man, let us cool down on this hot day. She acted out of desperation and is inexperienced. I can certainly guide you through the unfamiliar territory, but please do not dismiss her talents, she insisted. Indeed, the lady in the flowing dress nodded vigorously, casting a knowing glance at the woman in blue shorts. The latter responded, I sincerely apologize. I was taken aback. It's all in the past, Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. Conversations can get heated, after all. The beautiful woman smiled warmly. Thank you. I didn't expect such generosity from you. When you say you can guide me, do you mean it? Do you wish it? He asked. Absolutely, but I'm only interested in the 1 foot experience. After all, I could manage that with some effort. That's feasible. Progress is gradual. One must have faith in their potential. Once unleashed, it knows no bounds. Shall we exchange WeChat? Could you perhaps show me tonight? Zhang Yang pondered. Tonight works, but we must go to the park. The park again? The beautiful woman widened her eyes, surprised to discover his fondness for outdoor activities. I worry about making too much noise at home and disturbing the neighbors. That's a valid concern. How about a hotel? A hotel would be just as noisy. Would you be disrupting others' rest? True. I hadn't considered that, she admitted, nodding in understanding. Given her self-awareness, she imagined it could resemble a scene akin to slaughter, with the potential for a disturbance leading to police involvement. Thus, the park is indeed the better choice. I have experience with this. I knew you were seasoned in such matters, teased the woman in blue shorts, rolling her eyes at the lady in flowing attire. However, I still believe the park is too exposed. Perhaps we should venture into the open wilderness instead. Isn't that the thrill we seek? To be observed and envied. Zhang Yang countered. The beautiful woman gasped, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Wait, you have this interest? I'm afraid I might not handle it well. Despite my carefree demeanor, if I were to be watched, I would surely be mortified. Zhang Yang chuckled. I would not have suspected you to be shy. Moreover, what is there to be embarrassed about? If we hone our skills, they shall only applaud us. Once you can handle 1 foot, you'll be the brightest star in the park. Coughing, the beautiful woman was taken aback by the audacity of his words. How bold of you. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Generally, one isn't apprehended unless someone reports a disturbance, he replied casually. That's inconsequential. I shall keep my voice down. My only fear is someone reporting us for ruining the city's aesthetics. Your volume is not the issue. It's what transpires beneath that matters. Oh dear. I'm still struggling to accept this. I fear being caught, she confessed. What is there to fear? It's nothing. Can they really drag us in for just walking on stilts? Zhang Yang replied with an air of righteousness. The beauty paused, perplexed. What? What did you say? Walking on what? Zhang Yang momentarily faltered. Walking on stilts, of course. Goodness. After all this excitement, you're telling me about stilts? The beauty was nearly furious. The girl in white shorts nearby rolled her eyes with laughter. Oh my, a foot, 2 feet. This is too much. You really must learn. The lady in the long dress also struggled to contain her laughter, clutching her stomach and emitting sounds akin to a goose's honk. Meanwhile, in the live stream, a group of men were doubled over in laughter at their screens. Ha ha ha, walking on stilts? You're truly something else. Just look at how flustered the beauty is. How will she manage to break through now? Oh my, you're going to make me die of laughter. Are you trying to inherit my credit? Walking on stilts at home? Isn't that quite the commotion? Ha ha. When the host said something about the sound being low, I quietly took out some tissue, intending to wipe something else, but now I can only wipe away tears from laughing so hard. This performance by the host is simply exquisite. The beauty is teased, and instead finds herself outmaneuvered. Host, you owe me a set of dentures. Yours made me laugh them right out. Both individuals were in stitches, while one was on the verge of losing her composure. This was Zhang Yang's first encounter with such a chaotic scene. How could it be so divided? What do you think this is? The girl in blue shorts gazed at Zhang Yang with a resentful expression, gritting her teeth as she said, I thought it was about walking on stilts, going to the park, challenging myself, walking 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, being the most dazzling girl, attracting attention and envy. Isn't that wonderful? Zhang Yang nodded. Indeed, it is quite admirable, and your determination is commendable. However, your expression seems a bit forced. You look rather gritted. The beauty ground her teeth, offering him a cold smile. What else do you want? It's a miracle I haven't bitten you. Chapter 65. What is hanging at the waist? Another nickname emerges. This woman is quite attractive. How can she switch expressions so swiftly? If this continues, I won't teach you to walk on stilts anymore. Zhang Yang looked ahead with a proud demeanor. The 3 women had yet to recover from the laughter. The lady in the long dress ceased her honking, but still spoke in fits and starts. Oh, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts. 1 foot stilts, ha ha. Young handsome, save me. I'm going to die laughing in your car. Watching the two laugh heartily, the girl in blue shorts rolled her eyes. All right, enough laughter. Is it really that funny? It's just walking on stilts. The girl in white shorts giggled. The key is that someone said they were afraid of being reported for affecting the city's appearance. Huh? My makeup is ruined from laughing. The lady in the long dress hurriedly opened her bag to touch up her makeup. Serves you right. Why don't you both laugh yourselves to death? The atmosphere in the car remained charged for quite some time, with occasional chuckles breaking out. It wasn't until they approached the silver shopping plaza that things began to settle down. At that point, the blue shorts girl, still unwilling to relent, began to tease Zhang Yang again. Young handsome, aside from stilts, what else is long about you? Me? My hands are long, my feet are long. What about your waist? The belt is long. Uffed. The lady in the long dress could not help but laugh once more. The woman in blue hot pants rolled her eyes in frustration, exclaiming, Belt, belt, all you talk about is a belt. Is that all you have hanging around your waist? No, there's more. What else is there? There's orthopedic support. I twisted my back not long ago. Seriously, can't you carry something more legitimate? It's something every man has. Let's put it this way. Ancient eunuchs did not. Zhang Yang suddenly understood. Oh, is that what you meant to ask? You should have said so earlier. Brevity can be deceiving. Bah. The woman in blue hot pants was exasperated and turned away. Ha ha ha. Brevity can be deceiving. Indeed carries profound sentiment. The lady in the long dress laughed uncontrollably. Just then, the phone of the woman in blue hot pants rang. Hello, she answered, her embarrassment barely concealed. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted from awkwardness to tension. Is everything all right? Oh, that's good to hear. I understand. I'll head over immediately. As her emotions changed, the atmosphere in the car transformed as well. The two beauties ceased their laughter and turned their attention to her. What happened? The woman in the long dress inquired as the blue pants woman hung up the phone. My sister-in-law fainted, but thankfully, it's not serious. How did she faint? She was upset by my foolish brother. I asked him to soak soybeans for tofu, and he ended up soaking a whole vat of mung beans. I can't go shopping with you. I must check on her. Do you need any help? Yes. Why don't we all go together? The blue pants woman replied. No need. I will find you this afternoon. All right, keep in touch if anything comes up. United, we are a formidable force. Even a handsome young man cannot sever our bond, let alone gold. At the silver shopping center, the woman in the long dress and the woman in white pants exited the car. As they left, the woman in white pants made a pointed remark. Hey, Don't forget to learn some stilt walking from that handsome guy on your way. Rest assured, I will learn diligently. I aim to elevate my limits to 3 feet. The blue pants woman declared, 1 foot, brother. I have revised our destination. It's now on the south side of the ongoing project at Longhua Community Phase 3. The host has acquired yet another nickname. Ha ha ha. 1 foot brother. Even an old lady would tremble upon hearing that. Hello, 1 foot brother. Nice to meet you. Please be gentle with the measurements. Are you starting the measurements upon first meeting? How bold. Zhang Yang wore a grim expression. Was this what they called backlash? I see. It should take about 30 minutes. Not in a hurry. 30 minutes should be ample time for you to showcase your skills, the woman said, lifting her elegant leg adorned in stockings. Zhang Yang replied, that depends on the route we take. The destination remains unchanged. If we speed up, we could arrive in 20 minutes. If we slow down, I could drive all day. It's just a matter of how you wish to proceed. The route is of little consequence. Comfort is of utmost importance. As the two engaged in their seemingly cryptic exchange, the audience in the live stream held their breath. Wow, experts are clashing. Every move is lethal. Truly, they are seasoned drivers. What appears calm is, in fact, perilously intense. Without revealing their intentions, they sit in the car, plotting from the heart. Though I may not grasp your words, I sense the gravity of your prowess. Zhang Yang chuckled. The journey will undoubtedly be comfortable. I have acquaintances at the crematorium. What? Are you sending me off directly? The woman widened her eyes in disbelief. Just say whether you feel comfortable or not. I am uncertain about my own comfort, but you seem to be at ease, don't you, Brother Ichi? Zhang Yang felt a tingling sensation, akin to an electric current coursing through him. Could you possibly use a different term? Brother Erchi? The woman replied with a flirtatious smile. But Erchi lacks charm since you undoubtedly cannot reach that standard. Ichi. Well, that's a different matter altogether. Enough of that. Let me play some soothing music for you. Perhaps you should refrain from dwelling on trivial matters. Zhang Yang declared as he began to play a song. The woman, adopting the demeanor of a victor, inquired, what are you afraid of? I fear that you may not arrive in time. Zhang Yang responded, pressing down on the accelerator. Upon hearing this, the woman indeed became a bit more subdued. All right, enough teasing. Hurry up. Rest assured, no one in this city can match my speed, Zhang Yang replied with unwavering confidence. The woman couldn't help but laugh. That isn't necessarily a good thing. Damn. This time, Zhang Yang was left speechless. 20 minutes later, at the southern side of Longhua Community Phase 3, a construction site was surrounded by barriers, with only a southern gate for entry and exit. Across from this gate stood a row of small restaurants catering to the workers. The woman's sister-in-law owned one of these establishments, aptly named Mother-in-Law Fast Food. This is it, the woman exclaimed, pulling out her phone. Brother Ichi, let's connect on WeChat. My name is Li Wan. I am Zhang Yang. He did not decline. After adding each other, the woman promptly changed her contact name to Brother Ichi. I must hurry to deal with the mung beans now. They are quite bothersome. With that, the woman exited the vehicle. Mung beans. What a delightful ingredient. Why be troubled? Zhang Yang muttered to himself as he remained in the car. Moments later, instead of driving away, he turned off the engine and alighted, making his way into the Mother-in-Law Fast Food. Oh, what brings you here? Shouldn't I be paying for my meal? Or did you come for some tofu? At that moment, Li Wan was lost in thought, staring at a barrel of soaking mung beans. How do you plan to handle them? Zhang Yang inquired. It's difficult. Perhaps I could make mung bean soup? But that is quite a lot. I almost want to discard it. As a discerning gourmet, Zhang Yang chuckled. If that's your stance, just give them to me. Li Wan was taken aback. You want them? I just think it would be a shame to throw them away. But what could you possibly do with them? Given your lack of experience? Stop bringing up my inexperience. I have many talents, which you will gradually discover. Like what? Like being a gourmet. You can cook? Li Wan seemed skeptical. Then tell me how you would handle these mung beans, and I'll gladly give them all to you. As a connoisseur of culinary arts, Zhang Yang found this challenge easy to meet. The possibilities for mung beans were vast. Mung bean cakes, mung bean porridge, mung bean pancakes, and mung bean jelly. He was deep in contemplation when a shout came from outside. With this dreadful weather, it's about to get hot. Indeed, the fan is practically smoking. It's not cool at all. I wish I could just soak in water all day. We are doing well, but I wonder how those workers are faring. It is indeed not easy. Hearing their conversation, Zhang Yang recalled the high-temperature warning issued by the production team that morning. On such a scorching day, nothing could cool one down better than mung beans. They are truly a treasure. I know what we should make. What? Mung bean ice cream and mung bean juice. Mung bean ice cream sounds delightful. On a hot day, having one would be refreshing, but mung bean juice, let us skip that. No one enjoys it. Since you say so, I'll take the ice cream, and the mung bean juice will be mine. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Li Wan replied, all right. But if the mung bean juice doesn't sell, don't say I bullied you. I am renowned for my culinary expertise. The delicacies I create attract food enthusiasts like moths to a flame. Zhang Yang, filled with confidence, asserted that being a master chef was no idle boast. His earnestness left the audience in uncertainty. Is that for real? The host is a gourmet? Is he just bragging? Surely he wants to impress the beautiful and outgoing girl. I think making mung bean ice cream is a splendid idea. It's cool and refreshing, and the workers would surely love it. In summer, I only eat mung bean ice cream. I simply adore that color. Hey there, let us be friends. Without further ado, the two began washing the mung beans and grinding them into juice. As the blender roared to life, a large bucket of mung bean juice was swiftly prepared. After a brief sedimentation, Zhang Yang remarked, what S on top is mine, and what S at the bottom is yours. Wiping his brow, he added, let us set this aside for now and cool off in the back room. There's air conditioning in there. All right. It must be said, it was indeed hot outside. Even a man like Zhang Yang, who showed no signs of weakness, was sweating profusely. The back room, though small, was quite tidy, equipped with a bed, a table, and a wall-mounted air conditioner. Make yourself comfortable, Li Wan said as she turned on the air conditioning. Zhang Yang pulled up a stool to sit down, while it was meant to be casual. Sitting on the bed seemed inappropriate. Unexpectedly, Li Wan chuckled, why sit so far away? You might as well sit on the street. Ha ha ha. According to the Pythagorean theorem, sitting on top is the most suitable. What the beauty means is, come closer. I could figure that out with my toes. Wherever there's toilet paper is where I sit. It doesn't matter where I sit, just don't turn off the live stream. Mainly, I want to study how the air conditioning operates. The audience was glued to the screen, sensing that something was about to unfold. Before long, a middle-aged man, dejected and drenched in sweat, returned from outside. He was Li Wan's older brother, Li Yangsu. Having mistakenly soaked the beans last night, he was feeling quite frustrated. Upon entering, noticing Li Wan was absent and about to call out, he heard noises from the back room. Hey, be gentle. Otherwise, don't bother. Look at you. Drenched in sweat. Are you that weak? Li Yangsu's expression tightened. Little bull? Who is she within there? While pondering, Zhang Yang's voice resonated. Don't say nonsense. I'm just anxious. Let me try again. Hearing this, Li Yangsu gasped in disbelief. When did little bull get a boyfriend? What could they possibly be doing at home in broad daylight? I think I should just leave. Li Yangsu wished to depart, as the situation had become exceedingly awkward. However, as he turned to leave, he inadvertently knocked into the stainless steel ladle resting on the table. The ladle clattered to the floor with a resounding crash. Oh, brother, you're back? Came Li Wan's voice from the room. Ah, I'm back. I'll leave right away. You all, please continue, Li Yangsu awkwardly replied, regretting his tardiness. Don't go just yet. Come help me, she insisted. What? How can I help? I am your elder brother, he exclaimed in surprise. If you don't assist me, who will? He doesn't know how to do it either, she countered. What kind of nonsense is that? We're all adults here. Do I really need to explain? Li Yangsu felt exasperated. What kind of boyfriend did you find? You two should hurry and get dressed, she urged. At this moment, Zhang Yang, who was repairing the air conditioner, was taken aback. No, big brother, I haven't taken my clothes off to fix the air conditioner, he protested. The audience erupted in laughter. It seems like the brother-in-law misunderstood, one chuckled. You can't blame him. Just from those few words, my wife, who was sitting nearby, went straight to take a shower, but I had no such intentions. I still wanted to watch the live stream. As the laughter subsided, the curtain parted, and Li Yangsu stepped inside. Upon seeing Li Wan holding onto a stool while Zhang Yang stood atop it, sweating profusely as he worked on the air conditioner, the embarrassment was palpable. Ahem. Is the air conditioner broken again? Is it not blowing air? Zhang Yang nodded. It seems the filter is clogged with too much dust. My hands are too large to reach in. This is an old problem. Let me handle it. You two should go outside and cool off by the fan. With that, Zhang Yang stepped out. Meanwhile, the mung bean milk had settled, separating the liquid from the residue at the bottom. Zhang Yang began the crucial step of sealing it for fermentation. Just then, Li Yangsu emerged from inside, holding a dust-covered filter. Upon seeing the settled bean residue, he couldn't help but frown. What is that mung bean? What are you all making? Li Wan smiled proudly and recounted the entire process. Oh, The idea of mung bean ice cream is quite clever. I fear the mung bean milk may not sell well, Li Yingsu concluded, echoing Li Wan's thoughts. Yet Zhang Yang remained confident. What I am making is authentic Beijing mung bean juice. The siblings exchanged skeptical glances. As time passed, fermentation required patience, and in the meantime, Zhang Yang took on 4 more orders. Approaching noon, he drove back, noting that the mung bean milk had fermented sufficiently. He lit the stove to prepare for blending. 20 minutes later, a bowl of steaming authentic Beijing mung bean juice was presented before Li Wan. Give it a try? As she peered at the greenish liquid, curiosity piqued. She leaned in to sniff it. Upon inhaling, she immediately gagged and rolled her eyes. What on earth? Did you secretly add something foul? Chapter 67. The siblings lost in the elder's embrace, the essence of food. Zhang Yang replied seriously, what are you saying? Am I that kind of person? This is authentic Beijing mung bean juice. It may not smell appealing, but when paired with some pickled vegetables, it transforms completely. As he spoke, he brought forth a dish of pickles. As she beheld his unwavering gaze, Li Wan picked up her chopsticks and declared, I shall trust you this once. With that, she took a bite of the pickled vegetables. Subsequently, she lifted the bowl of fermented mung bean juice to her lips. In an instant, Li Wan felt an overwhelming urge to hurl her head away, as her mouth was inundated with the taste reminiscent of an elderly gentleman's armpit at high noon. Gagging, she crouched on the ground, retching violently. You scoundrel! Did you mix in some filthy rag water? It's both sour and rancid. Witnessing her intense reaction left the audience in stunned silence. Is it really that atrocious? Surely it can't be that bad, even if the host isn't a culinary expert. It couldn't possibly be so dreadful unless a rag had indeed found its way in. Ha ha ha. Those who have never tasted authentic Beijing mung bean juice wouldn't understand. The initial sip can quite literally blow your mind. Honestly, it's not that terrible. I had the fortune of tasting it once, for such a traditional local delicacy. We outsiders must adhere to local customs, pairing it with pickled vegetables, crispy fried dough, and perhaps a sprinkle of scallions or cilantro, and then toss the entire bowl as far as we can. You are all exaggerating. As a native Beijinger, I absolutely adore mung bean juice. In the moment, Li Yingsu remained unconvinced. Though he did not regard Zhang Yang as a connoisseur, it couldn't possibly be that horrible, could it? It was merely mung bean juice. His sister was being quite dramatic. Are you all acting? Is it truly that unpalatable? Upon hearing this, Li Wan chuckled through her tears, grateful for the company in her lament. Try it. If you can manage a sip, I shall reward you with 100 yuan. Li Yingsu grinned. If you weren't my dear sister, I would drink until you were bankrupt. What have I not encountered? What bitter herbs have I not consumed? Kushan, Huanglian, I've swallowed them by the handful. I refuse to believe this could be worse than traditional medicine. With that, he filled a bowl for himself. As the pungent aroma wafted into his nostrils, he was suddenly engulfed by a sensation akin to an elder hunched over a sewer grate. Oh my, he exclaimed. This is quite the experience. I'll have a bite of pickled vegetables, he added. Seeing this, Li Wan burst into laughter. Brother, don't hesitate, just do it. Who is hesitating? Li Yingsu quipped, taking a hefty gulp. In that moment, it felt as though a legion of octogenarians were feverishly rubbing their armpits in sweltering heat, then shoving a damp towel directly into his mouth. Goodness! Li Yingsu regretted his decision. The taste lingered in his mouth, impossible to swallow or spit out. As the overpowering sour stench expanded, initially, he felt as though a solitary elder was at play. Now, it felt as if a dozen were surrounding him, shoving damp towels into his mouth. At that moment, he wished he could immediately knock himself unconscious. Gagging, he spat against the wall. What is this abomination? It tastes as if it has been deceased for 8 centuries. Did you toss in my sweat-soaked rag? Li Wan leaned in closer. Speak up. Did you add any refuse water? The two siblings effectively blocked Zhang Yang's path. Zhang Yang spoke calmly. Look at how Navi you both are. This is authentic Beijing doji. The flavor you are experiencing is the result of meticulous fermentation, which is the distinctive quality of this beverage. Consuming it cools the body and alleviates heat, making it a splendid choice for the sweltering summer days. How has it turned into something akin to dirty dishwater in your mouths? In ancient times, even emperors would indulge in 2 large bowls of it. Li Yingsu blinked in disbelief. Is that true? Why would I lie? Otherwise, who would I sell this to? Li Wan remained skeptical. All right, if you drink a bowl, I will believe you. Yes, drink a bowl. Li Yingsu echoed. Looking at the pale, greenish-gray doji, Zhang Yang fell silent. In truth, he had never tasted authentic Beijing doji. He had only gathered some knowledge before his time travel and watched street interviews, which revealed that outsiders generally found it unpalatable. Thus, he had longed to personally experience its flavor. Today, by the grace of a gourmet, he had the chance to savor the genuine article. However, the peculiar aroma was somewhat off-putting, even though he recognized its authenticity. Well, you may not believe me, but I'm feeling a bit under the weather today and should probably avoid such a cooling delicacy. What? Li Wan's expression darkened. You have an upset stomach? And yet you claim you haven't eaten anything. Zhang Yang quickly interjected, sensing her thoughts. All right, to prove my innocence, I shall drink. That's the spirit. Li Wan promptly filled a large bowl for Zhang Yang. Miss, is it truly necessary to serve so much? If it's delicious, you should indulge. Zhang Yang reluctantly lifted the bowl. He had already caught a whiff of the doji's unique scent during its preparation. Now, tasting it would fulfill a long-held desire. However, given the numerous warnings from others, Zhang Yang only took a small sip. Yet even that minor taste assaulted his palate with its distinctive sourness. In that moment, however, his taste buds awakened to a myriad of sensations. The flavor of doji swiftly and methodically conveyed itself to his palate. Although the initial taste was intense, a gentle sweetness soon blossomed from beneath, reminiscent of tender shoots in early spring, instantly dispelling any unpleasant notes. The essence of the food unveiled itself. Zhang Yang was filled with delight. This was likely due to the gourmet's influence. Zhang Yang savored the doji and gave a thumbs up. Li Wan, unimpressed, remarked, "What are you mumbling for? Swallow it." Gulp. Zhang Yang swallowed and took another generous sip. Gulp, gulp. As he finished it in one go, Li Wan felt a mix of envy and frustration, as if Zhang Yang were consuming something far more exquisite than doji. Observers in the live stream, who had tasted Beijing doji, began to applaud. Wow, could the host be from Beijing? This is typically hard for outsiders to appreciate. It seems like the host is truly enjoying it. I'm impressed. Last time I was on a business trip, I dared not ask for more than half a bowl. And after one sip, I ended up leaving a full bowl untouched. Though I haven't tried it myself, I recall a certain actress who absolutely adores it. I must give it a try soon. I do not find it particularly terrifying. I shall soon challenge the host. The delicacy of Beijing's mung bean juice is unparalleled, and I am grateful for it. After I treated the campus belle to a sip, her boyfriend absurdly claimed she had consumed excrement, ultimately leading to their separation. And she wed me. Chapter 68. Integrity for all. If it stinks, it stinks. A successful self-affirmation. The siblings gazed at Zhang Yang in astonishment. You are formidable. Yet I fear there are few as ruthless as you on this construction site. What if everyone buys it and ends up vomiting everywhere? Li Wan voiced her concerns. Zhang Yang replied, "This is simple. Just clearly articulate the flavors and effects. It can be done, yet I fear no one will purchase it. That indicates your misunderstanding of human nature. People are inherently drawn to the unknown." Li Wan shook her head. How can I perceive your desire for me? You stand before me, a living man. What is there that remains unknown? What you see is merely the surface. What else could it be? Should I dissect it to see what lies within? Li Wan rolled her eyes. You have many talents, and I possess my unique skills. Take your time to explore. Ahem. Li Yangsu coughed twice. Am I not present? You both seem engrossed in conversation. The workers are about to finish for the day. Let us prepare. At noon, the workers gradually emerged from the construction site, heading straight for the restaurant street. Soon, one of the workers noticed a large sign erected in front of the mother-in-law's fast food restaurant. New product 1, homemade mung bean ice cream, 1 yuan each. New product 2, authentic Beijing mung bean juice, 1 yuan per bowl. A special note, this product clears heat and detoxifies, strengthens the spleen and stimulates appetite, alleviates dryness and cools the body. However, due to its unique fermentation process, the mung bean juice possesses a distinctive flavor that varies by individual. Some might find it reminiscent of dishwater, others of a spoiled rag, and some might even liken it to the scent of their grandfather's armpit in the afternoon. Please purchase with caution. A worker in his 40s laughed heartily after reading the description. Is this for real? Indeed. I do not believe it. Bring me a bowl. Very well, right this way. Li Wan promptly served a bowl, accompanied by a small dish of pickles. The worker, parched and sweaty after a morning's labor, took a large gulp of the mung bean juice. However, in the next moment, his features contorted, yet unlike Li Wan and her brother, he did not spit it out. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and swallowed. This mung bean juice truly packs a punch. It is not an exaggeration. Like the scent of my grandfather's armpit in the sweltering summer, it is both sour and foul. Ha. This uncle's description is quite apt. He did not even vomit. Impressive. My grandfather has been gone for 20 years. I suddenly crave a bowl of mung bean juice to reminisce about his armpit. I miss my grandmother. Can I taste the essence of her armpit? If not, I shall not purchase it. Upon witnessing the uncle's reaction, the audience began to flood the screen with comments. The number of onlookers among the workers grew, and upon hearing such evaluations, a few bold individuals stepped forward. Bring me a bowl as well. I wish to taste it. Li Wan directly served another bowl and handed it over. The worker, without hesitation, gulped it down. Oh dear. The flavor has caused the elderly lady's dentures to fall into the mixture, bringing tears to the eyes of the workers. More and more workers are arriving. Despite knowing the taste beforehand, some simply cannot resist, leading to an uncontrollable outburst. Half an hour later, in a corner, a restaurant owner dialed a number. Hello, is this the police? I am at the street of restaurants on the south side of Longhua Community Phase 3. I wish to report that someone is selling soy milk made from sewage waste, claiming it has that distinctive foul odor, akin to excrement. Is this not a mockery of our intelligence? Please hurry, many have already vomited. After hanging up, the man glanced at the bustling crowd at his mother-in-law's fast food establishment and scoffed. Soon, 3 police cars arrived with sirens blaring. The audience grew tense as the officers approached. What is happening? Are they here to investigate? Be confident, they must have received a report. My concern now is whether the host will be arrested. It's hard to say. After all, the soy milk was made by the host. However, Zhang Yang remained unperturbed. As he recognized a familiar face, Zhou Xiaoxiao. Who is the owner? She inquired. I am. Li Yingsu raised his hand. Hello, we are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. We have received a report regarding the soy milk you are producing and selling. We are here to investigate, and we ask for your cooperation. Upon hearing this, Li Yingsu nodded vigorously. Of course, how can I assist? This is the soy milk in question. Isn't it? Zhou Xiaoxiao glanced at the murky green liquid in the thermos, then at the sign nearby, utterly astonished. It was her first encounter with a vendor who openly declared their product to be both sour and foul. Could I have a sample? Certainly. Li Wan filled a bowl for her. Zhou Xiaoxiao took a whiff and tentatively sipped a small amount. Ugh. Half a bowl was instantly regurgitated into another bowl. Isn't this spoiled? This is not merely spoiled. It's supposed to taste like that. Zhang Yang emerged from the crowd. What are you doing here again? This soy milk is my creation, the authentic Shanjing soy milk. The craftsmanship and ingredients are impeccable. If I had to mention a flaw, it would be the fermentation time, which was too brief. Typically, it needs 6 to 7 hours in summer, but I only allowed for 2. A shorter fermentation time results in a rather bland flavor, which is why I added a bit. Li Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it truly be? Not just her, but Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a churn in her stomach. Thankfully, Zhang Yang continued, I added some yeast to hasten the fermentation, but I assure you, it is undoubtedly the authentic Shanjing soy milk. As his words settled, a voice interjected, just because you say it's authentic, does that make it so? The crowd turned to see a man in a white hard hat, surrounded by workers in red helmets. I am Lin Jigua, the project manager here. I am a native of Shanjing, and I have loved soy milk since childhood, having not tasted it in over a decade. Wouldn't the authenticity of your soy milk need to pass the scrutiny of someone like me, a true Shanjing native? Lin Jigua had initially intended to accompany his colleagues to the hotel. However, upon hearing from a returning co-worker that someone was selling spoiled Beijing soybean milk, he decided to investigate. As a courteous guest, he was offered a bowl, and Zhang Yang served him a steaming portion. Lin Jigua lifted the bowl to his nose and inhaled its aroma without uttering a word. After taking a tentative sip, he remained silent. Yet his mouth began to move eagerly. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He drained the bowl completely. Ah, this is the flavor. I have yearned for it for a decade. The current masters of Beijing cuisine can no longer replicate this taste. Young man, you possess true skill. If you claim second place, no one would dare to contest your first. Bring me another bowl. The onlookers reacted with astonishment, questioning whether the esteemed masters of Beijing cuisine truly fell short of the streamer's expertise. Is it possible that the streamer is indeed a culinary connoisseur? Surely, a project manager would not collaborate with a streamer in a charade. I hail from Beijing, and I must admit that the current soybean milk lacks the authenticity of yesteryears. I wish to taste the streamer's creation. Upstairs, Beijing girl, you seem rather dubious in your assertions. In Chapter 69, titled Collaboration, the three burly men exhibited peculiar behavior. Sometimes, individuals require the power of role models. As the foremost leader on the construction site, Lin Jigua consumed 2 bowls of hot soybean milk, prompting the nearby workers in red hats, eager to showcase their prowess, to express their desire for a taste of authentic Beijing soybean milk. "Handsome fellow, pour me a bowl as well. I wish to savor the genuine flavor." "Certainly," replied Zhang Yang, filling a bowl for the red-hatted worker. The moment he received the bowl, the eager worker took a mouthful, only to find himself overwhelmed as 2 streams of gray-green liquid erupted from his nostrils. "Oh no, I cannot handle this. It seems I am not yet authentic enough. I still have much to learn," he lamented through tears. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lin Jigua chuckled and declared, "This exquisite delicacy is not for everyone to enjoy. From this day forth, every worker on the project shall receive an additional subsidy for soybean milk each day. In this sweltering heat, a bowl will surely provide relief." Indeed, we shall implement this immediately," the red-hatted worker nodded vigorously. Zhang Yang recognized the potential for growth in this venture. "My infernal talent is finally being recognized." Observing that a misunderstanding had unfolded, Zhou Xiaoxiao decided to wrap up her operations, although the necessary procedures must still be adhered to, including packing a portion of soybean milk for quality inspection. Once they departed, the workers resumed their purchases of soybean milk. They remained busy until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, ultimately selling 220 bowls, a promising yield that suggested they could increase production by 2 barrels the following day. Li Wan handed the earnings to Zhang Yang. "You provide the ingredients and venue. I'll contribute the technique. Let us split the profits evenly. As for the mung beans, you should handle the soaking, given your expertise. I'll take care of the fermentation. Does that sound agreeable?" Li Engsu, the soaking expert, responded, "I have no objections. It was originally intended to boost the shop's popularity, and now we are being compensated. Perhaps a 70-30 split would be more fitting, with you receiving 70 and us 30. Let us adhere to my proposal. Here's to a fruitful collaboration, to a fruitful partnership." As Zhang Yang departed from Longhua Community Phase 3, he glanced at the live streaming room, only to discover a significant surge in viewership. In the realm of culinary competitions, one would expect the presence of delectable dishes. However, he chose a contrary path, ultimately attracting a legion of curious fans. Isn't that rather infuriating? As the next client request arrives, our focus remains on versatility, ever vigilant for business opportunities. Beep beep. A real-time request has come through. The pickup point lies a kilometer from the construction site, with the destination set for the West Suburban Stone Factory. A minute later, 3 burly men smoking by the roadside come into Zhang Yang's view. They must be the ones. Zhang Yang drives closer and greets them. "Hello, did you order a ride? The last 4 digits of your number are 6,969? "That's me," replied a man with a scar on his lip. Zhang Yang observes the trio, each towering in stature. The scarred man's gaze exuding a certain menace, while the others present a scruffy appearance. One with an unkempt beard, and the other with a face full of excess flesh. Goodness, these 3 look rather intimidating. Could they be fugitives? Let us conduct a facial recognition check. Perhaps they merely possess a fierce appearance. Indeed, we must not judge by looks. My husband has a fearsome visage, and friends initially feared for my safety. Yet, in truth, he only resorts to slapping me, never to taking my life. The audience murmurs among themselves regarding the 3 men. In Zhang Yang's vast experience with people, he often finds that those who appear rough on the outside may harbor soft hearts. "Greetings. Smoking is prohibited inside the vehicle. Will you finish your cigarettes or extinguish them immediately?" The 3 opted to snuff them out right away. "Please fasten your seatbelts. We shall depart shortly," with an estimated journey time of 40 minutes. As Zhang Yang pressed the accelerator, the vehicle sped towards the west suburbs. After about 3 minutes of travel, the scarred man in the passenger seat suddenly inquired, "Driver, you seem quite young. What made you choose to drive for a rideshare service?" "Primarily, I wish to avoid the long detours. While others begin this profession at 40, I start at 20, thus saving 20 years of roundabout paths. Quite clever. Wouldn't you agree?" The scarred man nodded, appearing impressed. "You must earn a decent amount in this line of work monthly?" asked the bearded man from the back seat. "That varies. Sometimes it's substantial, other times modest. For instance, I might earn tens of thousands in a single day, or only a few hundred." The scarred man's eyes gleamed. "Tens of thousands in a day? That's quite lucrative. That only occurs with large orders, which are infrequent. They continued their conversation, while the audience grew tense. Host, do not flaunt your wealth. When you mention money, their eyes lit up. I noticed, these three do not seem innocent. Young host, when out in the world, one must safeguard oneself. I typically assert that I do not possess $1 million. I would never allow them to know of my wealth. The scarred man, with an envious expression, remarked, how splendid it must be to be young and affluent, unlike us, each facing a midlife crisis. Devoid of jobs and funds. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. I see you are not much older. Surely you can carve out your own niche. As one ages, patience wanes, and thoughts turn to quick money. Quick money? You wouldn't happen to be concerned about encountering robbers, would you? Here I am, driving, and I cannot contend with 3 burly men. How should one manage this situation? Zhang Yang's mind raced. Wealth is not acquired overnight. It requires patience. I see that the Longhua Phase 3 is still hiring. You might want to take a look. After all, having a legitimate job alleviates concerns for one's family, right? Family is a man's greatest burden. Even if one contemplates a life of crime, thoughts of family should compel one to reconsider, should they not? It must be me. A subtle smile crept upon Zhang Yang's lips. At that moment, the scarred man sighed. I'm divorced, with no children. What? Really? Unencumbered? Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. Is that so? Everyone's divorced? This is a long story. Take him, for instance. He divorced due to a peculiar talent of his. The scarred man glanced at the portly fellow. What talent could lead to a divorce? Shouldn't it be harmonious? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. His talent is that he never misses. Within a year of marriage, his partner became pregnant multiple times, ultimately scaring her away. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Is that even possible? You truly are something else. Ahem, perhaps it is better not to possess such a talent. The scarred man turned to the bearded man and said, he has no talent, hence his divorce. How can one get divorced without any talent? If having a talent is problematic, then lacking one is too. At this point, the bearded man interjected, the issue does not lie with me. While I lack a special talent, I am still quite normal. She simply encountered too many men. This is truly not my fault. Each one of you is a character. With your talents, I am utterly bewildered. I was listening intently. Why does it seem like each of you is off kilter? Zhang Yang curiously asked the scarred man, what about you? Chapter 70. Can I borrow some money? In truth, my fate is akin to yours. The scarred man sighed. I divorced because I didn't hang up the phone. What does that mean? Zhang Yang was perplexed. He had heard of hang-ups causing anger, but never of not hanging up leading to divorce. That night, we were on the phone as usual. Eventually, she became tired, and I dozed off briefly. When I woke up, I was about to hang up, but then I heard someone opening the door. I thought a thief had entered, but then I heard a man call her name. The subsequent 2 hours of recorded conversation became evidence during the divorce. Zhang Yang was astounded. What a ruthless individual. He managed to listen silently for 2 hours? Let the past remain in the past. One must adjust their mood and maintain a calm disposition. For life has many more challenges in store for us. Buffed, host, please be cautious with your words. I fear he might strike you. Your talent for consolation remains exceptional. The audience collectively broke into a cold sweat. At that moment, the scarred man sighed. Life is exceedingly difficult. How about lending us some money? Upon utterance of this statement, the live stream erupted. What did I say? These individuals seem anything but virtuous. If robbery is in the cards, then why the pretense? Asking for a loan. Enough talk. Call the police immediately. What was inevitable had finally arrived. Yet Zhang Yang remained relatively composed. I'm sorry, but I'm not inclined to lend. What if I insist? The scarred man retrieved a fruit knife from his pocket. Immediately, the man with the beard in the back seat produced his tools of the trade. Why not lend me some? He sneered. I absolutely loathe handsome and wealthy men. Will you lend or not? Faced with the threats of the three, Zhang Yang sighed deeply and replied, let us speak civilly. In truth, my fate is no different from yours. What fate? They questioned. That night, I drove until 11. When I returned home, utterly exhausted, and opened the door, I heard the most unwelcome sound of my life. What sound? Your wife is with another man? The scar-faced man inquired. She told me to get lost. Zhang Yang exclaimed, his frustration bubbling over. After a long day of work, instead of comforting me, she tells me to leave. What does that even mean? Is it because I don't earn enough? But you earn quite a bit too, the bearded man interjected. Indeed, that was my thought as well. Just as I was about to explode with anger, I heard a man's voice from the bedroom saying, I am not leaving. At that moment, I felt a wave of relief. She wasn't scolding me. I had misunderstood her. The scar-faced man nodded. That's true. A misunderstanding nearly occurred. But who was that man? Why was he in your bedroom at night? Your wife must be cheating. The burly man pressed. Zhang Yang replied, listen, I didn't quite grasp what was happening at first. Then it hit me. Why was there another man in my house? Had my wife betrayed me? But I quickly reconsidered. My wife knows I get home around that time. So how could she be unfaithful then? And considering her words to me, the truth could only be one. Did a thief break in? Yes, that's exactly what I thought. So my first instinct was to rush in and save my wife. But just as I was about to dash inside, my wife uttered something that left me utterly stunned. The bearded man swallowed hard. What did she say? She said, hurry up and get in here. The scar-faced man exclaimed in excitement. Your wife is definitely cheating. Why didn't you storm in to confront him? Zhang Yang shook his head. I was thinking, where are they going? I need to gather evidence before charging in, right? Where else could they go? Are you foolish? A woman and a man, what do you think? Zhang Yang replied, I wasn't thinking too deeply then. I wanted to be absolutely certain before I acted. But in the end, I did wait for the right moment. All due to a single phrase. What phrase? They insisted. I arrived. Zhang Yang exclaimed as he pressed the gas pedal, and the car surged towards the nearest police station. With a sharp turn, the three were tossed to the right side of the vehicle, and before they could comprehend the situation, Zhang Yang was already out of the car. Hearing the commotion, two police officers rushed over, racing to the police station. What were you thinking? Zhang Yang explained. There are 3 strong men in my car, armed with knives, asking me for money. You'd better ask them what they intended. Upon hearing this, the officers immediately drew their weapons and surrounded the trio. Drop the knives. Raise your hands. As the 3 were apprehended, the chat room erupted with excitement. Wait, wasn't he the host just narrating their story? When did he drive to the police station? I have no idea. I was so engrossed in the story, I didn't notice. I noticed. The host must have driven with sheer determination, in the face of adversity. A tale unfolds as I drove the vehicle to the police station, a feat only I could accomplish. Like the audience, the 3 individuals were equally bewildered. The scar-faced man, with a look of confusion, asked, have you been driving this entire time? Indeed. How else could I have delivered you to the precinct? I presumed you had parked the car. The scarred man ground his teeth in frustration, blaming Zhang Yang's story for diverting his attention. Just as the 3 were about to be taken away, the scar-faced man interjected, wait, I have one more question. What did she ultimately say? The words themselves had become trivial. What truly mattered was that I suddenly recalled I have no wife. I had mistakenly entered the wrong door. The audience erupted in laughter. You are remarkable. My back is aching from your antics, exclaimed one. Impressive. Your unlocking skills are astonishing. Who has to say whose door wouldn't open with a mere touch? Mistaken entries are commonplace. Another remarked, I find this story increasingly believable, so, what did that woman truly say? Come over tonight and knock on my door, came the playful call from the audience, each member nearly in stitches from laughter. While the 3 robbers fumed, their faces reddening with indignation. You're playing me for a fool. No, you are deceiving me. We spoke the truth. I shall grant you one final chance. What did the woman say? Zhang Yang chose silence, recognizing that such curiosity must haunt them for the rest of their days. 20 minutes later, having completed the report, Zhang Yang returned to his vehicle. Though the ordeal had been harrowing, yet ultimately safe, it served as a stark reminder that among countless passengers, one never knows who might board next, perhaps a criminal. Oh, system, when next I draw a profession, grant me a psychologist with insight into the human heart. With thoughts collected, Zhang Yang resumed his duties and clicked to accept a new ride request. Ding! A real-time order appeared. Pickup location, Jinghe Road Police Station. Drop-off location, University Town. With a click, the front passenger door swung open, revealing a young woman whose demeanor suggested she was not in the best of spirits. Is the last 4 digits 5,456? I inquired. The young lady nodded silently, her fair cheeks still bearing traces of tears. What is troubling her? She appears to have recently wept. Could she have been bullied? She seems rather sweet. Such girls often attract unwanted attention due to their charm. I have a deep disdain for bullies. If that is the case, I would gladly confront those vile creatures on her behalf. It was evident that the audience was concerned for the young woman's well-being. However, probing into her reasons for visiting the police station would be discourteous, and Zhang Yang was not naive. What brings you to the precinct? The girl sniffled. I am here to file a report. My wallet was stolen during lunch, and it contained 2 photographs of my mother from her lifetime. Oh, you were pickpocketed. Alas, losing photographs of one's mother is certainly heartbreaking. Those despicable thieves, it's unlikely the photos will be recovered, as they typically discard the remnants of their crimes in the trash. How does the person upstairs understand so well? Are they someone with experience? Zhang Yang consoled. Don't be too hard on yourself. It won't help. Just leave it to the police. Thank you. You're a good person, the girl replied. Her spirits not particularly high, so Zhang Yang chose not to say more. At that moment, a notification from the system appeared. Congratulations. You have accumulated 100,000 reputation points and earned a lottery opportunity. Excitement surged within Zhang Yang. A lottery. With a thought. The system automatically deducted 100,000 reputation points. Congratulations. You have received a divine entry card. Congratulations. You have received a physical ability card, enhancing agility by 3. As he beheld the rewards, a jolt of energy seemed to course through Zhang Yang, successfully augmenting his agility. Onto the profession card now. Oh system. Please don't make me a singer. That's the last thing I want. Randomly generating profession. Profession. 3 hands. Divine entry. What? 3 hands. This is unusual. Zhang Yang exclaimed, taken aback. This isn't supposed to be how it works. Shouldn't I have gotten a singer instead? Although he was dismayed that he and received the singer profession, he was even more baffled by the notion of 3 hands. Was this a profession or a criminal activity? The system was truly perplexing. Despite his reluctance, the system insisted, and in an instant, Zhang Yang felt a flash before him, as if a door to an unknown world had swung open. In another flash, this world became an intrinsic part of him, specifically, the world of pickpockets. The next moment, Zhang Yang was astounded. This divine 3 hands ability surpassed his expectations, akin to genuinely possessing a 3rd hand. For instance, if someone walked by, he could, if he desired, deftly relieve them of their trousers without a trace. What a skill. Truly delightful. 15 minutes later, at the eastern gate of Zhongxiu Garden in the university town. Thank you. The girl said as she exited the vehicle. Wait a moment. Where did you lose your wallet? Can you describe it? Zhang Yang inquired. There's a small snack street over there. I lost it there. The girl pointed north, her voice soft. Got it. Zhang Yang drove northward. Is the streamer really going to rummage through trash cans? What a good person. Dig well, and you might just move the heavens and make the girl kneel in gratitude. A man brave enough to drink Beijing's mung bean juice won't flinch at rummaging through trash cans. Go for it, streamer. Need any assistance? If so, just pretend I didn't say anything. The audience erupted in a flurry of comments, all assuming Zhang Yang was about to search through trash cans. The snack street, a thoroughfare comprised of countless food stalls, was known for its affordability, speed, and deliciousness, making it a favored haunt for students. Consequently, it was bustling with activity. The larger the crowd, the easier it became for pickpockets to operate amidst the throngs. I'm hungry. I'll find something to eat, Zhang Yang declared, parking his car and heading directly into the snack street. Although it was past mealtime and the crowd had thinned somewhat, small groups still wandered about. In fact, this was more advantageous for him, as their attention was more easily diverted by friends. As Zhang Yang strolled along, his gaze settled upon a young man clad in a white t-shirt who had just passed by a group of girls. One of the girls, having been brushed against, discovered her phone had been stealthily taken. Ah, what a fortuitous turn of events. Zhang Yang promptly followed in pursuit. Upon exiting the snack street, he matched the pace of the young man. The latter approached the roadside, where a buzz-cut youth on a motorcycle awaited him. Let us go. The young man in white gestured, but just as he was about to mount the bike, he reached into his pocket only to find it empty. What? Where's my phone? At that moment, Zhang Yang approached. Young man, is this your phone? The audience was momentarily taken aback. Wait, when did the host find a phone? I didn't notice, he just kept walking. Upon seeing the device, the young man realized it was indeed his own. It's mine. Thank you. He tucked it into his pocket. Zhang Yang then produced another phone. Is this one yours as well? The young man recognized it as the very phone he had just stolen and nodded vigorously. Yes, this belongs to my girlfriend. I must have dropped it while rushing. Thank you. You haven't lost your phone, Zhang Yang interjected. Lost? Then where did you find it? I retrieved it from your pocket. I merely wanted to verify if it was yours. As he spoke, Zhang Yang revealed yet another phone, the one the young man had just returned to his pocket. The audience was in a state of disbelief. What just happened? How did that phone reappear? Is this some sort of magic? Can the host perform tricks? If I'm not mistaken, this is a sleight of hand, meaning the host lifted it. Goodness, the host is becoming increasingly skillful. Life is getting more intriguing. Not only was the audience astonished, but the young man in white and the buzzcut youth were equally flabbergasted. After years in the art of thievery, they had never witnessed such skill. This was akin to a masterclass. How on earth did you do that? The buzzcut youth inquired respectfully, recognizing the caliber of the technique. Zhang Yang approached him, feigning a casual gesture with his left hand. Your phone is about to die. What? The buzzcut youth exclaimed, realizing his phone had somehow made its way into Zhang Yang's right hand. How did you do that? This is unbelievable. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. Would you like to learn? I can teach you, with a guarantee of success, or your money back for travel expenses. How much does it cost? The crash course is $888. Group registrations enjoy substantial discounts. And if we have 10 participants, we can commence immediately. Curious, the young man in white pressed. What is the group discount? For 10 people, it's $3,999, but this offer is only valid today as I have other classes to teach elsewhere. This is the last one I'm accepting. I'm signing up. So am I. Chapter 72, the one-on-one masterclass is now in session. With skill in hand and responsibility on shoulder, as a new-age master pickpocket, it is imperative to impart knowledge to these budding talents. Observing the eager young man in white, Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Were it not for your evident talent, I would truly be reluctant to conduct this class. You are merely in need of a master's guidance. The young man in white beamed at this praise. If only he possessed half of Zhang Yang's skills, he would surely excel as a thief in this region. And what about me, senior? Inquired the buzzcut youth beside him eagerly. Steal from me now. Absolutely. Upon realizing that a live demonstration was underway, the buzzcut youth wasted no time and approached Zhang Yang, attempting to pilfer his belongings. However, he ended up with nothing. Instead, he found his trousers slipping down. Damn it, he exclaimed, hastily pulling them back up. Senior, your skills are astonishing. You even managed to take my belt without me noticing. What is this? Were it not for the filth, I could have stealthily removed your undergarments as well, Zhang Yang replied, returning the belt. You possess considerable talent. However, your movements are too rigid. Allow me to offer you some guidance, and you will soon experience a significant improvement. At this moment, the live broadcast room erupted with excitement. Oh my goodness, it's the ancestral master. Live teaching. Host, you are becoming increasingly impressive. Incredible, unlocking doors, stealing phones, removing belts, such skill. Ha ha ha, let's keep watching. This is truly captivating. Our host is playing a grand game here. At that moment, the buzzcut youth was filled with exhilaration, his blood seemingly boiling. It is said that one loves their profession, and he too yearned for improvement, but lacked a mentor's direction. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. No wonder the fortune teller claimed I would encounter a benefactor this year. This is it. I seek a master's instruction. I am ready to pay now. The buzzcut youth could hardly contain his eagerness. However, Zhang Yang promptly declined, stating, I have mentioned that if you gather a group, I can offer one-on-one guidance today. Otherwise, you will have to wait. Senior, I will call others immediately. I just counted, and there are about 13. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement. That sounds promising. By the way, where shall we learn? Wait a moment, I will make a phone call, Zhang Yang stated, dialing Zhou Xiaoxiao. Hello. I have just gathered a group of students in the university town. Their foundation is quite solid, but they lack one-on-one guidance. Is there an appropriate classroom nearby? We need to teach today. It's quite urgent. Oh, all right. I'll prepare immediately. After hanging up, a bewildered Zhou Xiaoxiao promptly opened Zhang Yang's live stream. Little did she know, she was about to discover something remarkable. 3 minutes later, Zhang Yang received a message from Zhou Xiaoxiao. The venue is secured at the Wind and Thunder Street dance training. I know that place. It's just ahead. But it seems to be closed, the young man in white remarked. If they don't open up, how can we teach? Time is of the essence. Let us proceed swiftly, Zhang Yang urged, mindful of the ongoing live stream. Yes, due to their proximity, the three of them made their way together. Senior, the door is locked, the buzzcut youth reported as he approached to investigate. Let me show you my lock-picking skill. Which door is locked? Except for the door to the heart, there is no door I cannot open. The buzzcut youth was astonished. Senior, you can do this too? Zhang Yang spoke with an air of calmness, stating, let me tell you, navigating the world relies on 3 essential elements. The white-clad youth interjected eagerly, I know, betrayal. Seducing the elder sister, selling out brothers? Zhang Yang shot him a glare. No, it's skill, skill, and once more skill. The 3 entered the spacious and tidy room. Adorned with a large mirror on the wall, evidently ideal for instruction. They then settled into a state of anticipation. Before long, the sound of a motorcycle echoed outside, followed by the hurried entrance of a blonde-haired man and a tattooed woman. "What is going on, Brother Tongue?" the blonde inquired, turning to the white-clad youth. When the latter had sent a message, he hadn't mentioned encountering a senior to form a study group. Instead, he urged them to come quickly for an urgent discussion. This was the fastest way to gather them all. With a slight smile, the white-clad youth remarked, "Today, I will show you what a true master is." "A master?" The blonde paused, casting a puzzled glance at the unfamiliar Zhang Yang. "Is it really him?" The white-clad youth continued, "You might not believe it, but he could snatch your undergarments without you noticing. The purpose of gathering you here is to have the senior provide us with one-on-one guidance. The group registration comes with considerable discounts. It's a rare opportunity." The blonde chuckled. "No way. Are you serious? Or is this some rookie prank?" Sensing his skepticism, the white-clad youth respectfully turned to Zhang Yang. "Senior, would you mind showcasing your skills?" It was clear that to captivate their attention, one needed to rely on true ability. "Of course, just tell me what you wish to take from him," Zhang Yang replied, casting a piercing gaze at the blonde. Before the white-clad youth could speak, the blonde interjected, "Didn't you say you could steal anything? How about my girlfriend's lingerie? Steal one and let me see." Zhang Yang turned his attention to the tattooed woman, who appeared to be in her 20s, standing at 165 meters tall, dressed in a white t-shirt and ripped pants, possessing a decent figure and looks, albeit with a somewhat dubious demeanor. "Watch closely." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yang approached the tattooed woman. She stood frozen, mesmerized by the approach of such a handsome man. The two brushed past each other with barely a pause. In the next moment, as Zhang Yang stood empty-handed, the blonde burst into laughter. "Is that it? A master, huh?" Just when the white-clad youth thought they had failed the challenge, Zhang Yang remarked, "She is not wearing any lingerie. What do you want me to steal?" "What?" The blonde's laughter abruptly ceased. "You're not wearing any?" The tattooed woman nodded. "It's too hot for that. Why would I wear something like that? It's stifling." At this, Zhang Yang opened his left hand, revealing a silicone piece. "No lingerie? Would this suffice?" Everyone turned to look, and the tattooed woman exclaimed, snatching the silicone piece and turning away. The blonde was left dumbfounded, kneeling in astonishment. "Master, you are truly incredible. Please take me as your disciple." Zhang Yang slightly raised his head, adopting a sage-like demeanor. "Rise, I do not take disciples. However, fate has brought us together today, and I can provide you with one-on-one guidance. The results will be equally transformative." "That's fantastic. Thank you, Master." The blonde was exhilarated, primarily due to Zhang Yang's impressive display. With the addition of the yellow-haired individual, there was no need to present each person individually. As soon as one arrived, the yellow-haired one would boast for a while, and soon enough, a dozen individuals were gathered. "Elder, everyone is here, a total of 13. Observing these young individuals poised to indulge in the royal bounty, Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Since we are all assembled, let us commence our one-on-one master rapid training session." Simultaneously, the ever-prepared Zhou Xiaoxiao swiftly seized the walkie-talkie. "Attention everyone. Protect Zhang Yang. Move out." Chapter 73. Handcuffs suit you better. Guarding our ancestor police. "Don't move." A thunderous shout sent tremors through the hearts of the group. The yellow-haired one bellowed, "Let our ancestor go first." Zhang Yang responded with equal fervor, "Don't worry about me. You all escape first." There was but a single exit. Where to flee? Dozens of police had already laid out an intricate net. Clink. As the handcuffs clicked into place, no one was spared. All 14 were stuffed into the police vehicle. As Zhang Yang was taken away, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted once more. "This is truly a predicament. One might say, handcuffs suit you better. Haha. The host is bound to make headlines again tonight. What will these little followers think when they realize they've been betrayed? The host should tread carefully from now on." Not only Zhang Yang's stream, but others also erupted at this moment. Shi Yaran, an all-professional superstar player, first profession, chef, current ranking, 56. As a culinary contestant, he was accustomed to a variety of exquisite dishes, yet he never anticipated that he would be overshadowed by Zhang Yang's horrendously foul Beijing soybean juice at lunch, leading a wave of fans to flee in disgust, and they had yet to return. This cast a shadow over his entire afternoon. While he was still sulking, the comments in his live stream suddenly stirred. "Big news, contestant Zhang Yang has been arrested, pictures and evidence included. This is a real scandal, broadcasting crimes. There will be consequences." Sure, Yaren felt a flicker of joy. Is it true? Could it be that the soybean juice failed quality inspection at noon? That would be quite the scandal. The gloom of the afternoon vanished in an instant, and a smile returned to his face. Do you see? Culinary arts are not about shortcuts. They embody an attitude, a responsibility. Engaging in obscure and foul practices ultimately harms both oneself and others. This time, it truly backfired. As soon as he finished speaking, the comments once again shifted. Host, your words are truly commendable. Perhaps refrain from speaking next time. It's not like he was actually arrested. Your excitement is premature. Assisting the police in apprehending a group of pickpockets is quite the achievement. Sure, Yaren was taken aback, his emotions plummeting like a roller coaster. He had just reached the pinnacle of elation, only to come crashing down, splat. On the way back, Zhang Yang was treated uniformly. Handcuffed in the vehicle, beside him sat the yellow-haired individual and a crew-cut man. In the passenger seat was Zhou Xiaoxiao. The yellow-haired one rattled the handcuffs. Beautiful officer. What is the meaning of this? What crime have we committed? Are you truly unaware of your transgressions? We have been watching you for several days, replied Zhou Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao realized that their cover had been blown, putting their master in jeopardy. Such a grave sin. No, I must protect our master, he thought. Since you have been observing us for several days, you must know that he is not one of us. Please release him. Huang Mao glanced at Zhang Yang. His eyes filled with remorse. Zhou Xiaoxiao retorted, how can you simply say to release him? We will investigate whether he is truly affiliated with you. At that moment, the crew-cut man chimed in. Officer, I swear he is not one of us. I have stated that we will investigate. The police will not wrong an innocent person, nor will we let a villain escape. Several police cars returned triumphantly, shaking the precinct to its core. It is often a challenge to apprehend these pickpockets. Yet now a whole nest had been captured. What a remarkable achievement. As Huang Mao and his companions were taken away for interrogation, only Zhang Yang remained. My apologies for the trouble. I will unlock these for you, Zhou Xiaoxiao said, hurriedly searching for the handcuff key. Do I still need you to unlock them? Zhang Yang replied as he freed himself. No need to look for it. Here you go. Just as Zhang Yang extended the handcuffs towards her, Zhou Xiaoxiao jumped back in surprise. What's wrong? You startled me. You startled me first, Zhou Xiaoxiao retorted. I was merely handing you the handcuffs. Is it necessary to react so dramatically? Do you have such a timid disposition? Is it about the handcuffs? Zhou Xiaoxiao continued. I watched your live stream, and I must say, I had no idea you possessed such skills. I am beginning to question what you were up to before. During the last registration, you all thoroughly investigated me. As for myself, I have diverse interests. Once I become fascinated by something, I strive to excel in it. You certainly have many interests. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. As they conversed, Deputy Director Li Yunjing entered the room. Ah, Comrade Zhang Yang, you have truly achieved great merit this time. What merit? Fighting crime is everyone's responsibility, Zhang Yang smiled, providing the standard response. Oh, is there an unofficial one? Zhang Yang inquired. Will the rewards be calculated per person? Ha ha, you rascal. Li Yunjing laughed heartily. Rest assured, it will be duly noted. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yang emerged from the precinct, holding 4 certificates and 4 monetary rewards. Among them, the highest reward of 5,000 was for aiding the elder sister in recovering her stolen funds, while the others were each 1,000, totaling 8,000. By the way, during your interrogation, could you inquire if anyone at the snack street stole a pink wallet? It contains 2 photographs that are quite significant to a girl who reported it at the Zhenghe Road police station. Please assist in investigating this. Upon hearing this, the audience buzzed with excitement. This tactic is sure to win the girl's heart. If I were her, I would immediately pledge my devotion to the streamer. I mistakenly thought you were going to make a sacrifice right here. The 13 pickpockets remarked, you can flirt with girls, but why must we be sacrificed? Thus I say, do not steal from beautiful women. Who knows, a big brother might do something for the sake of flirting. Are you implying that I deserve to be stolen from simply because I am unattractive? At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded and said, rest assured, I will handle this matter. Once the task was completed, Zhang Yang felt elated. Previously, he dreaded visiting the police station, but now he couldn't wait to go every day, as he was consistently earning money. At 11 o'clock at night, after a long day, Zhang Yang continued driving on the road. Although each passenger only yielded a modest profit, the experience was delightful. Finally, the last order appeared, signaling the end of his shift. As the new order popped up, Zhang Yang's heart raced. Pickup location, North Gate of Xinhe Garden, Drop-off location, 18, Huangquan Road, West Suburb. Upon seeing the order details, the audience erupted in excitement. Oh no, this order shouldn't be accepted. Going to Huangquan Road at this hour, especially number 18? Wouldn't that truly be the last ride? That name is ominous. Perhaps the host should reconsider. It seems too inauspicious. It's just a place name. We have one called Gaochao Village here. You may not believe it, but our village is named Zhua. Chapter 74. Sneaking into the woods late at night, a profitable venture. In truth, Zhang Yang was not overly concerned about place names. They were merely identifiers, much like the comments mentioned. There's even a place called Yaoming Ditch. Furthermore, Huangquan Road was over 30 kilometers away, representing a substantial fare. Let us go. Zhang Yang headed straight for the north gate of Zinni Garden. Upon arrival, a series of clicking heels approached. Zhang Yang turned to see a slender woman in a red dress striding towards him, her entire outfit, including her high heels, a vivid red. Why is she dressed in all red at this hour? It's a bit unsettling, isn't it? Isn't it quite nice? It's festive and wards off evil. She might be a bride. Newlywed brides in our area wear red for a month after their wedding. The audience began to speculate. At that moment, the woman opened the car door. Rather than getting in immediately, she glanced down at Zhang Yang. Quite handsome, aren't you, young master? Zhang Yang smiled slightly. If I weren't handsome, would I still be driving? Perhaps, but considering it was nighttime, I wouldn't dare sit with someone too ugly or too creepy. Upon hearing this, the comments flooded in. I feel offended. I feel the same way, but not too much. Is being unattractive truly a fault? I'm actually quite gentle. Humph, in my days in Luochasi City, I was the most dashing. Doesn't the lady know? Many psychopathic killers are rather handsome. I love what you said, lady. Zhang Yang, puzzled, inquired, why wouldn't you dare to ride? As a woman, what if they develop ill intentions midway? Wouldn't a handsome driver also harbor such thoughts? The woman replied, perhaps, but doesn't a handsome appearance lessen the pain? Absolutely. No objections there. My excitement surged as I eagerly anticipated my stroll tomorrow, hoping to alleviate the beauty's suffering. How did I come to feel so seasoned? Surely, this was not my first encounter. Is that permissible? Zhang Yang exclaimed, astonished. What about your last 4 digits? Is it 1469? Indeed. Let us drive, she replied. The car headed westward. Given the considerable distance, their conversation meandered aimlessly. May I inquire if you recently wed? You are adorned in red. The woman chuckled. What an amusing thought. I am merely 25 and in no rush to marry. I simply have an affinity for the color red. Does it not look lovely? As they traversed for nearly half an hour, the vibrant cityscape of Dongjiang faded into the background. Suddenly, the woman spoke. Handsome, could we pause at the grove ahead? Why? Zhang Yang queried, perplexed. The journey was proceeding smoothly, and a detour to the grove seemed unnecessary, especially since they would need to return to rest afterward. Stop when I say so. I wish to explore the grove. Do you not feel the same? She said, crossing her legs and squeezing tightly. What does this woman mean? Is she attracted to me simply because of my looks? Modern women are so bold. I too wish to explore the grove. Beware of wandering into groves with strangers. It can be perilous. I once experienced such a situation and woke up with a sore back. There's someone in our neighborhood who ventured into a grove with a stranger and awoke the next day feeling utterly drained. The audience grew increasingly animated. Zhang Yang felt a jolt within. The notion of exploring the grove was clear. It implied a clandestine rendezvous. Yet, a profound question lingered in his mind. Why had she suddenly proposed such an idea? Was it merely his striking appearance that stirred her restless heart? Or was there some ulterior motive at play, perhaps an accomplice lying in wait to ambush him? In an instant, Zhang Yang contemplated numerous possibilities. Shall we venture into the next grove? He inquired. Smart move, shifting locations to avoid any deceit, the audience remarked. Indeed, experienced broadcaster, had it been me, I would have pressed the accelerator and driven straight into the grove. The woman hesitated momentarily. Very well. She then began fiddling with her phone. Is she signaling someone? Zhang Yang wondered, casting a glance at her device, though he could discern nothing from the side. They soon arrived at the next grove. Zhang Yang activated the hazard lights and parked by the roadside. Hurry, while no one is around. The woman eagerly exited the vehicle. Wait for me, Zhang Yang called, moving to the rear of the car to retrieve a baseball bat from the trunk. What are you doing? She gasped, stepping back. I fear there might be wolves in the grove. Wolves here? Unlikely, she replied. One can never be too certain. Let's proceed. They entered the grove. The faint glow of their phones resembling fireflies insufficient to dispel the encompassing darkness, yet illuminating their shadows on the ground. As they ventured deeper, the audience held their breath in anxious anticipation. Why do I feel so uneasy? I, too, share your sentiments. This woman does not appear to be a virtuous character. The host must not truly venture down a perilous path. Among these competitors, she is my favorite. Host, you seem unfit. Perhaps I should take the lead. At that moment, in the midst of everyone's growing anxiety, the woman abruptly halted. This will suffice. Turn around. Do I really have to turn again? Zhang Yang hesitated momentarily, yet complied. Just then, an inconspicuous beam of light emerged from behind him. Zhang Yang narrowed his gaze. Someone was present. In an instant, he raised his baseball bat in a defensive stance. As the woman crouched, she suddenly caught sight of Zhang Yang's shadow cast upon the ground. The hefty bat raised above him, sending her into a panic. Please, do not harm me. I merely wish to relieve myself. The sound echoed as Zhang Yang stepped back. I never intended to harm you. I noticed someone over there and felt a bit anxious. Wait, you ventured into the thicket just to relieve yourself? Indeed. Then why not simply say you needed to go? Why mention the thicket? I feared you would not permit me. The last time I requested to use the restroom in a rideshare, the driver refused to stop and merely tossed me a bottle. Not only did I end up making a mess, but I had to compensate the driver 300 yuan. Hence, I thought mentioning the thicket might prompt you to halt. The audience chuckled at the vivid imagery. Honestly, you complicate a simple matter of relieving oneself. Surprisingly, your reasoning is quite astute. I must admit, I am curious why you feel the urge to relieve yourself every time you enter a rideshare. The spectators exhaled in relief. At this moment, the woman inquired, Brother, do you have any tissue? What now? Your sudden fright caused me to spill some on my hands. Zhang Yang could only laugh in disbelief. You might as well have used a bottle in the car. That would have saved me 300 yuan, she replied. The audience erupted in laughter. It seems the host has gained 500. Lady, you have profited immensely. Fortunate you chose the thicket. What had the audience worried to death at first? Now nearly has them in stitches. The woman wiped her hands and scratched her behind. There are too many mosquitoes. They are tormenting me. Let us depart. Wait, what are you planning? What else? I need to relieve myself, too. As Zhang Yang relieved himself, he squinted toward the thicket's end, where a faint glow suggested the presence of another. Brother, are you attempting to outsmart me? Are you finished? Shall we continue into the thicket? Zhang Yang replied. The woman shuddered. Having relieved herself, should they venture back into the thicket, it would no longer be merely water. Nevertheless, the young master was dashing. Her discomfort was halved. She gazed at Zhang Yang. Brother, as long as you do not harm me, I am amenable to anything, but you must hold this. With that, she produced an item from her small handbag, a box of contraceptives. My goodness, I suspected this woman was up to no good. She came prepared. Alas, she has indeed brought a box. When the host awakens in the thicket tomorrow, he will surely be left empty. Upon hearing empty, I imagined he had been devoured by hyenas. The audience was astounded. Zhang Yang was equally taken aback. Should he decline, it might cause her distress. Yet, accepting it seemed a daunting task. You might as well tuck it away for now. We can discuss it when the time comes. Let us go. In the end, Zhang Yang refrained from taking it. Oh. The two ventured deeper into the woods, one following the other. After traversing nearly 100 meters, the woman softly inquired, Brother, let us not go any further. I think this spot is fine. For what purpose? Zhang Yang asked. Aren't you the one interested in exploring the thicket? Why ask me what for? As she spoke, she produced a small box. Zhang Yang stifled a laugh, replying, You're overthinking it. I noticed a glimmer ahead and was merely curious. Is that all? Then what were you saying about exploring the thicket? Isn't this precisely what you meant? Zhang Yang wore a mischievous grin, engaging in playful banter, as courtesy dictates. Why didn't you say so earlier? I nearly died of embarrassment. The woman hastily stowed the box away. Keep your voice down. We mustn't alert anyone. The woman quickly covered her mouth, her expression turning tense. Brother, are there truly people around? Perhaps we shouldn't investigate. It's rather frightening. What is there to fear? I'm here with you. A warmth enveloped her heart, a surge of security. In my prime, I was the fastest man in high school, completing the 100 meters in 11 seconds. Zhang Yang proclaimed with pride. The woman blushed and chuckled. You wouldn't be so swift if you were holding me. Why would I need to carry you? I can dart away and draw them off easily. Hey, the woman rolled her eyes. Ha ha ha, host. Are you sure you can draw them off? Or will you just run away? Let us hope it's not some ghostly fire. I think we ought to steer clear of that. It's quite unnerving. It's possible that others are merely exploring the thicket as well. The audience was wide-eyed, a mix of fear and curiosity. After advancing another 50 meters, they encountered a small earthen mound from which the light emanated. Cautiously, they ascended the overgrown slope, revealing an open area dotted with gravestones of various sizes. It was a graveyard. The woman's heart sank, and she instinctively grasped Zhang Yang's arm. "What are you doing? Why are you gripping my waist?" Zhang Yang winced in pain. "I'm scared." "Quiet," Zhang Yang whispered urgently. The graveyard was expansive, but the illumination came from a new grave about 10 meters away, where a pole stood with a bright incandescent bulb hanging from it. Two figures were digging beneath the light. "What the heck? Grave robbing?" "It seems to be a new grave. The soil is fresh. And there are even floral wreaths nearby. Damn it, these heartless scoundrels. Host, hurry and call the police." "Have they gone mad? Digging up graves? What could possibly be of value within? Don't they fear retribution? It may not solely be for wealth. It could also be for a ghost marriage. Given that there's a doll nearby, likely indicating the deceased was a girl." The audience erupted in fervent discussion. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was seething with anger. The act of disturbing a grave was a profound insult to the deceased, akin to rubbing salt into a wound. "Do you know the 3 taboos regarding the living?" he queried. The woman nodded. "Do not offend the ugly, do not disturb the impoverished, and do not harm the incapable." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhang Yang said, his expression darkening. "Remember this. Disturbing graves disrupts the peace of the dead and shatters the livelihoods of the living." A woman dug a hole directly into the ground, wishing she could burrow inside. "What should we do now?" "Call the police and show them what we're made of," Zhang Yang said as he sent a message with his location to Zhou Xiaoxiao. The woman beside him expressed her concern. "Perhaps we should refrain from showing our strength for now, especially since there are 2 of them and 2 of us. Don't you dare underestimate me. Rest assured, we shall outsmart them. Your box can come in handy now. Take it out," Zhang Yang instructed. The woman gasped. "What do you mean, brother? You want to use me to outsmart them? What are you thinking? Just hand it over, and you shall see soon enough." Zhang Yang reached out expectantly, and the woman reluctantly complied. "Why would a woman carry such a thing without reason?" Zhang Yang inquired in a hushed tone. "I don't carry it every day. Today, the community distributed family planning items, and I grabbed a box. Who would have known it would come in handy? I thought you were a heartbreaker." As he spoke, Zhang Yang tore open one package and stuffed a phone inside. The woman looked bewildered. "What are you doing? Is there a wire?" "Wire? No." She shook her head. "Is this a knitted dress? How about contributing a little?" "Fighting crime is everyone's responsibility," Zhang Yang remarked. Suddenly, the woman recalled a loose thread at the hem of her skirt. "Fine, let me see," she said, locating the loose thread and pulling it. The delicate red thread unraveled longer and longer, while her skirt became increasingly shorter. "Is this long enough?" "Too short. Let me handle it," Zhang Yang said, pulling at it with vigor. It was like shearing sheep. He couldn't stop until the woman covered her hands over her body. "What are you doing? If you pull any more, I'll be left bare." Coughing slightly, Zhang Yang finally broke the thread and tied one end to the balloon. "Now call me. The number is 189, he instructed, switching the phone to silent mode. The woman, puzzled, asked, "What are you planning?" "Don't hang up." After establishing the call, Zhang Yang turned the speaker volume to the maximum. Then, using his arm as a fishing rod, he cast the phone, which landed perfectly on an old grave beside the new one, right in the pit where offerings were burned, falling into a pile of ash. Truly a master angler. That technique is impressive. What is the streamer doing? Is he recording their criminal audio? It doesn't seem like it. Wouldn't it be better to shoot a video directly? Just as everyone was left in confusion, Zhang Yang reeled the string back. The 2 grave robbers were still diligently digging, completely unaware. "Haha, the show is about to begin." Zhang Yang took the woman's phone, then whispered loudly, "What are the new neighbors doing at this late hour? Digging incessantly. Can't they let us sleep?" Chapter 76, Ghost. Startled, unlocking new skills. The audience immediately felt the tension rise. "Haha, you sly one. Don't you know that scaring someone can be fatal? There are no ghosts in this world. It is merely the darkness in human hearts." The words should not be uttered in such a manner. Our village has indeed experienced hauntings. One night, the village accountant, after indulging in drink, returned home only to witness a ghostly figure darting out from his bedroom, vanishing into the alley in a swift manner. At that moment, the 2 individuals engaged in grave digging paused, one suddenly lifting his head. "Brother, did you hear something?" The other, drenched in sweat, halted. What? I thought I heard someone speaking. Speaking? What could they possibly be saying? It's just the two of us here, discussing ghostly matters? Let us continue digging. The stout man chuckled. Just as he grasped the shovel to resume his task, a deep, oppressive voice echoed once more. New friends, after digging for so long. Why not take a break? The little house is slowly being renovated. There's plenty of time now that we're all lying here. Who? The stout man's back chilled. Cold sweat breaking out. Brother, that was the voice. Could it be a ghost? New friends, little house, all lying here. The association with the grave beneath them made the stout man tremble uncontrollably. Who? Step forward. Cease this ghostly charade. I am not afraid. Brother. It seems the voice is emanating from there. The man pointed towards the adjacent grave. At this juncture, Zhang Yang continued to play tricks on the two. Oh, was it not the neighbor next door? Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yang rapped on his phone case. Who is it? Oh, it's his second mother. When she entered, didn't he notice who was next door? Digging all night without end. It's keeping me awake. After speaking, Zhang Yang handed the phone to a nearby woman. The woman immediately affected a high-pitched voice. Ahem, one stout man, and an even larger stout man. I just floated past them while they were digging. Oh, you've dug for so long. Come down and cool off. I'll go take a look. Upon hearing this exchange, the two were utterly terrified, as they were certain the voice originated from within the grave. Ah, a ghost. The stout man fainted from fright. Brother, wait for me. The even larger stout man also collapsed in fear. Uffed. Ha. Did he actually faint? Could he not? First, it's about looking for you, then inviting you down to cool off. You are too merciless. One might truly scare to death. The audience erupted in laughter. Zhang Yang swiftly descended the slope, binding the two with rope. Soon, 2 police cars whirred into the scene. With Zhou Xiaoxiao leading a team to the location, the grave diggers regained consciousness, only to find themselves surrounded by police. The stout man fainted again in terror. Are you human or ghost? He trembled, inquiring of the officer who had not fainted. We are from the municipal police department. Quickly, I am guilty. Take me away. There are ghosts, many ghosts. The stout man pleaded, crying out, desperate to escape the scene. What on earth happened? Why are you so frightened? Zhou Xiaoxiao turned to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled, succinctly recounting the events, of course. Only the part about pranking the two. After comprehending the situation, the stout man collected himself and cast a deeply resentful glance at Zhang Yang and the woman. You two could have dallied in the thicket. Why venture so deep? Even while we are digging a grave, you can see us. Take them away, Zhou Xiaoxiao commanded. And the two were escorted off. After they departed, Zhou Xiaoxiao cast a glance at the woman's exceedingly short skirt. All right, we shall take our leave now. You all carry on with your business, but do beware of the mosquitoes. A bite here and there will leave quite a mark, she jested. Laughter erupted among the audience. As they returned to the car, Zhang Yang noticed several sizable welts on his arm from mosquito bites. The woman fared even worse. Not only did her legs bear marks, but her rear was also afflicted, leaving her scratching incessantly throughout the journey. At 11:50 p.m., they arrived at number 18 Huangquan Road, a rather mundane street. Miss, we have reached your destination, Zhang Yang announced as he parked alongside the road. Given the number of welts on your arm, why not come in? I can apply some ointment, the woman suggested. No need for that. I'll simply wash it off with soapy water at home. Thank you, Zhang Yang replied, quickly accelerating away. It wasn't that he was unwilling to assist, but the adjacent shop was illuminated, displaying a sign for funeral wreaths and paper offerings. The eerie atmosphere unnerved him. At midnight, the production team released the comprehensive rankings for the contestants after 3 days. 1. Hua Xingyu, profession, singer, fans, 2278, earnings, 979. 2. Yi Shooting, profession, singer, fans, 1774, earnings, 873. 3. Tang Xiao, profession, singer, fans, 1693, earnings, 801.37. Zhang Yang, profession, ride-hailing driver, fans, 397, earnings, 603.100. Chao Xiang, profession, salesperson, fans, 11, earnings, 8. As the list emerged, fans immediately became active in the comment section. Farewell, Chao Xiang. May your journey be smooth. He was merely eliminated. Why the dramatics? I wonder what identity the substitute contestant will have. I've heard it could be a celebrity. Will the production team spring a surprise at the end and snatch away the grand prize? Hard to say, but this is a 6-month reality show, and each contestant requires substantial accumulation. If there is indeed a game-changing surprise, one must accept it. That one tea happened. I recall the last month does not feature eliminations, but rather direct competition. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang settled into the nearest hotel, glanced at the rankings, and then proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. However, tales of his exploits continued to circulate. Shocking, authentic Beijing doji reappears in Dongjiang City. Incredible, one individual outsmarts 3 robbers and casually strolls into the police station. Internet uproar. What? Thieves are hard to catch. Then let us round them all up together. Undercover master. Stunning. Venturing into the woods at midnight, 2 tomb raiders fainted on the spot. With this wave of news reports, Zhang Yang's reputation soared while he slept. At 5 a.m., as he slumbered, a voice resonated. Congratulations, host. You have accumulated 100,000 reputation points, granting you 1 chance to draw a lottery. Startled, Zhang Yang awoke. Did I just earn 100,000? I believe I only had 80,000 last night. He was elated. Then let us proceed with the draw. Let us see what this time brings forth. A thought is sent out, and the system automatically deducts 100,000 prestige points. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Profession Insight Card 1. Congratulations, host. You have received a Stamina card, granting a boost of 3. The enhancement of stamina is successful, and in an instant, a surge of vitality envelopes him. As for the Profession card, this time, I shall say nothing. System, do as you see fit. Let us see if you possess the discernment. Generating Profession randomly. Profession, Swana, Insight, Swana, the king of joy. As the saying goes, when the Swana sounds, treasures abound. It either leads one to the heavens or to the altar. This is splendid. I am now connected to music. How far can I be from becoming a singer? Zhang Yang rejoices. With the system's bestowal, all Swana techniques are unlocked in an instant, capable of reaching the heavens above and the underworld below. Huh, is this not getting better and better? Before signing off, I can serenade the audience. If they awaken, they can go to work. If not, they can hit the road. Just as he contemplates this, a commotion arises downstairs. Chapter 77. The Great Trouble on the Road. Do not overstep. Wasn't the car fine last night? How can it break down so suddenly? Should we call a taxi? Where can we find a taxi at this hour? Then what do you suggest? We cannot possibly walk. Can we? As the two argue, Zhang Yang descends from upstairs. Enough, enough, cease the noise. Are you not allowing anyone to sleep? My apologies, the man immediately responds. The woman beside him quickly adds her apologies. I am sorry, handsome, for disturbing you. Noticing their amiable demeanor, Zhang Yang offers. Are you two in need of a taxi? I am a rideshare driver. Where shall I take you? Really? Thank you so much. The woman is quite thrilled, as today marks her uncle's funeral. He had been so kind to her during her childhood, and she must see him off for the last time. We are headed to Ning Village in the northern suburbs. It should take about half an hour, right? No problem, my car is over there. Zhang Yang replies as he presses the unlock button. At this moment, the audience in the live stream is still sparse, but upon seeing Zhang Yang leave at 5 o'clock, they begin to shower him with likes. Emergency aid from the rivers and lakes. The host is truly a good person. I will take a nap and watch the live stream. It feels as if the host is lying in my embrace. The vehicle starts, and Zhang Yang curiously asks, what brings you to Ning Village so early? The woman, unable to conceal her sorrow, replies, my uncle's funeral is this morning. I am here to see him off on his final journey. The man offers a comforting gesture. My condolences, Zhang Yang responds. In truth, Zhang Yang believes that one should approach life like a bald-headed brother, treating life and death with indifference. If one is dissatisfied, one should take action. Do not dwell too heavily on thoughts. Honor your loved ones while they are alive and burn paper offerings after their passing, allowing them dignity in life and grace in death. Early in the morning, the roads are devoid of traffic and speed limits, allowing Zhang Yang to drive slightly faster. What would typically be a 40-minute journey is completed in less than 20. Upon arrival, the area surrounding the woman's uncle's home is filled with vehicles of relatives and friends, all clad in mourning attire, their expressions somber, ready to depart. Aunt, uncle, you have come. Grandfather is about to leave. A tearful young man approaches. The couple covers their faces, tears flowing freely, their sorrow palpable. Originally, the two individuals were to disembark, with Zhang Yang leading the way back. However, someone began to carry the floral wreaths onto the road. Hold on. Don't place them on the road just yet. Let the master pass first. A woman shouted. They've already been brought over. There's no need to move them. I just stepped out and need to use the restroom. It can wait a moment, Zhang Yang replied as he maneuvered his vehicle to the roadside. Thank you. The restroom is located at the southwest corner of the courtyard, the woman responded, nodding in acknowledgement, as Zhang Yang turned to enter the courtyard for his relief. A group emerged, carrying an enormous coffin. What a collision to encounter. Zhang Yang quickly sidestepped. This, however, startled the viewers in the live stream. May you prosper upon seeing the coffin. May all be well with you in heaven. Safe travels, old man. May there be no suffering in paradise. How do you know he died of illness? Perhaps he passed away of old age. If you say that, he might come to confront you tonight. Get lost. Don't frighten me. The coffin proceeded down the road. Everyone take your positions. As the master played the swana, the women clad in mourning attire began to wail. Indeed, the swana was impressive, though the master's skill left something to be desired. Nevertheless, it sufficed for a rural funeral. Zhang Yang cast a distant glance before retreating into the courtyard. 15 minutes later, a limping Zhang Yang emerged from the restroom, propping himself against the wall. Ouch. What's wrong, streamer? Is your foot numb? Ha. You squatted for so long. I thought you had fallen inside. 15 minutes, and you didn't change your position? Serves you right. The audience burst into laughter. After regaining his composure, Zhang Yang drove away. However, just after exiting the village and passing an intersection, he spotted a lengthy funeral procession halted before him, while directly opposite was an equally long wedding convoy. What on earth? A funeral meets a wedding? One is crying while the other is laughing. How do we resolve this? According to tradition, when encountering each other, the funeral takes precedence, and the wedding procession should yield. If they are traveling in the same direction, the funeral procession yields, as it moves more slowly, thus the wedding cars should give way. Streamer, go closer and see if the situation is at a standstill. The viewers quickly gathered around. Zhang Yang, perplexed, thought, this road isn't narrow. Couldn't both parties simply occupy their respective sides and pass through? With this question in mind, he approached the scene. Before he could draw closer, a cacophony erupted. Get lost. All of you move aside. You're bringing me bad luck. I'm getting married, and you're parading a dead man's coffin. Are you trying to disgust me? Damn it. Could you refrain from cursing? We don't wish for this either. Can we resolve this? The road is wide enough. Let us just keep to the right and pass, shall we? Shut up. If you keep talking back, I want to just curse you. I'll hit you. If you want to pass, you lot carrying that coffin better get it off the road and away from my wedding procession. Bad luck. How unreasonable can you be? We're carrying a coffin, and you expect us to walk through the rice fields? We want to budge. We want to move. The audience, upon hearing this, expressed their ire towards the groom's behavior. The new groom appears to be rather unreasonable, does he not? Is this path his family's? To insist that others step aside into the rice fields? Would it not be preferable for everyone to part ways amicably? This groom's narrow-mindedness is quite evident, and it foreshadows his inability to embrace greater aspirations. Such treatment is exceedingly unfair. It is often said that encountering a coffin symbolizes fortune and prosperity. Yet he chooses to perceive it as bad luck, unreasonably forcing others away. Such behavior will only exacerbate the situation. I propose we confront him. He must be taught a lesson. The audience shares this sentiment, as does Zhang Yang. In an effort to resolve the situation expeditiously, Zhang Yang decides to intervene as a bystander. Greetings, he begins, glancing at the well-dressed, somewhat handsome groom, and then at the funeral procession. I am merely a passing rideshare driver. I have gathered the general circumstances. While marriage is indeed significant, so too is a funeral, for life is fleeting. You might consider the coffin as ominous, yet there exists a saying, seeing a coffin leads to wealth and prosperity. Therefore, let us each move aside and pass swiftly. A harmonious resolution benefits us all, does it not? The groom glares at him. Who are you? Just a rideshare driver. What gives you the right to speak to me? Zhang Yang's temper flares momentarily. You are being unreasonable. Is it possible to be too young and yet act so foolishly? The groom retorts angrily, speak another word, and I shall make you regret it. Zhang Yang, his gaze intense, responds, very well, I shall remain silent. But let me make this clear. I can blow the horn if needed. The groom is taken aback. Blow? What do you mean? It dawns on him that this man is likely a celebratory figure. In this region, during weddings, it is customary for celebrants to arrive, set off firecrackers, and utter auspicious words to earn some money, typically ranging from 50 to 200, depending on the family's generosity. All right, let us hear your best anecdotes, and if I find them amusing, I shall reward you $10. The groom replies with a sense of pride, glancing back at his elegantly dressed bride in the car. In the BMW, the bride, holding a bouquet, is quite pleased with how her husband is handling the situation. After all the meticulous preparations for their wedding, including over 2 hours of makeup, encountering a funeral is indeed unfortunate. Nevertheless, her husband's firmness and the celebrant's presence offer a glimmer of hope to dispel the ill fortune. Xiaomei, did you see? One should seek a husband like this. Otherwise, one would be easily bullied, she remarks. The maid of honor in the passenger seat nods enthusiastically. Indeed, Lu Ge is formidable. You have chosen well. Zhang Yang then turns to approach the funeral procession. Though his mediation was unsuccessful, the onlookers appreciate his willingness to speak up. Thank you, young man. You should be on your way, they urge him. Yes, brother, take a turn north of the village. It won't add much distance. The couple continues to reassure him, encouraging him not to be upset. Nothing to worry about, Zhang Yang reassured as he approached the master of the Swana. Master, might I borrow your Swana for a moment? Huh. The master was taken aback. What do you need the Swana for? We can't use it for fighting. Calm down, don't act impulsively. Zhang Yang chuckled. That's not my intention. I merely wish to play a tune. You can play the Swana? The master's skepticism was palpable in his eyes. Very few young people possessed such a skill. I know a bit. May I borrow it? All right, the master replied, removing the reed from his own instrument and producing a new one. Use this one. Thank you. At this moment, the live stream chat began to fill with comments. The host can play the Swana? I don't believe it. He probably just wants to make some noise for the groom. I bet that's right. Among all instruments, the Swana reigns supreme. It's not easy to master. I studied for 5 years, and I can only manage a few notes now. With the prize Swana in hand, Zhang Yang returned to the center of the crowd. Kid, what do you mean? I asked you to play something beautiful, and you bring me a Swana? The groom's expression darkened as he glanced at the instrument in Zhang Yang's hands. Zhang Yang remained composed. Don't be impatient. Listen to me play a piece, a joyful tune for everyone. Joyful? The groom perked up. Be sure to play well, spread some cheer. If only all of you were as considerate as he is. The groom proudly scanned the funeral procession. Humph, challenging me. Now you can all share in the joy. However, at that moment, the live stream exploded with excitement. Which joy? It can't be that tragic joy, can it? Ha ha ha. Is the host about to pull a stunt? Can he really play the Swana? Here it comes. He's ready with the Swana. No matter what, I'm ready to watch. The audience was filled with anticipation, unaware of what was to unfold. Zhang Yang stood poised with the Swana, and before he even played a note, he seemed to merge with the instrument, infused with an almost divine skill. Wow. The master in the crowd inhaled deeply. What a presence. You truly are a master. Another master beside him nodded in admiration. Very impressive, but I wonder how well he plays. In the next moment, the emotionally charged Zhang Yang took action. A breath flowed through the reed, transforming into a powerful, soul-stirring melody. As the Swana sounded, it captivated the entire gathering. The notes resonated with both joy and sorrow. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Zhang Yang. Under the compelling and lingering tones of the Swana, vivid images filled the minds of the audience. Love, a wake, a grave, a corpse, a wedding. Though titled Joy, it was an unequivocal tragedy. The oscillation between joy and sorrow created a striking emotional contrast, characteristic of the highly popular piece online. However, Zhang Yang made subtle modifications, infusing the melody with an added layer of melancholy, enhancing its penetrating power, and before long, it transcended the surface, reaching the depths of the underworld. With this performance, the entire internet erupted in excitement. The host skillfully plays the Swana, evoking an unexpected desire to recline and listen. This rendition of joy is the most enchanting I have ever encountered, compelling me to lie down despite the chill. I could use a blanket. What is this melody? As I listen, my legs seem to stiffen. In the early morning, do you intend to send me away? Initially, I could not recognize the Swana tune, but now it resonates with the somberness of a departed soul. The audience is in a frenzy, captivated by the soulful performance of joy and Zhang Yang's exceptional skill with the Swana. The emotional intensity reaches a crescendo, rendering tears inevitable, cascading from my eyes. Oh, Father, why did you leave us? Brother, oh my brother, uncle, grandfather, do not depart. In an instant, the funeral procession is engulfed in collective sorrow, their wails resounding like thunder, a stark contrast to the prior indifferent lamentations. Turning to the groom, the atmosphere is thick with grief, like a powerful vortex pulling everyone into its depths. Although it is a day of celebration, sorrow flows like a river, reddening the eyes of all present. What is this dismal tune? Sensing the ominous shift, the groom rushes to seize the swana from Zhang Yang. However, Zhang Yang steps back, and a throng of weeping men encircles him protectively. After the initial performance of joy, Zhang Yang unveils the great funeral, a piece that evokes even deeper sorrow, its poignant emotions crashing upon the audience like a relentless wave, striking at the very core of their souls, unearthing buried heartaches until it rends the heart in anguish. Upon hearing this, the groom's companions, already on the brink of tears, dissolve into weeping. Even the groom himself finds his eyes glistening with tears. What is this? Why are you all crying? I am getting married. In a fit of emotion, the groom dashes to the lead car. Inside, the bridesmaids wail uncontrollably, their tears flowing freely. In the back seat, the bride's makeup is ruined, her face marred with streaks, resembling a specter. The groom, alarmed, exclaims, "My dear, why are you crying? Please, stop. It is inauspicious. I cannot help it. I think of my father. But your father has been gone for 5 years. Do you know how I have endured these 5 years? Father, I miss you. As your daughter marries, I wish you could see." The groom shivers, overwhelmed, casting a desperate glance at the bridesmaid. "And you, why are you crying?" "I miss my dog, Nyo-Nyo." "Nyo-Nyo? Is that your Labrador?" "Mother misses you, Nyo-Nyo, please come back." Suddenly, as if in a trance, the bridesmaid leaps from the car, rushing toward a passing stray dog, startling it into a frightened retreat. With a sudden cry, he plunged into the rice field beside the road. "What on earth are you all doing? Are you all out of your minds?" The groom shouted in despair, feeling an unprecedented sorrow surge from his heart like a spring, swiftly engulfing him. His heart ached painfully. The groom lay flat on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Witnessing this scene, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged once again. "Clumsy and playful. Now look, the Grim Reaper opens the door for him. He is finally home." The groom lies still, eyes closed, covered with a cloth. Relatives and friends await the feast. A tune of the swana pierces the soul. On the road to the underworld, there are no old or young. The host plays beautifully. I feel as if I can't leave anymore. Once the swana sounds, the entire internet feasts. "Don't look at me. Let us eat." Previously, Zhang Yang had thought that playing the swana was a particularly cool thing. Yet today he realized that it was, in fact, a deeply grounded affair, especially with the ominous atmosphere of the underworld surrounding it. After the performance of Grand Funeral, Zhang Yang, still yearning for more, took out other renowned pieces such as Great Morning and Weeping at Dawn. These melodies were inherently sorrowful, and with his masterful swana technique, this morning was destined to be steeped in gloom. At that moment, hearing the thunderous sound, the surrounding villagers came running and crying to witness. Upon seeing the lengthy wedding procession also in tears, the bewildered villagers raised their thumbs in approval. This groom truly knew how to conduct himself, mourning alongside the funeral procession. The young man's perspective had broadened. In a similar situation last time, both parties had ended up in a bloody brawl, ultimately taken away by the police. Look how much better this is. A little crying, a little laughing, some leave, some carry on. No one could stop the tears from flowing. Who was the masterful player? When I leave, I too want to walk to the tune of the Master's song. The crowd buzzed with discussion. However, in their eyes, the groom, who appeared to possess great vision, was at this moment filled with regret. "Lu Dian, oh Lu Dian, what were you trying to prove? Couldn't we just part ways? Now look where we are, everyone is mourning. How can this wedding still go on? Woe is me. Why does my heart ache so suddenly? Why are my legs so stiff? I feel so cold. Is there a cloth? Please cover me. No, something is off with this lad." The groom suddenly sprang up, startled, and rushed towards the deeply engrossed Zhang Yang, kneeling before him. "Brother, I was wrong. I beg you, please stop playing, or you'll send me away. Please stop. My wife is crying like a ghost. I was wrong, I'm sorry." Yet, Zhang Yang remained unmoved until the final note was played. As the swana was put away, the atmosphere seemed to clear momentarily, but the sorrowful emotions lodged in his heart lingered, pressing upon him like a stone. Alas, why do you choose not to walk the broad path of sunlight, but instead insist on entering the gates of the underworld? Have you made your decision now? Which way will you go? The groom, overwhelmed with tears and snot, lamented, "I was wrong. I shall leave the rice fields." "That need not be the case. Just step aside," came the response. As the situation appeared to resolve perfectly, Zhang Yang turned to the esteemed master. Thank you, master, this is for you. The master, with tears streaming down his face, hastily accepted the suona with both hands, exclaiming, I am unworthy. You are the true master. I have played the suona my entire life. Yet I am but a fraction of your prowess. This was indeed a truthful remark. Possessing divine suona skills, being a fraction of such talent, is already remarkable. Zhang Yang did not engage in pleasantries, merely nodding before departing. However, the master's praise ignited fervent discussions in the live stream. Wait, the master was conquered just like that? Does anyone understand the suona? This streamer is incredible. Is this even a question? With a living person being sent off, isn't it impressive? No doubt. The streamer's skill is absolutely that of a national champion. Who would have thought? The streamer's suona skills are so exceptional. Why had they never showcased them before? Such skills are not meant to be revealed. One note, and people are lying down. Meanwhile, at the livestream venue, the wedding cars pulled to the right, creating a passageway. At that moment, a woman from the funeral procession approached Zhang Yang, her eyes swollen from crying. Thank you so much for today. How about this? You head back first, and we can share a meal later. Zhang Yang replied, Thank you, but I shall forego the meal. You should hasten to send the departed on their journey without delay. Understood. The funeral procession passed on the right side as Zhang Yang drove slowly at the rear. After about 200 meters, the procession turned onto a small path, heading towards the distant woods. Meanwhile, the wedding car procession, steeped in sorrow, remained stagnant, with everyone's spirits notably low, especially the bride. Wah! I spent over 2 hours on my makeup. What kind of man allows them to bully me like this? I refuse to marry. On the return journey, Zhang Yang did not accept any more orders, but instead drove the empty vehicle back to the hotel. Though he missed the meal, breakfast was still necessary. Yet, upon seeing the rather meager offerings, Zhang Yang sighed. I would have preferred to stay for the meal. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. Upon opening it, he was taken aback by a news alert. The entire internet is shocked. As the young man steps forth, who can rival him? The suona echoes, and thousands revere him. Wow, that was fast news coverage. Zhang Yang mused as he curiously clicked to read further. The editor had dubbed him the Suona King, referring to him as a wanderer of the human realm and a messenger from hell. Well, that is quite factual and not exaggerated. Well done, I must commend the editor. As he absorbed this, another message arrived, this time from the production team. Chapter 80. Miss, do you prefer movement or stillness? The all-profession superstar program team, regarding the substitute contestant's placement. Name, Su Chaofan. Gender, male. Age, 24. Profession, actor indeed. A star had been substituted. Zhang Yang reacted nonchalantly, believing it sufficient to focus on his own performance. However, the audience's reaction was substantial. Could it be him? A star has entered. My sister has recently taken a liking to him. He possesses a melodious singing voice, dances gracefully, and displays commendable acting skills. Although he has only just embarked on his career, his ability to capture fans' hearts is astonishing. I shall venture a guess that ultimately, the illustrious stars will withdraw, allowing the other contestants to serve as mere supporting characters, while the billion-dollar prize has likely been predetermined. Fear not, for the data speaks for itself. I wholeheartedly support the host as they bravely navigate their path to the pinnacle of success. I too stand by the host's side, for we possess numerous talents. If all else fails, I shall first savor a bowl of Beijing's famed doji, then speed to the production team, employing my lock-picking prowess to gain entry. Finally, I would, in the guise of a revered ancestor, stealthily claim the billion-dollar prize, and if discovered, I would serenade a mournful tune that leaves everyone in despair. After a meal, I entered the vehicle, and with a beep, the day's labors commenced anew. Fortunately, each day introduces me to a diverse array of individuals, be they male or female, young or old. The morning swiftly passed, yielding a profit of 179, during which I also provided guidance on doji fermentation techniques at Li Ingsu's fast food establishment. Li Wan informed me that many workers at the construction site suffered from heat stroke yesterday afternoon, but upon further investigation, it turned out they had all neglected to drink doji. Whether there is a definitive correlation remains uncertain, yet Beijing's doji has undeniably gained immense popularity, and plans to further increase supply are underway. In the afternoon, another order arrived. The pickup point was the Shuahai Road, Ina Internet CAF. Zhang Yang promptly accelerated toward the destination. As the vehicle came to a halt, a petite girl in a short skirt with long hair emerged from the CAF, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old, with an expression that suggested she was easily deceived. She approached the front, glanced at the license plate, and then turned to open the door. "Hello. Is the last four digits 1779? The girl nodded and said, "Driver, may I change the address?" "Certainly. You can modify it on your phone." The girl hesitated for a moment before stating, "I'd like to go to a lake. Just take me to a place with a lake." "What for?" "To bathe?" Upon hearing bathe, the audience became exceedingly excited. "Where are you going to bathe?" "I want to join. Don't misunderstand. I'm primarily concerned for your safety. Let me handle it. Lakes often harbor pests, and I'm quite adept at dealing with venomous insect bites. No matter where you are bitten, I can extract the poison. I can't quite pinpoint the issue, but something feels off about both of you." Just as everyone was abuzz with excitement, the girl shook her head. "Fishing?" she was asked. The girl shook her head again. "Enjoying the scenery? Sketching?" Once more, she shook her head. "Neither of those?" Zhang Yang inquired. "You're not contemplating suicide, are you?" The woman immediately widened her eyes in shock at Zhang Yang's words. "What a thought! How could you possibly say such a thing?" "Host, if it weren't for your resilient good looks, with a mouth like yours, how many times would you have been struck? Haha, you ought to speak less and act more. After all, women are fond of such men. You upstairs aren't quite right either." Just as everyone was jesting at Zhang Yang for his ill-fated conversation, the girl unexpectedly asked, "How did you know I didn't want to live anymore?" This sudden twist caught everyone off guard. What? Is she truly contemplating ending her life? What is going on? Why would such a lovely girl think about such things? Are you still going to let this single man live? Let's not say anything more. Just send me to the police station and let the officers provide some guidance. Life is just beginning. At this moment, Zhang Yang felt a jolt. It was somewhat unexpected, yet entirely reasonable. From the instant he laid eyes on the girl, he noticed the hollowness in her gaze. Moreover, she seemed intent on finding any lake. Any lake would suffice. Her purpose was clear. If that is the case, then I must see this through to the end. Zhang Yang nodded. "I guess correctly. Have you come to terms with death?" "Yes," the girl replied, her heavy heart evident in her nod. For someone who is resolutely seeking death, mere reassurances are not the most effective approach. Phrases like "don't go die," "look at the bright side," or "life is so wonderful," while not entirely useless, hold little significance in such circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yang began to analyze the options. The closest is the Little Sheep River in the eastern suburbs. There's also a nice lake in the northern suburbs, deeper and more scenic. It depends on your personal preference. If you enjoy movement, head to the Little Sheep River for a leisurely drift down the current and enjoy the scenery along the way. If you prefer tranquility, then the northern suburbs are ideal. Lying quietly at the bottom of the Emerald Lake, listening to the sounds of nature. What? Host, something's off. Why am I feeling this way? Are you going for a float? Hurry and tell us. Have you been a tour guide before? Host, you're really getting intense. If something happens to the girl, you'll be held accountable. In such situations, others would typically offer heartfelt advice. Yet here you are, actually helping to plan it out? You really are something. Zhang Yang's unexpected actions left the audience astonished. The girl pondered for a moment and said, "Let us go to the lake. I prefer it quiet." 30 minutes later, they arrived, and he changed the destination to the northern suburb's Emerald Lake. "By the way, do you have any tattoos?" Zhang Yang inquired. The girl shook her head. "No, that won't do. You need to get a tattoo first." "What? Do I need a tattoo before I die? Is that a rule?" The girl was taken aback. "It's not a rule, just a way to leave a mark. Otherwise, if you end up lying at the bottom of the water for too long and float back up with your features obscured, your parents might not recognize you, and it would complicate identification for the police. But if you have a tattoo, it's a simple matter. They recognize you immediately. Discovery and closure would happen on the same day." "Huh. Host, that's brilliant. You're starting to show your true colors. Your angle is quite clever. You set a trap for the girl. To be fair, this tactic actually works. First, you stabilize her, then you maneuver this way and that. Looks like in the future, tattoos will need to be registered. For unidentified deceased individuals, just check their tattoos and retrieve the registration information. Voila. No need for further effort. Just a way to save costs." The girl considered this. It seemed reasonable. She couldn't be selfish and burden the police. How much does a tattoo typically cost? It should not be too expensive. Around 1,000 or 800 would suffice. You can opt for a design that is iconic, or even just your name. But it would be wise to have several tattoos in case one gets spoiled. The girl hesitated for a moment. "I do not have that much money." "Why not ask your parents? They have raised you this far. Surely, 1,000 yuan is not too much for them. The girl shook her head. To them, I am merely in excess. They would not spare a single cent. Chapter 81. You say my method of tying is improper? I need to file a report. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? Zhang Yang's mind stirred. Look, you wish to escape, yet are short of funds, and I too am in need of money. How about this? Let us collaborate and stage a little drama, pretending that I have kidnapped you and demanding some money from your parents. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the audience became agitated. Criminal. I see a crime. This is truly criminal. Extremely arrestable. I've learned something. A little jail trick every day. The girl's lips twitched slightly. They will not give you a dime, not a single cent. They would rather see me dead. How about this? I will give it a try. If they do give over 1,000, I can pocket some earnings. You can take 100 or 2 for your troubles. If it does not exceed 1,000, or if I do not manage to get anything, I will cover the cost of the tattoo. What do you say? All right, but do not regret it later. The girl readily agreed. After all, 1,000 is nothing to scoff at. Zhang Yang shared the same sentiment. Hard-earned money is still money, and it would also provide an opportunity for practice. The two quickly reached a consensus. What is your father's number? Please dial it for me. Zhang Yang handed his phone to the girl. Beep, beep. Who is it? The call connected, and a gruff male voice came through. Your daughter is currently. Before Zhang Yang could finish, the other end erupted in anger. Do not mention her. I have no daughter. Get lost. Bang. The phone was hung up. What? Zhang Yang was left in a state of bewilderment. I had not finished my sentence. The girl remained calm. You'll get used to it. The problem is that I am not accustomed to this. I am a ruthless kidnapper now. Yes, indeed. You must be ruthless. Your tone must be explosive, as if you could tear someone apart. Pay attention to your tone. As Zhang Yang muttered to himself while adjusting his emotions, his expression instantly turned fierce. The mood is set. Call again. Zhang Yang dialed once more. Beep, beep. The call connected. Just as Zhang Yang was about to take a breath, the other end unleashed a torrent of words like a bursting dam. You motherfucker. Haven't you had enough? Tell her to go die and stop bothering me. Bang. The phone was hung up again. What the hell? After all that build-up. At least give me a chance. Zhang Yang was left speechless, nearly spiraling into despair. This had the live stream audience in stitches. Ha ha ha, just a moment ago. He had barely spoken half a sentence, and now he is left with nothing. So tragic. It's like a downpour of dog blood right from the start. This hard-earned money is indeed hard to come by, huh? This is just like my experience in the restroom. After all that anticipation, it turned out to be just a fart. I'm different from you. I take the subway, thinking it's just a fart, only to realize it's a full-blown mess. Thankfully, there was a girl next to me eating durian who unwittingly absorbed it all. She thought she had purchased something foul yet fragrant, making everyone assume she was indulging in something far worse. Is this uncle truly watching a live stream? Otherwise, how could he allow the girl to perish? I refuse to believe that a father would act this way. It is no wonder she feels superfluous. Observing Zhang Yang's awkward expression, the audience was both amused and moved to tears. Yet, it was evident that the bond between this father and daughter was exceptionally strained. While others shared deep familial affection, these two appeared to harbor profound animosity. With a slight smile, the girl remarked, I have told you long ago, it is futile. You should abandon this endeavor. Zhang Yang's heart sank. Could today truly be the day of calamity? Was he destined to fail and lose his petty earnings? The current state of their relationship indeed seemed dismal, yet this turmoil was a significant part of the girl's inner conflict. For the sake of both his efforts and the girl, he resolved to persist. Your father has quite the temper, hasn't he? Has he always been this way? Not really. It was better in my childhood. Ever since my brother entered middle school, he has changed. He seems to detest me intensely, wishing I were gone. Is it a case of preferential treatment for boys? Zhang Yang shook his head. If that were the case, why wait until your brother reached middle school? It should have been evident long before. Very well, what about your mother? Does she have a phone? No. As a kidnapper, I can't even convey the most basic information. If this gets out, it would be a disgrace among kidnappers. This path in life is truly perilous. It appeared he must inconvenience her. What do you intend to do? I will tie you up and then make the call. Once he answers, I will immediately initiate a video call, and he will see you. The matter of ransom will be handled by me. The girl did not hesitate. Since you are so determined, go ahead. Wait a moment. Zhang Yang drove to a secluded area and retrieved ropes, cloth, and a baseball bat from the trunk. Before long, the girl found herself bound, her mouth gagged with cloth. The manner in which he tied the ropes appeared rather unorthodox, primarily because he had never bound a girl before, so he mimicked what he had seen in films. This should suffice, right? He gazed at her with satisfaction. Now that's amusing. The way you tied the ropes is rather indecent, don't you think? You made me kidnap her, not bind her. I was watching intently when my father suddenly glanced over, and then I was met with a severe beating. Dear streamer, in the future, avoid films shorter than 90 minutes. Look at how you tied her. Hold on, I need to capture a screenshot to report this. The audience erupted in laughter, each one taking screenshots. However, just as Zhang Yang prepared to call the girl's father again, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation, as if someone were watching him intently from afar. This was not right. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Yang decided to call Officer Zhou. Hello? Officer Zhou. This is Zhang Yang. I need to file a report. What trouble are you in now? I'm in the midst of a kidnapping. What? Kidnapping? You are increasingly out of line. Officer Zhou's voice rose several decibels, her mind still occupied with other matters, now faced with a criminal act instead. This is not the kind of kidnapping you might imagine. It is too complex to explain in a moment. You should investigate the particulars yourself. My primary concern is that others might witness this and report it to the authorities, leading to misunderstandings. Enough said for now. I must continue with the abduction. Please hold on. Click. The phone call ended abruptly. Within the police station, Zhou Xiaoxiao was both shocked and speechless. A colleague beside her inquired, "Who was that? Could it be Zhang Yang again? Who else could it be? What sort of farce is he orchestrating this time? I shall check out his live stream. It seems he is increasingly resembling someone who is living off the state's resources." Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly opened Zhang Yang's live stream. Her colleague leaned in closer, and on the screen appeared a bound girl. Cough, cough. The colleague remarked, "This doesn't seem like a kidnapping to me. I think we should call in someone from the anti-vice squad to take a look at this." Chapter 82. Not only are the kidnappers a joke, but now even dog dealers are mocking. On site, everything was prepared. Zhang Yang adjusted his demeanor and dialed the girl's father once more. Beep beep. Are you done? I do not wish to hear your voice. The farther away you are, the better. Wen, what is going on? Upon seeing the scene of the abduction, the uncle was taken aback and hurriedly initiated a video call. Soon, a middle-aged man with graying hair and a weary expression appeared on the screen. Zhang Yang sensed an opportunity and theatrically engaged. What is happening? I was just about to ask you. Do you think a kidnapper has no pride? I have taken your daughter and called you twice. Did you allow me to speak? You immediately began cursing, and then you hung up. In all my time, I have never encountered a family member like you. With a father like you, there is no need for a ransom. I might as well just dispose of her. As he spoke, Zhang Yang tugged at the girl, his movements exaggerated yet forceful. Whoa. The girl responded with a few whimpers. Stop. How much do you want? I will pay you. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief. She could scarcely comprehend the situation. Zhang Yang snorted disdainfully. It is no longer about money. After being scolded by you, I am quite furious, and the consequences could be grave. I'm sorry. I did not mean to insult you. I thought you were her boyfriend. Zhang Yang retorted sharply. Who do you think you are fooling? You scold your daughter's boyfriend the moment he calls. If he ran off with my daughter, cursing him would be the least of my intentions. I would want to eliminate him. 666. The host is putting on quite a show, meticulously extracting the truth. It feels like a case is unfolding. The facts are surfacing, and the truth is on the verge of revelation. This father may be irritable, but it is evident that he deeply cares for his daughter. The viewers were electrified. Zhang Yang, still wearing a mask of indignation, exclaimed, "Wait a minute. You clearly told your daughter to die. Are you toying with me? I dare not." What I uttered were merely words of anger. She ran away with that man, disregarding everything, even her studies. Her mother was so incensed that she fell ill. I am deeply angered, and all these years, I have yet to forgive her. Yet, anger aside, she is ultimately my daughter. I implore you, do not harm her. She is merely 18 years old, and in 2 days, she will celebrate her 19th birthday. Hearing this, the girl's eyes welled with tears. She had not anticipated that her father would remember her birthday, a date she herself had nearly forgotten. Listening to your words, I seem to understand, but what I detest most is such unfilial descendants. I believe it would be better to rid ourselves of this calamity, one swift act. And you need not harbor any anger. Consider her as if she were never born. The man, upon hearing this, panicked. That cannot be. She is quite filial. Truly. She rushes home after school to help with household chores. Her mother suffers from back pain, and she gives her nightly massages. As the father spoke, images flashed through the girl's mind. and tears streamed down her face. Seeing the girl dissolve into tears, Zhang Yang quickly relented, saying, all right, no need for killing. But you must pay a ransom. Anything, as long as you do not harm her. How much? Transfer 1,000 to me. The man's heart sank, and he closed his eyes in despair. How about this? One life for another, my life for my daughters. No, do not frighten me. Do you not have even 1,000? Are you determined to make me suffer? Zhang Yang was left speechless. What? 1,000? Not 10 million? Goodness, why do you people love to attach 10,000 to your numbers? As if it makes you appear wealthy? The man awkwardly explained, that is not the intention. I thought, since you went through the trouble of kidnapping, it could not possibly be just for 1,000. You could sell a dog in the village for several hundred. Such a straightforward remark. Ha ha. Now it is not only the kidnapper who is laughing, but even the dog traders. What began as a serious matter turned into laughter at the uncle's words. 1,000. Pay it if you wish. If not, I will. I will. May I ask, is the 1,000 to be for the whole person? What else? Slice her up? Send it piece by piece? That simply will not do. I mean, she must not be missing limbs, right? What would I do with a leg? Can you eat it or play with it? Hurry and transfer the money. Just send it to her WeChat. Yes. With a notification sound, 1,000 was received. All right, I have received the money. Now release her, and no calling the police. Zhang Yang said as he untied the girl. I want tea report. Why would I? I am grateful to you. I have not seen one in 3 years. Thank you, father. You were wrong to scold her. Please come back. Wenwen nodded emphatically. All right, I have released her. If you wish to talk, do so among yourselves. I merely earned a meager sum, hardly enough for my phone bill. Goodbye. Zhang Yang hung up. It was not that he truly needed the small amount for phone credit. Rather, the performance had concluded, and it was time to exit. Now that you have money, will you still get a tattoo? Zhang Yang inquired of the girl. The girl shook her head and said, no more tattoos. I wish to return home and see my mother. Get in the car. I shall take you to the station. But there will be a fare, Zhang Yang replied as he collected his equipment and drove away. On the road, Zhang Yang suddenly inquired. I presume the man who took you away is quite the scoundrel, is he not? How did you know? The girl responded. Zhang Yang smiled in silence. The girl had been away from home for 3 years. If her despair stemmed solely from her parents, she would have succumbed long ago. It was the abandonment by the man she followed that led to the collapse of her life. Some individuals enter your life merely to demonstrate how easily you can be deceived. Once you recognize your own gullibility, it is wise to refrain from wandering aimlessly. Haha, that's true. This girl is likely to wander away from herself. Still too naive. She believes a few sweet nothings and doesn't realize that love is akin to defecation. It feels pleasant at first, but over time, it becomes uncomfortable. The girl gazed at Zhang Yang, her previously vacant eyes now filled with vibrant hues. I will return. It was a pleasure meeting you. My name is Xiaowan. If I come again, the price will surely increase. With a chuckle, he delivered her to the station, where the fare totaled 68, with an additional 100 for his efforts. The remaining funds were sufficient for her journey home. As he watched her retreating figure, Zhang Yang couldn't help but reflect, when I work, earning 3,000. Why doesn't my boss pay me 30 million? Truly ungrateful. Chapter 83. Your accent is quite thick. If you disagree, let us settle it. The station was bustling with a multitude of travelers asking for directions. As Zhang Yang locked his car and prepared to relieve himself, several elderly individuals approached him, laden with bags. Young man, how do we get to Huangquan Road? Coughing, caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, Zhang Yang replied, There's a bus stop ahead. You can take bus number 35 and ask the driver where to disembark. You may need to transfer. Thank you, young man. No problem. Zhang Yang wiped the sweat from his brow. If it were nighttime, encountering an unfamiliar traveler asking about Huangquan Road might incite panic. One could mistakenly think that the underworld had come to collect souls. Lost in thought, another voice interrupted. Hey, handsome lad. Can you tell me how to get to the womb? What? Zhang Yang was momentarily bewildered, even with his merged memories. There was no place called the womb in Dongjiang City. To return there, one must first traverse Huangquan Road. I beg your pardon, sir, could you repeat that? Perhaps you have the name wrong? Gazing at the unfamiliar elder, Zhang Yang genuinely wished to assist him. No mistake, it is indeed the womb. There's a tall building nearby. Zhang Yang pondered. Sir, are you referring to Liangtai village? Ah, yes, that's it, Womb Village. You should go to that bus stop and take bus number 7. It will take you there. Zhang Yang indicated. Ah, good. Thank you, young handsome lad. Haha. That accent is truly unbeatable. Going to the womb is not advisable. One must drink mangpa soup if you do. Once, while riding in a wedding car, I asked the driver his surname. He replied it was Sun. I inquired if it was the Sun that means to repel mosquitoes, and he said it was the Sun that refers to the Monkey King. Then he asked my surname, and I said it was Ju. He asked if it was Ju as in Madame Curie, and I replied it was Ju as in Ju Beiji. You are fortunate, but I am the one truly embarrassed. During my freshman year, a new classmate who was quite handsome approached me one day and said, "Let us share a kiss and then go eat." I assumed he was serious and kissed him, only to discover that he meant to borrow a bowl to eat from. Soon, the entire school believed he was gay. Yet, here we are, for years later, together. I quickly relieved myself, and upon Zhang Yang's return, I noticed a woman seated on the stone steps beside the car, weeping, while a man stood nearby admonishing her. Crying again? You're grown up now. How could you lose such a large phone? She sobbed. I must have been pickpocketed. Someone bumped into me just now. What am I to do? What else can you do? Call the police, he retorted. To be robbed the moment you step out of the car. There are far too many thieves in Dongjiang. What terrible luck. I shall never return here again. Upon hearing their conversation, Zhang Yang, a native of Dongjiang, felt a flush of embarrassment. Every city has its pickpockets, particularly those who thrive in crowded areas like bus stations. The petty thieves in the university town are mere amateurs compared to them. If we could apprehend these criminals, it would be a profitable venture for us. Moreover, retrieving the stolen phones would allow tourists to experience the warmth of Dongjiang's police force, somewhat alleviating the unpleasantness caused by the thieves. It is indeed a matter of public good. However, the challenge lies in how to lure these pickpockets into our grasp. Scanning the crowd, Zhang Yang's sharp gaze quickly identified a suspicious individual, appearing around 25 or 26, with a black shoulder bag slung over his shoulder. A light blue sun had atop his head, weaving through the throng while deliberately bumping into passers-by to snatch their phones. Now I have a plan. Returning to the car, Zhang Yang donned a sun hat, masked his face, and pocketed his 2 smartphones before venturing into the crowd. What is the host up to? Someone wondered. Could he possibly need to relieve himself again? Didn't he just do that? Is he experiencing frequent urges? Perhaps, considering he spends all day in transit. Men who sit for too long lack vigor. Nonsense. I sit in an office every day, and I'm in excellent shape. I have energy during the day and sleep soundly at night, though my wife seems increasingly indifferent to me. Everyone assumed Zhang Yang was unwell until he approached the young pickpocket. Hey there, handsome, interested in a phone? Zhang Yang nudged the young man and produced his smartphone from his pocket. Barely used, 500. It originally cost over 4,000. It's been reset and works perfectly. Not your style? I have another one. He drew out another phone from his other pocket. The young man scrutinized the device, his gaze assessing Zhang Yang with suspicion. What? A competitor? Trying to take my market? What are you staring at? Look at the phone. If you're interested in a specific model, wait here. I'll make a call and bring it to you at a guaranteed better price. Zhang Yang chuckled, scanning his surroundings. Though not a seasoned actor, he needed no performance. He was a master in the art of thievery. However, the audience is yet to grasp the intricacies of this operation. What does it mean? Is the host feigning to be a pickpocket? Is he preparing to surreptitiously seize the opponent's phone? Perhaps he intends to conquer his adversary with his skillful maneuvers, only to subsequently eliminate them all. Just as everyone was engaged in speculation, the young man spoke up. Who gave you permission to sell here? Do I need anyone's consent to sell a phone? Zhang Yang retorted rather impolitely. In any case, you are not allowed to sell here. Get lost. Do you understand? The young man's tone grew increasingly assertive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's temper flared. Who the hell are you? What do you think you're doing? I am Jinlong. Not satisfied? Come and take me on. With that, the young man shoved his hand into his pocket, intending to draw a knife, but found nothing. How dare you act so high and mighty? You think you can do whatever you please? Zhang Yang exclaimed, pulling out a small knife. The young man was taken aback. Wasn't he that his knife? When had it been taken from him? It seemed he had stumbled into a predicament today. Who are you? The young man asked defiantly. What business is it of yours? I am with Brother Hua. I don't care whose territory this was before. It now belongs to Brother Hua. Tell your people to clear out, or we'll have a confrontation every time we meet. Upon hearing this, the young man realized this was a deliberate attempt to seize territory. Fine, you have some guts. Are you challenging me? If you're not afraid, let us settle it. 15 minutes from now, in that alley east of Tianhe apartment. Do you dare? Zhang Yang pointed across the street. All right, whoever doesn't show is a coward. No one backed down. Zhang Yang declared, making a phone call. Brother Hua, the people across are defiant and want a confrontation. Gather everyone. The young man, upon hearing this, turned around indignantly to rally his own crew. Witnessing this, the live stream erupted with excitement. 666, the host is showing off. Ha ha ha, the aim is to capture them all. Incredible. I never expected the host had such skills. Let the show begin. It feels like a blockbuster. I'm so thrilled. Chapter 84. You don't understand my joy. Why are you still drawing your gun? To the east of Tianhe apartment lies the agricultural machinery family compound, separated by a narrow alley running north to south, roughly 4 meters wide. However, this alley does not connect directly to the main road, so aside from the apartment residents, few venture here. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yang appeared in the alley, accompanied by 4 others. 2 crouched on the ground smoking, while 2 leaned against the wall with bags slung over their shoulders, all appearing to be idly engaged in mischief, but in truth, they were disguised as law enforcement officers. In fact, upon receiving Zhang Yang's call to her, addressing her as Sister Hua, Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly grasped the situation and reported it to the bureau. Deputy Chief Li Yunjing took the matter very seriously, personally overseeing the operation and deploying the most capable officers from the surrounding precincts. However, Zhang Yang was apprehensive that the opposing party might recognize him, as some among them could very well be seasoned veterans. Therefore, he opted to surround himself with 4 unfamiliar faces, believing that the fewer numbers would make them seem easier to intimidate, thereby enticing the enemy deeper into the trap. As time ticked by, a head suddenly emerged from the northern side of the alley. It was none other than the young man who called himself Jianlong. Observing that Zhang Yang had only gathered 4 individuals, Jianlong promptly made a phone call. Third brother, they arrived. 5 of them, all unfamiliar faces. They probably drifted in from elsewhere, daring to encroach upon our territory. We must teach them a lesson today. Understood, we're on our way. Don't let them escape. Bring the equipment. Sensing the opportunity as the mouse revealed itself, Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement. Haha, come on in, everyone. Let us see what you've got. To further provoke the opponent, he taunted Jianlong. Look at you, hiding like a turtle. Are you scared out of your wits? Perhaps you should return home to your mother. Haha. Jianlong, eager to match Zhang Yang's bravado and keep him engaged, replied with equal fervor. You think you can just run away? Today, I'll teach you a lesson in humility. Soon enough, you'll be lying on the ground begging for mercy. But I advise you to call for reinforcements. I wouldn't want to hear you whining about being outnumbered later. The more arrogant Jianlong became, the more delighted Zhang Yang felt, as it indicated that their numbers were likely substantial, granting them such confidence. All right then, come at me. Just wait, don't run. Barely had he finished speaking when the screech of tires echoed through the alley. A silver van drove in, effectively blocking the southern exit, followed closely by another vehicle that sealed off the northern side. The doors flung open, and a swarm of individuals wielding clubs and knives poured out, numbering at least 20. Whoa, so many of them. This is unreal. Incredible, they even brought knives. This is about to escalate. Haha, this feels like a glorious stew. And how considerate of them to block both exits. What a brilliant maneuver. The spectators, who should have been anxious, were instead filled with exhilaration. Naturally, the most thrilled was Zhang Yang, who couldn't help but start counting heads. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jianlong scoffed. Is there really a need to count? Isn't it obvious? I ask you, do you submit? Zhang Yang continued counting. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a scar on his left cheek emerged from the crowd, shuffling in flip-flops. He was the leader of this group, known as Third Brother. So you dare to invade my territory? After finishing his count, Zhang Yang boldly declared, It's me, so what? Not satisfied? You think your little crew can take me on? Let us do this. Whoever backs down is a coward. Third Brother, enraged, shouted back, You come at me without any weapons? Do you have a death wish? Get him. And don't stop until he is down. With a command given, the clash was imminent. Everyone rushed forward in unison. The scene was terrifying. It could easily instill fear in the hearts of ordinary onlookers. However, in the next moment, the 4 officers beside Zhang Yang drew their firearms. Bang! The gunshot reverberated, commanding the attention of all present. Police, don't move. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. No one anticipated that the opposing side would brandish weapons. The mere mention of the police sent shivers down their spines. But that was not the end of it. Skilled officers swiftly scaled the walls from the neighboring agricultural machinery compound. In an instant, The alley was teeming with police officers, on rooftops and in every corner. Holy cow, you brought weapons? Guns, no less. The once fierce Sang-gu now resembled a frightened lamb, casting a desperate glance at the officers before resigning to the ground. Cradling his head. Damn, you've led me astray. Why are there only police? Beside him, Jianlong, with his hands raised high, was equally taken aback. Sang-gu, I didn't see this coming either. He deceived me. How could he, a pickpocket, turn out like this? The audience erupted in laughter, especially at the sight of these individuals scurrying in panic, a stark contrast to their previous bravado. A total of 24 suspects were apprehended, filling several police vehicles to capacity. As the blaring sirens echoed, the officers returned with their bountiful haul. Once they departed, the alley lay desolate, save for a lone black sandal that stood out awkwardly. Wasn't he that Sang-gu's sandal? It became evident that one should never wear sandals during a brawl, as they could easily be lost when being taken away. Zhang Yang remarked, giving a kick to the wall. At that moment, a black business vehicle approached, and several individuals disembarked, Zhou Xiaoxiao and other officers, with Deputy Director Li Yunjian at the forefront, overseeing the operation. You are impressive. On behalf of the people of Dongjiang City, I extend my gratitude. Your actions have dismantled the gang of pickpockets at the station, a commendable feat. Li Yunjian exclaimed, shaking Zhang Yang's hand with great enthusiasm. As a member of Dongjiang City, it is my duty. By the way, I just counted. There are 24 pickpockets. I am eagerly awaiting my reward for each head captured, Zhang Yang replied with a chuckle. Yesterday's batch from the university town has already been reported. If all goes well, that's 1,000 each. Ah, Director, your efficiency is commendable. Let us expedite this batch as well. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have more orders to fulfill, Zhang Yang waved as he departed. Watching his retreating figure, Li Yunjian murmured, it would be wonderful to have such talent join our ranks. Back in the vehicle, as Zhang Yang prepared to take on new orders, an alert chimed. Chapter 85. If only you had mentioned it earlier. She must have caught wind of something. Congratulations, host. You have accumulated 100,000 reputation points, granting you one lottery chance. The system has come forth with a new profession. Let us see what it holds. Zhang Yang rubbed his hands together, ready to spin the wheel of fortune. As the thought was cast forth, 100,000 points of prestige were automatically deducted. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the profession card, godly entry. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a physical ability card, strength 3. In an instant, a surge of warmth coursed through his body, completing the augmentation of strength. It is noteworthy that after multiple enhancements, Zhang Yang's physique had undergone a qualitative transformation. However, this was still far from sufficient. He eagerly anticipated the emergence of absolute power, for it is said that in the presence of absolute strength, all techniques are rendered futile. Recollecting his thoughts, Zhang Yang commenced the profession draw. Words were superfluous. Everything would unfold as fate intended. Generating profession at random. Profession, bomb disposal expert, godly entry. What? A bomb disposal expert? This is far too random. What use is this skill? I am a ride-hailing driver, after all. It's even less useful than playing the Swana. Zhang Yang felt disheartened, as he could not fathom any practical application for this skill. Nevertheless, disappointment was futile. The system swiftly bestowed upon him the necessary knowledge, types of explosives, disarming techniques, experience, and even the psychological fortitude and courage required for bomb disposal were instantly acquired. Very well. A plethora of skills does not hinder one's progress. Perhaps I could dabble in disarming a firecracker for fun. Continuing to accept orders, a real-time request came through. A woman, appearing to be in her early 30s and dressed in tight jeans, approached the passenger seat carrying a handbag. Zhang Yang was taken aback. It was the first time a passenger had arrived so promptly after he accepted an order. Is your license plate ending in 4543? Yes, let's go. I'm in a hurry. She urged. We shall depart immediately. Please fasten your seatbelt. Zhang Yang drove off, with the destination set for the north gate of Fuxing Garden. The car sped along, while the woman remained silent, exuding an air of aloofness. In light of her demeanor, Zhang Yang felt no desire to initiate a conversation. Simply listening to music sufficed. However, midway through the journey, a phone call suddenly came through. Hello? Who is this? Since he was driving, Zhang Yang activated the speakerphone. Hello. This is the Zhenghe Road Police Station. Are you available to speak? Yes. What is inconvenient about this? Please go ahead. Zhang Yang speculated that it might pertain to the trio of robbers from the previous day. Did you just pick up a woman? She is a wanted fugitive. What? Zhang Yang was taken aback. No way. Has today led me to cross paths with a criminal? Picking up a passenger has landed me with a fugitive? How embarrassing. Not only was he embarrassed, but the viewers in the live stream also felt the palpable awkwardness. How awkward. This situation is so embarrassing. It has been proven that one should not use speakerphone while driving. Never use speakerphone anywhere. Last time I took my sister-in-law's call on speaker. She told me my brother wasn't home and urged me to quickly clear her drain, resulting in a beating from my wife. The most infuriating part was that my sister-in-law only wanted me to help with the drain. Awkwardness aside, Zhang Yang steeled himself and turned off the speakerphone. Ahem. If you're going to discuss this matter, it seems rather inconvenient. What happened? Did she hear that? Uncertain whether the speaker on the hands-free call was Zhang Yang, he turned his head to glance at the woman, who was twisting her neck to look back at him. Their eyes met, and the air was thick with awkwardness. Had she heard everything? Zhang Yang awkwardly swallowed and set down his phone. Gazing at the woman, did you hear all of it? The woman replied, I only caught a few words. You turned off the hands-free afterward, didn't you? At this moment, Zhang Yang's big toe was restlessly fidgeting within his shoe. He picked up the phone and responded, You probably heard a word or two. Oh, I see. Could you see if you can escort her to the nearby Shaoan Road police station? Don't worry, it's a piece of cake, Zhang Yang readily agreed. The situation was indeed awkward, but escorting a female fugitive to the police station was hardly a challenge. After all, he had managed to handle 3 burly men the day before. How could one woman compare to 3 robust men? Thank you. Our personnel will be there to assist you. Just be careful. She is implicated in a murder case. What? All right. I understand. Zhang Yang felt a bit exasperated. He suddenly thought that the isolation barrier in the taxi driver's seat was rather convenient, though it was probably too late to install it now. After hanging up, Zhang Yang accelerated and made a sharp left turn, using inertia to slam the woman against the car door. Ah, she gasped softly. A smirk crept onto Zhang Yang's face. He wouldn't show mercy to a woman like her. The car swayed violently, causing the woman to be tossed around, emitting muffled groans. Ah, oh, ugh, what the heck? I just turned the volume up and you do this to me? It's well known that watching a live stream requires headphones. When dealing with women, it's best to have a live streamer. Just listen to that sound. How exhilarating. The car sped recklessly, tossing the woman from side to side. With a screech of brakes, the vehicle came to a halt at the Shaoan Road police station. Arrived. Police. Come to apprehend. Zhang Yang quickly stepped aside, leaving the professional matters to the authorities. At that moment, the police, who had been prepared for the reception, swiftly surrounded them. However, just then, the woman produced a bundle of homemade explosives from her handbag. Stay back. Don't come any closer. What? Explosives? Unlike the shocked expressions of those around him, Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. One couldn't help but admire the system's uncanny timing. He had always thought those skills would never see the light of day. Yet here was his opportunity. Calm down. Put down the explosives. The woman replied, This is just one of them. I've placed time bombs in other locations. If you don't believe me, in 2 hours, a magnificent fireball will light up the sky. Have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do? I don't intend to do anything. I simply have an unfinished task. Once I complete it, I will tell you the location of the other bomb. Now, will you arrest me or let me go? The scene instantly fell into a standoff. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream grew tense. What the hell? Is this woman really that ruthless? She brought a bomb. Is that bomb real? It can't be a hoax, can it? How perilous it is. Just moments ago, the host was recklessly swerving the vehicle, and yet it did not detonate. This is not a movie with balanced explosives. The triggering mechanism is entirely different, hence it will not explode. As the tension mounted, Zhang Yang boldly stepped forward and declared, Let us go. I shall escort you. Chapter 86. Handcrafted bombs? Exhausting to death? Is it not? So casual? So enthusiastic? This left the police, the woman, and the viewers in the live stream utterly bewildered. Have you lost your mind? You can't even escape, and yet you volunteer to escort? Buddy, that is a bomb, not a firecracker. Such matters are not to be trifled with, or you might end up sending yourself away. In pursuit of views, the host was indeed taking a gamble. Some viewers, unaware of the true circumstances, presumed Zhang Yang was merely seeking attention. In reality, he did not wish to let his bomb disposal expertise go to waste. Opportunities like this were rare. Prolonging the stalemate was not a viable solution. Typically, the procedure involves first calming the suspect, followed by a gradual psychological offensive until they are subdued. I will handle this. A police officer interjected, deeming the task too perilous for an ordinary citizen to undertake. Unexpectedly, the woman countered, "Let him escort. I do not want the police involved." "Fear not. I am well acquainted with the route." Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. An invaluable opportunity was almost lost. Yet the woman's cleverness in choosing a bomb disposal expert was commendable. Thus, amidst the concerned gazes of the officers, Zhang Yang returned to the vehicle. The woman warned him, "I must caution you. Do not drive too aggressively or jostle me about." "Very well. I shall be gentler this time, ensuring your utmost comfort." "Where to next?" "We shall follow the original itinerary." "Excellent. Let us depart immediately." Zhang Yang fastened his seatbelt, executed a graceful drift, and the car roared away from the police station. Once they were gone, the officers swiftly mobilized. "Report. Initiate pursuit." Soon, the entire Dongjiang City Bureau was in an uproar. One was a mobile bomb, and the other a timed explosive in an unknown location. With the evening rush hour approaching, an explosion would yield catastrophic consequences. In an instant, all precincts, divisions, and traffic officers sprang into action. Furthermore, a bomb disposal unit was on standby, prepared to neutralize the explosive threat. Outside, the atmosphere was charged with tension. However, within the vehicle, Zhang Yang listened to music, appearing remarkably relaxed. "Grant me a pair of discerning eyes," a fitting song played through the speakers, prompting Zhang Yang to join in the singing. "May I inquire, did you truly commit murder?" "Indeed, I did." "Whom did you kill?" "My husband." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang deduced it to be a matter of the heart. "What transpired? Did he stray?" The woman scoffed. "Men, it seems, understand men the best. I find that sentiment rather unpalatable. What do you mean by men understanding men?" "This is what I call reasoning. The deep enmity between spouses often arises from two situations: infidelity or domestic violence. I see no visible injuries on you, and you've even fashioned a bomb. Who would dare to commit domestic violence against a woman as formidable as you? Thus, only one possibility remains." The woman remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the implication. "By the way, I noticed that bomb appears to be homemade. Where did you acquire such skills?" "I studied applied chemistry in college." "You've truly put your education to practical use." "It seems I should inquire whether my future partner has a background in chemistry, lest they craft a bomb in a fit of rage. Quite terrifying indeed." Chuckles. "What began as a serious conversation has turned light-hearted thanks to you." Indeed, the host makes a valid point. When seeking a partner, one should inquire about their field of study. My partner specializes in materials science, and when I wanted to purchase some crystal jewelry, he produced an entire batch using a pressure cooker and water method. Absolutely, and I advise everyone, when choosing a husband, avoid those who study physics. They might spend the entire night calculating friction coefficients. How are you all doing? The last time I returned from a business trip, I caught my wife in the act of infidelity, and she informed me that she majored in service studies. It is evident that the audience possesses profound insights into various professions. Observing the woman clutching the bomb, Zhang Yang remarked, "Is this thing stable? Its construction seems rather rudimentary. Perhaps you should place it in your bag. Holding it continuously is rather alarming. You certainly exhibit courage." "What? Are you feeling frightened now?" "It is indeed substantial, yet I have no desire to perish. My life is just beginning." Zhang Yang feigned anxiety, though he had already devised an optimal disarmament plan. "Rest assured, it's not so easily detonated. Otherwise, it would have exploded by now." Upon hearing this, the woman returned the bomb to her bag. Zhang Yang sighed in relief. This is much better. However, I must say, as a woman, you're capable of blowing up your husband. And now you're running around with a bomb. We are all innocent bystanders here. I never claimed I would harm the innocent. Besides, wasn't he killed by my bomb? Then how did you kill him?" "I strangled him to death." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang immediately gave a thumbs up. As the old saying goes, there are no overworked fields, only overburdened oxen. It seems to hold true. The woman widened her eyes. "What on earth are you thinking?" I strangled him while he was asleep." "What? Strangled him? You'd be better off exhausting him. If you had worked him to death, that would have been his issue, but to strangle him is your own problem. With such a natural advantage, why not utilize it?" Zhang Yang expressed his disbelief. This woman was truly audacious. "Wow. I can't believe I find this quite reasonable. Should I try it at home?" Thus, men must treat their wives well, for they have the power to give life or take it away. An online tutorial, offering tips on how to avoid incarceration. Not only did the audience find this reasoning compelling, but even the woman seemed to grasp its validity. Wearing a look of belated comprehension. Is this even possible? Why wouldn't it be? Isn't he prone to infidelity? Let him indulge. Let us see if he survives. However, it's too late for such discussions now, so what will you do next? I can certainly offer you some ideas. The woman scoffed. Are you trying to play games with me? Zhang Yang chuckled. Is there really a need for games? You claim you do not kill the innocent. Yet your next move is to confront the mistress, isn't it? So, you intend to blow her up with that device? What? How do you know everything? The woman gazed at Zhang Yang in astonishment. Isn't it all information you provided? Zhang Yang replied. Have you ever heard the saying? Repay evil with evil. What do you mean? The woman inquired. Your husband is gone, right? Now is the perfect time for a reversal of roles. The power lies in your hands. She has dishonored you. You can reciprocate. It's all about give and take, after all. That makes a bit of sense, but not entirely, the woman contemplated. Fine, I want to kill her. Zhang Yang rejoiced. Ah, that is the spirit. But I must blow up the house your husband gifted her. Chapter 87. Are you a complete lunatic? The woman expressed her shock. You could easily pursue legal action to reclaim it. She chuckled bitterly. But at this point, it seems unnecessary. My life is essentially ruined. If only I had met you sooner. Your methods of hunting are quite impressive. If only, he replied. Isn't it better not to have encountered your husband at all? If I hadn't met him, I would have encountered someone else. After all men share the same nature, don't they? It varies from person to person. Are you daring to assert you are different? Zhang Yang confidently declared, I certainly am, for I would ensure they coexist harmoniously. At this declaration, the audience was both astonished and impressed. In the Municipal Emergency Command Center, Deputy Chief Li Yunjing, who was closely monitoring the situation, gasped at Zhang Yang's words. What a talent. Beside him, Zhou Xiaoxiao murmured, Amen. Meanwhile, based on the clues provided by Zhang Yang, all information regarding the woman was uncovered. Chief, we have found it. Hang Wan had a former female colleague named Zhao Peipei. Over the past year, she frequently communicated with the deceased Yi Hongming, and there are nearly 100 records of varying amounts of money transferred. Currently, Zhao Peipei resides in Building 1401 of Fuxing Garden, which is the final destination of Hang Wan's orders. Immediately evacuate the surrounding crowd and prepare the snipers and bomb disposal team. Yes, with a command, all personnel sprang into action. The vehicles moved swiftly and unobstructed, soon arriving at the north gate of Fuxing Garden. We have arrived. Shall we proceed inside? Zhang Yang inquired. The woman replied, Drive ahead. Huh. Aren't you going to Fuxing Garden? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. If I don't do this, how will I divert the police? Keep driving forward, the woman commanded. In the Municipal Emergency Command Center, as the initial deployment fell apart, Li Yunjing's expression changed drastically. Damn it, we've been played. Dig deeper for clues. Bomb disposal team. Follow immediately. As Zhang Yang continued driving forward, after passing 2 intersections, the woman suddenly ordered, turn left into Rhine Garden. This is where that vile woman purchased her house. Oh, Zhang Yang understood. As she instructed him to turn left and proceed forward, Zhang Yang pressed the accelerator, causing the car to spin dramatically. With the woman abruptly slammed against the window. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Can't you refrain from showing off? She exclaimed, angrily grabbing her bag and shielding her head as she exited the vehicle. However, the weight of her handbag startled her. Upon opening it, she discovered the bomb was missing, and a long tear marred the fabric. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang stood proudly, one hand wielding a small knife while the other clutched the explosive device. A smug grin on his face. Oh, my apologies. I accidentally tore your bag, and the bomb slipped from my grasp. What now? Do you still want it? You're a pickpocket as well? She scoffed, producing a tiny remote control. Hand over the bomb, or I will blow you to smithereens. He replied, I don't need this thing, but you must tell me where the other time bomb is. Otherwise, your house won't be the only thing that goes up in flames. Without hesitation, she divulged. It's beneath the breakfast stall across from the southern entrance of Fuxing Garden. Now, can I have the bomb? Certainly. Zhang Yang approached her and handed over the explosive. Observing this exchange, some onlookers were baffled. Huh, the host actually gave it to her? Would he give it to you instead? He has already uncovered the location of the other bomb. Quite a feat, I dare say. Exactly. The remote is in her possession. Refusing her would be foolish. What a pity. If only the host knew how to disarm bombs, that would be a perfect resolution. Are you joking? Not everyone can disarm explosives. That requires specialized training. Such individuals are typically cultivated by the state. Do you really think they would drive ride-sharing vehicles? All I can say is the host has performed admirably in what he could do. The professionals should take it from here. As the audience noted, in Li Yunjing's view, Zhang Yang had indeed excelled in his efforts, and it was time for the specialists to step in. The bomb disposal unit divided into two teams, one heading to Fuxing Garden and the other to Lane Garden. Meanwhile, the woman retrieved the bomb and turned to enter the building. But as she took a step, she felt her pants slipping. At that moment, Zhang Yang called out, "Hey, aren't you forgetting something?" "What?" She turned back, only to see him holding a slender belt, the very one from her jeans. "Good heavens," she gasped. No wonder she felt her pants sagging. When had this guy stolen her belt? "What is your deal? You're a creep." She approached him and snatched the belt back. Zhang Yang smirked. "If I were a creep, I wouldn't have taken your belt. I'd have gone for the elastic in your underwear and flicked it at your window." The audience erupted in laughter. The woman, startled, instinctively tightened her legs. What sort of person was he? After hastily reattaching her belt, she hurried inside. Just then, Zhang Yang called after her again. Hey, why the rush? Aren't you forgetting this?" "What? Did he really take my hair tie?" The woman quickly checked, relieved to find it still in place. However, upon turning her head, she gasped in horror. The remote control for the bomb had been stealthily taken by Zhang Yang. Reputation 1111. Look at the streamer. Without the remote, how will you detonate it? Impressive. If we can't disarm the bomb, surely we can snatch the remote. For the master, it's merely child's play. I see now. The streamer has been diverting the woman's attention with the sole purpose of acquiring the remote. Brilliant, our idol. The audience was electrified. At the Municipal Emergency Command Center, upon seeing the remote in Zhang Yang's hand, Li Yunjing exclaimed in excitement, "Fantastic. Wonderful." However, after a brief moment of astonishment, the woman scoffed, "No matter, I have a backup plan. This bomb can be detonated without a remote." "What? No way. Damn it. A last-minute twist. You sly one. You had a backup. We're doomed. What a pity. Otherwise, the streamer would have truly shone today." The viewers were collectively disheartened, as her words felt like a slap in the face. Li Yunjing, who had just begun to breathe easy, felt his heart leap into his throat again. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, Zhang Yang chuckled, "My apologies, but I have a backup as well." Chapter 88. If you don't believe it, try it. Do you dare to believe he can truly disarm the bomb? What? The woman was startled, instinctively checking herself. Thankfully, everything was still intact. She couldn't help but feel a shadow of anxiety creeping in when faced with a man capable of stealing anything. "Rest assured, I haven't touched anything on you. I merely tampered with the bomb. To be precise, I have disarmed it." "What? Is that for real? The streamer can disarm bombs?" Ha. A rideshare driver disarming a bomb. Can you believe it? I suspect he's just trying to scare her, waiting for a chance to reclaim the bomb. I think so too. Even a bomb disposal expert would need time. The streamer only took a few moments to disarm it? What a ridiculous joke. I wish I could be as impressive as the streamer, but reality doesn't permit it. If you truly are that remarkable, I will stand on my head and cheer for everyone. The audience unanimously believed Zhang Yang was bluffing. The woman shared the same sentiment. Who are you trying to fool? You disarmed it in mere moments? Do you take me for a fool? Don't believe it? I wouldn't believe you either. Zhang Yang declared as he raised the remote control and, amidst the incredulous gazes of all present, pressed the button. Don't. Streamer, are you insane? Don't press it. The viewers screamed desperately at the screen. In the emergency command center, Li Yunjing trembled violently, his heart seemingly bleeding. He never anticipated that a rideshare driver, an ordinary citizen, would display such courage, choosing to sacrifice himself in the fight against criminals. To live is glorious. To die is magnificent. Little hero, may your journey be smooth. May there be no bombs in heaven. Li Yunjing shut his eyes in anguish. Suddenly, the green light on the bomb transformed into a red one. In an instant, the woman appeared electrified, jolting in alarm. It was over. You madman. What were you thinking? Just when she believed she would be reduced to fragments. The anticipated sound of an explosion did not erupt. No explosion. Observing wisps of white smoke emanating from the detonators, the woman hastily cast the bomb to the ground. Almost immediately, several sparks shot forth from the detonators. Concurrently, the bomb began to spin wildly under this force. No explosion. A grand display? What is happening? Is the bomb a fake? Could it be that the host actually defused it? If it's defused, it shouldn't turn into a grand display. Regardless, no explosion is a relief. I almost cried earlier. I didn't weep this sorrowfully even when my grandmother passed away. The audience was a mix of surprise and delight. At the sight of the grand display, a little girl exclaimed, "Mom, someone set off a grand display. It's so beautiful. I want to do that too." Her mother replied, "Indeed, it's quite lovely and lasts a while. I wonder what brand it is. You should ask the uncle and aunt where they bought it." "Oh," the girl joyfully scampered over. "Uncle, Auntie, what brand is your grand display? Where did you buy it?" "Little girl, this is a bomb brand grand display. It's not something you can purchase. Now, hurry back home to find your mother," Zhang Yang said, patting the girl's head. "Oh," the girl bounced back gleefully. Just then, police cars arrived with sirens blaring, and armed officers quickly surrounded the scene. The woman glanced at the officers and then at the bomb that had just released its display. "How is this possible? How did you manage to transform my bomb into a grand display?" "Just now. No other intentions. Just wanted to inform you that promises can be easily broken. Fireworks can cool, and people can drift apart. Reputation 11111. Is that you, sure? Host, you even managed to fool me. What can I pretend to be?" "Wait, did the host really turn the bomb into a grand display? How did that happen? When was it done? To be honest, I don't believe it. Could it have been that the explosives got damp? In fact, if the host dared to press the remote, it means he was confident. There's only one possibility. The host has another identity, a bomb disposal expert. Is it true? A rideshare driver? A bomb disposal expert? The master of pickpockets? A locksmith? What on earth did the host do before? A spy? So impressive. So unbelievable. This is beyond what a normal person can imagine." Just as the woman was about to be taken away, a voice crackled through the radio. "The bomb at Fuxing Garden is somewhat complex. Bring the suspect over immediately." "Understood." In a rush, with no time to properly thank Zhang Yang, everyone hurriedly drove towards Fuxing Garden. "Shall we go take a look as well? We might be able to lend a hand," Zhang Yang suggested, joining them in the vehicle. Fuxing Garden was nearby. They arrived in no time with just a few presses of the accelerator. At this moment, the entire southern gate of the community was under strict surveillance. No vehicles or pedestrians were permitted to approach. Only a few bomb disposal experts remained at the breakfast stall, studying the explosive device. "Did you create this bomb?" Oldly, the bomb disposal expert, frowned at the sweaty figure of Hang Wan, who had been brought in. "If you did, you should explain how to disarm it." Hang Wan shook her head. "I can't disarm it. I followed a foreign bomb-making tutorial. It only contained instructions for assembly, not disassembly." "What?" Old Yen, standing nearby, was speechless. "Where did you find this tutorial?" "The assembly is all over the place. I watched several tutorials and merged them together, and this is the result," Hang Wan replied. Oldly suddenly realized, "I see. No wonder it looks like a hybrid bomb. The assembly process was flawed. How can a bomb made this way function properly? The key point is that you designed 4 controllers, one of which is connected to the breakfast stall, making it impossible to remove the bomb. Moreover, the controllers are interdependent, meaning that triggering one affects the others. Who would have thought a novice like you could create the most complex bomb? Otherwise, we should move the entire breakfast stall along with the bomb to the outskirts and detonate it. Time may not be on our side." Just as everyone was at a loss, a voice interrupted. "How about I give it a try?" Everyone turned to see Zhang Yang, who had been granted access. "Who are you?" Oldly squinted. He had never seen this person in the bomb disposal field. "Hello, I'm a rideshare driver and occasionally work part-time in bomb disposal," Zhang Yang stated as he began examining the bomb. Old Yen, eyes wide, exclaimed, "Who let you in? Isn't that disruptive? Li Yunjing invited me." "If there's a problem, you can speak to him," Zhang Yang replied, causing the group to fall silent. "Huh. It seems Director Li's name carries weight." The bomb was intricate, yet in Zhang Yang's eyes, it was merely child's play. "I can't believe it's that difficult," he remarked, reaching over to pull a rubber band from Old Yan's pocket. Chapter 89. A group of people disassembling a rubber band? What is this kid planning to do? Is Director Li sending him to help everyone relax? At this moment, Old Yan, unaware of the rubber band that had been taken, scoffed. "Are you really going to use that to disarm the bomb?" "You just wait and see," Zhang Yang replied with a grin. This time bomb is clearly a patchwork. It amalgamates various concepts of time detonation. Moreover, it features a composite timer that maintains a continuous signal to prevent the electric detonator from triggering. Once the time is up or halted, it immediately detonates. An expert knows the moment they engage with their craft. Zhang Yang found a small stool and began to explain the design principles of timed bombs. The bomb disposal experts squatted on the ground, listening with rapt attention. This scene left the live stream audience bewildered. "Although I don't understand, it looks incredibly impressive." A rideshare driver explaining bomb principles to a group of bomb disposal experts. Can you believe it? I just want to know, is there anything you can't do? After listening for a while, seeing that time was running short, Old Yin posed a crucial question. So, how do we disarm this bomb? I shall impart my knowledge unto you, yet the urgency of the moment compels us to act swiftly. Quickly, gather several rubber bands. Rubber bands? Where on earth can we procure them? They are abundant in my undergarments. Just extract them. With that, Zhang Yang handed a small knife to a few individuals, asserting that any means necessary to defuse the bomb would suffice. Thus, the group began rummaging through their undergarments. Lao Yin, without hesitation, yanked one out. Oh, it seems I have no rubber bands in my underwear, he remarked. No need to search further. This one was taken from you, replied Zhang Yang. Lao Yin was taken aback. A mix of alarm and disbelief etched across his face as he inquired, when did you take it from me? There's no time for such trivialities. Hurry, Zhang Yang urged. The scene was rife with amusement, as the spectators could not contain their laughter. Even those observing from a distance were perplexed. Wasn't this a bomb disposal operation? Why were they rummaging through their waistbands? Perhaps there were ants. The area was known for them. The young gentleman nearby remained unperturbed, seated comfortably on a stool. Before long, the group had extracted all the rubber bands from their undergarments. What now? How do we proceed? Lowly inquired eagerly. Having spent nearly 3 decades in bomb disposal, he had never witnessed such an unconventional method. Today's young man was certainly imparting a valuable lesson. Zhang Yang replied earnestly, let us begin by categorizing all the wiring. He meticulously sorted the wires and bound them with the rubber bands. In no time, the previously tangled mess of wires was organized with precision. Wire cutters. Zhang Yang extended his hand. Lowly promptly handed them over, asking, which wire shall we cut first? Almost immediately, Zhang Yang began snipping away with a rapid succession of cuts, even severing bundles at once. Lowly was taken aback, fearing for their safety. Hey. What are you doing? Lao Yin, equally astonished, cried out. Oh my goodness, stop. Just as the onlookers believed Zhang Yang had lost his mind, he stood up, declaring, all done. What? Lao Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed the timer had indeed stopped. Is it really defused? Lao Li felt a surge of shock and excitement, his body trembling with anticipation. Zhang Yang affirmed, it's done. Is it truly that simple? Just a series of cuts? What is the principle behind this? Lao Li pressed, bewildered. Haven T, I already explained the principle. Zhang Yang smiled. It's a matter of acting while they are unsuspecting. A flurry of cuts before they realize what has transpired. And the rubber bands? What purpose do they serve? Lao Li asked. To secure the wiring, without proper organization. Cutting would be perilous. Lao Li's expression darkened, realizing there was no hidden genius behind the method. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now the undergarments are ruined. The audience erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained by the absurdity of the situation. After all that fuss with rubber bands, you merely secured the wires. How amusing. You rascal. You have truly caught the expert off guard. It is not as simple as it appears. Allow me to enlighten you. Firstly, the monkey rubber band is crafted from rubber, which experiments have shown typically carries a negative charge. As we learned in junior high physics, when 2 different materials are rubbed together, electrons transfer from one to the other, resulting in the formation of a magnetic field. The movement of electrons within this magnetic field renders the narrative quite complex. I leave the continuation to your imagination. The audience erupted in laughter, the bomb crisis averted. The time bomb was safely transferred by experts using a specialized container. Although the timer had ceased, it was imperative to detonate it afterward for complete destruction. Traffic resumed. Li Yunjian made a special trip from the emergency command center to the scene. Thank you immensely. This is a monumental achievement. I never anticipated you would be skilled in bomb disposal. Li Yunjian exclaimed, overflowing with excitement. Zhang Yang replied, it's nothing, really. I've merely gleaned knowledge from the internet. After extensive viewing, one becomes adept. You are truly a talent, an extraordinary talent. Li Yunjian remarked, his smile fading slightly. Today was indeed fraught with danger. When you pressed the remote in the Rhine garden, my heart nearly shattered. I was mourning for you, yet it did not explode. You were almost sending me off directly. Zhang Yang shivered at the thought. Let us skip the mourning and perhaps just offer silent blessings instead. Laughter filled the air, dispelling all tension and unease. As the city lights began to twinkle, Zhang Yang gazed upon the bustling streets, a faint smile gracing his lips. He found the scene before him beautiful, not in terms of the lights or the city itself, but in the harmony and stability it represented. To him, nothing could surpass the beauty of national peace and harmony. Ding! Another order notification emerged. Zhang Yang refocused his thoughts. Onward. Pickup location, East Gate of Hame Community. Drop-off location, City People S Hospital. This is a hospital run, Zhang Yang mused, sensing a potential patient, and he accelerated slightly. Upon arrival, a short-haired man in his 30s approached, waddling uncomfortably. Driver, hurry, to the hospital. As the man drew near, a strong odor wafted through the air, causing Zhang Yang to wince. What's wrong, buddy? Stomach issues? Let us not talk, just drive. The man urged, attempting to open the front passenger door. Zhang Yang, alarmed, replied, No, perhaps you should sit in the back. Better yet, lie down, all right? Fine, I'll lie down, just hurry. The man, drenched in sweat, made his way to the back, visibly struggling. Zhang Yang, perplexed, remarked, Why is the smell so potent? Have you already soiled yourself? No, it was earlier. It's just a bit sticky. Please, let us go? Zhang Yang nodded solemnly and said, Before we depart, I must advise you, from this moment forward, never trust any of your bodily functions. Chapter 90. The marvelous nature of inertia. Do not soil your trousers. Observing a passenger on the verge of an unfortunate incident, the audience held their breath for Zhang Yang. Oh dear, once this begins, it's an unstoppable force akin to a flood. This is a matter on which I can speak with authority. There is no way to endure such discomfort without consequence. When faced with the urgency of nature, one cannot simply suppress it. I would advise the host to let the gentleman remain seated. Should he lose control, it would merely require a change of cushion, but forcing him to lie down could necessitate a complete overhaul of the vehicle's interior. On one occasion, in a desperate rush to return home, I found myself trapped in a malfunctioning elevator alongside a young schoolboy. Unfortunately, an unexpected release of gas led to an uncontrollable situation, leaving the child in tears, screaming, Uncle, I can't breathe. Please stop, I'm frightened. During a recent playful moment with my ex-wife before bed, I mistook a slight release for a mere passing gas, only to find myself in a regrettable predicament that led to our divorce the very next day. Greetings to all. It appears we have an array of interesting guests today. In truth, Zhang Yang was not particularly keen on accommodating such passengers. Should the need arise for an unfortunate incident within the vehicle, he would be faced with a daunting cleaning task. Yet, one cannot simply ignore a plea for assistance, for fate has intertwined their paths, and he must ensure the passenger reaches the hospital safely. My friend, should the situation escalate, please provide me with a warning. If necessary, I will pull over for you. Rest assured, driver, even if it comes to it, I shall not soil your vehicle, he replied with a sense of urgency. With a sudden gasp, the man tensed up. Observing this, Zhang Yang swiftly applied the brakes. My friend, perhaps you should address the matter in the greenbelt? The man, feeling a momentary relief from the abrupt stop, responded. Oh, I see. It's the curious force of inertia. Should the need arise, I will inform you immediately so you can assist me. Zhang Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him, believing the situation was now under control. However, due to the same principle of inertia, he could not accelerate too quickly, lest the man be caught off guard. Thus, Zhang Yang carefully increased the speed, while his exceptional driving skills allowed him to navigate the traffic with ease. Yet, as they approached the halfway mark, the man suddenly cried out in distress. It's coming. Zhang Yang slammed on the brakes. All right, let's keep moving. He exhaled in relief and gradually resumed acceleration. Just after passing a traffic signal, the man began to groan painfully once more. Hurry, slow down. With a sharp deceleration, the man relaxed slightly. Much better now, let's proceed. At that moment, a luxurious BMW behind them suddenly braked sharply. What on earth is happening with that car ahead? Why did they accelerate only to hit the brakes again? The driver was irate. Brother, that driver is clearly provoking us. Let us catch up and confront him, shouted the tattooed young man in the passenger seat. In Dongjiang City, it is customary for them to overtake others, and today, not only had they been overtaken, but the constant braking was undoubtedly a challenge to their pride. The man, similarly agitated, was incited by the tattooed youth and pressed the accelerator. Let us go after him. Soon, the BMW surged ahead in the right lane, followed by the driver executing a reckless maneuver to overtake, only to slam on the brakes. Zhang Yang, however, was quick to respond. Just as the man shouted for him to brake, he too pressed down on the brake pedal, bringing the vehicle to a halt. What on earth is happening? Why is that car suddenly stopping after overtaking? The swift reaction of the host was fortunate. Otherwise, a direct confrontation would have ensued. Could it be that those pickpocket organizations have come to stir trouble? The sudden turn of events left the audience in a state of tension. A man slumped in the back row expressed his concern. Is everything all right? Zhang Yang quickly recognized the BMW. No worries, I remember this car. I just overtook it a moment ago and then braked suddenly. It probably thinks I'm provoking it. I'll clarify things, and it should be fine. Zhang Yang exited the vehicle. Meanwhile, the driver and a tattooed man also stepped out. The tattooed man bellowed, "Do you even know how to drive?" Zhang Yang patiently explained, "I apologize. I am a ride-hailing driver, and I was rushing a patient to the hospital." Before Zhang Yang could finish, the tattooed man scoffed. "What? A ride-hailing driver? I thought you were someone impressive. Careening around like that. Do you think taking a patient means you can overtake? If you were transporting a corpse, would you be heading to the underworld?" The driver interjected with a scoff. "You're taking a patient to the hospital, right? I understand the urgency to overtake. But what else with your incessant braking? If I recall correctly, you've only braked twice." Zhang Yang replied. "You dare to retort? Come on, let us discuss this in the car." The tattooed man, filled with pent-up rage, was eager for confrontation. "How about we talk later? I'm in a hurry to take this patient." "Patient? Where is he? I can't see anyone. Are you playing me?" The tattooed man peered into the car, finding no one there. He is slumped in the back. He has a bit of a stomach ache. "Is that so?" The tattooed man quickly moved to the rear of the car. "There really is someone hiding." He shouted, "Get out, you." As he spoke, the tattooed man rudely reached for the man's pocket, yanking it down. In that moment, the man, already on the verge of losing control, experienced a sudden release. A stream of murky yellow liquid splattered across the tattooed man's face. "Oh my goodness, what is this? Oh my God, did you just defecate? Ah, what the hell?" The tattooed man was in utter despair. Covered in excrement, sticky and warm, a foul stench enveloped him, pushing him to the brink of despair. The driver, horrified, stumbled backward. "What is happening here?" Zhang Yang retreated as well. "Didn't I tell you? There's a patient with diarrhea." "Did you mention he had diarrhea?" The tattooed man protested. "You keep interrupting me. I hadn't finished explaining. My braking was to prevent him from soiling himself, and now, thanks to you, it's all out. You really are something, taking all of this on yourself. Surely your anger must have subsided now," Zhang Yang said, giving a thumbs up. The driver's face contorted in disgust. "I doubt he wanted to take it all on. Oh my God, this is hilarious. Ha ha ha. This guy is truly unfortunate." Speaking the harshest words and receiving the most severe backlash. He must be tasting it all. Just moments ago, he was laughing heartily. The elder brother had suppressed himself throughout the journey, only to unexpectedly unleash everything at this fellow in the end. It became evident that while one might drag another into a confrontation, one must never recklessly tug at the strings of another's dignity, for one could find oneself splattered with the consequences. The live broadcast room erupted into chaos. The visuals were simply too brutal to behold. Chapter 91. Sister. Heed my advice and cease your sniffing. The situation spiraled out of control, with passing vehicles swerving to avoid the scene until a water truck rolled by. "What happened? Did he fall into the drain?" inquired the driver, halting the vehicle. "It's also possible he crashed into it himself. Let us give him a rinse," Zhang Yang suggested. "Wait." The driver disembarked and turned on the faucet. With a powerful spray, the tattooed man appeared to wash away, as if his colors were fading. However, the nauseating feelings within him could not be quelled. He stood under the torrent, mouth agape, drinking and vomiting simultaneously. Once the rinsing seemed adequate, the water truck driver resumed his route. "What a predicament we find ourselves in," Zhang Yang remarked, glancing at the BMW driver, who wore an expression of embarrassment. "Let us just consider this a misunderstanding between us. But their situation could be termed fate through excrement. One does not become acquainted without a tussle." Zhang Yang nearly burst into laughter. The drenched tattooed man staggered to his feet. "Who the hell has fate with you?" he exclaimed, approaching the man suffering from diarrhea. "Are you out of your mind, spraying me in the face?" "I have my own issues. I was holding it in all the way, but when you yanked me, it all came out." "You can't blame me for this," the man retorted, feeling equally wronged. Had it not been for this incident, he would have been at the hospital by now. Instead, he found himself on the street, at least relieved that nothing had soiled his pants. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man became even more infuriated. "What do you mean? Is it my fault?" The other man, recognizing the tattooed man's fury, had to relent, as he too bore some culpability. "So what do you propose we do?" he asked. The tattooed man bellowed, "What shall we do? I want to kill you. The trauma you inflicted has left me feeling as if I've died." Just then, he bolted into the greenery nearby. At that moment, a passerby on an electric bike stopped to watch, and as they overheard snippets from the tattooed man's tirade, the onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. What is going on? It seems one man has wronged another. The vastness of the world is indeed filled with oddities. Who has wronged whom? The tattooed man claimed to have been deeply hurt, stating the trauma was significant, while the other man, unable to face the situation, dove into the bushes. As for the two men, their whereabouts remained a mystery. Perhaps the other was a new romantic interest? The BMW driver stood by, listening intently to the crowd's discussions. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who is new here?" "I'm merely passing by," Zhang Yang quickly clarified. "This matter has nothing to do with me. I'm merely a rideshare driver." The audience chuckled. This crowd of onlookers surely has a knack for wild speculation. Isn't it the norm these days? Listening to the wind and chasing shadows. How often do we see such phenomena? The host ought to clarify matters for the elder brother, lest it be splashed across the tabloids come morning. Due to two vehicles obstructing the road, traffic was inevitably delayed, prompting the swift arrival of the traffic police. Once the situation was assessed, one of the officers addressed Zhang Yang, stating, "You may leave now. We will handle the rest and ensure that those who need medical attention are sent to the hospital." Zhang Yang sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much. I will take my leave now." He felt a sense of ease, knowing that waiting indefinitely was not an option, and was grateful for the police intervention. As he drove away, he noticed a lingering odor in the vehicle, prompting him to wonder if it had splattered inside. He pulled over to inspect the interior, relieved to find no evidence of a mess. Opening the windows to air out the scent, he thought to himself that he could not afford to receive complaints from passengers tonight. Just as he was preparing to conclude his shift, a notification pinged on his phone, signaling a new order. "What? This can't be happening," he groaned, glancing at the destination and steeling himself to proceed. Arriving at the pickup point, he was met with the sight of a young woman clad in shorts and adorned with oversized golden-rimmed glasses. Though she possessed an impressive physique and charm, Zhang Yang's mind was elsewhere, hoping for a passenger with an amiable disposition. The door swung open, and the young woman promptly took her seat. Immediately, an unmistakable scent wafted into the air. Zhang Yang braced himself, ready to explain when the young woman interjected, "Did the previous passenger eat durian?" Surprised, Zhang Yang smiled awkwardly. "Impressive. You identified it as durian right away." She laughed, and Zhang Yang felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. The young woman, now seemingly confident, declared, "Not only can I identify it as durian, but I can also discern its variety." "Really? That's remarkable," Zhang Yang replied, astonished. She inhaled deeply. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be either Musang King or Golden Pillow. However, closing the window has diminished the scent. I need to detect the middle and base notes more accurately." Zhang Yang, however, was concerned about what she might identify in those notes. Let's keep the windows open, shall we? You've already made an accurate identification. It's truly a stroke of luck meeting such an amiable passenger like you." She chuckled. "I adore durian. And this one is likely a golden pillow." Zhang Yang, unfamiliar with durian, asked, "Isn't the flesh supposed to be quite soft and creamy, with a golden hue?" "Yes, that's just about right. I indulge in 1 or 2 durians every month," she responded enthusiastically. Zhang Yang thought to himself that girls who love durian must possess kind hearts. Zhang Yang rarely praises his passengers, but this young lady truly deserves commendation. She chuckled, "You're quite handsome and your words are rather sweet. How about this? Treat me to a durian, and I shall be your girlfriend for a day. Is such a delightful proposition even possible? What are we waiting for? Let us go buy a durian. They don't cost much. Even the expensive ones are only 200 to 300, but she seems lovely. The host should seize this opportunity. The last time I met a female acquaintance, I spent 1,000 on dinner, a movie, and a handbag. When darkness fell, she said she feared the dark and left, subsequently blocking me." The audience was even more excited than Zhang Yang. At this moment, Zhang Yang felt considerably relaxed as he reassessed the young lady. He had to admit that her looks and figure were quite impressive. However, at this juncture, his feelings towards her were more of admiration and gratitude. "So while I can treat you to durian, a day as your boyfriend is out of the question." The young lady shyly smiled. 2 hours would suffice.